Good evening from the Health Education campus of Case Western Reserve University and the Cleveland Clinic. I'm Chris Wallace of Fox News, and I welcome you to the first of the 2020 presidential debates between President Donald J. Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. This debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. The commission has designed the format, 6 roughly 15-minute segments, with 2-minute answers from each candidate to the first question, then open discussion for the rest of each segment. Both campaigns have agreed to these rules. For the record, I decided the topics and the questions in each topic. I can assure you, none of the questions has been shared with the commission or the two candidates. This debate is being conducted under health and safety protocols designed by the Cleveland Clinic, which is serving as the health security advisor to the commission for all 4 debates. As a precaution, both campaigns have agreed the candidates will not shake hands at the beginning of tonight's debate. The audience here in the hall has promised to remain silent. No cheers, no boos or other interruptions, so we, and more importantly you, can focus on what the candidates have to say. No noise except right now, as we welcome the Republican nominee, President Trump, and the Democratic nominee, Vice President Biden.
How you doing, man? How are you? I'm good.
Gentlemen, a lot of people have been waiting for this night, so let's get going. Our first subject is the Supreme Court. President Trump, you nominated Amy Coney Barrett over the weekend to succeed the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the court. You say the Constitution is clear about your obligation and the Senate's to consider a nominee to the court. Vice President Biden, you say that this is an effort by the president and Republicans to jam through an appointment and what you call an abuse of power. My first question to both of you tonight: why are you right in the argument you make, and your opponent wrong? And where do you think a Justice Barrett would take the court? President Trump, in this first segment, you go first, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chris. I will tell you very simply, we won the election. Elections have consequences. We have the Senate, we have the White House, and we have a phenomenal nominee, respected by all, top academic, good in every way, In fact, some of her biggest endorsers are very liberal people from Notre Dame and other places. So I think she's going to be fantastic. We have plenty of time, even if we did it after the election itself. I have a lot of time after the election, as you know. So I think that she will be outstanding. She's going to be as good as anybody that has served on that court. We really feel that. We have a professor at Notre Dame, highly respected by all, said she's the single greatest student he's ever had. He's been a professor for a long time at a great school. And we won the election, and therefore we have the right to choose her. And very few people knowingly would say otherwise. And by the way, the Democrats, they wouldn't even think about not doing it. If they had, the only difference is they'd try and do it faster. There's no way they would give it up. They had Merrick Garland, but the problem is they didn't have the election, so they were stopped. And probably that would happen in reverse also. Definitely would happen in reverse. So we won the election, and we have the right to do it, Chris.
President Trump, thank you. Same question to you, Vice President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, thank you for doing this, and looking forward to this, Mr. President.
Thank you, Jim.
The American people have a right to have a say in who the Supreme Court nominee is, and that say occurs when they vote for United States senators and when they vote for the President of the United States. They're not going to get that chance now because we're in the middle of an election already. The election has already started. Tens of thousands of people have already voted. And so the thing that should happen is we should wait. We should wait and see what the outcome of this election is, because that's the only way the American people get to express their view, is by who they elect as president and who they elect as vice president. Now, What's at stake here is the president's made it clear he wants to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. He's been running on that, he ran on that, and he's been governing on that. He's in the Supreme Court right now trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, which will strip 20 million people from having insurance, health insurance now, if it goes into court. And the justice, and I'm not opposed to the justice, she seems like a very fine person. But she's written before she went on the bench, which is her right, that she thinks that the Affordable Care Act is not constitutional. The other thing that's on the court, and if it's struck down, what happens? Women's rights are fundamentally changed. Once again, a woman could be held pay more money because she has a pre-existing condition of pregnancy. They were able to charge a woman more for the same exact procedure a man gets. And that ended when we, in fact, passed the Affordable Care Act. And there's 100 million people who have pre-existing conditions, and they'll be taken away as well. Those pre-existing conditions, the insurance companies are going to love this. And so it's just not appropriate to do this before this election. If he wins the election and the Senate is Democrat or Republican, then he goes forward. If not, we should wait until February.
All right. There aren't 100 million people with pre-existing conditions. As far as the say is concerned, the people already had their say. Okay, Justice Ginsburg said very powerfully, very strongly, at some point, 10 years ago or so, she said a president and the Senate is elected for a period of time, but a president's elected for 4 years. We're not elected for 3 years. I'm not elected for 3 years. So we have the Senate, we have a president.
He's elected to the next
during
election.
that period of time, we have an opening. I'm not elected for 3 years. I'm elected for 4 years. And the 100 million people, Joe, the 100 million people is totally wrong. I don't know where you got that number. The bigger problem that you have is that you're going to extinguish 180 million people with their private health care that they're very
That's
happy
simply
with.
not true.
Well, you're certainly going to
But-
socialist.
Go
You're
ahead.
going to socialist medicine.
We're now into, gentlemen, we're now into open discussion.
Open discussion.
Open discussion. Yes, I agree. Go ahead, Vice President.
Number
Biden.
one, he knows that what I proposed. What I proposed is that we expand Obamacare and we increase it. We do not wipe any. And one of the big debates we had with 23 of my colleagues trying to win the nomination that I won were saying that Biden wanted to allow people to have private insurance still. They can. They do. They will under my proposal.
Not what you've said,
But
and it's not what
that
your party
is-
has said.
that is simply
Your party
a lie.
doesn't say it. Your party
That is
wants to
simple.
go socialist
My
medicine
party is
and
me.
socialist
Right
healthcare.
now, I am
and
the
they're going to
Democratic
dominate
Party.
you, Joe. You know that.
I am the Democratic Party right now. The platform of the
Not according
Democratic
to
Party
Harris.
is what I, in fact, approved of. What I approved of. Now, here's the deal. The deal is that it's going to wipe out pre-existing conditions. And by the way, the 200,000 people that have died on his watch, how many of those have survived? Well, there's 7 million people that contracted COVID. What does it mean for them going forward if you strike down the Affordable Care Act? And
Joe, you've had
pre-existing conditions?
308,000 military people dying because you couldn't provide them proper health care in the military. So don't tell me
I'm
about
happy
this.
to talk about
And
this.
if you were here,
Look,
it
here's
wouldn't
the
be
deal.
200, it would be 2 million people because you were very late on the draw. You
Late
didn't
on
want
the
me to
draw.
ban China, which was heavily infected. You didn't want me to ban
All right, gentlemen,
Europe, which was heavily
Mr. President,
You would have
Mr.
been much
President,
later, Joe.
Mr. President,
much later.
Mr. President,
You're talking about 2 million people.
You're not
Mr. President,
gonna be able to
as the
shut him up.
moderator, we are going to talk about COVID in the next segment, but go ahead.
Let me finish. The point is that the president also is opposed to Roe v. Wade. That's on the ballot as well in the court. And so that's also at stake right now. And so the election is already
You don't know it's on the
begun.
ballot. Why is it on the ballot?
Because
Why is it
you
on the
said
ballot? It's not
you're-
on the ballot.
It's on the ballot in the
I
court.
don't think so.
In the court. Well,
There's nothing happening there.
Donald, would you
And
just
you don't
be quiet
know
for a
her
minute?
view on Roe v. Wade. You
I
don't
don't
know her
know.
view.
Well, all right, let's talk. We got a lot to unpack here, gentlemen. We got a lot of time. So, on health care, and then we'll come back to Roe v. Wade.
All right.
Mr. President, the Supreme Court will hear a case a week after the election in which the Trump administration, along with 18 state attorneys general, are seeking to overturn
That's right.
Obamacare, to end Obamacare. You have spent the last...
Because they want to give good health care.
If I may ask my question, sir.
Good health care.
Over the last 4 years, you have promised to repeal and replace Obamacare, but you have never in these 4 years come up with a plan, a comprehensive plan
Yes,
to
I have.
replace Obamacare.
Of course I have.
Well,
I got rid of the individual mandate.
I'm going to give you an
Excuse
opportunity.
me. I got rid of the individual mandate, which was a
That is
big
not a
chunk of
comprehensive
Obamacare.
plan.
That is absolutely a big thing. That was the worst
I
part of
didn't ask,
Obamacare.
Sir.
Chris,
You're
that was the
debating him,
worst
not
part
me.
of Obamacare.
Let me ask my question.
Well, I'll ask Joe.
The
Individual mandate was the most unpopular
Mr.
aspect of
Mr.
Obamacare. I
President,
got rid of it.
I'd like
and
you
we
to,
will protect
Mr.
people
President,
with
I'm the
pre-existing
moderator of this
conditions.
debate, and I would like you to let me ask my question, and then you can answer your
ahead.
question. You, in the course of these 4 years, have never come up with a comprehensive plan to replace Obamacare, and just this last Thursday, you signed a largely symbolic executive order to protect people with pre-existing conditions 5 days before this debate. So my question, sir, is what is the Trump health care plan?
Well, first of all, I guess I'm debating you, not him, but that's okay. I'm not surprised. Let me just tell you something, that there's nothing symbolic. I'm cutting drug prices. I'm going with favored nations, which no president has the courage to do because you're going against Big Pharma. Drug prices will be coming down 80 or 90%. You could have done it during your 47-year period in government, but you didn't do it. Nobody's done it. So we're cutting health care.
What about
all of the
pre-existing
things that
conditions?
we've done,
He has not cut
insulin.
health
I give
care.
you an example. Insulin. It was destroying families, destroying people. The cost. I'm getting it for so cheap. It's like water, you want to know the truth. So cheap. Take a look at all of the drugs what we're doing, prescription drug prices. We're going to allow our governors now to go to other countries to buy drugs because
When in
they
fact-
pay just a tiny fraction.
As I say,
of
this
what
is
we do.
open discussion.
No,
Let
but
me
this
ask
is
you about,
big,
this
this
you'll be
is
happy,
big stuff.
sir. You'll be happy. I'm about to pick up on one of your points to ask the vice president, which is he points out that you would like to add a public option to Obamacare, and
Yes.
the argument that he makes and other Republicans make is that that is going to end private insurance.
It is
and
not.
well, if I can
sorry.
ask you the question, it will
Not what
end.
your party says, by the way.
It will end private insurance and create a government takeover of health care.
It does not. It's only for those people who are so poor they qualify for Medicaid. They can get that free in most states, except governors who want to deny people who are poor Medicaid. Anyone who qualifies for Medicare would, Medicaid would automatically be enrolled in the public option. The vast majority of the American people would still not be in that option. Number one.
Joe, you
Number
agreed
two.
with Bernie Sanders, who's far
did-
left, on the manifesto,
when
we
you-
call it.
when
And that gives
manifest-
you socialized medicine.
Look, hey,
Are you
I'm
saying
not
you
going
didn't
to
agree?
listen to him. The fact of the matter is, I beat Bernie Sanders.
Not by much.
I beat him a whole hell of a lot. I'm here.
Not by
I'm here
much.
standing facing you, old buddy.
Pocahontas would have left
Well,
2 days
I tell
early.
you,
You would have lost every primary.
All he knows how to
on
do
Super
is hurt.
Tuesday. You got
Look,
very lucky.
here's the deal. I got very lucky. I'm going to get very lucky tonight as well. And tonight I'm going to
With
make
what?
sure because
With what?
here's the deal. Here's the deal. The fact is that everything he's saying so far is simply a lie. I'm not here to call out his lies. Everybody knows he's a liar.
But you
I just
agree.
want to
Hey,
make
wait,
sure.
Joe, you're the liar.
I want to make sure.
Graduated last in your class, not first in your class.
I want to make
Mr.
sure.
President, can you let him finish, sir?
No, he doesn't know how to do that. He has,
You'd be
you know,
surprised.
you pick
You'd be surprised.
the
Go ahead,
wrong
Joe.
guy,
Go,
the wrong
go,
night
Joe.
at the wrong time.
Listen, you agreed with
Here's the
Bernie
deal.
Sanders to the
The
manifesto.
whole idea.
Let
Now you're
him.
disavowing it.
There is no manifesto. Number
Please
one.
let him speak, Mr.
Number
President.
two.
You just lost the left.
Number two.
You just lost the left. You agreed with Bernie Sanders on a plan.
Folks,
that's absolutely
folks,
agreed
do you have
to,
any
and under that
idea
plan,
what
you have
this clown's
socialized,
doing?
They call it
Mr.
Medicare.
Do you have any
President.
do?
Socialized medicine.
Mr.
Well, I
President,
tell you what, he is not for any help for people needing health care because
Bernie?
because he in fact already has cost 10 million people their health care that they had from their employers because of his recession. Number one. Number two,
yeah.
there are 20 million people getting health care through Obamacare now that he wants to take it away. He won't ever look you in the eye and say that's what he wants to do. take it away.
No, I want to give them better health care at a much lower price because
and by
Obamacare
the way, he doesn't
is
know
no
how.
good.
He doesn't know how
I've
to do
already
that.
fixed it.
He has never
I've
offered
already
a plan.
fixed it to an extent.
He has never
Obamacare,
done a
as
single
you might
thing.
know, but probably don't.
But,
Gentlemen, you realize if you're both speaking at the
It's no
same
good,
time,
and it's too expensive.
let the president go ahead, sir.
Obamacare is no good. We made it better, and I had a choice to make very early on. We took away the individual mandate. We guarantee pre-existing conditions, but took away the individual mandate. Listen, this is the way it is. And that destroyed, that they shouldn't even call it Obamacare. Then I had a choice to make. Do I let my people run it really well or badly? Yeah. If I run it badly, they'll probably blame him, but they'll blame me. But more importantly, I want to help people, okay? I said, you got to run it so well.
That's what
and I just had a meeting with them. They said, the problem is no matter how well you run Obamacare, it's a disaster. It's too expensive.
Okay.
Premiums are too high, and it doesn't work. So we do want to get rid of it. Chris, we want to get rid of it.
I understand it, sir, but I have to give you roughly equal time.
Good.
Please let the vice president talk.
Good.
He has no plan for health care.
Of course we do.
He sends out wishful thinking. He has executive orders that have no power. He hasn't lowered drug costs for anybody. He's been promising a health care plan since he got elected. He has none, like almost everything else he talks about. He does not have a plan. He doesn't have a plan. And the fact is, this man doesn't know what he's talking about.
All right, I have one final question for you,
sure.
Mr. Vice President. If Senate Republicans, we were talking originally about the Supreme Court here, if Senate Republicans go ahead and confirm Justice Barrett, there has been talk about ending the filibuster or even packing the court, adding to the 9 justices there. You call this a distraction by the president, but in fact, it wasn't brought up by the president. It was brought up by some of your Democratic colleagues in the Congress. So my question to you is, you have refused in the past to talk about it. Are you willing to tell the American people tonight whether or not you will support either ending the filibuster or packing the court?
Whatever position I take in that, that'll become the issue. The issue is the American people should speak. You should go out and vote. You're in voting now. Vote and let your senators know how strongly you feel. Vote now.
Are you going to pack the court?
Make sure you, in fact, let people know you're a senator. I'm not going to answer the question.
Why wouldn't you answer that question?
Because the question is,
radical left.
Will you shut up, man?
Listen, who is on your list, Joe? Who's on your list?
Right, gentlemen, I think
this is so unprecedented.
He's going to pack the court.
We have not
going to give a list.
We have ended this segment. We're going to move on to the second segment.
That was really a productive segment, wasn't it? Keep yapping, man.
The people understand, Joe.
They sure
47 years you've done nothing. They understand.
All right. The second subject is COVID-19, which is an awfully serious subject. So let's try to be serious about it. We have had more than 7 million cases of coronavirus in the United States, and more than 200,000 people have died. Even after we produce a vaccine, experts say that it could be months or even years before we come back to anything approaching normal. My question for both of you is, based on what you have said and done so far, and what you have said you would do starting in 2021, why should the American people trust you more than your opponent to deal with this public health crisis going forward? In this case, the question goes to you first, sir. 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Good luck. 200,000 dead. As you said, over 7 million infected in the United States. We, in fact, have 4% of the world's population, 20% of the deaths. 40,000 people a day are contracting COVID. In addition to that, about between 750 and 1,000 people a day are dying. When he was presented with that number, he said, it is what it is. Well, it is what it is because you are who you are. That's why it is. The president has no plan. He hasn't laid out anything. He knew all the way back in February how serious this crisis was. He knew it was a deadly disease. What did he do? He's on tape as acknowledging he knew it. He said he didn't tell us or give people a warning of it because he didn't want to panic the American people. You don't panic. He panicked. In addition to that, what did he do? He went in and we were insisting that the people we had on the ground in China should be able to go to Wuhan and determine for themselves how dangerous this was. He did not even ask Xi to do that. He told us what a great job Xi was doing. He said we owe him a debt of gratitude for being so transparent with us. And what did he do then? He then did nothing. He waited and waited and waited. He still doesn't have a plan.
Well,
I laid out
sir,
back
it's
in
just 2
March
minutes.
exactly
So
what we should be doing. And I laid out again in July what we should be doing. We should be providing all the protective gear possible. We should be providing the money the House has passed in order to be able to go out and get people the help they need to keep their businesses open schools that cost a lot of money. You should get out of your bunker and get out of the sand trap and get in your golf course and go in the Oval Office and bring together the Democrats and Republicans and fund what needs to be done now to save lives.
So if we would have listened to you,
You have 2 minutes, sir.
if we would have listened to you, the country would have been left wide open. Millions of people would have died, not 200,000, and one person is too much. It's China's fault. It should have never happened. They stopped it from going in, but it was China's fault. And by the way, when you talk about numbers, you don't know how many people died in China. You don't know how many people died in Russia. You don't know how many people died in India. They don't exactly give you a straight count, just so you understand. But if you look at what we've done, I closed it, and you said he's xenophobic. He's a racist, and he's xenophobic because you didn't think I should have closed our country.
No, just
Wait a
start.
minute.
It says 2 minutes.
You didn't think we should have closed our country because you thought it was terrible. You wouldn't have closed it for another 2 months. By my doing it early, in fact, Dr. Fauci said, President Trump saved thousands of lives. Many of you Democrat governors said, President Trump did a phenomenal job. We worked with the governor. Oh, really? Go take a look. The governors said I did a phenomenal job. Most of them said that. In fact, people that would not be necessarily on my side said that. President Trump did a phenomenal job. We did. We got the gowns. We got the masks. We made the ventilators. You wouldn't have made ventilators. And now we're weeks away from a vaccine. We're doing therapeutics already. Fewer people are dying when they get sick. Far fewer people are dying. We've done a great job. The only thing I haven't done a good job, and that's because of the fake news. No matter what you say to them, they give you bad press on it. It's just fake news. They give you good press, they give me bad press, because that's the way it is, unfortunately. But let me just tell you something. I don't care. I've gotten used to it. But I'll tell you, Joe, you could never have done the job that we did. You don't have it in your blood. You could have never done that job.
I know how to do the job. I know how to get the job
Well, you
done.
didn't do very well in swine flu. H1N1, you were a disaster. Your own chief of staff said you were a disaster.
14,000 people died, not 200,000. There was no economic recession.
Sir, you made a
There was,
Far
there
less
was no
lethal
recession.
disease,
You made
by
a
the way.
point. Let him answer.
And there was we didn't shut down the economy. This is his economy he's shut down. The reason it's shut down is because, look, you folks at home, how many of you got up this morning and had an empty chair at the kitchen table because someone died of COVID? How many of you were in a situation where you lost your mom or dad and you couldn't even speak to them? You had a nurse holding a phone up so you could, in fact, say goodbye.
You would have lost far
How
more
many
people.
people?
Far
That is-
more people.
And,
you would have been
and by the way,
months late.
your own,
You were
his
months behind me,
his
Joe.
own CDC director says we could lose as many as another 200,000 people between now and the end of the year. And he held up. He said, if we just wear a mask, we can save half those numbers. Just a mask. And by the way, in terms of the whole notion of a vaccine, we're for a vaccine, but I don't trust him at all, nor do you. I know you don't. What we trust is a scientist.
You don't
we
trust
Dr.
Johnson &
Fauci.
Johnson, Pfizer?
And
Okay,
by the way,
gentlemen, let me move on to questions about the future, because you both have touched on two of the questions I'm going to ask. Focusing on the future first, President Trump, you have repeatedly either contradicted or been at odds with some of your government's own top scientists. The week before last, the head of the Centers for Disease Control, Dr. Redfield, said it would be summer before the vaccine would become generally available to the public. You said that he was confused and mistaken. Those were your two words.
Yeah.
But Dr. Slaoui, the head of your Operation Warp Speed, has said exactly the same thing. Are they both wrong?
Well, I've spoken to the companies, and we can have it a lot sooner. It's a very political thing because people like this would rather make it political than save lives.
God.
It is a very political thing. I've spoken to Pfizer. I've spoken to all of the people that you have to speak to. We have great Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, and others. They can go faster than that by a lot. become very political because the left, or I don't know if I call them
you're
left, I don't know
suggesting
what I
that
call
the
them.
head of your Operation Warp Speed, Dr. Smalley?
I disagree with him. Yeah, no, I disagree with both of them. And he didn't say that. He said it could be there, but it could also be much sooner. I had him in my office 2 days ago.
He talked about the summer, sir, before it's generally available. Just like
He said
Dr.
it's a
Redfield.
possibility that we'll have the answer before November 1st. It could also
I'm
be
talking about
after
when it's
that.
generally available, not when
Well,
it's
we're
already-
going to deliver it right away. We have the military all set up logistically. They're all set up. We have our military that delivers soldiers, and they can do 200,000 a day. They're going to be
This
delivering
is the
the
same man
It's
who
all
told
set
you
up.
by Easter this would be gone away. By the warm weather, it'd be gone. Miraculous, like a miracle. And by the way, maybe you could inject some bleach in your arm, and that would take care of it. This is the
That
same
was
man.
said sarcastically,
That was
you
him.
know that.
I
That was said sarcastically.
And so here's the deal. This man is talking about a vaccine. Every serious company is talking about maybe having a vaccine done by the end of the year. But the distribution of that vaccine will not occur until sometime beginning or the middle of next year to get it out, if we get the vaccine. And pray God we will. Pray God we will.
Mr. Vice President, I want to pick up
You'll have
on
the
that.
vaccine
I
sooner
want to
than
pick
that.
up on this question, though. You say the public can trust the scientists, but they can't trust President Trump. In fact, you said that again tonight. Your running mate, Senator Harris, goes further, saying the public health experts, quote, will be muzzled, will be suppressed. Given the fact that polls already show that people are concerned about the vaccine and are reluctant to take it, are you and your running mate, Senator Harris, contributing to that fear?
No more than the question you just asked him. You pointed out. He puts pressure and disagrees with his own scientists.
But you're saying
Everybody
you can't, or
knows.
Senator
And-
Harris is saying
no,
you can't trust the scientists.
No, you can't trust the scientists. She didn't say that. You can't trust
She
the-
said the public health
Did say
experts,
that.
quote, will be muzzled, will
Yes.
be suppressed.
Well, that's what he's going to try to do. But there's millions of scientists, there's thousands of scientists out there, like here at this great hospital, that don't work for him. Their job doesn't depend on him. That's not. They're the people. And by
I
the way,
spoke to the
in
scientists
fact,
that are in charge.
By the way,
they will have
and
the vaccine very
does-
soon.
Let him finish.
Do you believe for a moment what he's telling you in light of all the lies he's told you about the whole issue relating to COVID? He still hasn't even acknowledged that he knew this was happening, knew how dangerous it was going to be back in February, and he didn't even tell you. He's on record as saying it. He panicked or he just looked at the stock market. One of the two, because guess what? A lot of people died. And a lot more are going to die unless he gets a lot smarter, a lot quicker.
So-
Mr. President?
Did you use the word smart? So you said you went to Delaware State, but you forgot the name of your college. You didn't go to Delaware State. You graduated either the lowest or almost the lowest in your class. Don't ever use the word smart with me. Don't ever use that word.
Oh, give me a break.
Because you know what? There's nothing smart about you, Joe. 47 years you've done nothing.
Well, let's have this debate.
And if
We'll
you
see
would have
this.
had, let me just tell you something, Joe.
No,
If you would have had the charge of what I was put through, I had to close the greatest economy in the history of our country. And by the way, now it's being built again.
see,
and
he-
it's
We're going to
going
get
up
to the
fast.
economy in the next segment, sir.
Okay.
It's going up fast.
Okay.
Look forward to talking.
When it comes to how the virus has been handled so far, the two of you have taken very different approaches, and this is going to affect how the virus is handled going forward by whichever of you ends up becoming the next president. I want to quickly go through several of those. Reopenings. Vice President Biden, you have been much more reluctant than President Trump about reopening the economy and schools. Why, sir?
Because he doesn't have a plan. If I were running, I know what the plan is. You've got to provide these businesses the ability to have the money to be able to reopen with the PPE as well as with the sanitation they need. You have to provide
that
them
to Nancy
plastic.
Pelosi.
Well, he's just shush for a minute.
Tell it to Nancy
No,
Pelosi. And Schumer,
by the
Brian
way,
Chuck.
Nancy Pelosi and Schumer, they have a plan. He won't even meet with them. The Republicans won't meet with him in the
Okay.
Senate.
But-
And he sits in his golf course, and well, I mean, literally,
Okay.
think about it.
You probably
Or
play
think
more than
about
I
it.
do, Joe.
What about this question of reopenings and the fact?
Well, he wants to shut down this country, and I want to keep it open. And we
You
did a
ju-
great
he
thing
just
by
admitted
shutting
he
it
shut
down.
it down.
Wait a minute,
Let
Joe.
him
Let me
finish,
shut
sir.
you down for a second, Joe, just for 1 second. He wants to shut down the country. We just went through it. We had to because we didn't know anything about the disease. Now we found that elderly people with heart problems and diabetes and different problems are very, very vulnerable. We learned a lot. Young children aren't. Even younger people aren't. We've learned a lot. But he wants to shut it down. More people will be hurt by continuing. If you look at Pennsylvania, if you look at certain states that have been shut down, they have Democrat governors all. One of the reasons they're shut down is because they want to keep it shut down until after the election on November 3rd.
I want to move on to another
because
subject.
it's a
I want to move
political
on to another subject.
got to respond.
But those states are not doing well that are shut down
Which is
right
gotta
now.
respond to that.
President
shut
Trump,
down the
you
whole
have
country.
begun to increasingly question the effectiveness of masks as a disease preventer. And in fact, recently you have cited the issue of waiters touching their masks and touching plates. Are you questioning
No, I think
the
masks
efficacy
are
of
okay.
masks?
You have to understand, if you look, I mean, I have a mask right here. I put a mask on, when I think I need it. Tonight, as an example, everybody's had a test, and you've had social distancing and all of the things that you have to, but I
Just
wear
like your
masks
rallies.
when needed. When needed, I wear masks.
Okay, let me ask.
I don't wear masks like him. Every time you see him, he's got a mask. He could be speaking 200 feet away from it. He shows up with the biggest mask I've ever seen. I will say this.
Vice President Biden, go ahead, sir.
Look, the way to open businesses is give them the wherewithal to be able to open. We provided money. The Congress.
But I was asking you, sir, about masks.
Well, masks make a big difference. His own head of the CDC said if we just wore masks between now, everybody wore masks and social distance between now and January, we'd probably save up to 100,000 lives. It matters.
And they've also
It
said the
matters.
opposite. They've also said
no serious person said the opposite.
They've
No
also said, well, look
serious.
all right, I
at
wanna
Dr.
ask you-
Fauci. Dr. Fauci said the
He
opposite.
did not
I
say
want to
the
ask you, we
opposite.
got a
said
little
very
bit more than a
strongly,
minute left in this
masks
segment.
are not good. Then he changed his mind. He said masks good.
I
I'm
wanna
okay
ask-
with masks.
I
I'm
want to
not
ask you
fighting
both about
masks.
one last subject, because your different approaches has even affected the way that you have campaigned. President Trump, you're holding large rallies with crowds packed together, thousands of people.
Outside.
Outside, yes, sir, agreed. Vice President Biden, you are holding much smaller events with
Because nobody will show up.
people with
Well, it's true. Nobody shows up to his rallies.
All right. In any case, why you holding the big rallies? Why you not? You goes first, sir.
Because people want to hear what I have to say. I mean,
But are you
I've
not
done a
worried
great
about it
job
spreading
as a
disease?
president, and I'll have 35,000 people show up at airports. We use airports.
Are you
for
not worried
hangars,
about
and we
the
have a
disease
lot of
issue,
people.
sir?
Well, so far we have had no problem whatsoever. It's outside. That's a big difference, according to the experts. And we do them outside. We have tremendous crowds, as you see. I mean, and literally on 24 hours notice. And Joe does the circles and has 3 people someplace.
Okay.
By the way, did you see
Sir.
one of the last big rallies he had? And a reporter came up to him to ask him a question. He said, no, stand back. Put on your mask. Put on a mask. Have you been tested? I'm way far away from those other people. That's what he said. I can't. I'm going to be okay. He's not worried about you. He's not worried about the people out there breathing in one another.
We've had no negative
cheek to
effect.
jowl. No negative effect.
We've
Come
had
on.
no negative effect. And we've had 35, 40,000
All right. Do you
people
want
at these rallies.
Just
Yes.
quickly finish up, because I want to move on to our next.
Yes, I would. He's been totally irresponsible the way in which he has handled the social distancing and people wearing masks, basically encouraging them not to.
All right.
Ben, he's a fool on this.
If you could get the crowds, you would have done the same thing. But you can't. Nobody cares.
Gentlemen, can we move on to the
Nobody cares.
Gentlemen, can we move on to the economy?
Yes.
The economy is, I think it's fair to say, recovering faster than expected from the shutdown.
Much faster.
In the second quarter, the unemployment rate fell to 8.4% last month. The Federal Reserve says the hit to growth, which is going to be there, is not going to be nearly as big as they had expected. President Trump, you say we are in a V-shaped recovery. Vice President Biden, you say it's more of a K-shape. What difference does that mean to the American people in terms of the economy? President Trump, in this segment, you go first.
So we built the greatest economy in history. We closed it down because of the China plague. When the plague came in, we closed it down, which was very hard psychologically to do. He didn't think we should close it down, and he was wrong. And again, 2 million people would be dead now instead of still 204,000 people is too much. One person is too much. Should have never happened from China. But what happened is we closed it down, and now we're reopening, and we're doing record business. We had 10.4 million people in a 4-month period that we've put back into the workforce. That's a record the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. And he wants to close down he will shut it down again. He will destroy this country. You know, a lot of people, between drugs and alcohol and depression, when you start shutting it down, you take a look at what's happening in some of your Democrat-run states where they have these tough shutdowns. And I'm telling you, it's because they don't want to open it. One of them came out last week, you saw that. Oh, we're going to open up on November 9th. Why November 9th? Because it's after the election. They think they're hurting us by keeping them closed. They're hurting people. People know what to do. They can social distance, they can wash their hands, they can wear masks, they can do whatever they want. But they got to open these states up. When you look at North Carolina, when you look, and these governors are under siege, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and a couple of others, you got to open these states up. It's not fair. You're talking about almost, it's like being in prison. And you look at what's going on with divorce, look at what's going on with alcoholism and drugs. It's a very, very sad thing. And he'll close down the whole country. This guy will close down the whole country and destroy our country. Our country is coming back incredibly well, setting records as it does it. We don't need somebody to come in and say, let's shut it down.
All right. Your 2 minutes, sir. We're now moved to you. As I said, posing the question, the president says it's a V-shaped recovery. You say it's a K-shaped recovery. What's the difference?
The difference is millionaires and billionaires like him in the middle of the COVID crisis have done very well. Billionaires have made another $300 billion because of his profligate tax proposal, and he only focused on the market. But you folks at home, you folks living in Scranton and Claymont and all the small towns and working class towns in America, how well are you doing? This guy paid a total of $750 in taxes.
Sir, wait, no, sir, it's his
wrong statement.
Yeah, I understand. You've agreed to the 2 minutes, so please let him have it.
Do I get my time back? The fact is that he has, in fact, worked on this in a way that he's going to be the first president of the United States to leave office having fewer jobs in his administration than when he became president. Fewer jobs than when he became president. First one in American history. Secondly, the people who have lost their jobs are those people who have been on the front lines, those people who have been saving our lives, those people who have been out there dying, people who've been putting themselves in the way to make sure that we could all try to make it. And the idea that he is insisting that we go forward and open when you have almost half the states in America with a significant increase in COVID deaths and COVID cases in the United States of America. And he wants to open it up more. Why does he want to open it up? Why doesn't he take care of the American? You can't fix the economy until you fix the COVID crisis. And he has no intention of doing anything about making it better for you all at home in terms of your health and your safety. Schools. Why aren't schools open? Because it costs a lot of money to open them safely. You know, they were going to give, his administration was going to give the teachers and school students masks. And then they decided, no, couldn't do that because it's not a national emergency. Not a national emergency. They've done nothing to help small businesses. Nothing. They're closing. 1 in 6 is now gone. He ought to get on the job and take care of the needs of the American people so we can open safely.
All right. Your time is up, sir. We are going to get to...
I have to respond to that.
Well, you both had 2 minutes, sir.
Excuse me, he made a statement.
So did you.
People want their schools, people want their schools open. They don't want to be shut down. They don't want their state shut down. They want their restaurants. I look at New York. It's so sad what's happening in New York. It's almost like a ghost town. And I'm not sure it can ever recover what they've done in New York. People want their places open. They want to get back to their lives. They'll be careful, but they want their schools open. I'm the one that brought back football. By the way, I brought back Big Ten football. It was me, and I'm very happy to do it. And
all right,
people of Ohio are very proud of me. And you know how I found out? When he took a
gentlemen,
phony
we're going to
ad.
get to your economic plans going forward in a moment. But first, Mr. President, as you well know, there's a new report that in 2016, the year you were elected president, and 2017, your first year as president, that you paid $750 a year in federal income tax each of those years. I know that you pay a lot of other taxes, but I'm asking you the specific question. Is it true that you paid $750 in federal income taxes each of those 2 years?
I paid millions of dollars in taxes, millions of dollars of income tax. And let me just tell you, there was a story in one of the papers.
Show us your tax
I paid
returns.
$38 million one year. I paid $27 million
Show us your tax
1 year.
returns.
I went, you'll see it as soon as it's finished. You'll see it. You know, if you want to do, go to the Board of Elections. There's a 118-page or so report that says everything I have, every bank I have, I'm totally under-leveraged because the assets are extremely good. And I built
Sir,
a great
I'm asking
company.
you a specific question, which
But
is...
let me tell you-
I understand all of that.
Release your
I
tax
understand all of
return.
that.
But let
No, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
I'm asking you a question. Will you tell us how much you paid in federal income taxes in 2016 and 2017?
Millions of dollars.
You paid millions of dollars?
Millions of dollars.
So
yes.
not 750?
Millions of dollars. And you'll get to see it. And you'll get to
When?
see it. But let me just
Inshallah?
tell you, Chris, let me just tell you something, that it was the tax laws. I don't want to pay tax. Before I came here, I was a private developer. I was a private business people. Like every other private person, unless they're stupid, they go through the laws, and that's what it is. He passed a tax bill that gave us all these privileges for depreciation and for tax credits. We build a building and we get tax credits, like the hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue. You get a massive, which, by the way, was given to me by the Obama administration, if you can believe that. Now, the man got fired right after that happened. But
Vice President Biden, you want to respond?
Yeah, I do want to respond. Look, the tax code that made him, put him in a position that he pays less tax than a school teacher on the money a school teacher makes, is because of him he says he's smart because he can take advantage of the tax code. And he does take advantage of the tax code. That's why I'm going to eliminate the Trump tax cuts. And I'm going to eliminate those tax cuts and make sure that we invest in the people who, in fact, need the help. People out there need help.
But why didn't you do it over the last 25 years?
Because you weren't president. Because you weren't president screwing things up.
You were a senator. And
You're
by
the
way,
worst
you were a
president
vice-
America has ever had.
Hey,
Come
Joe,
on.
let me just tell you, Joe. I've done more in 47 months. I've done more than you've done in 47 years, Joe. We've done things that you never even thought of doing, including
Gentlemen,
fixing the broken military that you gave me, including taking care of your vets.
Mr. President, we're talking about the economy. I'd like to ask you about your plans going forward, because, Mr. Vice President, your economic plan, if you were to be elected president, focuses a lot on big government, big taxes, big spending. I want to focus first on the taxes. You propose more than $4 trillion over a decade in new taxes on individuals making more than $400,000 a year and on corporations. President Trump says that that kind of an increase in taxes is going to hurt the economy as it's just coming out of a recession.
Well, just take a look at what the analysis done by Wall Street firms. Points out that my economic plan would create 7 million more jobs than his in 4 years, number one. And number two, it would create an additional $1 trillion in economic growth, because it would be about buying American. That we're going to make this federal government spend $600 billion a year on everything from ships to steel to buildings and the like. And under my proposal, we're going to make sure that every penny of that has to be made by a company.
But respectfully, sir, I'm talking about taxes, not spending.
By the way, I'm going to eliminate a significant number of the tax. I'm going to make the corporate tax 28%. It shouldn't be 21%. You have 91 companies, in the Fortune 500, who don't pay a single penny in tax, making billions of dollars.
Why didn't you do it
Billions
before
of
when you were vice president
with
Obama?
Because you, in fact, passed that. That was your tax proposal.
I got it done. And you know what happened?
Yeah, you got it done.
Our economy boomed like it's never boomed.
The economy is
Mr.
busted.
President,
Let me finish.
Mr. President, let me pick up on that. You would continue your free market approach, lower taxes, more deregulation, correct?
Not lower taxes for the American people.
But in Obama's, you talk about the economy booming. It turns out that in Obama's final 3 years as president, more jobs were created, 1.5 million more jobs than in the first 3 years of your presidency.
They had the slowest recovery economic recovery since 1929. It was the slowest recovery. Also, they took over something that was down here. All you had to do is turn on the lights and you pick up a lot. But they had the slowest economic recovery since 1929. Let me tell you about the stock market. When the stock market goes up, that means jobs. It also means 401ks. If you got in, if you ever became president with your ideas, you want to terminate my taxes, I'll tell you what, you'll lose half of the companies that have poured in here will leave, and plenty of companies that are already here, they'll leave for other places. They will leave, and you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen.
Look, we inherited the worst recession short of a depression in American history. I was asked to bring it back. We were able to have an economic recovery that created the jobs you're talking about. We handed him a booming economy. He blew it.
It wasn't
booming.
Blew it.
He blew it.
It wasn't booming. It was the weakest recovery since 1929.
Is it fair to say he blew it when fact, when there was record low unemployment before COVID?
Yeah, but because what he did, even before COVID, manufacturing went in the hole. Manufacturing went in the hole.
Excuse me, Chris. Wait.
Number two.
Chris.
Number three.
They said it would take. No, you're on number two.
No.
Chris. They said it would take a miracle to bring back manufacturing. I brought back 700,000 jobs. They brought back nothing. They gave up on manufacturing. Part of my standard fare.
I'm the guy that brought back the automobile industry.
All right, let him make.
We brought back, I was asked to bring back Chrysler and General Motors. We brought them back right here in the state of Ohio and Michigan. He blew it. They're gone. He blew it. And in fact, they're going.
Ohio had the best year it's ever had last year. Michigan had the best year they've ever had.
That is not
Many
true.
car companies came in from Germany, from Japan, went to Michigan, went to Ohio.
They're not having.
And they didn't come in with you.
Mr. Vice President, go ahead.
And so you take a look at what he's actually done. He's done very little. His trade deals are the same way. He talks about these great trade deals. You know, he talks about the art of the deal. China's perfected the art of the steal. We have a higher deficit with China now than we did before. We have the highest trade deficit with Mexico.
China ate your lunch, down 18%. China ate your lunch, Joe, and no wonder your son goes in and he takes out billions of dollars. Takes out billions of dollars to manage. He makes millions of dollars. And also, while we're at it, why is it, just out of curiosity, the mayor of Moscow's wife gave your son $3.5 million. What did he do to deserve it? What did he do with Burisma to deserve $183,000?
You've asked your question, let him answer.
None of that is true.
Oh, really? He didn't get
$3.5 million? Mr. President,
Mr.
President, please.
Totally discredited. Totally discredited. And by the way,
well, wait, he didn't get $3.5 million, Joe?
Mr. Vice,
he got $3.5 million.
That is not true.
Oh, really?
Mr. President, it's an open discussion, please.
It's a fact.
Well, you have raised an issue. Let the Vice President answer.
Discredited.
Did Burisma pay him $183,000 a month with no experience in energy?
Mr. President,
my son did nothing wrong at Burisma.
I think he did.
Mr. President, let him answer.
He doesn't want to let me answer because he knows I have the truth. His position has been totally, thoroughly discredited.
By who?
In Ukraine.
The media?
By everybody. Well, by the media, by our allies, by the World Bank, by everyone has discredited. Matter of fact, even the people who testified under oath.
So let me ask you this, Joe.
No, go ahead, Mr. I'm listening to you.
People
he got $3.5 million from Moscow.
He testified under oath in his administration, said, I did my job and I did it very well.
Oh,
I
really?
did it
I'd
honorably.
like to know who they are.
Well, I'll give you the list of the people who testified.
No, go ahead, sir.
Sure, you've already fired most of them because they did a good job.
Some people don't do a good job. With you,
go ahead. Wait a minute. You get the final word, Mr.
Well, it's hard to get any word in with this clown. Excuse me.
Hey, let me just say to you.
No. I'm Mr. President.
$3.5 million, Joe.
That is simply
Why did he deserve $3.5 million from Moscow?
Look, here's the deal. We want to talk about families and ethics. I don't want to do that. I mean, his family we could talk about all night. His family's already...
My family lost a fortune by coming down and helping us with government.
And that's such a...
Mr. President.
Every single one of them lost a fortune.
This is not about my family or his family. It's about your family. The American people. He doesn't... That's not true. It doesn't want to talk about what you need. You, the American people. It's about you. That's what we're talking about here.
All right, that's the end of the segment. We're moving on.
He didn't take them.
Well,
Vice President,
no. Can I be honest? It's a very important
question. Try to be honest.
He stood up.
No, the answer to the question is no.
Ukraine.
No, sir.
With $1 billion, if you
that is absolutely not true.
You're doing it.
You're going to have
true.
Gentlemen. I hate to raise
Chris,
my voice, but
he's
it
on
seems to be, why should I be different than the two of you? So here's the
That's a
deal.
good point.
We have 6 segments. We have ended that segment. We're going to go to the next segment. In that segment, you each are going to have 2 uninterrupted moments. In those 2 uninterrupted minutes, Mr. President, you can say anything you want. I'm going to ask a question about race, but if you want to answer about something else, go ahead. But I think that the country would be better served if we allowed both people to speak with fewer interruptions. I'm appealing to you, sir, to do that.
Well, and him too.
Well, frankly, you've been doing more interrupting
Well, that's
than
all
he
right,
has.
but he does plenty.
Well, less than, sir, less
there's
than,
plenty.
No, less than you have. Let's please continue on. The issue of race. Vice President Biden, you say that President Trump's response to the violence in Charlottesville 3 years ago, when he talked about very fine people on both sides, was what directly led you to launch this run for president.
Oh, yeah, sure.
President Trump, you have often said that you believe you have done more for Black Americans than any president, with the possible exception of Abraham Lincoln. My question for the two of you is, why should voters trust you rather than your opponent to deal with the race issues facing this country over the next 4 years? Vice President Biden, you go first.
It's about equity and equality. It's about decency. It's about the Constitution. And we have never walked away from trying to require equity for everyone, equality for the whole of America. But we've never accomplished it. But we've never walked away from it like he has done. It is true. The reason I got in the race is when those people, close your eyes, remember what those people looked like coming out of the fields carrying torches, their veins bulging, spewing and just spewing anti-Semitic bile, and accompanied by the Ku Klux Klan. A young woman got killed. And they asked the president what he thought. He said there were very fine people on both sides. No president has ever said anything like that.
It is who's
Now,
who
second point I'd make to you is that when Floyd was killed, when Mr. Floyd was killed, there was a peaceful protest in front of the White House. What did he do? He came out of his bunker, had the military use tear gas on him so he could walk across to a church and hold up a Bible. And then what happened after that? The bishop of that very church said that it was a disgrace. The general who was with him said all he ever wants to do is divide people, not unite people at all. This is a president who has used everything as a dog whistle to try to generate racist hatred, racist division. This is a man who, in fact, you talk about helping African Americans. 1 in 1,000 African Americans has been killed because of the coronavirus. And if he doesn't do something quickly, by the end of the year, 1 in 500 will have been killed. 1 in 500 African Americans. This man is a savior of African Americans. This man cares at all. This man done virtually nothing. Look, the fact is that you have to look at what he talks about. You have to look at what he did. And what he did has been disastrous for the African-American community.
So,
President Trump, you have 2 minutes. Why should Americans trust you over your opponent to deal with racism?
he did a crime bill, 1994, where you call them super predators, African Americans, the super predators, and they've never forgotten it. They've never forgotten it, Joe.
No, sir, it's his 2 minutes.
So you did that, and they call you a super predator, and I'm letting people out of jail now that you have treated the African American population community, you have treated the black community about as bad as anybody in this country. You did the and that's why, if you look at the polls, I'm doing better than any Republican has done in a long time, because they saw what you did. You call them super predators, and you've called them worse than that. Because you look back at your testimony over the years, you've called them a lot worse than that. As far as the church is concerned, and as far as the generals are concerned, we just got the support of 250 military leaders and generals, total support. Law enforcement, almost every law enforcement group in the United States. I have Florida, I have Texas, I have Ohio, I have Portland. The sheriff just came out today and he said, I support President Trump. I don't think you have any law enforcement. You can't even say the word law enforcement, because if you say those words, you're going to lose all of your radical left supporters. And why aren't you saying those words, Joe? Why don't you say the words law enforcement? Because you know what? If they called us in Portland, we would put out that fire in a half an hour, but they won't do it because they're run by radical left Democrats. If you look at Chicago, if you look at any place you want to look, Seattle, they heard we were coming in the following day, and they put up their hands, and we got back Seattle. Minneapolis, we got it back, Joe, because we believe in law and order, but you don't. The top 10 cities and just about the top 40 cities are run by Democrats and in many cases radical left, and they've got you wrapped around their finger, Joe, to a point where you don't want to say anything about law and order. And I'll tell you what, the people of this country want and demand law and order, and you're afraid to even say it.
All right. I want to return to the question of race. Vice President Biden, after the grand jury in the Breonna Taylor case decided not to charge any of the police with homicide, you said it raises the question, quote, whether justice could be equally applied in America. Do you believe that there is a separate but unequal system of justice for blacks in this country?
Yes, there is. There's systemic injustice in this country, in education and work and in law enforcement and the way in which it's enforced. But look, the vast majority of police officers are good, decent, honorable men and women. They risk their lives every day to take care of us. But there are some bad apples. And when they occur, when they find them, they have to be sorted out. They have to be held accountable. They have to be held accountable. And what I'm going to do as President of the United States is call together an entire group of people at the White House, well, everything from the civil rights groups to the police officers, to the police chiefs, and we're going to work this out. We're going to work this out so we change the way in which we have more transparency in when these things happen. These cops aren't happy to see what happened to George Floyd. These cops aren't happy to see what happened to Breonna Taylor. Most don't like it. But we have to have a system where people are held accountable. And by the way, violence in response is never appropriate. Never appropriate. Peaceful protest is. Violence is never appropriate.
All right,
what is peaceful protest? When they run through the middle of a town and burn down your stores and kill people all over the place,
that
and you
is
say
not
peaceful protest?
President Trump,
No, it's
I'm not
not, but
asking.
you say it is.
President Trump, I'd like to continue with the issue of race. I
please.
promise we're going to get to the issue of law and order in a moment. This month, your administration directed federal agencies to end racial sensitivity training that addresses white privilege or critical race theory. Why did you decide to do that, to end racial sensitivity training? And do you believe that there is systemic racism in this country, sir?
I ended it because it's racist. I ended it because a lot of people were complaining that they were asked to do things that were absolutely insane, that it was a radical revolution that was taking place in our military, in our schools, all over the place, and you know it, and so does everybody else. And he would know.
What is radical
totally
about racial sensitivity training, sir?
If you were a certain person, you had no status in life. It was sort of a reversal. And if you look at the people, we were paying people hundreds of thousands of dollars to teach very bad ideas and frankly very sick ideas. And really, they were teaching people to hate our country. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to allow that to happen. We have to go back to the core values of this country. They were teaching people that our country is a horrible place, it's a racist place, and they were teaching people to hate our country. And I'm not going to allow that to happen.
Vice President Biden?
Nobody's doing that. He's the racist.
You just don't know.
Here's the deal. I know a lot more about this than he does.
Let him finish.
The fact is that there is racial insensitivity. People have to be made aware of what other people feel like, what insults them, what is demeaning to them. It's important to people know they don't want to. Many people don't want to hurt other people's feelings, but it makes a big difference. It makes a gigantic difference in the way a child is able to grow up and have a sense of self-esteem. It's a little bit like how this guy and his friends look down on so many people. They look down their nose on people like Irish Catholics like me and grew up in Scranton. They look down on people who don't have money. They look down on people who are of a different faith. They look down on people who are a different color. In fact, we're all Americans. The only way we're going to bring this country together is bring everybody together. There's nothing we cannot do if we do it together. We can take this on and we can defeat racism in America.
President Trump, sir.
During the Obama-Biden administration, there was tremendous division. There was hatred. You look at Ferguson, you go to many places. Look at Oakland. Look what happened in Oakland. Look what happened in Baltimore. Look what happened. Frankly, it was more violent than what I'm even seeing now.
Oh, my
but
Lord.
The reason is that
ridiculous.
the Democrats that run these cities
ridiculous.
don't want to talk like you about law and order.
Violent
and you
crime,
still haven't mentioned.
violent
Are you
crime.
in favor of law and order?
I'm in favor of law. You follow it.
Are you in favor of law and order? Go
yes,
ahead,
I'm
say
in
it.
favor.
You
Everybody's
asked a
in favor
question,
of
let him finish.
Law and order.
Law and order.
Let him answer.
Law and order with justice, where people get treated fairly. Okay. And the fact of the matter is, violent crime went down 17%, 15% in our administration.
All right.
It's gone up on his watch.
Went down much more
he
in
had,
ours.
All right, we're now.
is president of the United States of America.
Mr. President,
every record in the
Mr.
book.
President, you're going to be very happy because we're now going to talk about law and
Places
order.
we had trouble were Democratic-run cities.
That's exactly my question. There has been a dramatic increase in homicides in America this summer, particularly, and you often blame that on Democratic mayors and Democratic governors, but in fact, there have been equivalent spikes in Republican-led cities like Tulsa and Fort Worth. So the question is this really a party issue?
I think it's a party issue. You can bring in a couple of examples, but if you look at Chicago, what's going on in Chicago, where 53 people were shot and 8 died shot. If you look at New York, where it's going up like nobody's ever seen anything, the numbers are going up 100, 150, 200% crime. It is crazy what's going on. And he doesn't want to say law and order because he can't, because he'll lose his radical left supporters. And once he does that, it's over with. But if he ever got to run this country and they ran it the way he would want to run it, we would have our suburbs would be gone. By the way, our suburbs would be gone, and you would see problems like you've never seen.
He wouldn't know a suburb unless he took a wrong turn.
Oh, I know suburbs.
He would not.
So much
I was
Go ahead. Wait a minute.
I was raised in the suburbs. This is not 1950. All these dog whistles and racism don't work anymore. Suburbs are by and large integrated. There's many people today driving their kids to soccer practice and/or to black and white and Hispanic in the same car as there have been any time in the past. What really is a threat to the suburbs and their safety is his failure to deal with COVID. They're dying in the suburbs. His failure to deal with the environment. They're being flooded. They're being burned out because his refusal to do anything. That's why the suburbs are in trouble.
I do want to talk about this issue of law and order, though. And in the joint recommendation that came from the Biden-Bernie Sanders task force, you talked about, quote, reimagining policing. Yeah. First of all, what does reimagining policing mean, and do you support?
It means.
Let me, if I might finish the question. What does reimagining policing mean, and do you support the Black Lives Matter call for community control of policing?
Look, what I support is the police having the opportunity to deal with the problems they face. And I'm totally opposed to defunding the police officers. As a matter of fact, local police, the only one defunding in his budget calls for a $400 million cut in local law enforcement assistance. They need more assistance. They need, when they show up for a 9/11 call, to have someone with them as a psychologist or psychiatrist to keep them from having to use force and be able to talk people down. We have to have community policing like we had before, where the officers get to know the people in the communities. That's when crime went down. It didn't go up, it went down. And so we have to be engaged.
That's not what they're talking about, Chris. That's not what they're talking about. He's talking about defunding the police.
That is not true.
He doesn't have any law support.
Look,
he has no law enforcement
that's
support.
Not true.
Almost
that's
nothing.
Look.
Roy, who do you have? Name one group that supports you. Name one group that came out and supported you. Go ahead.
Look,
think. We have time.
We don't have time to do anything.
No, think
about
it. Name one law enforcement group that came out and supported you.
Gentlemen, I think I'm going to take back the moderator's
I don't
role,
think there are any.
and I want to get to another subject, which is the issue of protests in many cities that have turned violent. In Portland, Oregon, especially, we had more than 100 straight days of protests, which I think you would agree. You talk about peaceful protests. Many of those turned into riots. Mr. Vice President, you say that people who commit crimes should be held accountable. The question I have, though, is as the Democratic nominee, and earlier tonight you said that you are the Democratic Party right now, have you ever called the Democratic mayor of Portland or the Democratic governor of Oregon and said, hey, you got to stop this, bring in the National Guard, do whatever it takes, but you stop the days and months of violence in Portland?
I don't hold public office now. I am a former vice president. I've made it clear in my public statements that the violence should be prosecuted. It should be prosecuted, and anyone who commits it.
But you've never called for the people, the leader. Excuse me, sir. You have never called for the leaders in Portland and in Oregon to bring in the National Guard and knock off 100 days of riots.
They can, in fact, take care of it if he just stay out of the way. Look here.
Oh, really?
Oh,
really?
Here's the thing.
I sent in the U.S. Marshals to get the killer of the young man in the middle of the street, and they shot him. And for 3 days,
President Trump,
Portland wouldn't do anything. I had to send in the U.S. Marshals, and they took care of business.
Go ahead, sir.
And by the way, his own former spokesperson said, riots and chaos and violence help his cause. That's what this is all about.
I don't know who said that.
I do.
Who?
I think Kellyanne Conway.
I don't think she said that.
She said that. And so here's the,
all right.
But here's the point.
Go ahead.
The point is that's what he is, keeps trying to rile everything up. He doesn't want to calm things down. Instead of going in and talking to people and saying, let's get everybody together, figure out how to deal with this. What's he do? He just pours gasoline in the fire constantly, and every single solitary time.
And to end this, button up this segment, I'm going to give you a minute to answer, sir. You have repeatedly criticized.
Wait, I have to answer his statement.
No, you have repeatedly.
Wait,
you have repeatedly. No, you've been talking back and forth.
You made a statement.
I'm asking you.
I would love to end it.
Sir.
I would love to end it.
If you want to switch seats.
We could very quickly.
We could do that, but I'm
send in the National Guard, it would be over. There'd be no problem.
Okay.
But they don't want to accept the National Guard.
You have repeatedly criticized the vice president for not specifically calling out Antifa and other left-wing extremist groups. But are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland?
Sure,
are you
I'm
prepared
willing
to specifically
do it?
Well, go ahead, sir.
I would say almost everything I see is from the left wing, not from the right wing.
So what are you saying?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see peace.
Then do it, sir.
Say it. Do it. Say it.
You want to call him? What do you want to call them? Give me a name. Give me a
white
name.
Supremacists and
who would
white
you like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right
Proud Boys. Stand back and stand by. But I'll tell you what. Somebody's got to do something about Antifa and the left, because this is not a right-wing problem. This is a left-wing.
FBI director
This is a left-wing problem.
White supremacists. Antifa's an idea, not an organization.
Oh, you got it.
Not militia. That's what his FBI. His FBI director said.
Well, then you know what?
No, we're done, sir. We're moving on to the next. We're moving.
When a bat hits you over the head, that's not an idea.
Everybody in your administration tells you the truth has a bad idea.
Can I tell you what?
You have no ideas.
Antifa is a dangerous,
all right,
radical
gentlemen,
group.
we're now moving on to the Trump and Biden records.
They'll overthrow you.
When a president, I'm going to ask a question. When the president seeks a second term, it is generally a referendum on his record. But Vice President Biden, you like to quote one of your dad's sayings, which is, don't compare me to the almighty, compare me to the alternative. And in this case, sir, you are the alternative. Looking at both of your records, I'm going to ask each of you, why should voters elect you president over your opponent? In this segment, President Trump, you go first, 2 minutes.
Because there has never been an administration or president who has done more than I've done in a period of 3.5 years. And that's despite the impeachment hoax. And you saw what happened today with Hillary Clinton, where it was a whole big con job. But despite going through all of these things, where I had to fight both flanks and behind me and above, there has never been an administration that's done what I've done. The greatest, before COVID came in, the greatest economy in history, lowest unemployment numbers. Everything was good. Everything was going. And by the way, there was unity going to happen. People were calling me for the first time in years. They were calling and they were saying, it's time maybe. And then what happened? We got hit, but now we're building it back up again. A rebuilding of the military, including Space Force and all of the other things. a fixing of the VA, which was a mess under him. 308,000 people died because they didn't have proper health care. He was a mess. And we now got a 91% approval rating at the VA, our vets. We take care of our vets. But we've rebuilt our military. The job that we've done, and I'll tell you something, some people say maybe the most important. By the end of the first term, I'll have approximately 300 federal judges and Court of Appeals judges, 300, and hopefully 3 great Supreme Court justices. That is a record, the likes of which very few people, and you know one of the reasons I'll have so many judges? Because President Obama and him left me 128 judges to fill. When you leave office, you don't leave any judges. That's like you just don't do that. They left 128 openings, and if I were a member of his party, because they have a little different philosophy, I'd say if you left us 128 openings, you can't be a good president, you can't be a good vice president. But I want to thank you because it gives us almost, it'll probably be above that number by the end of this term. 300 judges. It's a record.
Looking at both your records, why should voters elect you president as opposed to President Trump? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Under this president, we become weaker, sicker, poorer, more divided, and more violent. When I was vice president, we inherited a recession. I was asked to fix it. I did. We left him a booming economy, and he caused a recession. With regard to being weaker, the fact is that I've gone head-to-head with Putin and made it clear to him we're not going to take any of his stuff. He's Putin's puppy. He still refuses to even say anything to Putin about the bounty on the heads of American soldiers.
Your son got $3.5 million.
And by the way, my son...
Wait a minute. Mr. President, your campaign agreed to both sides would get 2-minute answers uninterrupted. Well, your side agreed to it, and why don't you observe what your campaign agreed to as a ground rule, okay, sir?
He never keeps his word. Can you add back
No, I'm not asking. That was a rhetorical question.
Can you add back 30 seconds?
Yeah, yes, you may have.
All right.
Go ahead.
So, thirdly, we're poor. The billionaires have gotten much more wealthy by a tune of over $300 to $400 billion more just since COVID. You in the home, you got less. You're in more trouble than you were before. In terms of being more violent, when we were in office, there were 15% less violence in America than there is today. He's president of the United States. It's on his watch. And with regard to more divided, the nation can't stay divided. We can't be this way. And speaking of my son, the way you talk about the military, the way you talk about them being losers and being and just being suckers. My son was in Iraq. He spent a year there. He got the Bronze Star. He got the Conspicuous Service Medal. He was not a loser. He was a patriot, and the people left behind there were heroes.
Really?
And I resent.
Are you talking about Hunter? Are you talking about Hunter?
I'm talking about my son, Beau Biden. You're talking about.
I don't know Beau. I know Hunter.
Yeah,
Hunter got thrown out of the military. He was thrown out, dishonorably discharged.
That's not true. He wasn't dishonorably.
Cocaine use. And he didn't have a job until you became vice president. Once you became vice president, he made a fortune in Ukraine, in China, in Moscow,
that is simply
and various
not
other places.
True.
He made a fortune.
My son.
And he didn't have a job.
My son, like a lot of people we know at home, had a drug problem. He's overtaken it. He's fixed it. He's worked on it, and I'm proud of him.
But why was he given tens of millions of dollars?
But he wasn't given tens of millions of dollars. That is totally discredited.
We've already been
totally discredited.
We've already been through this. I think the American people would rather hear about more substantial subjects. Well, you know, as the moderator, sir, I'm going to make a judgment call here.
$3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow.
Let's talk about
not true.
Gentlemen,
that report is totally discredited.
Mitt
Romney on that committee said it wasn't worth taxpayers' money, that report. It was written for political reasons.
You know, I'd like to talk about climate change.
So would I.
Okay. The forest fires in the West are raging now. They have burned millions of acres. They have displaced hundreds of thousands of people. When state officials there blame the fires on climate change, Mr. President, you said, I don't think the science knows. Over your 4 years, You have pulled the U.S. out of the Paris Climate Accord. You have rolled back a number of Obama environmental records. What do you believe about the science of climate change, and what will you do in the next 4 years to confront it?
I want crystal clean water and air. I want beautiful, clean air. We have now the lowest carbon. If you look at our numbers right now, we are doing phenomenally. But I haven't destroyed our businesses. Our businesses aren't put out of commission. If you look at the Paris Accord, it was a disaster from our standpoint. And people are actually very happy about what's going on because our businesses are doing well. As far as the fires are concerned, you need forest management in addition to everything else. The forest floors are loaded up with trees, dead trees that are years old, and they're like tinder, and leaves and everything else. You drop a cigarette in there, the whole forest burns down. You've got to have forest management. You've got to have cuts.
What do you believe about the science of climate change, sir?
I believe that we have to do everything we can to have immaculate air, immaculate water, and do whatever else we can that's good. You know, we're planting 1 billion trees, the Billion Tree Project, and it's very exciting.
You believe
for a lot of people.
that human pollution, greenhouse gas emissions contributes to the global warming of this planet?
I think a lot of things do, but I think to an extent, yes. But I also think we have to do better management of our forests. Every year, I get the call, California's burning. California's burning. If that was cleaned, if you had forest management, good forest management, you wouldn't be getting those calls. You know, in Europe, they have forest cities. They're called forest cities. They maintain their forests. They manage their forests. I was with the head of a major country. It's a forest city. He said, sir, we have trees that are far more, they ignite much easier than California. There shouldn't be that problem. I spoke with the governor about it. I'm getting along very well with the governor. But I said, you know, at some point, you can't every year have hundreds of thousands of acres of land just burned to the ground.
But, sir,
that's burning down because of a lack of management.
Sir, if you believe in the science of climate change, why have you rolled back the Obama Clean Power Plan, which limited carbon emissions in power plants? Why have you relaxed?
Because it was driving energy prices through the sky.
Why have you relaxed fuel economy standards that are going to create more pollution from cars
Well,
and
not
trucks?
really, because what's happening is the car is much less expensive and it's a much safer car, and you're talking about a tiny difference. And then what would happen, because of the cost of the car, you would have at least double and triple the number of cars purchased. We have the old slugs out there that are 10, 12 years old. If you did that, the car would be safer. It would be much cheaper by $3,500.
In the case of California, they've simply ignored
No, but you would take a lot of cars off the market because people would be able to afford a car. Now, and by the way, we're going to see how that turns out. But a lot of people agree with me, many people. The car has gotten so expensive because they have computers all over the place for an extra little bit of gasoline. And and I'm okay with electric cars too. I think I'm all for electric cars. I've given big incentives for electric cars. But what they've done in California is just crazy.
Vice President Biden, I'd like you to respond to the president's climate change record, but I also want to ask you about a concern. You proposed $2 trillion in green jobs. You talk about new limits, not abolishing, but new limits on fracking, ending the use of fossil fuels to generate electricity by 2035, and zero net emission of greenhouse gases by 2050. The president says a lot of these things would tank the economy and cost millions of jobs.
He's absolutely wrong, number one. Number two, if in fact, during our administration, the Recovery Act, I was in charge, able to bring down the cost of renewable energy to cheaper than or as cheap as coal and gas and oil. Nobody's going to build another coal-fired plant in America. No one's going to build another oil-fired plant in America. They're going to move to renewable energy, number one. Number two, we're going to make sure that we are able to take the federal fleet and turn it into a fleet that's run on their electric vehicles. Making sure that we can do that, we're going to put 500,000 charging stations and all of the highways that we're going to be building in the future. We're going to build an economy that, in fact, is going to provide for the ability us to take 4 million buildings and make sure that they, in fact, are weatherized in a way that, in fact, they'll emit significantly less gas and oil because the heat will not be going out. There's so many things that we can do now to create thousands and thousands of jobs. We can get to net zero in terms of energy production by 2035. Not only not costing people jobs, creating jobs, creating millions of good paying jobs, not $15 an hour, but prevailing wage, by having a new infrastructure that in fact is green. And the first thing I will do, I will rejoin the Paris Accord. I will join the Paris Accord because with us out of it, look what's happening. It's all falling apart. And talk about someone who has no relationship with foreign policy. Brazil, the rainforests of Brazil are being torn down, are being ripped down. More carbon is absorbed in that rainforest than every bit of carbon that's emitted in the United States. Instead of doing something about that, I would be gathering up and making sure we had the countries of the world coming up with $20 billion and say, here's $20 billion. Stop tearing down the forest. And if you don't, then you're going to have significant economic consequences.
What about the argument that President Trump basically says that you have to balance environmental interests and economic interests, and he's drawn his line?
Well, he hadn't drawn a line. He still, for example, he wants to make sure that methane's not a problem. You can now emit more methane without it being a problem. Methane. Right. This is a guy who says that you don't have to have mileage standards for automobiles that exist now. This is the guy who says that, well, the fact that it's all true. And here's the deal.
He's talking about the Green New Deal, and it's not $2 billion or $20 billion, as you said. It's $100 trillion.
I'm talking about
where they want to rip down buildings and rebuild the building.
No,
it's the dumbest, most ridiculous. Where airplanes are out of business, where two-car systems are out, where they want to take out the cows too. That's not true either, right? This is a $100 trillion.
Look,
that's more money than our country could make in 100 years if we're going
by the case.
All right, let me
destroy our
because
country.
I actually, wait a minute, sir. I actually have studied your plan, and it includes upgrading 4 million buildings, weatherizing 2 million homes over 4 years, building 1.5 million energy-efficient homes. So the question becomes, the president is saying, I think some people who support the president would say that sounds like it's going to cost a lot of money and hurt the economy.
What it's going to do is going to create thousands and millions of jobs, good paying jobs.
But let him finish, sir.
He doesn't know how to do that.
$100 billion.
The fact is, it's going to create millions of good-paying jobs, and these tax incentives for people to weatherize, which he wants to get rid of. It's going to make the economy much safer. Look how much we're paying now to deal with the hurricanes. By the way, he has an answer for hurricanes. He said maybe we should drop a nuclear weapon on them. They may.
I never said that.
That's what he did say.
You made it up.
And here's the deal.
You make up.
We are going to be in a position where we can create hard, good jobs by making sure the environment is clean and we all are in better shape. We spend billions of dollars now, on floods, hurricanes, rising seas. We're in real trouble. Look what's happened just in the Midwest with these storms that come through and wipe out entire sections and counties in Iowa. That didn't happen before. They're because of global warming. We make up 15% of the world's problem. But the rest of the world, we've got to get them to come along. That's why we have to get back into the Paris Accord.
All right, gentlemen.
Wait a minute, Chris. So why didn't he do it for 47 years? You were vice president. Why didn't you get the world? China sends up real dirt into the air. Russia does. India does. They all do. We're supposed to be good. And by the way, he made a couple of statements. The Green New Deal is $100 trillion.
That is not my plan.
That's
the Green New
you want to rebuild every
is
building.
Not my plan.
You want to rebuild every.
If he knew anything about,
he made a statement about the military. He said I said something about the military. He and his friends made it up, and then they went with it. I never said it.
Okay.
That is
what
not
he
true.
did is
You're
he
done in
said
this segment.
he called
Mr.
the military
Vice President,
stupid bastards.
I
and he
did
said
not
it on
say
tape. He said stupid bastards. He said it.
Stop.
I would never say that.
Play
to the
it.
military.
Play it.
Go ahead, Mr.
You're on
Vice
tape.
President. answered his final question.
The final question is, I can't remember which of all his rantings.
I'm having a little trouble myself, but and about the economy and about this question of what it's going to cost.
The economy.
I mean, the Green New Deal and the idea of what your environmental changes will do.
The Green New Deal will pay for itself as we move forward. We're not going to build plants that, in fact, are great polluting plants.
So do you
We're going to
support
build
the Green New Deal?
Pardon me?
Do you support?
No, I don't support the Green New Deal.
Oh, you don't? Oh, well, that's a big statement.
I
That
support
means you
the
just
Biden.
lost the radical left.
I support
you
the
don't.
Biden plan that I put forward.
Okay.
The Biden plan, which is different than what he calls the radical Green New Deal.
All right, gentlemen, final segment, election integrity. As we meet tonight, millions of Americans are receiving mail-in ballots or going to vote early. How confident should we be that this will be a fair election day? What are you prepared to do to reassure the American people that the next president will be the legitimate winner of this election? In this final segment, Mr. Vice President, you go first.
Prepared to let people vote. They should go to iwillvote.com, decide how they're going to vote, when they're going to vote, and what means by which they're going to vote. His own Homeland Security Director, and as well as the FBI Director, says there is no evidence at all that mail-in ballots are a source of being manipulated and cheating. They said that. The fact is that there are going to be millions of people because of COVID that are going to be voting by mail-in ballots, like he does, by the way. He sits behind the Resolute desk and sends his ballot to Florida, number one. Number two, we're going to make sure that those people who want to vote in person are able to vote because enough poll watchers are there to make sure they can socially distance. The polls are open on time, and the polls stay open until the votes are counted. And this is all about trying to dissuade people from voting because he's trying to scare people into thinking that it's not going to be legitimate. Show up and vote. You will determine the outcome of this election. Vote, vote, vote. If you're able to vote early in your state, vote early. If you're able to vote in person, vote in person. Vote whatever way is the best way for you, because he cannot stop you from being able to determine the outcome of this election. And in terms of whether or not when the votes are counted, and they're all counted, that will be accepted. If I win, that will be accepted. If I lose, that'll be accepted. But by the way, if in fact he says he's not sure what he's going to accept, well, let me tell you something. It doesn't matter, because if we get the votes, it's going to be all over. He's going to go. He can't stay in power. It won't happen. It won't happen. So vote. Just make sure you understand you have it in your control to determine what this country is going to look like the next 4 years. Is it going to change? You're going to get 4 more years of these lies.
Mr. President, 2 minutes.
So when I listened to Joe talking about a transition, there's been no transition from when I won. I won that election. And if you look at crooked Hillary Clinton, if you look at all of the different people, there was no transition because they came after me trying to do a coup. They came after me spying on my campaign. They started from the day I won and even before I won, from the day I came down the escalator with our First Lady. They were a disaster. They were a disgrace to our country. And we've caught them. We've caught them all. We've got it all on tape. We've caught them all. And by the way, you gave the idea for the Logan Act against General Flynn. You better take a look at that, because we caught you in a sense. And President Obama was sitting in the office. He knew about it too. So don't tell me about a free transition. As far as the ballots are concerned, it's a disaster. A solicited ballot, okay, solicited is okay. You're soliciting, you're asking, they send it back, you send it back. I did that. If you have an unsolicited, they're sending millions of ballots all over the country. There's fraud. They found them in creeks. They found some with the name Trump, just happened to have the name Trump just the other day in a waste paper basket. They're being sent all over the place. They sent 2 in a Democrat area. They sent out 1,000 ballots. Everybody got 2 ballots. This is going to be a fraud like you've never seen. The other thing, it's nice on November 3rd, you're watching and you see who won the election. And I think we're going to do well because people are really happy with the job we've done. But you know what? We won't know. We might not know for months because these ballots are going to be all over. Take a look at what happened in Manhattan. Take a look at what happened in New Jersey. Take a look at what happened in Virginia and other places. They're not losing 2%, 1%, which, by the way, is too much. An election could be won or lost with that. They're losing 30 and 40%. It's a fraud, and it's a shame. And can you imagine where they say you have to have your ballot in by November 10th? November 10th. That means that's 7 days after the election, in theory, should have been announced.
Okay.
We have major states with that,
sir,
all run by
2
Democrats.
minutes is 2 minutes.
All run by Democrats. It's
President Trump,
it's a rigged election.
you're going to be able to continue. You have been charging for months that mail-in balloting is going to be a disaster. You say it's rigged, that it's going to lead to fraud. But in 2018, in the last midterm election, 31 million people voted mail-in voting. That was a quarter, more than a quarter of all the voters that year cast their ballots by mail. Now that millions of mail-in ballots have gone out, what are you going to do about it? And are you counting on the Supreme Court, including a Justice Barrett, to settle any dispute?
Yeah, I think I'm counting on them to look at the ballots, definitely. I hope we don't need them in terms of the election itself. But for the ballots, I think so, because what's happening is incredible. I read today, where at least 1% of the ballots for 2016 were invalidated. They take them, we don't like them, we don't like them.
But what are you going to do about it? There are millions of ballots going out right now.
What you do is you go and vote. You do a solicited ballot, and that's okay, or you go and vote.
I'm asking you about the fact that millions of people...
You go and vote. You go and vote.
But like they
used to in the old...
Millions of people...
You either do, Chris, a solicited ballot where you're sending it in, they're sending it back, and you're sending... They have mailmen with lots of it. Did you see what's going on? Take a look at West Virginia, mailmen selling the ballots. They're being sold. They're being dumped in rivers. This is a horrible thing for our country.
This is not
going to end well.
There is no evidence
This is not going to end well.
5 states have had mail-in ballots for the last decade or more. 5, including 2 Republican states. And you don't have to solicit the ballot. It's sent to you. It's sent to your home. What they're saying is that it has to be a postmark by election day. If it doesn't get in till the 7th, 8th, 9th, it still should be counted. He's just afraid of counting the votes because he knows the outcome.
You're wrong.
I want to continue with you on this. Vice President Biden.
Chris, he's so wrong when he makes a statement like that.
Excuse me. Vice President Biden, the biggest problem, in fact, over the years with mail-in voting has not been fraud historically. It has been that sizable numbers, sometimes hundreds of thousands of ballots are thrown out because they have not been properly filled out, or there is some other irregularity, or they missed the deadline. So the question I have is, are you concerned that the Supreme Court with a Justice Barrett will settle any dispute?
I'm concerned that any court would settle this, because here's the deal. When you get a ballot and you fill it out, you're supposed to have an affidavit. If you didn't know, you have someone say that this is me. You should be able to, if in fact you can verify that's you before the ballot is thrown out, that's sufficient to be able to count the ballot because someone made a mistake and not dotting the correct I. Who they voted for, testify, say who they voted for, say it's you. That is totally legitimate.
All right.
Excuse me, Chris, when you have 80 million ballots,
I have a final
Senate
question.
and swamping the system, you know it can't be done. You know it can't, and already there's been fraud.
Mail service delivers
wait a minute, gentlemen. The final question is, in 8 states, we can keep talking. In 8 states, election workers are prohibited, currently by law, 8 states, from even beginning to process ballots, even take them out of the envelopes and flatten them until Election Day. That means that it's likely, because there's going to be a huge increase in mail-in balloting, that we are not going to know on election night who the winner is, that it could be days, it could be weeks,
could be months,
until we find out who the new president is. So first for you, sir, finally for the vice president, I hope neither of you will interrupt the other. Will you urge your supporters to stay calm during this extended period, not to engage in any civil unrest? And will you pledge tonight that you will not declare victory until the election has been independently certified? President Trump, you go first.
I'm urging my supporters to go into the polls and watch very carefully, because that's what has to happen. I am urging them to do it. As you know, today there was a big problem. In Philadelphia, they went in to watch. They're called poll watchers, a very safe, very nice thing. They were thrown out. They weren't allowed to watch. You know why? Because bad things happen in Philadelphia, bad things. And I am urging I am urging my people. I hope it's going to be a fair election. If it's a fair
You're urging
election,
them what?
I am 100% on board. But if I see tens of thousands of ballots being manipulated, I can't go along with that. And I'll tell you
what
what,
does that mean,
from a
not go
common
along?
sense,
Does that mean you're
I'll
gonna
tell you
tell
what
your
it means.
people to take to the
It means you have a fraudulent election. You're
And what are
sending
you
out
gonna do?
80
And
million
what would you
ballots.
do
They're
about that?
not equipped to. These people aren't equipped to handle it. Number one. Number two,
Okay.
they cheat. They cheat. Hey, they found ballots in a waste paper basket 3 days ago, and they all had the name
All right.
military ballots. They were military. They all had the name Trump on them.
Vice President
You think
Biden,
that's good?
Vice President Biden, final question for you. Will you urge your supporters to stay calm while the vote is counted, and will you pledge not to declare victory until the election is independently certified?
Yes, and here's the deal. We count the ballots, as you pointed out. Some of these ballots in some states can't even be opened until Election Day. And if there's thousands of ballots, it's going to take time to do it. And by the way, our military, they've been voting by ballots since the end of the Civil War, in effect. And that's what's going to happen. Why is it for them somehow not fraudulent? It's the same process. It's honest. No one has established at all that there is fraud related to mail-in ballots, that somehow it's a fraudulent process.
It's already been established. Take a look at
No,
Carolyn Maloney's race
I
in
asked
Manhattan.
you had an opportunity
Look
to
at
respond.
Carolyn Maloney.
Go ahead.
They have no idea what
Vice
happened.
President Biden, go ahead.
He has no idea what he's talking about. Here's the deal. The fact is, I will accept it, and he will too. You know why? Because once the winner is declared, after all the ballots are counted, all the votes are counted, that'll be the end of it. That'll be the end of it. And if it's me, in fact, fine. If it's not me, I'll support the outcome. And I'll be a president not just for the Democrats. I'll be a president for Democrats and Republicans. And this guy,
I want to see an
fact,
honest
Okay,
ballot.
gentlemen, you say that's the end of it? This is the end of this
An
debate?
honest ballot count.
We're
And I
going to
think
leave
he
it
does
there.
too.
To be continued as in more debates as we go on. President Trump, Vice President Biden, it's been an interesting hour and a half. I want to thank you both for participating in the first of 3 debates that you have agreed to engage in. We want to thank Case Western Reserve University and the Cleveland Clinic for hosting this event. The next debate, sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates, will be 1 week from tomorrow, October 7th, at the University of Utah in Salt Lake City. The 2 vice presidential nominees, Vice President Mike Pence and Senator Kamala Harris, will debate at 9 p.m. Eastern that night. We hope you watch. Until then, thank you and good night. Thank you.
At the end of the debate, and now, when I introduce the candidates, Please welcome California Senator Kamala Harris and Vice President Mike Pence.
Thank you.
Senator Harris and Vice President Pence, thank you for being here. We're meeting as President Trump and the First Lady continue to undergo treatment in Washington after testing positive for COVID-19. We send our thoughts and prayers to them for their rapid and complete recovery and for the recovery of everyone afflicted by the coronavirus. The two campaigns and the Commission on Presidential Debates have agreed to the ground rules for tonight. I'm here to enforce them on behalf of the millions of Americans who are watching. One note, no one in either campaign or at the Commission or anywhere else has been told in advance what topics I'll raise or what questions I'll ask. This 90-minute debate will be divided into 9 segments of about 10 minutes each. I'll begin a segment by posing a question to each of you, sometimes the same question, sometimes a different question on the same topic. You will then have 2 minutes to answer without interruption by me or the other candidate. Then we'll take 6 minutes or so to discuss the issue. At that point, although there will always be more to say, we'll move on to the next topic. We want a debate that is lively, but Americans also deserve a discussion that is civil. These are tumultuous times, but we can and will have a respectful exchange about the big issues facing our nation. Let's begin with the ongoing pandemic that has cost our country so much. Senator Harris, the coronavirus is not under control. Over the past week, Johns Hopkins reports that 39 states have had more COVID cases over the past 7 days than in the week before. 9 states have set new records. Even if a vaccine is released soon, the next administration will face hard choices. What would a Biden administration do in January and February that a Trump administration wouldn't do? Would you impose new lockdowns for businesses and schools and hotspots? A federal mandate to wear masks? You have 2 minutes to respond without interruption.
Thank you, Susan. Well, the American people have witnessed what is the greatest failure of any presidential administration in the history of our country. And here are the facts. 210,000 dead people in our country in just the last several months. Over 7 million people who have contracted this disease. 1 in 5 businesses closed. We're looking at frontline workers who have been treated like sacrificial workers. We are looking at over 30 million people who in the last several months had to file for unemployment. And here's the thing. On January 28th, the Vice President and the President were informed about the nature of this pandemic. They were informed that it's lethal in consequence, that it is airborne, that it will affect young people, and that it would be contracted because it is airborne. And they knew what was happening and they didn't tell you. Can you imagine if you knew on January 28th, as opposed to March 13th, what they knew, what you might have done to prepare? They knew and they covered it up. The president said it was a hoax. They minimized the seriousness of it. The president said, you're on one side of his ledger if you wear a mask, you're on the other side of his ledger if you don't. And in spite of all of that, today they still don't have a plan. They still don't have a plan. Well, Joe Biden does. And our plan is about what we need to do around a national strategy for contact tracing, for testing, for administration of the vaccine, and making sure that it will be free for all. That is the plan that Joe Biden has and that I have, knowing that we have to get a hold of what has been going on, and we need to save our country. And Joe Biden is the best leader to do that, and frankly, this administration has forfeited their right to re-election based on this.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Vice President Pence, more than 210,000 Americans have died of COVID-19 since February. The U.S. death toll as a percentage of our population is higher than that of almost every other wealthy nation on earth. For instance, our death rate is 2.5 times that of Canada next door. You head the administration's coronavirus task force. Why is the U.S. death toll as a percentage of our population higher than that of almost every other wealthy country? And you have 2 minutes to respond without interruption.
Susan, thank you. And I want to thank the Commission and the University of Utah for hosting this event. And Senator Harris, it's a privilege to be on the stage with you. Our nation has gone through a very challenging time this year. But I want the American people to know that from the very first day, President Donald Trump has put the health of America first. Before there were more than 5 cases in the United States, all people who had returned from China, President Donald Trump did what no other American president had ever done. And that was he suspended all travel from China, the second largest economy in the world. Now, Senator Joe Biden opposed that decision. He said it was xenophobic and hysterical. But I can tell you, having led the White House Coronavirus Task Force, that that decision alone by President Trump bought us invaluable time to stand up the greatest national mobilization since World War II. And I believe it saved hundreds of thousands of American lives. Because with that time, we were able to reinvent testing. More than 115 million tests have been done to date. We were able to see to the delivery of billions of supplies so our doctors and nurses had the resource and support they needed. And we began, really, before the month of February was out, to develop a vaccine and to develop medicines and therapeutics that have been saving lives all along the way. And under President Trump's leadership, Operation Warp Speed, we believe we'll have literally tens of millions of doses of a vaccine before the end of this year. The reality is, when you look at the Biden plan, it reads an awful lot like what President Trump and I and our task force have been doing every step of the way. I mean, quite frankly, when I look at their plan that talks about advancing testing, creating new PPE, developing a vaccine, it looks a little bit like plagiarism, which is something Joe Biden knows a little bit about. And I think the American people know that this is a president who has put the health of America first, and the American people, I believe with my heart, can be proud of the sacrifices they have made. It's saved countless American lives.
Senator Harris, would you like to respond?
Absolutely. Whatever the vice president is claiming the administration has done, clearly it hasn't worked. When you're looking at over 210,000 dead bodies in our country, American lives that have been lost, families that are grieving that loss. And you know, the vice president is the head of the task force and knew on January 28th how serious this was. And then thanks to Bob Woodward, we learned that they knew about it. And then when that was exposed, the vice president said, when asked, well, why didn't y'all tell anybody? He said, because the president wanted people to remain calm.
Well, let's get
no, but Susan, this is important.
Susan,
I want to add, but
here.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
I have to
I'm
weigh
speaking.
Yeah, you
So
can have
I
15 more
wanna-
seconds, and then we'll give the vice president
Thank
a
you.
chance to
So I
respond.
want to ask the American people, how calm were you when you were panicked about where you're going to get your next roll of toilet paper? How calm were you when your kids were sent home from school and you didn't know when they could go back? How calm
Thank
were
you.
you
Thank
when
you,
your
Senator
children
Harris.
couldn't see your parents because you were afraid they could kill them?
Let's give Vice President Pence a chance to respond. Vice President Pence, you have 1 minute to
You
respond.
know, there's not a day gone by that I haven't thought of every American family that's lost a loved one. And I want all of you to know that you'll always be in our hearts and in our prayers. But when you say what the American people have done over these last 8 months hasn't worked, that's a great disservice to the sacrifices the American people have made.
I'm referring
The
to you,
reality,
the
if I may finish, Senator, the reality is Dr. Fauci said everything that he told the president in the Oval Office, the president told the American people. Now, President Trump, I will tell you, has boundless confidence in the American people, and he always spoke with confidence that we'd get through this together. But when you say it hasn't worked, when Dr. Fauci and Dr. Birx and our medical experts came to us in the second week of March, they said if the president didn't take the unprecedented step of shutting down roughly half of the American economy, that we could lose 2.2 million Americans. Now, that's the reality.
Thank you.
They also
Thank you,
said
Vice
to us if we
President
did
Pence.
everything right, Susan, we could still lose more than 200,000 Americans.
Vice
Now,
President
one
Pence.
life lost is too
Thank you.
many, Susan. But the American people, I believe, deserve credit for the sacrifices that they have made, putting the health of their family and their neighbors first, our doctors, our nurses, our first
Thank you, Vice
responders.
President Pence.
And I'm going to speak up on behalf of what the American people have done.
Vice President Pence, you were in the front row in a Rose Garden event 11 days ago at what seems to have been a super spreader event for senior administration and congressional officials. No social distancing, few masks, and now a cluster of coronavirus cases among those who were there. How can you expect Americans to follow the administration's safety guidelines to protect themselves from COVID when you at the White House have not been doing so?
Well, the American people have demonstrated over the last 8 months that when given the facts, they're willing to put the health of their families and their neighbors and people they don't even know first. President Trump and I have great confidence in the American people and their ability to take that information and put it into practice. In the height of the epidemic, when we were losing a heartbreaking number of 2,500 Americans a day, we surged resources to New Jersey and New York and New Orleans and Detroit. We told the American people what needed to be done, and the American people made the sacrifices. When the outbreak in the Sun Belt happened this summer, again, Americans stepped forward. But the reality is the work of the President of the United States goes on. A vacancy on the Supreme Court of the United States has come upon us, and the President introduced Judge Amy Coney
Yes,
Barrett.
thank you. Thank you, Vice
But
President
at that,
Pence.
if I may say, that Rose Garden event, there's been a great deal of speculation about it. My wife Karen and I were there and honored to be there. Many of the people who were at that event, Susan, actually were tested
Yes.
for coronavirus, and it was an outdoor event, which all of our scientists regularly and routinely advise. The difference here is President Trump and I trust the American people to make choices in the best interest of their health. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris consistently talk about mandates, and not just mandates with the coronavirus, but a government takeover of health care,
Thank you. Thank
the
you, Vice
Green New
President Pence.
Deal, all government control. We're about freedom and respecting the freedom of the American people.
Let's talk about respecting the American people. You respect the American people when you tell them the truth. You respect the American people when you have the courage
Which we've
to be a
always
leader
done.
speaking of those things that you may not want people to hear, but they need to hear so they can protect themselves. But this administration stood on information that if you had as a parent, if you had as a worker knowing you didn't have enough money saved up, and now you're standing in a food line because of the ineptitude of an administration that was unwilling to speak the truth to the American people. So let's talk about caring about the American people. The American people have had to sacrifice far too much because of the incompetence of this administration. It is asking too much of the people.
Susan, we talked
No,
about
Vice
It is
President
asking
Pence.
too much of the people.
Let-
That they would not be equipped with the information they need to help themselves to protect
Susan,
their
the
parents
President-
and
No,
their
I'm sorry.
children.
Kamala Harris, Senator Harris, I'm sorry.
It's
I meant
fine,
to
I'm
say-
Kamala.
No, you're Senator Harris to me. For life to get back to normal, Dr. Anthony Fauci and other experts say that most of the people who can be vaccinated need to be vaccinated. But half of Americans now say they wouldn't take a vaccine if it was released now. If the Trump administration approves a vaccine before or after the election, should Americans take it, and would you take it?
If the public health professionals, if Dr. Fauci, if the doctors tell us that we should take it, I'll be the first in line to take it, absolutely. But if Donald Trump tells us that we should take it, I'm not taking it.
Vice President Pence, there have been a lot of repercussions from this pandemic. In recent days, the president's diagnosis of COVID-19 has underscored the importance of the job that you hold and that you are seeking. That's our second topic tonight. It's the role of the vice president. One of you will make history on January 20th. You will be the vice president to the oldest president the United States has ever had. Donald Trump will be 74 years old on Inauguration Day. Joe Biden will be 78 years old. That already has raised concerns among some voters, concerns that have been sharpened by President Trump's hospitalization in recent days. Vice President Pence, have you had a conversation or reached an agreement with President Trump about safeguards or procedures when it comes to the issue of presidential disability? And if not, do you think you should? You have 2 minutes without interruption.
Well, Susan, thank you, although I would like to go back.
I think we need to move on
well,
to the
thank
issue
you,
of
but I would like to
vice
go back
presidency.
Because the reality is that we're going to have a vaccine, Senator, in record time, in unheard of time, in less than a year. We have 5 companies in phase 3 clinical trials, and we're right now producing tens of millions of doses. So the fact that you continue to undermine public confidence in a vaccine, if the vaccine emerges during the Trump administration, I think is unconscionable. And Senator, I just ask you, stop playing politics with people's lives. The reality is that we will have a vaccine, we believe, before the end of this year. And it will have the capacity to save countless American lives. And your continuous undermining of confidence in a vaccine is just, it's just unacceptable. And let me also say, you know, the reality is when you talk about failure in this administration, we actually do know what failure looks like in a pandemic. It was 2009. The swine flu arrived in the United States. Thankfully, it ended up not being as lethal as the coronavirus. But before the end of the year, when Joe Biden was vice president of the United States, not 7.5 million people contracted the swine flu. 60 million Americans contracted the swine flu. If the swine flu had been as lethal as the coronavirus, in 2009, when Joe Biden was vice president, we would have lost 2 million American lives. His own chief of staff, Ron Klain, would say last year that it was pure luck that they did, quote, everything possible wrong. And we learned from that. They left the Strategic National Stockpile empty. They left an empty and hollow plan, but we
Thank
still
you, Vice
learned
President
from it.
Pence.
And I think
Vice
the
President
American
Pence, your time
people,
is
I'm going
up.
to say again, can be
Vice
proud
President Pence, I'm sorry,
of
your
what
time
we
is
have
up.
done. And Senator, please
Thank you, Vice
stop
President
undermining
Pence.
confidence in a vaccine.
Senator Harris, let me ask you the same question that I asked
Sure.
Vice President Pence, which is, have you had a conversation or reached an agreement with Vice President Biden about safeguards or procedures when it comes to the issue of presidential disability? And if not, and if you win the election next month, do you think you should? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
So let me tell you, first of all, the day I got the call from Joe Biden, it was actually a Zoom call, asking me to serve with him on this ticket was probably one of the most memorable days of my life. I thought about my mother, who came to the United States at the age of 19, gave birth to me at the age of 25 at Kaiser Hospital in Oakland, California. And the thought that I'd be sitting here right now, I know would make her proud, and she must be looking down on this. You know, Joe and I were raised in a very similar way. We were raised with values that are about hard work, about the value and the dignity of public service, and about the importance of fighting for the dignity of all people. And I think Joe asked me to serve with him because, you know, I have a career that included being elected the first woman district attorney of San Francisco, where I created models of innovation for law enforcement in terms of reform of the criminal justice system. I was elected the first woman of color and black woman to be elected Attorney General of the state of California, where I ran the second largest Department of Justice in the United States, second only to the United States Department of Justice. And there I took on everything from transnational criminal organizations to the big banks that were taking advantage of homeowners, to for-profit colleges that were taking advantage of veterans. And then, of course, now I serve in the United States Senate as only the second black woman ever elected to the United States Senate. I serve on the Senate Intelligence Committee, where I've been in regular receipt of classified information about threats to our nation and hotspots around the world. I've traveled the world. I've met with our soldiers in war zones. And I think Joe has asked me to serve with him because he knows that we share a purpose, which is about lifting up the American people. And after the 4 years that we have seen of Donald Trump unifying our country around our common values and principles.
Thank you, Senator Harris. You know, neither President Trump nor Vice President Biden has released a sort of detailed health information that had become the modern norm until the 2016 election. And in recent days, President Trump's doctors have given misleading answers or refused to answer basic questions about his health. And my question to each of you in turn is this information voters deserve to know? Vice President Pence, would you like to go first?
Well, Susan, thank you. And let me say, on behalf of the President and the First Lady, how moved we've all been by the outpouring of prayers and concern for the President. And I do believe it's emblematic of the prayers and the concern that have ushered forth for every American impacted by the coronavirus. But the care the President received at Walter Reed Hospital, the White House doctors, was exceptional. And the transparency that they practiced all along the way will continue. The American people have a right to know about the health and well-being of their president, and will continue to do that. But I'm just extremely grateful and was more than a little moved by the broad and bipartisan support. And Senator, I want to thank you and Joe Biden for your expressions of genuine concern. And I also want to congratulate you, as I did on that phone call, on the historic nature of your nomination.
Thank you.
I never expected to be on this stage 4 years ago, so I know the feeling. But the reality is we've got an election before the American people in the midst of this challenging year. And the stakes have never been higher, but I think the choice has never been clearer.
I want to give Senator Harris a chance to respond to the same question I asked, which is, do voters have a right to know more detailed health information about presidential candidates, and especially about presidents, especially when they're facing some kind of challenge?
Absolutely, and that's why Joe Biden has been so incredibly transparent, and certainly by contrast, the president has not, both in terms of health records, but also let's look at taxes. We now know, because of great investigative journalism, that Donald Trump paid $750 in taxes. When I first heard about it, I literally said, "You mean $750,000? And it was like, no, $750. We now know Donald Trump owes and is in debt for $400 million. And just so everyone is clear, when we say in debt, it means you owe money to somebody. And it'd be really good to know who the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief, owes money to, because the American people have a right to know what is influencing the President's decisions. And is he making those decisions on the best interest of the American people, of you, or self-interest? So, Susan, I'm glad you asked about transparency, because it has to be across the board. Joe has been incredibly transparent over many, many years. The one thing we all know about Joe, he puts it all out there. He is honest, he is forthright. But Donald Trump, on the other hand, has been about covering up everything.
Thank you, Senator Harris. I want to give you a chance to respond, Vice President.
Well, look, I respect the fact that Joe Biden spent 47 years in public life. I respect your public service as well.
Thank you.
The American people have a president who's a businessman, he's a job creator, who's paid tens of millions of dollars in taxes, payroll taxes, property taxes. He's created tens of thousands of American jobs. And the president said those public reports are not accurate. And the president's also released literally stacks of financial disclosures the American people can review, just as the law allows. But the distinction here is that Joe Biden, 47 years in public service, compared to President Donald Trump, who brought all of that experience 4 years ago.
Thank you, Vice
And
President.
turned this economy around by cutting taxes, rolling back regulation, unleashing
Vice
American
President
energy,
Pence.
fighting for free and fair trade, and all of that's
thank you,
on the
Vice
line
President
if
Pence.
Joe Biden and Kamala Harris.
You know, that's a good
White
segue into our third
great
topic,
segue.
which is about the economy. This has been another aspect of life for Americans that's been so affected by this coronavirus. We have a jobs crisis brewing. On Friday, we learned that the unemployment rate had declined to 7.9% in September, but the job growth had stalled, and that was before the latest round of layoffs and furloughs in the airline industry at Disney and elsewhere. Hundreds of thousands of discouraged workers have stopped looking for work. Nearly 11 million jobs that existed at the beginning of the year haven't been replaced. Those hardest hit include Latinos, Blacks, and women. Senator Harris, the Biden-Harris campaign has proposed new programs to boost the economy, and you would pay for that new spending by raising $4 trillion in taxes on wealthy individuals and corporations. Some economists warn that could curb entrepreneurial ventures that fuel growth and create jobs. Would raising taxes put the recovery at risk, and you have 2 minutes to answer uninterrupted.
Thank you. On the issue of the economy, I think there couldn't be a more fundamental difference between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Joe Biden believes you measure the health and the strength of America's economy based on the health and the strength of the American worker and the American family. On the other hand, you have Donald Trump, who measures the strength of the economy based on how rich people are doing, which is why he passed a tax bill benefiting the top 1% and the biggest corporations of America, leading to a $2 trillion deficit that the American people are going to have to pay for. On day one, Joe Biden will repeal that tax bill. He'll get rid of it. And what he'll do with the money is invest it in the American people. And through a plan that is about investing in infrastructure, something that Donald Trump said he would do. I remember hearing about some infrastructure week. I don't think it ever happened. But Joe Biden will do that. He'll invest in infrastructure. It's about upgrading our roads and bridges, but also investing in clean energy and renewable energy. Joe is going to invest that money in what we need to do around innovation. There was a time when our country believed in science and invested in research and development so that we were an innovation leader on the globe. Joe Biden will use that money to invest in education. So, for example, for folks who want to go to a 2-year community college, it will be free. If you come from a family that makes less than $125,000, you'll go to a public university for free. And across the board, we'll make sure that if you have student loan debt, it's cut by $10,000. That's how Joe Biden thinks about the economy, which is it's about investing in the people of our country as opposed to passing a tax bill, which had the benefit of letting American corporations go offshore to do their business.
Thank you,
You're
Senator
welcome.
Harris. Vice President Pence, your administration has been predicting a rapid and robust recovery, but the latest economic report suggests that's not happening. Should Americans be braced for an economic comeback that is going to take not months, but a year or more? You have 2 minutes to answer uninterrupted.
When President Trump and I took office, America had gone through the slowest economic recovery since the Great Depression. It's when Joe Biden was vice president, they tried to tax and spend and regulate and bail our way back to a growing economy. President Trump cut taxes across the board. Despite what Senator Harris says, the average American family of 4 had $2,000 in savings in taxes. And with the rise in wages that occurred, most predominantly for blue-collar, hardworking Americans, the average household income for a family of 4 increased by $4,000 following President Trump's tax cuts. But America, you just heard Senator Harris tell you, on day one, Joe Biden's going to raise your taxes. It's really remarkable to think, Susan. I mean, right after a time where we're going through a pandemic that lost 22 million jobs at the height, we've already added back 11.6 million jobs because we had a president who cut taxes, rolled back regulation, unleashed American energy, fought for free and fair trade, and secured $4 trillion from the Congress of the United States to give direct payments to families, save 50 million jobs through the Paycheck Protection Program. We literally have spared no expense to help the American people and the American worker through this. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris want to raise taxes. They want to bury our economy under a $2 trillion Green New Deal, which you were one of the original co-sponsors of in the United States Senate. They want to abolish fossil fuels and ban fracking, which would cost hundreds of thousands of American jobs all across the heartland. And Joe Biden wants to go back to the economic surrender to China, that when we took office, half of our international trade deficit was with China alone. And Joe Biden wants to repeal all of the tariffs that President Trump put into effect to fight for American jobs and American workers. Joe Biden says democracy's on the ballot. Make no mistake about it, Susan. The American economy, the American comeback is on the ballot with 4 more years of growth and opportunity, 4 more years of President Donald Trump. 2021 is going to be the biggest economic year in the history of this country.
Thank you, Vice President Pence. Senator Harris.
Well, I mean, I thought we saw enough of it in last week's debate, but I think this is supposed to be a debate based on fact and truth. And the truth and the fact is, Joe Biden has been very clear. He will not raise taxes on anybody who makes less than $400,000 a year.
He said he's going to repeal the Trump tax cuts.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking.
Well, wait.
I'm speaking.
It'd be important if you said the truth. Joe Biden has said twice in the debate last week that he's going to repeal the Trump tax cuts. That was tax cuts that gave the average working family $2,000 in a tax break every single year. Senator,
that is
that's the math.
absolutely not true. That
Is he
tax
only
bill-
cutting, is he only going to repeal part of the Trump tax cuts?
If you don't mind letting me finish, we can then
Please.
have a conversation, okay?
Please.
Okay. Joe Biden will not raise taxes on anyone who makes less than $400,000 a year. He has been very clear about that. Joe Biden will not end fracking. He has been very clear about that. Joe Biden is the one who, during the Great Recession, was responsible for the Recovery Act that brought America back. And now the Trump-Pence administration wants to take credit when they rode the coattails of Joe Biden's success for the economy that they had at the beginning of their term. Of course, now the economy is a complete disaster. But Joe Biden, on the one hand, did that. On the other hand, you have Donald Trump, who has reigned over a recession that is being compared to the Great Depression. On the one hand, you have Joe Biden, who was responsible with President Barack Obama for the Affordable Care Act, which brought health care to over 20 million Americans and protected people with pre-existing conditions. And what it also did is it saved those families who otherwise were going bankrupt because of hospital bills they could not afford. On the other hand, you have Donald Trump, who's in court right now, trying to get rid of,
Thank you, Senator
trying to
Harris.
get rid of the Affordable Care Act, which means that you will lose protections if you have pre-existing conditions. And this is very important, Susan.
Yes,
and it's
but we
important
need to give,
clear-
we need to give Vice President.
I'd
Pence a
just like
chance
to, he
respond.
interrupted me, and I'd like to just finish, please. If you have a pre-existing condition, heart disease, diabetes, breast cancer, they're coming for you. If you love someone who has a pre-existing
nonsense.
condition,
Thank
they're
you, Senator
coming for
Harris.
you. If you are under the age of 26 on your parents' coverage, they're coming for you.
Senator Harris, thank you.
You're
Let me
welcome.
give you a chance to respond.
Well, I hope we have a chance to talk about health care because Obamacare was a disaster. The American people remember it well. And President Trump and I have a plan to improve health care and to protect pre-existing conditions for every American. But look, Senator Harris, you're entitled to your own opinion, but you're not entitled to your own facts. You yourself said on
Good
multiple occasions when you were running for president that you would ban fracking. Joe Biden looked at a supporter in the eye and pointed and said, I guarantee that we will abolish fossil fuels. They have a $2 trillion version of the Green New Deal, Susan, that your newspaper, USA Today, said really wasn't that very different from the original Green New Deal. More taxes, more regulation, banning fracking, abolishing fossil fuel, crushing American energy, and economic surrender to China is a prescription for economic decline. President Trump and I will keep America growing. The V-shaped recovery that's underway right now will continue with 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House.
Thank you very, very much, Vice President Pence. Once again, you've provided the perfect segue to a new topic, which is climate change. And Vice President Pence, I'd like to pose the first question to you. This year, we've seen record-setting hurricanes in the South. Another one, Hurricane Delta, is now threatening the Gulf. And we have seen record-setting wildfires in the West. Do you believe, as the scientific community has concluded, that man-made climate change has made wildfires bigger, hotter, and more deadly, and have made hurricanes wetter, slower, and more damaging? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Thank you, Susan. Well, first, I'm very proud of our record on the environment and on conservation. According to all of the best estimates, our air and land are cleaner than any time ever recorded. Our water is among the cleanest in the world. And just a little while ago, the President signed the Outdoors Act. It's the largest investment in our public lands and public parks in 100 years. So President Trump has made a commitment to conservation and to the environment. Now, with regard to climate change, the climate is changing. But the issue is, what's the cause and what do we do about it? President Trump has made it clear that we're going to continue to listen to the science. Now, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris would put us back in the Paris Climate Accord. They'd impose the Green New Deal, which would crush American energy, would increase the energy costs of American families in their homes, and literally would crush American jobs. And President Trump and I believe that the progress that we have made in a cleaner environment has been happening precisely because we have a strong free market economy. You know, what's remarkable is the United States has reduced CO2 more than the countries that are still in the Paris Climate Accord, but we've done it through innovation. And we've done it through natural gas and fracking, which, Senator, the American people can go look at the record. I know Joe Biden says otherwise now, as you do, but the both of you repeatedly committed to abolishing fossil fuel and banning fracking. And so by creating the kind of American innovation, we're actually steering toward a stronger and better environment. With regard to wildfires, President Trump and I believe that forest management has to be front and center, and even Governor Gavin Newsom from your state has agreed we've got to work on forest management. And with regard to hurricanes, the National Oceanic Administration tells us that actually as difficult as they are,
Thank you, Vice President.
there are no more hurricanes today than there were 100 years ago.
Thank you.
But many of the climate alarmists
President Pence,
use
I'm sorry, your time is
hurricanes and wildfires to try and
Thank
sell
you,
their
Vice
bill of
President
goods of a
Pence.
Green New Deal. And President Trump and I are going to always put
Thank you,
American
Vice
jobs and
President
American
Pence.
workers first.
Senator Harris, as the Vice President mentioned, you co-sponsored the Green New Deal in Congress. But Vice President Biden said in last week's debate that he does not support the Green New Deal. But if you look at the Biden-Harris campaign website, it describes the Green New Deal as a crucial framework. What exactly would be the stance of a Biden-Harris administration toward the Green New Deal? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Sure. So first of all, I will repeat, and the American people know, that Joe Biden will not ban fracking. That is a fact. That is a fact. I will repeat that Joe Biden has been very clear that he thinks about growing jobs, which is why he will not increase taxes for anyone who makes less than $400,000 a year. Joe Biden's economic plan, Moody's, which is a reputable Wall Street firm, has said will create 7 million more jobs than Donald Trump's. And part of those jobs that will be created by Joe Biden are going to be about clean energy and renewable energy. Because you see, Joe understands that the west coast of our country is burning, including my home state of California. Joe sees what is happening on the Gulf states, which are being battered by storms. Joe has seen and talked with the farmers in Iowa, whose entire crops have been destroyed because of floods. And so Joe believes, again, in science. I'll tell you something, Susan. I served, when I first got to the Senate, on the committee that's responsible for the environment. Do you know this administration took the word science off the website and then took the phrase climate change off the website? We have seen a pattern with this administration, which is they don't believe in science. And Joe's plan is about saying we're going to deal with it, but we're also going to create jobs. Donald Trump, when asked about the wildfires in California, and the question was, you know, the science is telling us this, you know what Donald Trump said? Science doesn't know. So let's talk about who is prepared to lead our country over the course of the next 4 years on what is an existential threat to us as human beings. Joe is about saying we're going to invest that in renewable energy. It's going to be about the creation of millions of jobs. We will achieve net zero emissions by 2050, carbon neutral by 2035. Joe has a plan. This has been a lot of talk from the Trump administration, and really it has been to go backward.
And the climate is changing. We'll follow the science. But once again, Senator Harris is denying the fact that they're going to raise taxes on every American. Joe Biden said twice in the debate last week that on day one he was going to repeal the Trump tax cuts. Those tax cuts delivered $2,000 in tax relief to the average family of four across America. And with regard to banning fracking, I just recommend that people look at the record. You yourself said repeatedly that you would ban fracking. You were the first Senate co-sponsor of the Green New Deal. And while Joe Biden denied the Green New Deal, Susan, thank you for pointing out, the Green New Deal is on their campaign website. And as USA Today said, it's essentially the same plan as you co-sponsored with AOC when she submitted it in the Senate. And you just heard the senator say that she's going to resubmit America to the Paris Climate Accord. Look, the American people have always cherished our environment. We'll continue to cherish it. We've made great progress reducing CO2 emissions through American innovation and the development of natural gas through fracking. We don't need a massive $2 trillion Green New Deal that would impose all new mandates on American businesses and American families.
Thank you.
Joe Biden wants us
Thank
to
you, Vice
retrofit
President Pence.
4 million
Thank you, Vice
American
President
business
Pence.
buildings. It makes no sense. It will cost jobs. President Trump
Thank
is
you,
going to
Vice
put
President
America
Pence.
first. He's going to put jobs first, and we're going to take care of our environment and follow the science.
Thank
But,
you, Vice
you know,
President
on the
Pence.
issue of jobs,
Senator Harris.
let's talk about that. The vice president earlier referred to, as part of what he thinks is an accomplishment, the president's trade war with China. You lost that trade war. You lost it. What ended up happening is because of a so-called trade war with China, America lost 300,000 manufacturing jobs. Farmers have experienced bankruptcy because of it. We are in a manufacturing recession because of it. And when we look at where this administration has been, there are estimates that by the end of the term of this administration, they will have lost more jobs than almost any other presidential administration. And the American people know what I'm talking about. You know, I think about 20-year-olds. You know, we have a 20-year-old, a 20-something-year-old, who are coming out of high school and college right now, and you're wondering, is there going to be a job there for me? We're looking at people who are trying to figure out how they're going to pay rent by the end of the month. Almost half of American renters are worried about whether they're going to be able to pay rent by the end of the month. This is where the economy is in America right now, and it is because of the catastrophe and the failure of leadership of this administration.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Vice President Pence, let me give you just 15 seconds to respond, because then I want to move on to our
Well,
next
I'd love to respond. Look, lost the trade war with China. Joe Biden never fought it. Joe Biden has been a cheerleader for communist China through over the last several decades. And again, Senator Harris, you're entitled to your opinion. You're not entitled to your own facts. When Joe Biden was vice president, we lost 200,000 manufacturing jobs, and President Obama said they were never coming back. He said we needed a magic wand to bring them back. In our first 3 years after we cut taxes,
you, Vice
rolled back
President
regulation, unleashed American energy, this administration saw 500,000
Thank you, Vice
manufacturing
President
jobs
Pence.
created. And that's exactly the kind of growth we're going to continue to see as we bring our nation through
Thank you, Vice
this
President
pandemic.
Pence.
But a Green New
Thank you,
Deal, your
Vice President
massive new
Pence.
mandates, your Paris Climate Accord, it's going to kill jobs this time, just like it killed jobs.
I'd like
Susan,
to-
I just need to respond very briefly,
15
please.
seconds, and
Thank
then
you.
we'll move
Thank
on.
you. Joe Biden is responsible for saving America's auto industry, and you voted against it. So let's set the record straight. Thank you.
I'd like to talk about China. We have, as our next topic, we have no more complicated or consequential foreign relationship than the one with China. It is a huge market for American agricultural goods. It's a potential partner in dealing with climate change in North Korea. And in a video tonight, President Trump again blamed it for the coronavirus, saying China will pay. Vice President Pence, how would you describe our fundamental relationship with China? Competitors, adversaries, enemies? You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Susan. Well, before I leave that, let me speak to voting records if I can. You know, everybody knows that NAFTA cost literally thousands of American factories to close. We saw automotive jobs go south of the border. President Trump fought to renegotiate NAFTA. And the United States-Mexico-Canada agreement is now the law of the land. American people deserve to know Senator Kamala Harris was one of only 10 members of the Senate to vote against the USMCA. It was a huge win for American auto workers. It was a huge win for American farmers, especially dairy in the upper Midwest. But Senator, you said it didn't go far enough on climate change, that you put your radical environmental agenda ahead of American auto workers and ahead of American jobs. The American people deserve to know that. It's probably why Newsweek magazine said that Kamala Harris was the most liberal member of the United States Senate in 2019, more liberal than Bernie Sanders, more liberal than any of the others in the United States Senate. So now, with regard to China, look, Susan, first and foremost, China is to blame for the coronavirus. And President Trump is not happy about it. He's made that very clear, made it clear again today. China and the World Health Organization did not play straight with the American people. They did not let our personnel into China to get information on the coronavirus until the middle of February. Fortunately, President Trump, in dealing with China from the outset of this administration, standing up to China that had been taking advantage of America for decades in the wake of Joe Biden's cheerleading for China, President Trump made that decision before the end of January to suspend all travel from China. And again, the American people deserve to know Joe Biden opposed President Trump's decision to suspend all travel from China. He said it was hysterical. He said it was
Thank you, Vice
xenophobic.
President Pence.
But President Trump has
Vice President
stood
Pence,
up
your
to
time is
China.
up.
We're going to continue to stand strong.
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
We want to improve the relationship, but we're going to level the playing field, and we're going to hold
Vice President
China
Pence.
accountable for what they did to America with the coronavirus.
Thank you. Senator Harris, let me ask you the same question that I asked the Vice President. How would you describe our fundamental relationship with China? Are we competitors, adversaries, enemies? You'll have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Susan, the Trump administration's perspective and approach to China has resulted in the loss of American lives, American jobs, and America's standing. There's a weird obsession that President Trump has had with getting rid of whatever accomplishment was achieved by President Obama and President Biden. For example, they created within the White House an office that basically was responsible for monitoring pandemics. They got rid of it.
Not true.
There was a team of disease experts that President Obama and Vice President Biden dispatched to China to monitor what is now predictable and what might happen. They pulled them out. We now are looking at 210,000 Americans who have lost their lives. Let's look at the job situation. We mentioned before the trade deal, the trade war, they wanted to call it, with China. It resulted in the loss of over 300 manufacturing jobs and a manufacturing recession, and the American consumer paying thousands of dollars more for goods because of that failed war that they called it. Then let's talk about standing. Pew, a reputable research firm, has done an analysis that shows that leaders of all of our formerly allied countries have now decided that they hold in greater esteem and respect Xi Jinping, the head of the Chinese Communist Party, than they do Donald Trump, the President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief of the United States. This is where we are today because of a failure of leadership by this administration.
Senator Harris, we've seen changes in the role of the United States in terms of global leadership over the past 4 years. And of course, times do change. What's your definition? We've seen strains with China, of course, as the Vice President mentioned. We've seen strains with our traditional allies in NATO and elsewhere. What is your definition of the role of American leadership in 2020?
So, you know, Joe is, I love talking with Joe about a lot of these issues. And, you know, Joe, I think he said it quite well. He says, you know, foreign policy, it might sound complicated, but really it's relationships. So just think about it as relationships. And so we know this in our personal and professional relationships. You got to keep your word to your friends. Got to be loyal to your friends. People who've stood with you, got to stand with them. You got to know who your adversaries are and keep them in check. But what we have seen with Donald Trump is that he has betrayed our friends and embraced dictators around the world. Let's take, for example, Russia. So, I serve on the Intelligence Committee of the United States Senate. America's intelligence community told us Russia interfered in the election of the President of the United States in 2016 and is playing in 2020. Christopher Wray, the director of the FBI, said the same. But Donald Trump, the Commander-in-Chief of the United States of America, prefers to take the word of Vladimir Putin over the word of the American intelligence community. You look at our friends at NATO. He has walked away from agreements. You can look at the Iran nuclear deal, which now has put us in a position where we are less safe because they are building up what might end up being a significant nuclear arsenal. We were in that deal, guys. We were in the Iran nuclear deal with friends, with allies around the country. And because of Donald Trump's unilateral approach to foreign policy, coupled with his isolationism, he pulled us out and has made America less safe. So, Susan, it's about relationships. And the thing that has always been part of the strength of our nation, in addition to our great military, has been that we keep our word. But Donald Trump doesn't understand that because he doesn't understand what it means to be honest.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Vice President Pence, let me give you a chance to respond.
Well, thank you. Well, President Trump kept his word when we moved the American embassy to Jerusalem, the capital of the state of Israel. When Joe Biden was vice president, they promised to do that, and they never did. We've stood strong with our allies, but we've been demanding. NATO is now contributing more to our common defense than ever before, thanks to President Trump's leadership. We've strengthened our alliances across the Asia-Pacific, and we've stood strong against those who would do us harm. You know, when President Trump came into office, ISIS had captured an area of the Middle East the size of Pennsylvania. But President Trump unleashed the American military, and our armed forces destroyed the ISIS caliphate and took down their leader, al-Baghdadi, without one American casualty. Al-Baghdadi was responsible for the death of thousands. But notably, America's hearts today are with the family of Kayla Mueller, her parents of which are here with us tonight in Salt Lake City. Today, 2 of the ISIS killers responsible for Kayla Mueller's murder were brought to justice in the United States. Jihadi John was killed on the battlefield along with the other Beetle. The reality is that when Joe Biden was vice president, we had an opportunity to save Kayla Mueller. It breaks my heart to reflect on it, but the military came into the Oval Office, presented a plan. They said they knew where Kayla was. Baghdadi had held her for 18 months, abused her mercilessly before they killed her. But when Joe Biden was vice president, they hesitated for a month. And when armed forces finally went in, it was clear she'd been moved 2 days earlier. And her family says with a heart that broke the heart of every American that if President Donald Trump had been president, they believe Kayla would be alive today.
Thank you, Vice
Look,
President.
we destroyed the ISIS caliphate. And you talk about re-entering the Iran nuclear deal. I mean, the last administration transferred $1.8 billion to the leading state sponsor
Thank you, Vice
of
President
terrorism.
Pence.
President Donald Trump got us out of the deal.
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
And when Qasem Soleimani was traveling to Baghdad
Thank you,
to
Vice
do harm
President
to Americans, President Donald Trump took
Thank you,
him
Vice
out.
President Pence.
And America is safer, our allies are safer, and the American people know President Donald Trump will never
Thank you,
hesitate
Vice President
to take
Pence.
action.
I would like to give Senator Harris a chance to respond, but not at such great length, because of course there are other topics we want to talk about.
But I would like equal time.
Yes,
Thank you.
please go ahead.
First of all, to the Mueller family, I know about your daughter's case, and I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What happened to her is awful, and it should have never happened. And I know Joe feels the same way. And I know that President Obama feels the same way. But you mentioned Soleimani. Let's start there. So after the strike on Soleimani, there was a counter strike on our troops in Iraq. And they suffered serious brain injuries. And do you know what Donald Trump dismissed them as? Headaches. And this is about a pattern of Donald Trump's, where he has referred to our men who are serving in our military as suckers and losers. Donald Trump, who went to Arlington Cemetery and stood above the graves of our fallen heroes and said, what's in it for them? Because of course, you know, he only thinks about what's in it for him. Let's take what he said about John McCain, a great American hero And Donald Trump says he doesn't deserve to be called a hero because he was a prisoner of war. And this is very important when you want to talk about who is the current commander-in-chief and what they care about and what they don't care about. Public reporting that Russia had bounties on the heads of American soldiers. And you know what a bounty is? It's somebody puts a price on your head and they will pay it if you are killed. And Donald Trump had talked at least 6 times to Vladimir Putin and never brought up the subject. Joe Biden would never do that.
Thank
Joe
you.
Biden would, but Joe Biden would hold Russia to account for any threat to our nation's security or to our troops who are sacrificing their lives for the sake of our democracy and our safety.
Thank you, Senator Harris. This is such an important issue, but we have other important issues as well. And
Susan,
I want to make
respond
sure
to
we
that.
have a chance
I really have to
talk about.
respond to that.
I'm-
Look, she has...
15 seconds because
Well, I gotta
we're
have
trying
more
to
than
keep.
that. Look.
Well, I'm sorry, but Vice President
Look,
Pence, you've had more time than
Look,
she's
the-
had
the
so far.
slanders against President Donald Trump regarding men and women of our armed forces are absurd.
I'm sorry, Vice
My
President
son is
Pence.
a captain in the United
Yes.
States Marine Corps. My son-in-law is deployed in the United States Navy. I can assure all of you, with sons and daughters serving in our military, President Donald Trump not only respects but reveres all of those who serve in our armed forces, and any suggestion otherwise is ridiculous. Let
Thank
me
you,
also
Vice
say,
President Pence.
the
Vice
the
President
American
Pence,
people
you know,
deserve, Susan,
Vice
the
President
American
Pence,
people
I
deserve to
didn't,
know.
Vice President
there's a
Pence, I did not,
pattern that you
excuse
can't
me,
deny.
Susan, the
I
American
did not
people
create
deserve
the
to know
rules for tonight.
Joe Biden
Your
and Kam-
campaigns agreed to the rules for tonight's
I-
debate with the Commission on Presidential Debates. I'm here to enforce them, which involves moving from one topic to another, giving roughly equal time to both of you,
Go right
which is what I'm trying very hard to
Go
do.
right ahead.
So I want to go ahead and move to the next topic, which is an important one, as the last topic was, and that is the Supreme Court. On Monday, the Senate Judiciary Committee is scheduled to open hearings on Amy Coney Barrett's nomination to the Supreme Court. Senator Harris, you'll be there as a member of the committee. Her confirmation would cement the court's conservative majority and make it likely open to more abortion restrictions, even to overturning the landmark Roe v. Wade ruling. Access to abortion would then be up to the states. Vice President Pence, you're the former governor of Indiana. If Roe v. Wade is overturned, what would you want Indiana to do? Would you want your home state to ban all abortions? You have 2 minutes, uninterrupted.
Well, thank you for the question, but I'll use a little bit of my time to respond to that very important issue before. The American people deserve to know Qasem Soleimani, the Iranian general, was responsible for the death of hundreds of American service members. When the opportunity came, we saw him headed to Baghdad to kill more Americans. President Trump didn't hesitate, and Qasem Soleimani is gone. But you deserve to know that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris actually criticized the decision to take out Qasem Soleimani. It's really inexplicable, but with regard to Joe Biden, it's explainable. Because history records that Joe Biden actually opposed the raid against Osama bin Laden. It's absolutely essential that we have a commander-in-chief who will not hesitate to act to protect American lives and to protect American service members, and that's what you have in President Donald Trump. Now, with regard to the Supreme Court of the United States, let me say President Trump and I could not be more enthusiastic about the opportunity to see Judge Amy Coney Barrett become Justice Amy Coney Barrett. She's a brilliant woman, and she will bring a lifetime of experience and a sizable American family to the Supreme Court of the United States. And our hope is, in the hearing next week, unlike Justice Kavanaugh received with treatment from you and others, we hope she gets a fair hearing. And we particularly hope that we don't see the kind of attacks on her Christian faith that we saw before. I mean, the Democrat chairman of the Judiciary Committee before, when Judge Barrett was being confirmed for the Court of Appeals, expressed concern that the dogma of her faith lived loudly in her. Dick Durbin of Illinois said that it was a concern. Senator, I know one of our judicial nominees you actually attacked because they were a member of the Catholic Knights of Columbus, just because the Knights of Columbus holds pro-life views and
Thank you.
pro-marriage views.
Thank you, Vice President
So
Pence. Your
my
time
hope
is
is
up.
that when the hearing takes place,
Thank you, Vice President Pence.
that Judge Amy Coney Barrett will be respected,
Thank you,
treated
Vice President
respectfully,
Pence.
voted and confirmed
Thank
to the
you.
Supreme Court of the United States.
Senator Harris, you're the senator from and former Attorney General of California. So let me ask you a parallel question to the one I posed to the Vice President. If Roe v. Wade is overturned, what would you want California to do? Would you want your home state to enact no restrictions on access to abortion? And you have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Thank you, Susan. First of all, Joe Biden and I are both people of faith, and it's insulting to suggest that we would knock anyone for their faith. And in fact, Joe, if elected, will be only the second practicing Catholic as President of the United States. On the issue of this nomination, Joe and I are very clear, as are the majority of the American people. We are 27 days before the decision about who will be the next president of the United States. And, you know, before, when this conversation has come up, you know, it's been about election year or election time. We're literally in an election. Over 4 million people have voted. People are in the process of voting right now. And so Joe has been very clear, as the American people are. Let the American people fill that seat in the White House, and then we'll fill that seat on the United States Supreme Court. And to your point, Susan, the issues before us couldn't be more serious. There's the issue of choice, and I will always fight for a woman's right to make a decision about her own body. It should be her decision and not that of Donald Trump and the Vice President, Michael Pence. But let's also look at what else is before the court. It's the Affordable Care Act. Like, literally in the midst of a public health pandemic, when over 210,000 people have died and 7 million people probably have what will be in the future considered a pre-existing condition because you contracted the virus. Donald Trump is in court right now trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. And I said it before, and it bears repeating. This means that there will be no more protections, if they win, for people with pre-existing conditions. This means that over 20 million people will lose your coverage. It means that if you're under the age of 26, you can't stay on your parents' coverage anymore. And here's the thing. The contrast couldn't be more clear. They're trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. Joe Biden is saying, let's expand coverage. Let's give you a choice of a public option or private coverage. Let's bring down premiums.
Thank you, Senator
Let's
Harris.
lower Medicare eligibility to 60.
Thank you, Senator.
That's true
Harris.
leadership.
You know, you mentioned earlier, Vice President Pence, that the president was committed to maintaining protections for people with pre-existing conditions. But you do have this court case that you are supporting, your administration supporting, that would strike down the Affordable Care Act. The president says, President Trump says that he's going to protect people with pre-existing conditions, but he has not explained how he would do that. And that was one of the toughest nuts to crack when they were passing the Affordable Care Act. So tell us specifically, how would your administration protect Americans with pre-existing conditions to have access to affordable insurance if the Affordable Care Act is struck down?
Well, thank you, Susan. But let me just say, addressing your very first question, I couldn't be more proud to serve as vice president to a president who stands without apology for the sanctity of human life. I'm pro-life. I don't apologize for it. And this is another one of those cases where there's such a dramatic contrast. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris support taxpayer funding of abortion all the way up to the moment of birth. Late-term abortion. They want to increase funding to Planned Parenthood of America. Now, for our part, I would never presume how Judge Amy Coney Barrett would rule on the Supreme Court of the United States, but we'll continue to stand strong for the right to life. When you speak about the Supreme Court, though, I think the American people really deserve an answer, Senator Harris. Are you and Joe Biden going to pack the court if Judge Amy Coney Barrett is confirmed? I mean, there have been 29 vacancies on the Supreme Court during presidential election years, from George Washington to Barack Obama. Presidents have nominated in all 29 cases. But your party is actually openly advocating adding seats to the Supreme Court, which has had 9 seats for 150 years, if you don't get your way. This is a classic case of if you can't win by the rules, you're going to change the rules. Now, you've refused to answer the question. Joe Biden has refused to answer the question. So I think the American people would really like to know, if Judge Amy Coney Barrett is confirmed to the Supreme Court of the United States, are you and Joe Biden, if somehow you win this election, going to pack the Supreme Court to get your way?
I'm so glad we went through a little history lesson. Let's do that a little more. In 1864.
Well, I'd like you to answer the
No,
question.
Mr.
Yes,
Vice President, I'm
please,
speaking.
very
I'm
fast.
speaking. Okay. In 1864, one of the, I think, political heroes, certainly of the president, I assume of you also, Mr. Vice President, is Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln was up for re-election, and it was 27 days before the election, and a seat became open on the United States Supreme Court. Abraham Lincoln's party was in charge not only of the White House, but the Senate. But Honest Abe said it's not the right thing to do. The American people deserve to make the decision about who will be the next president of the United States, and then that person can select who will serve for a lifetime on the highest court of our land. And so Joe and I are very clear. The American people are voting right now, and it should be their decision about who will serve on this most important body for a lifetime.
Thank you,
And the
Senator
American
Harris.
people, Susan, are voting right now. They'd like to know if you and Joe Biden are going to pack the Supreme Court if you don't get your way in this nomination.
Let's talk about
You
packing.
once
Come
again
on.
gave a non-answer. Joe Biden gave a non-answer.
Trying to answer you
The American
now.
people deserve a straight answer. And if you haven't figured it out yet, the straight answer is they are going to pack the Supreme Court if they somehow win this election. Men and
Mr.
women,
Vice President,
I
I
got to tell you,
think
people across this country, if you cherish our Supreme Court, if you cherish the separation of powers, you need to reject the Biden-Harris ticket. Come November the 3rd, re-elect President Donald Trump, and we'll stand by that separation of powers in a 9-seat Supreme Court.
Yeah,
Thank
let's
you.
talk about packing the court then. Let's talk about the
Please.
fact. Yeah, I'm about to. So the Trump-Pence administration has been, because I sit on the Senate Judiciary Committee, Susan, as you mentioned, and I've witnessed the appointments for lifetime appointments to the federal courts, district courts, courts of appeal. People who are purely ideological, people who have been reviewed by legal professional organizations and found to have been not competent, are substandard. And do you know that of the 50 people who President Trump appointed to the Court of Appeals for lifetime appointments, not one is black? This is what they've been doing. You want to talk about packing a court? Let's have that discussion.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Senator. Let's go on and talk about the issue of racial justice.
I just want the record to reflect she never answered the question. So I think the American people,
Thank
maybe
you.
the next debate, Joe Biden will answer the question.
Thank you-
But I think
thank
the
you.
American people know the answer.
Thank you, Vice President. In March, Breonna Taylor, a 26-year-old emergency room technician in Louisville, was shot and killed after police officers executing a search warrant in a narcotics investigation broke into her apartment. The police said they identified themselves. Taylor's boyfriend said he didn't hear them do that. He used a gun registered to him to fire a shot, which wounded an officer. The officers then fired more than 20 rounds into the apartment. They say they were acting in self-defense. None of them have been indicted in connection with her death. Senator Harris, in the case of Breonna Taylor, was justice done? You have 2 minutes.
I don't believe so. And I've talked with Breonna's mother, Tamika Palmer, and her family. And her family deserves justice. She was a beautiful young woman. She had as her life goal to become a nurse, and she wanted to become an EMT to first learn what's going on out on the street so she could then become a nurse and save lives. And her life was taken unjustifiably and tragically and violently. And it brings me to, you know, the 8 minutes and 46 seconds that America witnessed, during which an American man was tortured and killed under the knee of an armed, uniformed police officer. And people around our country, of every race, of every age, of every gender, perfect strangers to each other, marched shoulder to shoulder, arm in arm, fighting for us to finally achieve that ideal of equal justice under law. And I was a part of those peaceful protests. And I believe strongly that, first of all, we are never going to condone violence, but we always must fight for the values that we hold dear, including the fight to achieve our ideals. And that's why Joe Biden and I have said on this subject, look, and I'm a former career prosecutor. I know what I'm talking about. Bad cops are bad for good cops. We need reform of our policing in America and our criminal justice system, which is why Joe and I will immediately ban chokeholds and carotid holds. George Floyd would be alive today if we did that. We will require a national registry for police officers who break the law. We will, on the issue of criminal justice reform, get rid of private prisons and cash bail, and
Thank
we
you.
will decriminalize marijuana, and
Thank
we
you,
will
Senator Harris.
we will expunge the records of those who have
Thank you,
been
Senator
convicted
Harris.
of marijuana. This is
Thank
the
you,
time
Senator
for
Harris.
leadership on a tragic, tragic issue
Senator Harris,
of
your time is
unarmed
up.
black people in America who
Thank
have
you,
been
Senator
killed.
Harris. Vice President Pence, let me pose the same question to you. In the case of Breonna Taylor, was justice done? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Well, our heart breaks for the loss of any innocent American life. And the family of Breonna Taylor has our sympathies. But I trust our justice system, a grand jury that refused the evidence. And it really is remarkable that as a former prosecutor, you would assume that an impaneled grand jury looking at all the evidence got it wrong. But you're entitled to your opinion, Senator. I think, look, and with regard to George Floyd, there's no excuse for what happened to George Floyd. And justice will be served. But there's also no excuse for the rioting and looting that followed. I mean, it really is astonishing. Flora Westbrook is with us here tonight in Salt Lake City. Just a few weeks ago, I stood at what used to be her salon. It was burned to the ground by rioters and looters. And Flora is still trying to put her life back together. And I must tell you, this presumption that you hear consistently from Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, that America is systemically racist, and that, as Joe Biden said, that he believes that law enforcement has an implicit bias against minorities, is a great insult to the men and women who serve in law enforcement. And I want everyone to know who puts on the uniform of law enforcement every day that President Trump and I stand with you. And it is remarkable that when Senator Tim Scott tried to pass a police reform bill, brought together a group of Republicans and Democrats, Senator Harris, you got up and walked out of the room. And then you filibustered Senator Tim Scott's bill on the Senate floor that would have provided new accountability, new resources. Look, we don't have to choose between supporting law enforcement, improving public safety, and supporting our African American
Thank you,
neighbors
Vice
and
President
all of our minorities. Under President Trump's leadership,
Thank you,
we'll
Vice President
always
Pence.
stand with law enforcement, and we'll do what we've done
Vice
from
President
day
Pence,
one, and
thank
that is
you. Your time
improve
is
the
up.
lives of African Americans.
Thank you, Vice
Record
President
unemployment, record
Vice
investments in
President Pence, your time
education,
is
and we'll
up.
fight for school choice for all of our
Pence. Thank you,
minorities.
Vice
I'd
President.
like to respond.
Senator Harris.
I will not sit here and be lectured by the Vice President on what it means to enforce the laws of our country. I am the only one on this stage who has personally prosecuted everything from child sexual assault to homicide. I'm the only one on this stage who has prosecuted the big banks for taking advantage of America's homeowners. I'm the only one on this stage who prosecuted for-profit colleges for taking advantage of our veterans. And the reality of this is that we are talking about an election in 27 days, where last week the President of the United States took a debate stage in front of 70 million Americans and refused to condemn white supremacists.
Not true.
And
Not true.
it wasn't like he didn't have a chance. He didn't do it, and then he doubled down. And then he said, when pressed, stand back, stand by. And this is a part of a pattern of Donald Trump's. He called Mexicans rapists and criminals. He instituted as his first act a Muslim ban. On the issue of Charlottesville, where people were peacefully protesting the need for racial justice, where a young woman was killed, and on the other side there were neo-Nazis carrying tiki torches, shouting racial epithets, anti-Semitic slurs, and Donald Trump, when asked about it, said there were fine people on both sides. This is who we have as the President of the United States. And America, you deserve better. Joe Biden will be a president who brings our country together
Senator Harris.
and recognizes the beauty in our diversity and the fact that we
Senator
all
Harris,
have
thank
so
you.
much more in common than what separates us.
Vice President Pence, let me give you a minute to respond.
Thank you, Susan. I appreciate that very much. You know, I think this is one of the things that makes people dislike the media so much in this country, Susan, is that you selectively edit, just like Senator Harris did, comments that President Trump and I and others on our side of the aisle make. I mean, Senator Harris conveniently omitted, after the president made comments about people on either side of the debate over monuments, he condemned the KKK, neo-Nazis, and white supremacists, and has done so repeatedly. You're concerned that he doesn't condemn neo-Nazis. President Trump has Jewish grandchildren. His daughter and son-in-law are Jewish. This is a president who respects and cherishes all of the American people. But you talk about having personally prosecuted. I'm glad you brought up your record, Senator.
Thank you.
But I really need to make this point. When you were DA in San Francisco, when you left office, African Americans were 19 times more likely to be prosecuted for minor drug offenses than whites and Hispanics. When you were Attorney General of California,
Thank you,
you
Vice President.
increased the disproportionate incarceration of
Thank you.
blacks in California. You did nothing on criminal justice reform in California. You didn't lift a finger to
you.
pass the First Step Act on Capitol Hill. I mean, the reality is your record
Thank
speaks
you,
for
Vice
itself.
President
President
Pence.
Trump and I have fought for criminal justice reform.
Thank you, Vice President
We've fought for
Pence.
educational choice and opportunities for African Americans, all of our
Thank you,
minorities.
sir.
And we'll do it for 4 more
Thank you.
years.
You know, there is no more important issue than the final issue that we're going to talk about tonight, and that is the issue of the election
But
itself.
Susan, he attacked my record. I would like an opportunity to respond.
Let me give you 30 seconds because we're running out of
I
time.
appreciate that. First of all, having served as the Attorney General of the state of California, the work that I did is a model of what our nation needs to do, and we will be able to do under a Joe Biden presidency. Our agenda includes what this administration has failed to do. It will be about not only instituting a ban on chokeholds and carotid holes.
Thank you.
Not only,
Thank you, Senator
I
Harris.
would like to go through,
These are points that you made earlier in the hour, and I want to talk about the election itself before we have to.
but I
conclude our
want to talk
debate.
about the connection between what Joe and I will do and my record, which includes, I was the first statewide officer to institute a requirement that my agents would wear body cameras and keep them on full time. We were the first to initiate a requirement that there would be a training for law enforcement on implicit bias, because yes, Joe Biden and I recognize that implicit bias does exist, Mr. Vice President, contrary to what you may believe. We did the work of instituting reforms that were about investing in reentry. This is the work that we have done and the work we will do going forward. And again, I will not be lectured by the Vice President on our record of what we have done in terms of law enforcement and keeping our communities safe, and a commitment to reforming the criminal justice system of America.
Thank you, Senator Harris. And I'd like to pose I'd like you to respond first to the question on our final topic, the election itself. President Trump has several times refused to commit himself to a peaceful transfer of power after the election. If your ticket wins and President Trump refuses to accept a peaceful transfer of power, what steps would you and Vice President Biden then take? What would happen next? You have 2 minutes.
So I'll tell you, Joe and I are, I think, particularly proud of the coalition that we've built around our campaign. We probably have one of the broadest coalitions of folks that you've ever seen in a presidential race. Of course, we have the support of Democrats, but also independents and Republicans. In fact, 7 members of President George W. Bush's cabinet are supporting our ticket. We have the support of Colin Powell, Cindy McCain, John Kasich, over 500 generals, retired generals, and former national security experts and advisors are supporting our campaign. And I believe they are doing that because they know that Joe Biden has a deep, deep-seated commitment to fight for our democracy and to fight for the integrity of our democracy and to bring integrity back to the White House. And so we believe in the American people. We believe in our democracy. And here's what I'd like to say to everybody. Vote. Please vote. Vote early. Come up with a plan to vote. Go to iwillvote.com. You can also go to joebiden.com. We have it within our power in these next 27 days to make the decision about what will be the course of our country for the next 4 years. And it is within our power, and if we use our vote and we use our voice, we will win. And we will not let anyone subvert our democracy with what Donald Trump has been doing, as he did on the debate stage last week, when again in front of 70 million people, he openly attempted to suppress the vote. Joe Biden, on the other hand, on that same debate stage, because clearly Donald Trump doesn't think he can run on a record because it's a failed record, Joe Biden on that stage said, hey, just please vote. So I'll repeat what Joe said. Please vote.
Thank you, Senator. Vice President Pence, President Trump has several times refused to commit himself to a peaceful transfer of power after the election. If Vice President Biden is declared the winner and President Trump refuses to accept a peaceful transfer of power, what would be your role and responsibility as Vice President? What would you personally do? You have 2 minutes.
Well, Susan, first and foremost, I think we're going to win this election. Because while Joe Biden and Kamala Harris rattle off a long litany of the establishment in Washington, D.C., an establishment that Joe Biden's been a part of for 47 years, President Donald Trump has launched a movement of everyday Americans from every walk of life. And I have every confidence that those same Americans that delivered that historic victory in 2016, they see this president's record where we rebuild our military, we revived our economy through tax cuts and rolling back regulation, fighting for fair trade, unleashing American energy. We appointed conservatives to our federal courts at every level. And we stood with the men and women of law enforcement every single day. And I think that movement of Americans has only grown stronger in the last 4 years. But when you talk about accepting the outcome of the election, I must tell you, Senator, your party has spent the last 3.5 years trying to overturn the results of the last election. It's amazing. When Joe Biden was Vice President of the United States, the FBI actually spied on President Trump and my campaign. I mean, there were documents released this week that the CIA actually made a referral to the FBI documenting that those allegations were coming from the Hillary Clinton campaign. And of course, we've all seen the avalanche, what you put the country through for the better part of 3 years until it was found that there was no obstruction, no collusion, case closed. And then, Senator Harris, you and your colleagues in the Congress tried to impeach the President of the United States over a phone call. And now Hillary Clinton has actually said to Joe Biden that in her words, under no circumstances should he concede the election. So let me just say, I think we're going to win this election. President Trump and I are fighting every day in courthouses to prevent Joe Biden and Kamala Harris from changing the rules and creating this universal mail-in voting that will create a massive opportunity for voter fraud. And we have a free and fair election. We know we're going to have confidence in it. And I believe in all my heart that President Donald Trump's going to be reelected for 4 more years.
You know, I've written all the questions that I've asked tonight, but for the final question of the debate, I'd like to read a question that someone else wrote. The Utah Debate Commission asked students in the state to write essays about what they would like to ask you. And I want to close tonight's debate with the question posed by Brecklin Brown. She's an 8th grader at Springville Junior High in Springville, Utah. And here's what she wrote, quote, "When I watch the news, all I see is arguing between Democrats and Republicans. When I watch the news, all I see is citizen fighting against citizen. When I watch the news, all I see are 2 candidates from opposing parties trying to tear each other down. If our leaders can't get along, how are the citizens supposed to get along? And then she added, your examples could make all the difference to bring us together, end quote. So to each of you in turn, I'd like you to take 1 minute and respond to Brecklin. Vice President Pence, you have 1 minute.
Brecklin, it's a wonderful question. And let me just commend you for taking an interest in public life. I started following the news when I was very young. And in America, we believe in a free and open exchange of debate. And we celebrate that. And it's how we've created literally the freest and most prosperous nation in the history of the world. But I would tell you that don't assume that what you're seeing on your local news networks is synonymous with the American people. You know, I look at the relationship between Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, the late justice who we just lost from the Supreme Court, and the late Justice Antonin Scalia. They were on polar opposites on the Supreme Court of the United States, one very liberal, one very conservative. But what's been learned since her passing was the two of them and their families were the very closest of friends. I mean, here in America, we can disagree. We can debate vigorously, as Senator Harris and I have on this stage tonight. But when the debate is over, we come together as Americans. And that's what people do in big cities and small towns all across this country. So I just want to encourage you, Brecklin. I want to tell you that we're going to work every day to have government as good as our people. And the American people each and every day love a good debate. We love a good argument. But we always come together and are always there for one another.
Thank you,
in
Vice
times of
President.
need. And we've especially learned that
Thank you,
through
Mr.
the
Vice President.
difficulties of this year.
Senator Harris, what would you say to Brecklin?
First of all, I love hearing from our young leaders. And when I hear her words, when I hear your words, Brecklin, I know our future is bright because it is that perspective on who we are and who we should be that is a sign of leadership and is something we should all aspire to be. And that, that brings me to Joe. Joe Biden, one of the reasons that Joe decided to run for president is after Charlottesville, which we talked about earlier. It so troubled him and upset him, like it did all of us, that there was that kind of hate and division. What propelled Joe to run for president was to see that over the course of the last 4 years, what Brecklin described has been happening. Joe has a long-standing reputation of working across the aisle and working in a bipartisan way. And that's what he's going to do as president. Joe Biden has a history of lifting people up and fighting for their dignity. You have to know Joe's story to know that Joe has known pain, he has known suffering, and he has known love. And so, Brecklin, when you think about the future, I do believe the future is bright. And it will be because of your leadership, and it will be because we fight for each person's voice through their vote, and we get engaged in this election because you have the ability through your work and through eventually your vote
Thank you,
to
Senator
determine
Harris.
the future of our country and what its leadership looks like.
Thank you, Senator Harris. Thank you, Vice President Pence. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. We want to thank also the University of Utah for its hospitality, and most of all, our thanks to all the Americans who watched this debate tonight. Again, our best wishes for a quick recovery to President Trump, the First Lady, and everyone who is battling COVID-19. The second presidential debate is next week on October 15th, a town hall style debate in Miami. We hope you'll join us then. Good evening.
Good evening from Belmont University in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm Kristen Welker of NBC News, and I welcome you to the final 2020 presidential debate between President Donald J. Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. Tonight's debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. It is conducted under health and safety protocols designed by the Commission's health security advisor. The audience here in the hall has promised to remain silent. No cheers, boos, or other interruptions, except right now, as we welcome to the stage former Vice President Joe Biden and President Donald J. Trump. And I do want to say a very good evening to both of you. This debate will cover 6 major topics. At the beginning of each section, each candidate will have 2 minutes uninterrupted to answer my first question. The Debate Commission will then turn on their microphone only when it is their turn to answer, and the Commission will turn it off exactly when the 2 minutes have expired. After that, both microphones will remain on, but on behalf of the voters, I'm going to ask you to please speak one at a time. The goal is for you to hear each other and for the American people to hear every word of what you both have to say. And so with that, if you're ready, let's start. And we will begin with the fight against the coronavirus. President Trump, the first question is for you. The country is heading into a dangerous new phase. More than 40,000 Americans are in the hospital tonight with COVID, including record numbers here in Tennessee. And since the two of you last shared a stage, 16,000 Americans have died from COVID. So please be specific. How would you lead the country during this next stage of the coronavirus crisis? 2 minutes, uninterrupted.
So, as you know, 2.2 million people modeled out were expected to die. We closed up the greatest economy in the world in order to fight this horrible disease that came from China. It's a worldwide pandemic. It's all over the world. You see the spikes in Europe and many other places right now. If you notice, the mortality rate is down 85%. The excess mortality rate is way down and much lower than almost any other country. And we're fighting it, and we're fighting it hard. There is a spike. There was a spike in Florida, and it's now gone. There was a very big spike in Texas. It's now gone. There was a very big spike in Arizona. It's now gone. And there are some spikes and surges in other places. They will soon be gone. We have a vaccine that's coming. It's ready. It's going to be announced within weeks, and it's going to be delivered. We have Operation Warp Speed, which is the military is going to distribute the vaccine. I can tell you from personal experience that I was in the hospital. I had it, and I got better. And I will tell you that I had something that they gave me, a therapeutic, I guess they would call it. Some people could say it was a cure. But I was in for a short period of time, and I got better very fast, or I wouldn't be here tonight. And now they say I'm immune. Whether it's 4 months or a lifetime, nobody's been able to say that, but I'm immune. More and more people are getting better. We have a problem that's a worldwide problem. This is a worldwide problem. But I've been congratulated by the heads of many countries on what we've been able to do. If you take a look at what we've done in terms of goggles and masks and gowns and everything else, and in particular ventilators. We're now making ventilators all over the world, thousands and thousands a month, distributing them all over the world. It will go away, and as I say, we're rounding the turn, we're rounding the corner. It's going away.
Okay, former Vice President Biden, to you, how would you lead the country out of this crisis? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
220,000 Americans dead. If you hear nothing else I say tonight, hear this. Anyone who's responsible for not taking control, in fact, not saying I take no responsibility initially, anyone who's responsible for that many deaths should not remain as President of the United States of America. We're in a situation where there are 1,000 deaths a day now, 1,000 deaths a day, and there are over 70,000 new cases per day. Compared to what's going on in Europe, As the New England Medical Journal said, they're starting from a very low rate. We're starting from a very high rate. The expectation is we'll have another 200,000 Americans dead between now and the end of the year. If we just wore these masks, the president's own advisors have told him, we could save 100,000 lives. And we're in a circumstance where the president thus far and still has no plan, no comprehensive plan. What I would do is make sure we have everyone encouraged to wear a mask all the time. I would make sure we move in the direction of rapid testing, investing in rapid testing. I would make sure that we set up national standards as to how to open up schools and open up businesses so they can be safe and give them the wherewithal, the financial resources to be able to do that. We're in a situation now where the New England Medical Journal, one of the most serious journals in the whole world, said for the first time ever that the way this president has responded to this crisis has been absolutely tragic. And so, folks, I will take care of this. I will end this. I will make sure we have a plan.
President Trump, I'd like to follow up with you in your comments. You talked about taking a therapeutic. I assume you're referencing Regeneron. You also said a vaccine will be coming within weeks.
Yes.
Is that a guarantee?
No, it's not a guarantee, but it will be by the end of the year. But I think it has a good chance. There are two companies, I think, within a matter of weeks, and it will be distributed very quickly.
Can you tell us which companies?
Johnson & Johnson is doing very well. Moderna is doing very well. Pfizer is doing very well. And we have numerous others. Then we also have others that we're working on very closely with other countries, in particular Europe.
Let me follow up with you, and because this is new information, you have said a vaccine is coming soon, within weeks now. Your own officials say it could take well into 2021 at the earliest for enough Americans to get vaccinated. And even then, they say the country will be wearing masks and distancing into 2022. Is your timeline realistic?
No, I think my timeline is going to be more accurate. I don't know that they're counting on the military the way I do, but we have our generals lined up, one in particular that's the head of logistics. And this is a very easy distribution for him. He's ready to go as soon as we have the vaccine. And we expect to have 100 million vials. As soon as we have the vaccine, he's ready to go.
Vice President Biden, your reaction, and just 40% of Americans say they would definitely agree to take a coronavirus vaccine if it was approved by the government. What steps would you take to give Americans confidence in a vaccine if it were approved?
Make sure it's totally transparent. Have the scientists of the world see it, know it, look at it, go through all the processes. And by the way, this is the same fellow who told you this is going to end by Easter last time. This is the same fellow who told you that, don't worry, we're going to end this by the summer. We're about to go into a dark winter. And he has no clear plan, and there's no prospect that there's going to be a vaccine available for the majority of the American people before the middle of next year.
President Trump, your reaction, he says you have no plan.
I don't think we're going to have a dark winter at all. We're opening up our country. We've learned and studied and understand the disease, which we didn't at the beginning. When I closed and banned China from coming in heavily infected, and then ultimately Europe, but China was in January. Months later, he was saying I was xenophobic. I did it too soon. Now he's saying, oh, I should have, moved quicker. But he didn't move quicker. He was months behind me, many months behind me. And frankly, he ran the H1N1 swine flu, and it was a total disaster, far less lethal, but it was a total disaster. Had that had this kind of numbers, 700,000 people would be dead right now, but it was a far less lethal disease. Look, his own person who ran that for him, who, as you know, was his chief of staff, said it was catastrophic, it was horrible, we didn't know what we were doing. Now he comes up and he tells us how to do this. Also, everything that he said about the way every single move that he said we should make, that's what we've done. We've done all of it. But he was way behind us.
Vice President Biden, your response.
My response is he is xenophobic, but not because he shut down access from China. And he did it late after 40 countries had already done that. In addition to that, what he did, he made sure that we had 44 people that were in there in China trying to get to Wuhan to determine what exactly the source was. What did the president say in January? He said, no, he said, he's being transparent. The president of China is being transparent. We owe him a debt of gratitude. We have to thank him. And then what happened was we started talking about using the Defense Act to make sure we go out and get whatever is needed out there to protect people. And again, I go back to this. He had nothing, he did virtually nothing. And then he gets out of the hospital and he talks about, don't worry, it's all going to be over soon. Come on. There's not another serious scientist in the world who thinks it's going to be over soon.
President Trump, your reaction?
I say over soon. I say we're learning to live with it. We have no choice. We can't lock ourselves up in a basement like Joe does. He has the ability to lock himself up. I don't know. He's obviously made a lot of money someplace, but he has this thing about living in a basement. People can't do that. By the way, I, as the president, couldn't do that. I'd love to put myself in the basement or in a beautiful room in the White House and go away for a year and a half until it disappears. I can't do that. And Kirsten, every meeting I had, and I'd meet a lot of families, including Gold Star families and military families, every meeting I had, and I had to meet them. I had to. It would be horrible to have canceled everything. I said, this is dangerous. And you catch it. And, I caught it. I learned a lot. Great doctors, great hospitals. And now I recovered. 99.9 of young people recover. 99% of people recover. We have to recover. We can't close up our nation. We have to open our school, and we can't close up our nation, or you're not going to have a nation.
And of course, the CDC has said young people can get sick with COVID-19 and can pass it. Vice President Biden, I want to talk broadly about strategy, though.
Can I respond to that?
30 seconds, please, and then I have a question.
No, number one, he says that we're learning to live with it. People are learning to die with it. You folks home will have an empty chair at the kitchen table this morning. That man or wife going to bed tonight and reaching over to try to touch out of habit where their wife or husband was, is gone. Learning to live with it. Come on. We're dying with it because he has never said, you said it's dangerous. When's the last time? Is it really dangerous still? Are we dangerous? You tell the people it's dangerous now? What should they do about the danger? And you say, I take no responsibility.
Let me talk about your two.
Excuse me, I take full responsibility. It's not my fault that he came here. It's China's fault. And you know what? It's not Joe's fault that he came here either. It's China's fault. They kept it from going into the rest of China for the most part, but they didn't keep it from coming out to the world, including Europe and ourselves.
Vice President Biden.
The fact is that when we knew it was coming, when it hit, what happened? What did the president say? He said, don't worry, it's going to go away. Be gone by Easter. Don't worry. The warm weather. Don't worry. Maybe inject bleach. He said he was kidding when he said that, but a lot of people thought it was serious. A whole range of things the president has said. Even today, he thinks we are in control. We're about to lose 200,000 more people.
President Trump.
Look, perhaps just to finish this, I was kidding on that, but just to finish this, when I closed, he said I shouldn't have closed. And that went on for months. Nancy Pelosi said the same thing. She was dancing on the streets in Chinatown in San Francisco. But when I closed, he said, this is a terrible thing, you're xenophobic. I think he called me racist even, and because I was closing it to China. Now he says I should have closed it earlier. Joe, it doesn't work.
I didn't say either of those things.
You certainly did. You certainly
did. I talked about a xenophobia in a different context. It wasn't about closing the border to Chinese coming to the United States.
All right, I want to talk about both of your different strategies to handling
He thought
this.
I shouldn't have closed the border.
Well,
that's obvious.
Do you want to respond to that quickly, Vice President
No.
Biden? Okay. Let's talk about your different strategies toward dealing with this. Mr. Vice President, you suggested you would support new shutdowns if scientists recommended it. What do you say to Americans who are fearful that the cost of shutdowns, the impact on the economy, the higher rates of hunger, depression, domestic and substance abuse outweighs the risk of exposure to the virus?
What I would say is I'm going to shut down the virus, not the country. It's his ineptitude that caused the country to have to shut down in large part. Why businesses have gone under, why schools are closed, why so many people have lost their living, and why they're concerned. Those other concerns are real. That's why he should have been, instead of in a sand trap in his golf course, he should have been negotiating with Nancy Pelosi and the rest of the Democrats and Republicans about what to do about the acts they were passing for billions of dollars to make sure people had the capacity.
But you haven't ruled out more shutdowns.
Well, no, I'm not shutting down the neighborhood, but there are, look, you need standards. The standard is if you have a reproduction rate in a community that's above a certain level, everybody says, slow up, more social distancing, do not open bars and do not open gymnasiums, do not open until you get this under control. under more control. But when you do open, give the people the capacity to be able to open and have the capacity to do it safely. For example, schools. Schools, they need a lot of money to open. They need to deal with ventilation systems. They need to deal with smaller classes, more teachers, more pods. And he's refused to support that money, or at least up to now.
Let's talk about schools. President
Well,
Trump,
I think we have to respond, if I might.
please, and then I have a follow-up.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. Look, all he does is talk about shutdowns, but forget about him. His Democrat governors, Cuomo in New York, you look at what's going on in California, you look at Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Democrats all, they're shut down so tight, and they're dying. They're dying. And he supports all these people. All he talks about is shutdowns. No, we're not going to shut down, and we have to open our schools. And it's like, as an example, I have a young son. He also tested positive. By the time I spoke to the doctor the second time, he was fine. It just went away. Young people, I guess it's their immune system.
Let me follow up with you, President Trump. You've demanded schools open in person and insist they can do it safely. But just yesterday, Boston became the latest city to move its public school system entirely online after a coronavirus spike. What is your message to parents who worry that sending their children to school will endanger not only their kids, but also their teachers and families?
I want to open the schools. The transmittal rate to the teachers is very small, but I want to open the schools. We have to open our country. We're not going to have a country. You can't do this. We can't keep this country closed. This is a massive country with a massive economy. People are losing their jobs. They're committing suicide. There's depression, alcohol, drugs at a level that nobody's ever seen before. There's abuse, tremendous abuse. We have to open our country. You know, I've said it often. The cure cannot be worse than the problem itself. And that's what's happening. And he wants to close down. He'll close down the country if one person in our massive bureaucracy says we should close it down.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Simply not true. We ought to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. We ought to be able to safely open, but they need resources to open. You need to be able to, for example, if you're going to open a business, have social distancing within the business. You need to have, if you have a restaurant, you need to have plexiglass dividers so people cannot infect one another. You need to be in a position where you can take testing rapidly and know whether a person is in fact infected. You need to be able to trace. You need to be able to provide all the resources that are needed to do this. And that is not inconsistent with saying that we're going to make sure that we can open safely. And by the way, all you teachers out there, not that many of you are going to die, so don't worry about it. Come on.
President Trump, let me follow up with you quickly.
By the way, I will say this. If you go and look at what's happened to New York, it's a ghost town. It's a ghost town. And when you talk about plexiglass, these are restaurants that are dying. These are businesses with no money. Putting up plexiglass is unbelievably expensive, and it's not the answer. I mean, you're going to sit there in a cubicle wrapped around with plastic. These are businesses that are dying, Joe. You can't do that to people. You just can't. Take a look at New York and what's happened to my wonderful city for so many years. I loved it. It was vibrant. It's dying. Everyone's leaving New York.
Take a look at what New York has done in terms of turning the curve down in terms of the number of people dying. And I don't look at this in terms of the way he does. Blue states and red states. They're all the United States. And look at the states that are having such a spike in the coronavirus. They're the red states. They're the states in the Midwest. They're the states in the upper Midwest. That's where the spike is occurring significantly. But they're all Americans. They're all Americans. And what we have to do is say, wear these masks, number one. Make sure we get the help that the businesses need that has money's already been passed to do that. It's been out there since the beginning of the summer, and nothing's happened.
President, New York has lost more than 40,000 people, 11,000 people in nursing homes.
President Trump, what
when
about...
you say spike, take a look at what's happening in Pennsylvania, where they've had it closed. Take a look at what's happening with your friend in Michigan, where her husband's the only one allowed to do anything. It's been like a prison. Now it was just ruled unconstitutional. Take a look at North Carolina. They're having spikes, and they've been closed. And they're getting killed financially. We can't let that happen, Joe. You can't let that happen. We have to open up. And we understand the disease. We have to protect our seniors. We have to protect our elderly. We have to protect especially our seniors with heart problems and diabetes problems. And we will protect them. We have the best testing in the world by far. That's why we have so many cases.
Let me follow up with you
Joe.
before we move on to our next section. President Trump, this week you called Dr. Anthony Fauci, the nation's best-known infectious disease expert, quote, a disaster. You described him and other medical experts as, quote, idiots. If you're not listening to them, who are you listening to as you fight this?
I'm listening to all of them, including Anthony. I get along very well with Anthony. But he did say, don't wear masks. He did say, as you know, this is not going to be a problem. I think he's a Democrat, but that's okay. He said, this is not going to be a problem. We are not going to have a problem at all. When Joe says that, I said, Anthony Fauci said, and others, and many others, and I'm not knocking him a lot. Nobody knew. Look, nobody knew what this thing was. Nobody knew where it was coming from, what it was. We've learned a lot. But Anthony said, don't wear masks. Now he wants to wear masks. Anthony also said, if you look back, exact words, here's his exact words. This is no problem. This is going to go away soon. So he's allowed to make mistakes. He happens to be a good person.
Vice President Biden, your response quickly, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
My response is that think about what the president knew in January and didn't tell the American people. He was told this was a serious virus that spread in the air, and it was much worse than the flu. He went on record and said to one of your colleagues, recorded, that in fact he knew how dangerous it was, but he didn't want to tell us. He didn't want to tell us because he didn't want us to panic. He didn't want us, Americans don't panic. He panicked. But guess what? In the meantime, we found out in the New York Times the other day that, in fact, his folks went to Wall Street and said this is a really dangerous thing. And a memo out of that meeting, not from his administration, but from some of the brokers, said sell short because we got to get moving. It's a dangerous problem.
Well, this is
I'm going to give you 30 seconds to respond, and then we're going to move on.
The Wall Street one, I don't know. Somebody went to Wall Street. You're the one that takes all the money from Wall Street. I don't take it.
I haven't.
You have raised a lot of money, tremendous amounts of money. And every time you raise money, deals are made, Joe. I could raise so much more money. As president and as somebody that knows most of those people, I could call the heads of Wall Street, the heads of every company in America. I would blow away every record, but I don't want to do that because it puts me in a bad position. And then you bring up Wall Street. You shouldn't be bringing up Wall Street because you're the one that takes the money from Wall Street, not me. I could blow away your records that, like you wouldn't believe. We don't need money. We have plenty of money. In fact, we beat Hillary Clinton with a tiny fraction of the money that she was able to.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to move on.
Don't tell me about Wall Street.
Average contribution, $43.
All right, we're going to move on to our next section, which is national security. And I do want to start with the security of our elections and some breaking news from overnight. Just last night, top intelligence officials confirmed again that both Russia and Iran are working to influence this election. Both countries have obtained U.S. voter registration information, these officials say, and Iran sent intimidating messages to Florida voters. This question goes to you, Mr. Vice President. What would you do to put an end to this threat? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
I made it clear, and I ask everyone else to take the pledge. I made it clear that any country, no matter who it is, that interferes in American elections will pay a price. They will pay a price. And it's been overwhelmingly clear this election, I won't even get into the last one, this election, that Russia has been involved, China has been involved to some degree, and now we learn that Iran is involved. They will pay a price if I'm elected. They're interfering with American sovereignty. That's what's going on right now. They're interfering with American sovereignty. And to the best of my knowledge, I don't think the president said anything to Putin about it. I don't think he's talking to him a lot. I don't think he said a word. I don't know why he hadn't said a word to Putin about it. And I don't know what he has recently said, if anything, to the Iranians. My guess is he'd probably be more outspoken with regard to the Iranians. But the point is this, folks. We are in a situation where we have foreign countries trying to interfere in the outcome of our election. His own national security advisor told him that what is happening with his buddy, I will. His buddy, Rudy Giuliani, he's being used as a Russian pawn. He's being fed information that is Russian, that is not true. And then what happens? Nothing happens. And then you find out that everything that's going on here about Russia is wanting to make sure that I do not get elected the next president of the United States because they know I know them and they know me. I don't understand why this president is unwilling to take on Putin when he's actually paying bounties to kill American soldiers in Afghanistan, when he's engaged in activities that are trying to destabilize all of NATO. I don't know why he doesn't do it, but it's worth asking the question, why isn't that being done? Any country that interferes with us will, in fact, pay a price because they're affecting our sovereignty.
President Trump, same question to you. Let me ask the question. You're going to have 2 minutes to respond. For 2 elections in a row now, there has been substantial interference from foreign adversaries. What would you do in your next term to put an end to this? 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Well, let me respond to the first part as Joe answered. Joe got $3.5 million from Russia, and it came through Putin because he was very friendly with the former mayor of Moscow, and it was the mayor of Moscow's wife. And you got $3.5 million. Your family got $3.5 million. And you know, someday you're going to have to explain, why did you get 3.5? I never got any money from Russia. I don't get money from Russia. Now, about your thing last night, I knew all about that. And through John Ratcliffe, who is fantastic, DNI, he said, the one thing that's common to both of them, they both want you to lose, because there has been nobody tougher to Russia. Between the sanctions, nobody tougher than me on Russia. Between the sanctions, between all of what I've done with NATO, you know, I've got the NATO countries to put up an extra $130 billion, going to $420 billion a year. That's to guard against Russia. I sold, while he was selling pillows and sheets, I sold tank busters to Ukraine. There has been nobody tougher on Russia than Donald Trump. And I'll tell you, they were so bad. They took over the submarine port. You remember that very well. During your term, during you and Barack Obama, they took over a big part of what should have been Ukraine. You handed it to them, but you were getting a lot of money from Russia. They were paying you a lot of money, and they probably still are. But now, with what came out today, it's even worse. All of the emails, the horrible emails of the kind of money that you were raking in, you and your family. And Joe, you were vice president when some of this was happening, and it should have never happened. And I think you owe an explanation to the American people. Why is it? Somebody just had a news conference a little while ago who was essentially supposed to work with you and your family, but what he said was damning. And regardless of me, I think you have to clean it up and talk to the American people. Maybe you can do it right now.
Vice President Biden, you may respond. 30 seconds.
Here.
And then I do want to follow up on the election security.
I have not taken a penny from any foreign source ever in my life. We learned that this president paid 50 times the tax in China, has a secret bank account with China, does business in China, and in fact is talking about me taking money. I have not taken a single penny from any country whatsoever, ever. Number one. Number two, this is a president, I have released all of my tax returns, 22 years, go look at them, 22 years of my tax return. You have not released a single solitary year of your tax return. What are you hiding? Why are you unwilling? The foreign countries are paying you a lot. Russia's paying you a lot. China's paying you a lot. And your hotels and all your businesses all around the country, all around the world. And China's building a new road to a new a golf course you have overseas. So what's going on here? Why don't release your tax return or stop talking about corruption?
President Trump, your response.
First of all, I called my accountants under audit. I'm going to release them as soon as we can. I want to do it, and it'll show how successful, how great this company is. But much more importantly than that, people were saying $750. I asked them a week ago, I said, what did I pay? They said, sir, you prepaid tens of millions of dollars. I prepaid my tax. Tens over the last number of years. Tens of millions of dollars I prepaid because at some point they think it's an estimate. They think I may have to pay tax. So I already prepaid it. Nobody told me that.
Did your accountant
Nobody
tell
told
you
you
when
that.
you released
Excuse
them?
me. And it wasn't written whenever they write this. They keep talking about $750, which I think is a filing fee. But let me just tell you, I prepaid millions and millions of dollars in taxes. Number one. Number two, I don't make money from China. You do. I don't make money from Ukraine. You do. I don't make money from Russia. You made $3.5 million, Joe, and your son gave you. They even have a statement that we have to give 10% to the big man. You're the big man, I think. I don't know, maybe you're not, but you're the big man, I think. Your son said we have to give 10% to the big man. Joe, what's that all about? It's terrible.
All right, gentlemen, I want to ask you both some questions
I have
about
to
all of this.
respond to
But
that.
I'm going to let you both respond very quickly. You just said you spoke to your accountant
Yes.
about potentially releasing your taxes. Did he tell you when you can release them? Do you
As
have
soon
a
as the audit is
deadline for
finished.
when you're going to release them
I
to the
get
American
treated
people?
worse than the Tea Party got treated. Because
you
I have a
don't
lot
have
of
a time.
people in there, deep down in the IRS, they treat me horribly. We made a deal, it was all settled until I decide to run for president. I get treated very badly by the IRS, very unfairly. But we had a deal all done. As soon as we're completed with the deal, I want to release it. But I have paid millions and millions of dollars, and it's worse than paying. I paid in advance. It's called prepaying your taxes. I paid in advance.
I want to ask you both about questions regarding your potential foreign entanglements and questions that have been raised to give you both a chance
Some
to
point
talk
about
about
this,
this more broadly. Respond very quickly, and then I'll get to my question.
Why did he's been saying this for 4 years? Show us. Just show us. Stop playing around. You've been saying for 4 years
Everybody
you're going to
knows.
release your taxes. Nobody knows it, Mr. President. What they do know is you're not paying your taxes, or you're paying taxes that are so low. When last time he said what he paid, he said, I only pay that little because I'm smart. I know how to game the system. Come on. Come on, folks.
Very
So
quickly, President Trump, and then I want to get to two questions to both of you on this.
I was put through a phony witch hunt for 3 years. It started before I even got elected. They spied on my campaign. No president should ever have to go through what I went through. Let me just say this. Mueller and 18 angry Democrats and FBI agents all over the place spent $48 million. They went through everything I had, including my tax returns, and they found absolutely no collusion and nothing wrong. 48 million. I guarantee you, if I spent 1 million on you, Joe, I could find plenty wrong. Because
All
the
right.
kind of things that you've done and the kind of monies that your family has taken, I mean, your brother made money in Iraq.
Let me-
Millions of dollars. Your other brother made a fortune, and it's all through you, Joe. And they say you get some of it, and you do live very well. You have houses all over the place. You live very well.
All right, gentlemen, let me just ask some questions about all of this broadly. Vice President Biden, there have been questions about the work your son has done in China and for a Ukrainian energy company when you were vice president. In retrospect, was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
Nothing was unethical. Here's what the deal. With regard to Ukraine, we had this whole question about whether or not, because he was on the board, I later learned of Burisma, a company, that somehow I had done something wrong. Yet every single solitary person, when he was going through his impeachment, testifying under oath who worked for him, said, I did my job impeccably. I carried out U.S. policy. Not one single solitary thing was out of line. Not a single thing, number one. Number two, the guy who got in trouble in Ukraine was this guy trying to bribe the Ukrainian government to say something negative about me, which they would not do and did not do because it never, ever, ever happened. My son has not made money in terms of this thing about, what are you talking about, China. I have not had, the only guy made money from China is this guy. He's the only one. Nobody else has made money from China.
Never
President
to
Trump,
deal with
let me
China. By the
ask
way,
my question to you.
But
and
could
then
I just,
you'll-
one thing?
Very quickly.
His son didn't have a job for a long time, was sadly no longer in the military service. I won't get into that. And he didn't have a job. As soon as he became vice president, Burisma, not the best reputation in the world. I hear they paid him $183,000 a month. Listen to this. $183, and they gave him a $3 million upfront payment.
All right.
And he had no energy
I'm going to let the
experience.
Vice President
That's
respond to that quickly,
100%
and then I need to get to a
dishonest.
question to you. Very
No
quickly,
basis for
Vice
that. Everybody investigated that. No one said anything he did was wrong in Ukraine.
Okay, President Trump, this is for you. Since you took office, you've never divested from your business. You've personally promoted your properties abroad. A report this week, which was referenced, does indicate that your company has a bank account in China. So how can voters know that you don't have any foreign conflicts of interest?
I have many bank accounts, and they're all listed, and they're all over the place. I mean, I was a businessman doing business. The bank account you're referring to, which is, everybody knows about it, it's listed. The bank account was in 2013. That's what it was. It was opened it was closed in 2015, I believe. And then I decided, because I was thinking about doing a deal in China like millions of other people. I was thinking about it, and I decided I'm not going to do it. Didn't like it. I decided not to do it. Had an account open, and I closed it.
Okay.
Excuse me. And then, unlike him, where he's vice president and he does business, I then decided to run for president after that. That was before. So I closed it before I even ran for president, let alone became president. Big difference. He is the vice president of the United States, and his son, his brother, and his other brother are getting rich. They're like a vacuum cleaner. They're sucking up
Okay,
money every
President Trump,
place he
thank you.
goes.
We do
Not
need to
true.
move on. I do want to ask you, Vice President Biden, about China. Let's talk about China more broadly. There have, of course, President Trump has said that they should pay for not being fully transparent in regards to the coronavirus. If you were president, would you make China pay? And please be specific. What would that look like?
What I'd make China do is play by the international rules, not like he has done. He has caused the deficit of China to go up, not down, with China, up, not down. We are making sure that in order to do business in China, you have to give all your intellectual property. You have to have a partner in China. It's 51%. We would not do that at all, number one. Number two, we're in a situation where China would have to play by the rules internationally as well. When I met with Xi, when I was still vice president, he said we're setting up air identification zones in the South China Sea. You can't fly through them. I said we're going to fly through them. We just flew B-52, B-1 bombers through it. We're not going to pay attention. They have to play by the rules. And what's he do? He embraces guys like the thugs like in North Korea and the Chinese president and Putin and others, and he pokes his finger in the eye of all of our friends, all of our allies. We make up we're 25% of the world's economy. We need to be having the rest of our friends with us saying to China, these are the rules. You play by them or you're going to pay the price for not paying by them economically. That's the way I will run it, and that's what we did in upholding steel tariffs and a range of other things when we were president and vice president.
All right, let's talk about North Korea.
Excuse me, no, I have to
Yes.
respond to that.
Okay, very quickly, and then
His
we're
son
going to move
walked
on
out
to
with
North
$1.5
Korea.
billion from China to
Not
manage after
true.
spending 10 minutes in office and being in Air Force Two, number one. Number two, there's a very strong email talking about your family wanting to make $10 million a year for introductions.
President Trump, on China policy, though, what
No, but wait a
specifically are
minute.
you going to do? What specifically are you going to do to make China pay? You've said you're going
First
to
of
make
all,
them pay.
China is paying. They're paying billions and billions of dollars. I just gave
New
$28 billion.
sanctions? New sanctions?
Listen, I just gave $28 billion to our farmers. because
Taxpayers'
China,
money.
It's what?
Taxpayers' money. Didn't come
No,
from
yeah,
China.
you know who the taxpayer is? It's called China. China paid
true.
$28 billion, and you know what they did to pay it, Joe? They devalued their currency, and they also paid up. And you know who got the money? Our farmers, our great farmers, because they were targeted. You never charged them anything. Also, I charged them 25% on dumped steel because they were killing our steel industry. We were not going to have a steel industry.
Okay.
And now we have a steel
Okay,
industry.
Vice President Biden, your response, please.
Our response is, look, this isn't about, there's a reason why he's bringing up all this malarkey. There's a reason for it. He doesn't want to talk about the substantive issues. It's not about his family and my family. It's about your family. And your family's hurting badly. If you're making less than, if you're a middle-class family, you're getting hurt badly right now. You're sitting at the kitchen table this morning deciding, well, we can't get new tires, they're bald because we have to wait another month or so. Or are we going to be able to pay the mortgage? Or who's going to tell her she can't go back to community college? They're the decisions you're making in the middle-class families like I grew up in Scranton and Claymont. They're in trouble. We should be talking about your families, but that's the last thing he wants to talk about.
I want
That is a
to talk
typical
about
statement.
North Korea.
Excuse me, just
I do
for
want
1
to turn
second,
to
please.
10 seconds, Mr. President.
That's
10
a
seconds.
typical political statement. Let's get off this China thing, and then he looks, the family, around the table, everything. Just a typical politician when I see that.
Let's talk
I'm
about
not
North
a typical
Korea now.
politician.
Okay,
That's why I
President
got elected.
Let's talk
Let's
about-
get off the subject of China. Let's talk around, sitting around the table.
All right.
Come on, Joe, you can do better.
We're going to talk about North Korea now. President Trump, you've met with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un 3 times. You've talked about your beautiful letters with him. You've touted the fact that there hasn't been a war or a long-range missile test. And yet North Korea recently rolled out its biggest ever intercontinental ballistic missile and continues to develop its nuclear arsenal. Do you see that as a betrayal of the relationship you forged? Just 30 seconds here because we need to get on to the next
So
segment.
when I met with Barack Obama, we sat in the White House right at the beginning, had a great conversation. It was supposed to be 15 minutes, and it was well over an hour. He said the biggest problem we have with North Korea. He indicated we will be in a war with North Korea. Guess what? It would be a nuclear war, and he does have plenty of nuclear capability. In the meantime, I have a very good relationship with him. Different kind of a guy, but he probably thinks the same thing about me. We have a different kind of a relationship. We have a very good relationship, and there's no war. And you know, about 2 months ago, he broke into a certain area. They said, oh, there's going to be trouble. I said, no, they're not, because he's not going to do that. And I was right. Look, instead of being in a war where millions of people, Seoul, you know, is 25 miles away, millions and millions, 32 million people in Seoul, millions of people would be dead right now.
President
we
Trump,
don't have
that's
a war,
30
and
seconds.
I have a good
Thank
relationship.
you. Vice President Biden, to you. North Korea conducted 4 nuclear tests under the Obama administration. Why do you think you would be able to rein in this persistent threat right
Because
now?
I'd make it clear, which we were making clear to China, they had to be part of the deal. Because here's I made it clear, and as a spokesperson of the administration when I went to China, that they said, why are you moving your missile defense up so close? Why are you moving more forces here? Why are you continuing to do military maneuvers with South Korea? I said, because North Korea is a problem, and we're going to continue to do it so we can control them. We're going to make sure we can control them and make sure they cannot hurt us. And so if you want to do something about it, step up and help. If not, it's going to continue. What has he done? He's legitimized North Korea. He's talked about his good buddy, who's a thug, and he talks about how we're better off. And they have much more capable missiles, able to reach U.S. territory much more easily than ever did before.
Let me follow up with you, Vice President Biden. You've said you wouldn't meet with Kim Jong-un without preconditions. Are there any conditions under which you would meet with him?
On the condition that he would agree that he would be drawing down his nuclear capacity to get the Korean Peninsula should be nuclear-free zone.
All right, let's move on to American families.
Kristen, they tried
Very
to
quickly,
meet with
10
him.
seconds,
They
President.
tried to meet with him. He wouldn't do it. He didn't like Obama. He didn't like him. He wouldn't do it.
Okay, I
know
gotta
for
give him a
fact they
chance to
tried.
respond to that
He
before we
wouldn't
move
do
on.
it.
You
And
know,
that's okay. You know what, North Korea? We're not in a war. We have a good relationship. You know, people don't understand. Having a good
President
relationship
Trump,
with
we have
leaders
to
of
move
other
on, 'cause
countries
we have
is
a lot
a
of
good thing.
We have a lot of questions to get
Yes,
to.
not
That's
Your
like
response.
saying we had a good relationship with Hitler before he, in fact, invaded Europe, the rest of Europe. Come on. The reason he would not meet with President Obama is because President Obama said, we're going to talk about denuclearization. We're not going to legitimize you, and we're going to continue to put stronger and stronger sanctions on you. That's why he wouldn't meet with us.
All right,
And
let's
it didn't
move
happen.
on. Let's
Excuse
move on
me.
and talk
He
about
left
American
me a
families.
mess, Kristen.
President Trump, okay, we do
They
need to
left
move on.
me a mess. North Korea was a mess.
We
And
need
in
to
fact,
move
if
on
you
so that
remember
we
the
can get
first
to all
2 or
of
3
other
months,
questions tonight,
there was a
President
very
Trump.
dangerous period in my first 3 months before we sort of worked things out a little bit.
Okay.
There was a they left us a mess. And Obama would be, I think, the first to say it was the single biggest problem he thought that our country had.
Okay, let's move on to American families and the economy. One of the issues that's most important to them is health care, as you both know. Today, there was a key vote on a new Supreme Court Justice, Amy Coney Barrett, and health care is at the center of her confirmation fight. Over 20 million Americans get their health insurance through the Affordable Care Act. It's headed to the Supreme Court, and your administration, Mr. President, is advocating for the court to overturn it. If the Supreme Court does overturn that law, those 20 million Americans could lose their health insurance almost overnight. So what would you do if those people have their health insurance taken away? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Sure. First of all, I've already done something that nobody thought was possible. Through the legislature, I terminated the individual mandate. That is the worst part of Obamacare, as we call it. The individual mandate where you have to pay a fortune for the privilege of not having to pay for bad health insurance. I terminated. It's gone. Now it's in court because Obamacare is no good. But then I made a decision. Run it as well as you can to my people, great people. Run it as well as you can. I could have gone the other route and made everybody very unhappy. They ran it. Premiums are down, everything's down. Here's the problem. No matter how well you run it, it's no good. What we'd like to do is terminate it. We have the individual mandate done. I don't know that it's going to work. If we don't win, we will have to run it, and we'll have Obamacare, but it'll be better run. But it no longer is Obamacare, because without the individual mandate, it's much different. Pre-existing conditions will always stay. What I would like to do is a much better health care, much better, will always protect people with pre-existing. So I'd like to terminate Obamacare, come up with a brand new, beautiful health care. The Democrats will do it because there'll be tremendous pressure on them, and we might even have the House by that time, and I think we're going to win the House, okay? You'll see, but I think we're going to win the House. But come up with a better health care, always protecting people with pre-existing conditions. And one thing very important, we have 180 million people out there that have great private health care. Far more than we're talking about with Obamacare. Joe Biden is going to terminate all of those policies. These are people that love their health care, people that have been successful, middle-income people, been successful. They have 180 million plans, 180 million people, families. Under what he wants to do, which will basically be socialized medicine, he won't even have a choice, they want to terminate 180 million plans. We have done an incredible job on health care, and we're going to do even better.
Okay,
Let me
Vice
respond.
President Biden, yes, this is for you. Your health care plan calls for building on Obamacare. So my question is, what is your plan if the law is ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
What I'm going to do is pass Obamacare with a public option, become Biden-care. The public option is an option that says that if you, in fact, do not have the wherewithal to be, if you qualify for Medicaid and you do not have the wherewithal in your state to get Medicaid, you automatically are enrolled, providing competition for insurance companies. That's what's going to happen. Secondly, we're going to make sure we reduce the premiums and reduce drug prices by making sure that there's competition that doesn't exist now by allowing the Medicare to negotiate drug prices with the insurance companies. Thirdly, the idea that I want to eliminate private insurance, the reason why I had such a fight with 20 candidates for the nomination was I support private insurance. That's why not one single person with private insurance would lose their insurance under my plan, nor did they under Obamacare. They did not lose their insurance unless they chose they wanted to go to something else. Lastly, we're going to make sure we're in a situation that we actually protect pre-existing. There's no way he can protect pre-existing conditions. None, zero. You can't do it in the ether. He's been talking about this for a long time. He's never come up with a plan. I guess we're going to get the pre-existing condition plan the same time we get the infrastructure plan that we've been waiting since 17, 18, 19, and 20. The fact, I still have a few more minutes. I know you're getting anxious. The fact is that he's already cost the American people, because of his terrible handling of the COVID virus and the economic spillover, 10 million people have lost their private insurance. And he wants to take away 22 million more people who have it under Obamacare, and over 110 million people with pre-existing conditions. And all the people from COVID are going to have pre-existing conditions. What are they going to do?
I have a follow-up for you, Vice President Biden. It relates to something that President Trump said. He's accusing you of wanting socialized medicine. What do you say to people who have concerns that your health care plan, which includes a government insurance option, takes the country one step closer to a health care system run entirely by the government? What's your response
say it's
to them?
ridiculous. It's like saying that, the idea that the fact that there's a public option that people can choose, that makes it a socialist plan. Look, the difference between the president, I think health care is not a privilege, it's a right. Everyone should have the right to have affordable health care. And I am very proud of my plan. It's gotten endorsed by all the major labor unions, as well as a whole range of other people who in fact are concerned in the medical field. This is something that's going to save people's lives, and this is going to give some people an opportunity to have health care for their children. How many of you home are worried and rolling around in bed tonight wondering what in God's name you're going to do if you get sick? Because you've lost your home insurance, your health insurance, your company's gone under. We have to provide health insurance for people at an affordable rate, and that's what I do.
President Trump,
Excuse me, he was
your
there
response.
for 47 years. He didn't do it. He was now there as vice president for 8 years, and it's not like it was 25 years ago. It was 3 3/4. It was just a little while ago, right? Less than 4 years ago. He didn't do anything. He didn't do it. He wants socialized medicine, and it's not that he wants it. His vice president, I mean, she is more liberal than Bernie Sanders and wants it even more. Bernie Sanders wants it. The Democrats want it. You're going to have socialized medicine, just like he went with fracking. We're not going to have fracking. We're going to stop fracking. We're going to stop fracking. Then he goes to Pennsylvania after he gets a nomination, where he got very lucky to get it. And he goes to Pennsylvania and he says, oh, we're going to have fracking. And you never asked that question. And by the way, so far, I respect very much the way you're handling this, I have to say.
By the way.
But somebody should ask the question.
You can ask.
He goes for a year. There will be no fracking. There will
We do
be
have
no
a number of
petroleum.
topics we're
No,
going to
but
get
that's a
to.
big- that's a big question.
We're going to get to. We're going to get to.
It's the same thing with socialized
I have to
medicine.
respond.
Vice President, your response, please.
My response is people deserve to have affordable health care, period. Period, period, period. And the Biden care proposal will, in fact, provide for that affordable health care, lower premiums. What we're going to do is going to cost some money. It's going to cost over $750 billion over 10 years to do it. And they're going to have lower premiums. You can buy into the better plans, the cheaper plans, lower your premiums, deal with unexpected billing, and have your drug prices drop significantly. He keeps talking about it. He hasn't done a thing for anybody on health care. Not a thing.
Kristen, when
Very
he
quickly,
says,
then I wanna talk
when
about
he
what's
says
happening on
public
Capitol
option,
Hill.
he's talking about socialized medicine, and when he and healthcare. When he talks about a public option, he's talking about destroying your Medicare, totally
Wrong.
destroyed, and destroying your Social Security, and this whole country will come down. You know, Bernie Sanders tried it in his state. He tried it in his state. His governor was a very liberal governor. They want to make it work.
Okay,
It
let's
was
let Vice President
impossible
Biden
to work.
respond.
It doesn't
Vice
work.
President
He's
Biden,
a very
your response.
confused guy. He thinks he's running against somebody else. He's running against Joe Biden. I beat all those other people because I disagreed with them. Joe Biden he's running against. And the idea that we're in a situation that they're going to destroy Medicare, this is the guy that the actuary at Medicare said, if in fact, at Social Security, if in fact he continues to withhold his plan to withhold the tax on Social Security, Social Security will be bankrupt by 2023 with no way to make up for it. This is the guy who's tried to cut Medicare. So I mean, the idea that Donald Trump is lecturing me on Social Security and Medicare? Come on.
He tried to get
10
rid of,
seconds,
he
Mr.
tried to
President,
hurt
and then I
Social
have to go to
Security
another
years
question.
Years ago. Go back and look at the records. He tried to hurt Social Security years ago.
All
One
right,
thing,
let's move
but
on.
this
I'm
is
going to
the
move
guy
on.
that when they
Mr.
announced
President, I have to
last
move on
week,
to the next question.
They said
or
the
else
stock
we're not
market
going to
will
have time to talk about
boom
it.
if I'm elected. If he's elected, the stock market will crash.
Okay, let's
biggest
move on to the
analysts are
next
saying that.
question.
Let me respond.
Very quickly.
Look, the idea that the stock market is booming is his only measure of what's happening. Where I come from in Scranton and Claymont, the people don't live off of the stock market. Just in the last three years during this crisis, the billionaires in this country made, according to the Wall Street, $700 billion more dollars. $700 billion more dollars, because that's his only measure. What happens to the ordinary people out there? What happens to them?
Let's talk about what's happening on Capitol Hill. We're going to
Kristen,
move on, gentlemen.
401ks are through the roof.
We're gonna
People's
move on.
stock are through the roof.
All right.
And he doesn't come from Scranton. That's like he lived there for a short period of time before he even knew it.
We're going to move on to
and
the
he
next
left.
question.
And the people of Pennsylvania
Let me
will
move
show
on
you
to my
that.
next question,
They
gentlemen.
understand.
As of tonight, more than 12 million people are out of work. And as of tonight, 8 million more Americans have fallen into poverty, and more families are going hungry every day. Those hit hardest are women and people of color. They see Washington fighting over a relief bill. Mr. President, why haven't you been able to get them the help they need? 30 seconds here.
Because Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve it. I do.
But you're the president.
I do, but I still have to get. Unfortunately, that's one of the reasons I think we're going to take over the House, because of her. Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve anything because she'd love to have some victories on a date called November 3rd. Nancy Pelosi does not want to approve it. We are ready, willing, and able to do something. Don't forget, we've already approved 3 plans, and it's gone through, including the Democrats, in all fairness. This one she doesn't want. It's near the election because she thinks it helps her politically. I think it hurts her politically.
All right, Mr. Vice President,
You know, the Republican leader in the United States Senate said he can't pass it. He will not be able to pass it. He does not have Republican votes. Why isn't he talking to his Republican friends?
Let me follow up with you, Vice President
we made a
Biden,
deal, the
because
Republicans
let me
will
ask
pass
Vice
it.
President Biden a question. You are the leader of the Democratic Party. Why have you not pushed the Democrats to get a deal for the American people?
Well, I have, and they have pushed it. Look, they passed this act all the way back in the beginning of the summer. This is like it's not new. It's been out there. This HEROES Act has been sitting there. And look at what's happening. When I was in charge of the Recovery Act with $800 billion, I was able to get $145 billion to local communities that have to balance their budgets and states that have to balance their budgets, so then have to fire firefighters, teachers, first responders, law enforcement officers, so they could keep their cities and counties running. He will not support that. They have not done a thing for them. And Mitch McConnell said, let them go bankrupt. Let them go bankrupt. Come on. What's the matter with
The bill
these
that was
guys?
passed in the House was a bailout of badly run, high-crime, Democrat, all run by Democrats, cities and states. It was a way of getting a lot of money, billions and billions of dollars to these states. It was also a way of getting a lot of money from our people's pockets to people that come into our country illegally. We were going to take care of everything for them. And what that does, and I'd love to do that, I'd love to help them, but what that does, everybody all over the world will start pouring into our country. We can't do it. This was a way of taking care of them. This was a way of spending on things that had nothing to do with COVID, as per your question. But it was really a big bailout for badly run Democrat cities and states.
All right,
By the
I
way,
want
if
to.
I get elected, I'm running as a proud Democrat, but I'm going to be an American president. I don't see red states and blue states. What I see is American, United States. And folks, every single state out there finds themselves in trouble. They're going to start laying off, whether they're red or blue, cops, firefighters, first responders, because teachers, because they have to balance their budget. And the founders were smart. They allowed the federal government a deficit spend to compensate for the United States of America.
I want to talk about the minimum wage, gentlemen. Mr. Vice President, we are talking a lot about struggling small businesses
Yes.
and business owners these days. Do you think this is the right time to ask them to raise the minimum wage? You, of course, support a $15 federal minimum
I
wage.
do, because I think one of the things we're going to have to do is we're going to have to bail them out, too. We should be bailing them out now, those small businesses. You got 1 in 6 of them going under. They're not going to be able to make it back. They passed a package that allows us to be able to call PPP. Money is supposed to go to help them do everything from organize how they can deal with their businesses being open safely. Schools, how they can make classrooms smaller, how they can hire more teachers, how they can put ventilation systems in. They need the help. The businesses as well as the schools need the help. But these guys will not help them. It's not giving them any of the money.
We are going to move on to
Excuse me,
immigration,
one thing very
but I
quickly.
want
He
to
said
get
we
your
have to help our
reaction.
small businesses by raising the minimum wage. That's not helping. I think it should be a state option. Alabama is different than New York. New York is different from Vermont. Every state is different. It should be a state option.
you said very
we have
recently-
to help. It's very important. We have to help our small businesses.
You
How
said-
are you helping your small businesses when you're forcing wages? What's going to happen, and what's been proven to happen, is when you do that, these small businesses fire many of their employees.
You said very
Not true,
recently you would
by the way.
consider raising the federal minimum
it.
wage to $15 an
Say it.
hour. You said recently you would consider raising the federal minimum wage to
What I
$15 an hour.
really
Is that
like,
still the case?
And I would consider it to an extent, but
In a
what I
second
really like,
administration?
in a second administration, but not to a level that's going to put all these businesses out of business. It should be a state option. Look, I've lived in different places. I know different places. They're all different. Some places, $15 is not so bad. In other places, other states, $15 would be
Okay, President
ruinous.
Trump, thank you. Quick
No
response,
one
Vice
should
President
work
Biden.
2 jobs, 1 job, be below poverty. People are making $6, $7, $8 an hour. These first responders, we all clap for as they come down the street because they've allowed us to make it. What's happening? They deserve a minimum wage of $15. Anything below that puts you below the poverty level. And there is no evidence that when you raise the minimum wage, businesses go out of business. That is simply not true.
We're going to
It's
talk
an
about
old saw.
immigration. We're going to talk about immigration now, gentlemen, and we're going to talk about families within this context. Mr. President, your administration separated children from their parents at the border, at least 4,000 kids. You've since reversed your zero-tolerance policy, but the United States can't locate the parents of more than 500 children. So how will these families ever be reunited?
Children are brought here by coyotes and lots of bad people, cartels, and they're brought here, and they used to use them to get into our country. We now have as strong a border as we've ever had. We're over 400 miles of brand new wall. You see the numbers, and we let people in, but they have to come in legally, and they come in through
But
merit.
how will you
But let
reunite
me
these
just tell
kids
you,
with their families,
Let me just tell you,
Mr.
they
President?
built cages. You know, they used to say, I built the cages, and then they had a picture in a certain newspaper, and it was a picture of these horrible cages, and they said, look at these cages, President Trump built them, and then it was determined they were built in 2014. That was him.
Do you
They
have a
built
plan to
cages.
reunite the kids
Yes,
with
we're
their
working on
families?
it we're trying very hard. But a lot of these kids come out without the parents. They come over through cartels and through coyotes and through gangs.
Vice President Biden, let me bring you into this
525
conversation. Quick response and then another question to you.
These 500 plus kids came with parents. They separated them at the border to make it a disincentive to come to begin with. Real tough. We're really strong. And guess what? They cannot, it's not coyotes didn't bring them over. Their parents were with them. They got separated from their parents. And it makes us a laughing stock and violates every notion of who we are as a nation.
Let me ask you a follow-up
Kristen,
question.
they did it. We changed the policy.
Your response
they
to that?
They did it. We changed.
did not
They built the
separate
cages.
the-
Who built the cages, Joe?
Let's talk about what
Who
we're
built the
talking about.
cages,
Let's
Joe?
talk about what we're talking about. What happened? Parents were ripped, their kids were ripped from their arms and separated. And now they cannot find over 500 of sets of those parents, and those kids are alone. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. It's criminal. It's criminal.
Let me ask
Kristen,
you
I
about
will say this.
immigration.
They went
10
down.
seconds
We
and then
brought
I need to ask
reporters,
you.
everything. They are so well taken care of. They're in facilities that were so clean.
But some
and
of
have
them
gotten
haven't been
such
reunited
But
with their
just ask
families.
one question. Who built the cages? I'd love you to ask him that. Who built the cages?
Let me ask about your immigration policy, Mr. Vice President. The Obama administration did fail to deliver immigration reform, which had been a key promise during the administration. It also presided over record deportations as well as family detentions at the border before changing course. So why should voters trust you with an immigration overhaul now?
Because we made a mistake. It took too long to get it right. It took too long to get it right. I'll be president of the United States, not vice president of the United States. And the fact is, I've made it very clear. Within 100 days, I'm going to send to the United States Congress a pathway to citizenship for over 11 million undocumented people. And all of those so-called dreamers, those DACA kids, they're going to be immediately certified again to be able to stay in this country and put on a path to citizenship. The idea that they are being sent home by this guy and they want to do that is they've gone to a country they've never seen before. I can imagine you're 5 years old, your parents are taking you across the Rio Grande River and it's illegal. And you say, oh no, Mom, leave me here. I'm not going to go with you. They've been here. Many of them are model citizens. Over 20,000 of them are first responders out there taking care of people during this crisis. We owe them. We owe them.
President,
Kristen,
jump
he
your
had
reaction.
8 years to do what he said he was going to do. And I've
We
changed
did.
without having a specific. We got rid of catch and release. We got rid of a lot of horrible things that they put in and that they lived with. But he had 8 years he was vice president. He did nothing except build cages to keep children in.
Vice President
Wrong.
Biden, your response.
The catch and release, you know what he's talking about there? If in fact you had a family came across and they were arrested, they in fact were given a date to show up for their hearing. They were released. And guess what? They showed up for a hearing. And this is the first president in the history of the United States of America that anybody seeking asylum has to do it in another country. That's never happened before in America. That's never happened before in America. You come to the United States and you make your case that I seek asylum based on the following premise, why I deserve it under American law. They're sitting in squalor on the other side of the river.
President Trump, your response,
So
30
important.
seconds, and then we'll move
It
on.
just shows that he has no understanding of immigration or the laws. Catch and release is a disaster. A murderer would come in, a rapist would come in, a very bad person would come in. We would take their name. We have to release them into our country. And then you say they come back. Less than 1% of the people come back. We have to send ICE out and Border Patrol out to find them. We would say, come back in 2 years, 3 years. We're going to give you a court case. You need Perry Mason. We're going to give you a court case. When you say they come back, they don't come back, Joe. They never come back. Only the really, I hate to say this, but those with the lowest IQ, they might come back.
Okay,
But they're
President
very,
Trump, let's
very
give
few.
Vice President Biden a chance to respond, and then we're going to move on to the
You
next
don't know
section.
the law, Joe.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Know the law, what he's telling you is simply not true.
Well, check it out. They don't come back.
Check it out.
All right, let's move on
But we don't have to
the
worry
next
about it because they
section.
terminated it, so we don't have to worry about
Let's
it
move
anymore.
on to the next
And you have
section.
525 kids not knowing where in God's name they're going to be and lost their parents.
Go ahead.
All right, let's talk about our next section, which is race in America. And I want to talk about the way Black and brown Americans experience race in this country. Part of that experience is something called the talk. It happens regardless of class and income. Parents who feel they have no choice but to prepare their children for the chance that they could be targeted, including by the police, for no reason other than the color of their skin. Mr. Vice President, in the next 2 minutes, I want you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children?
I do. I do. You know, my daughter is a social worker, and she's written a lot about this. She has her graduate degree from the University of Pennsylvania in social work. And you know, one of the reasons why I ended up working on the east side of Wilmington, Delaware, which is 90% African American, was to learn more about what was going on. I never had to tell my daughter, if she's pulled over, make sure she puts, for a traffic stop, put both hands on top of the wheel and don't reach for the glove box because someone may shoot you. But a black parent, no matter how wealthy or how poor they are, has to teach their child when you're walking down the street, don't have a hoodie on when you go across the street. Making sure that you, in fact, if you get pulled over, just yes, sir, no, sir, hands on top of the wheel, because you are, in fact, the victim, whether you're a person making child of a $300,000 a year person or someone who's on food stamps. The fact of the matter is, there is institutional racism in America. And we have always said, we've never lived up to it, that we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women are created equal. Well, guess what? We have never, ever lived up to it, but we've always constantly been moving the needle further and further to inclusion, not exclusion. This is the first president to come along and says, that's the end of that. We're not going to do that anymore. We have to provide for economic opportunity, better education, better health care, better access to schooling, better access to opportunity to borrow money to start businesses. All the things we can do, and I've laid out a clear plan as to how to do those things, just to give people a shot. It's about accumulating the ability to have wealth as well as it is to be free from violence.
President Trump, same question to you, and let me remind you of the question. I would like you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children?
Yes, I do. And again, he's been in government 47 years. He never did a thing except in 1994 when he did such harm to the black community. And they were called, and he called them super predators. And he said that. He said it, super predators. And they have never lived that down. 1994, your crime bill, the super predators. Nobody has done more for the black community than Donald Trump. And if you look, with the exception of Abraham Lincoln, possible exception, but the exception of Abraham Lincoln, nobody has done what I've done. Criminal justice reform, Obama and Joe didn't do it. I don't even think they tried because they had no chance at doing it. They might have wanted to do it, but if you had to see the arms I had to twist to get that done, it was not a pretty picture, and everybody knows it, including some very liberal people that cried in my office. They cried in the Oval Office. 2 weeks later, they're out saying, gee, we have to defeat him. Criminal justice reform, prison reform, opportunity zones with Tim Scott, a great senator from South Carolina. He came in with this incredible idea for opportunity zones. It's one of the most successful programs. People don't talk about it. Tremendous investment is being made. Biggest beneficiary, the black and Hispanic communities, and then historically black colleges and universities. After 3 years of coming to the office, I love some of those guys. They were great. They came into the office And I said, what are you doing? After 3 years, I said, why do you keep coming back? Because we have no funding. I said, you don't have to come back every year. We have to come back because President Obama would never give them long-term funding, and I did. 10-year long-term funding, and I gave them more money than they asked for because they said, I think you need more. And I said, the only bad part about this is I may never see you again because I got very friendly with them, and they like me and I like them. But I saved historically black colleges and universities.
Okay, and we're going to talk about both of your records, but your response to that, Vice President?
My response to that is I never, ever said what he accused me of saying. The fact of the matter is, in 2000, though, after the crime bill had been in the law for a while, this is the guy who said, the problem with the crime bill, there's not enough people in jail. There's not enough people in jail. And go on my website, get the quote, the date when he said it. Not enough people. He talked about marauding gangs, young gangs, and the people who are going to maraud our cities. This is a guy who in the Central Park five innocent black kids, he continued to push for making sure that they got the death penalty. None of them were guilty of the crimes they were suggested. Look, and talk about granted, he did in fact let 20 people, he commuted 20 people's sentences. We commuted over 1,000 people's sentences. Over 1,000. The very law he's talking about is a law that, in fact, initiated by Barack Obama. And secondly, we're in a situation here where the federal prison system was reduced by 38,000 people under our administration. And one of these things we should be doing, there should be no minimum mandatories in the law. That's why I'm offering $20 billion to states to change their state laws to eliminate minimum mandatories and set up drug courts. No one should be going to jail because they have a drug problem. They should be going to rehabilitation, not to jail. We should fundamentally change the system, and that's what I'm going to do.
But why didn't he do it 4 years ago? Why didn't you do that 4 years ago, even less than that? Why didn't you do it? You were vice president. You keep talking about all these things you're going to do and you're going to do this, but you were there just a short time ago and you guys did nothing.
We did.
You know, Joe, I ran because of you. I ran because of Barack Obama, because you did a poor job. If I thought you did a good job, I would have never run. I would have never run. I ran because of you. I'm looking at you now. You're a politician. I ran because of you.
All right, Vice President Biden, your response to that, and then I do have some questions for both of you.
Well, I tell you what, I hope he does look at me, because what's happening here is, you know who I am, you know who he is, you know his character, you know my character, you know our reputations for honor and telling the truth. I am anxious to have this race. I am anxious to see this take place. The character of the country is on the ballot. Our character is on the ballot. Look at us closely.
Let me ask some follow-up.
Excuse me.
Please respond, and then we're going to have follow-up
If this stuff is true about Russia, Ukraine, China, other countries, Iraq, if this is true, then he's a corrupt politician.
All right.
So don't give me the stuff about how you're this innocent baby. Joe, they're calling you a corrupt politician.
Nobody's
Take a look
President
at the
Trump,
laptop
I want to
from
stay
hell.
on the issue
Excuse
of
me,
race. We're
take a
talking
look at
about
the
the issue.
laptop from hell.
President Trump, we're
Nobody.
talking about race right now, and I do want to stay on the issue of race. President Trump,
And I
you've
have to
just
respond to that.
Please,
Because look,
very quickly.
there are 50 former national intelligence folks who said that what he's accusing me of is a Russian plant. They have said that this has all the five former heads of the CIA, both parties, say what he's saying is a bunch of garbage. Nobody believes it except his and his good friend Rudy Giuliani.
You mean the laptop is now another Russia hoax? You
That's
gotta
exactly
be-
what.
Is this
that's
where you're
exactly
going?
what.
This
was
is
told.
where he's going. The laptop is Russia,
Yes.
Gentlemen,
Russia.
I want to stay on the issue of race.
You
okay?
have to be kidding. Here we
Mr.
go
President,
again with Russia.
We're going to continue
Boy,
on the
boy.
issue of race. Mr. President,
believe
you've
that one.
described the Black Lives Matter movement as a symbol of hate. You've shared a video of a man chanting white power to millions of your supporters. You've said that black professional athletes exercising their First Amendment rights should be fired. What do you say to Americans who say that kind of language from a president is contributing to a climate of hate and racial strife?
Well, you have to understand, the first time I ever heard of Black Lives Matter, they were chanting pigs in a blanket, talking about police. Pigs, talking about our police. Pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon. I said, that's a horrible thing. And they were marching down the street. And that was my first glimpse of Black Lives Matter. I thought it was a terrible thing. As far as my relationships with all people. I think I have great relationships with all people. I am the least racist person in this room.
Well, what do you say to Americans who are concerned by that rhetoric?
I don't know. I don't know what
videos?
to say. I got criminal justice reform done and prison reform and opportunity zones. I took care of black colleges and universities. I don't know what to say. They can say anything. I mean, they can say anything. It makes me sad because I am the least racist person. I can't even see the audience because it's so dark, but I don't care who's in the audience. I'm the least racist person in this room.
Okay, Vice President Biden, let me ask you very quickly, and then I have a follow-up question for you.
Abraham Lincoln here is one of the most racist presidents we've had in modern history. He pours fuel on every single racist fire. Every single one. Started off his campaign coming down the escalator saying he's going to get rid of those Mexican rapists. He's banned Muslims because they're Muslims. He has moved around and made everything worse across the board. He says about the poor boys, last time we were on stage here, he said, I told them to stand down and stand ready. Come on. This guy has a dog whistle about as big as a foghorn.
President Trump, I'm going to give you 10 seconds to respond, and then I have a follow-up question.
He made a reference to Abraham Lincoln. Where did that come in? I mean,
You said
where
you're
did
Abraham Lincoln.
No, where did that? No.
You said-
I said not since Abraham Lincoln has anybody done what I've done for the black community.
And I'm saying-
I didn't say I'm Abraham Lincoln. I said not since Abraham Lincoln has anybody done what I've done for the black community. Now, you have done nothing other than the crime bill, which put
Oh, God.
tens of thousands of black men, mostly, in jail.
All right, let me-
And you know
let me
what?
a- let me
they
ask
remember
Vice
it
President
because if you
Biden
look
a
at what's
question.
happening with the voting right now,
Let me ask
they
Vice
remember
President
that
Biden
you treated them
about-
very, very badly.
The-
Just
the-
take a look at what's happening out there.
Vice President Biden, let me give you a chance to respond within this context. Crime
Okay.
bills that you supported in the 80s and 90s contributed to the incarceration of tens of thousands of young black men who had small amounts of drugs in their possession. They are sons, they are brothers, they're fathers, they're uncles, whose families are still to this day, some of them suffering the consequences. So speak to those families. Why should they vote for you?
One of the things is that in the 80s, we passed 100%, all 100 senators voted for it, a bill on drugs and how to deal with drugs. It was a mistake. I've been trying to change it since then, particularly the portion on cocaine. That's why I've been arguing that, in fact, we should not send anyone to jail for a pure drug offense. They should be going into treatment across the board. That's what we should be spending money. That's why I set up drug courts, which were never funded by our Republican friends. They should not be going to jail for a drug or an alcohol problem. They should be going into treatment. That's what we've been trying to do. That's what I'm going to get done because I think the American people have now seen that, in fact, it was a mistake to pass those laws relating to drugs. But they were not in the crime bill.
But
Okay,
why
so-
didn't he get it done? See, it's all talk, no action with these politicians. Why didn't he get it done? That's what I'm going to do when I become president. You were vice president along with Obama as your president, your leader, for 8 years. Why didn't you get it done? You had 8 years to get it done. Now you're saying you're going to get it done because you're all talk and no action, Jim.
We got a
Your
lot of
response.
it done. We released
get
38,000.
anything
We got
done.
38,000 prisoners left from the.
You got
out of-
nothing done.
38,000 prisoners were released from federal prison. There were over 1,000 people who were given clemency. In fact, we're the ones that put in the legislation saying we could look at pattern and practice of police departments and what they were doing, how they were conducting themselves. I could go on, but we began the process. We lost an election. That's why I'm running to win back that election and change his terrible policy.
I
Quick
just
response,
asked,
and then we're
I
gonna
just
move
asked
on
one
to climate
question.
change.
Why didn't you do it in the 8 years, a short time ago? Why didn't you do it? You just said, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do this. You put tens
Because-
of thousands of mostly black young men in prison. Now you're saying you're going to undo that. Why didn't you get it done? You had 8 years with Obama. You know why,
Because-
Joe? Because you're all talk and no action.
All right, Vice President
Because
Biden, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
We had a Republican Congress. That's the answer.
Well,
Okay.
You got to talk them into it, Joe.
right.
Sometimes you got to talk them into it.
We're going to move on to our next section,
Like I
which
did
is
with criminal
climate
justice
change.
reform. I had
Okay.
to talk Democrats into it.
Gentlemen,
You did what we
we're running out of
already done.
time, so we got to get on to
Okay.
climate change, please. You both have very different visions on climate change. President Trump, you say that environmental regulations have hurt jobs in the energy sector. Vice President Biden, you have said you see addressing climate change as an opportunity to create new jobs. For each of you, how would you both combat climate change and support job growth at the same time? Starting with you, President Trump, you have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
So we have the Trillion Trees program. We have so many different programs. I do love the environment, but what I want is the cleanest, crystal clear water, the cleanest air. We have the best, lowest number in carbon emissions, which is a big standard that I notice Obama goes with all the time. Not Joe. I haven't heard Joe use the term because I'm not sure he knows what it represents or means, but I have heard Obama use it. And we have the best carbon emission numbers that we've had in 35 years under this administration. We are working so well with industry, but here's what we can't do. Look at China, how filthy it is. Look at Russia. Look at India. It's filthy. The air is filthy. The Paris Accord, I took us out because we were going to have to spend trillions of dollars, and we were treated very unfairly. When they put us in there, they did us a great disservice. They were going to take away our businesses. I will not sacrifice tens of millions of jobs, thousands and thousands of companies because of the Paris Accord. It was so unfair. China doesn't kick in until 2030. Russia goes back to a low standard, and we kicked in right away. It would have destroyed our businesses. So, you ready? We have done an incredible job environmentally. We have the cleanest air, the cleanest water, and the best carbon emission standards that we've seen in many, many years.
Vice President
And we
Biden.
haven't destroyed our industries.
Vice President Biden, 2 minutes to you, uninterrupted.
Climate change, climate warming, global warming is an existential threat to humanity. We have a moral obligation to deal with it. And we're told by all the leading scientists in the world we don't have much time. We're going to pass the point of no return within the next 8 to 10 years. 4 more years of this man eliminating all the regulations that were put in by us to clean up the climate, to limit the limit of emissions will put us in a position where we're going to be in real trouble. Here's where we have a great opportunity. I was able to get both all the environmental organizations as well as labor, the people worried about jobs, to support my climate plan. Because what it does, it will create millions of new good-paying jobs. We're going to invest in, for example, 50,000 charging stations on our highways so that we can own the electric car market of the future. In the meantime, China is doing that. We're going to be in a position where we're going to see to it that we're going to take 4 million existing buildings and 2 million existing homes and retrofit them so they don't leak as much energy, saving hundreds of millions of barrels of oil in the process and creating significant number of jobs. And by the way, the whole idea of what this is all going to do, it's going to create millions of jobs, and it's going to clean the environment. Our health and our jobs are at stake. That's what's happening. And what right now, by the way, Wall Street firms indicated that my plan will in fact create 18.6 million jobs, 7 million more than his. This is from Wall Street. And I'll create $1 trillion more in economic growth than his proposal does. Not on climate, just on the economy.
President Trump, you're
They came out and said very strongly, $6,500 will be taken away from families under his plan, that his plan is an economic disaster. If you look at what he wants to do, if you look at his plan, his
Nothing to do with
environmental
climate.
plan, you know who developed it? AOC plus 3. They know nothing about the climate. I mean, she's got a good line of stuff, but she knows nothing about the climate. And they're all hopping through hoops for AOC plus 3. Look, their real plan cost $100 trillion. If we had the best year in the history of our country for 100 years, we would not even come close to a number like that. When he says buildings, they want to take buildings down because they want to make bigger windows into smaller windows. as far as they're concerned, if you had no window, it would be a lovely thing. This is the craziest plan that anybody has ever seen. And this wasn't done by smart people. This wasn't done by anybody. Frankly, I don't even know how it can be good politically. They want to spend $100 trillion. That's their real number. He's trying to say it was 6. It's $100 trillion. They want to knock down buildings and build new buildings with little, tiny, small windows. I mean, and many other things.
Okay.
And many other things.
Let me have the Vice President
It
respond,
is
and we're running out of
crazy.
time, and we have a lot
And
more
you'll
questions to
destroy
get
our
to.
country.
So let's hear from the Vice President. I have a number more questions.
I don't know where he comes from. I don't know where he comes up with these numbers.
Queens.
$100 trillion. Give me a break. This plan was, plan is endorsed by every major environmental group and every labor group. Labor, because they know the future lies. The future lies in us being able to breathe, and they know there are good jobs in getting us there. And by the way, the fastest growing industry in America is solar energy and wind. He thinks wind causes cancer, windmills. It's the fastest growing jobs, and they pay good prevailing wages, $45, $50 an hour. We can grow and we can be cleaner if we go the route I'm proposing.
President Trump,
Excuse me.
please
We are
respond, and then I have some
We are
follow-ups.
energy independent for the first time. We don't need all of these countries that we had to fight war over because we needed their energy. We are energy independent. I know more about wind than you do. It's extremely expensive, kills all the birds, it's very intermittent, it's got a lot of problems, and they happen to make the windmills in both Germany and China. And the fumes coming up, if you're a believer in carbon emission, the fumes coming up to make these massive windmills is more than anything that we're talking about with natural gas, which is very clean. One other thing.
Find me a scientist
Solar.
who said that.
I love solar, but solar doesn't quite have it yet. It's not powerful yet to really run our big, beautiful factories that we need to compete with the world. So
False.
It's all a pipe dream. But you know what we'll do? We're going to have the greatest economy in the world. But if you want to kill the economy, get rid of your oil industry. You want, and what about fracking?
All right,
Now
let
we
me
have to ask him about
allow
fracking.
Vice President Biden to
I
respond.
never said I oppose fracking.
You said it on tape.
I did. Show the tape. Put it on your website.
I'll put it on.
Put it on the website. The fact of the matter is
Showed
he's
it last
flat lying.
Would you
Flat-
rule out banning fracking?
I do rule out banning fracking because the answer, we need other industries to transition to get to ultimately a complete zero emissions by 2025. What I will do with fracking over time is make sure that we can capture the emissions from the fracking, capture the emissions from gas. We can do that, and we can do that by investing money and doing it, but it's a transition to that.
I have one more question in this pod, and then
Excuse me, he was against fracking. He said it. I will show that to you tomorrow. I am against fracking. Until he got the nomination, went to Pennsylvania, then he said, but you know what, Pennsylvania? He'll be against it very soon because his party is totally against it.
Fracking on federal land, I said. No fracking
You said
and or
fracking.
oil
You
on
didn't say
federal
Let
land.
me ask this
I
final
did.
question in this section, and then I want to move on to our final section. President Trump, people of color are much more likely to live near oil refineries and chemical plants. In Texas, there are families who worry the plants near them are making them sick. Your administration has rolled back regulations on these kinds of facilities. Why should these families give you another 4 years in office?
The families that we're talking about are employed heavily, and they're making a lot of money, more money than they've ever made. If you look at the kind of numbers that we produce for Hispanic, for Black, for Asian, it's 9 times greater, the percentage gain, than it was in 3 years, than it was under 8 years of the 2 of them, to put it nicely. 9 times more. Now, somebody lives, I have not heard the numbers or the statistics that you're saying, but they're making a tremendous amount of money economically. We saved it. And I saved it again a number of months ago when oil was crashing because of the pandemic. We saved it. We got, say what you want about relationship, we got Saudi Arabia, Mexico, and Russia to cut back, way back. We saved our oil industry, and now it's very vibrant again.
All
And
right.
everybody has very inexpensive gasoline. Remember
Vice
that.
President Biden, your response, and then we're going to have a final question for both of you.
My response is that those people live on what they call fence lines. He doesn't understand this. They live near chemical plants that, in fact, pollute, chemical plants and oil plants and refineries that pollute. I used to live near that when I was growing up in Claymont, Delaware. And more oil refineries in Marcus Hook and the Delaware River than there is any place, including in Houston at the time. When my mom get in the car and when there was first frost to drive me to school, turning the windshield wiper, there'd be oil slick in the window. That's why so many people in my state were dying and getting cancer. The fact is, those frontline communities, it doesn't matter what you're paying them, it matters how you keep them safe. What do? And you impose restrictions on the pollutants the pollutants coming out of those fence line communities.
Okay, I have one final question.
Would he close down the oil industry?
It falls.
Would you close down the oil
falls-
By the way, I would transition from the oil industry, yes.
Oh,
I will
that's
transition.
a big statement.
It is a big statement.
That's a big
because
statement.
I would stop
Why would you do that?
because the oil industry pollutes significantly.
I see.
Here's the deal. But
That's
you
a
can't
big
do that.
statement.
Well, if you let me finish the statement, because it has to be replaced by renewable energy over time. And I'd stop giving to the oil industry, I'd stop giving them federal subsidies. He won't give federal subsidies to the gas, to solar and wind.
Yeah.
Why are we giving it to oil industry?
We actually do
All
give
right.
it to solar and wind.
We
And
have
that's
one
maybe the
final
biggest
question.
statement in terms of business. That's the biggest statement.
Okay.
Because
We have
basically
one
what he's
final
saying
question,
is he is
Mr.
going to
President.
destroy the oil industry. Will you remember that, Texas? Will you
Okay.
remember that, Pennsylvania, Oklahoma?
Vice President Biden, let me give you 10 seconds to respond, and then
Ohio.
I have to get to the final question. Vice President Biden.
He takes everything out of context, but the point is, look, we have to move toward a net zero emissions. The first place to do that by the year 2035 is in energy production, by 2050 totally.
All right. One
Is he gonna
final
get
question
China
to
to
both
do
of
it?
you. No, we're finished with
Is
this.
he
We
going
have
to
to
get
move on
China
to
to
our
do it?
final question. We have to
I'm
move
going
on
to
to our final
rejoin Paris
question.
Accord and make China abide by what they agreed to.
All right,
That'll
this
cost you
is
$1
about
trillion.
leadership, gentlemen. And this first question does go to you, President Trump. Imagine this is your inauguration day. What will you say in your address to Americans who did not vote for you? You'll each have 1 minute, starting with you, Mr.
We have to make our country totally successful as it was prior to the plague coming in from China. Now we're rebuilding it, and we're doing record numbers, 11.4 million jobs in a short period of time, et cetera. But I will tell you, go back. Before the plague came in, just before, I was getting calls from people that were not normally people that would call me. They wanted to get together. We had the best black unemployment numbers in the history of our country. Hispanic, women, Asian, people with diplomas, with no diplomas, MIT graduates, #1 in the class. Everybody had the best numbers. And you know what? The other side wanted to get together. They wanted to unify. Success is going to bring us together. We are on the road to success. But I'm cutting taxes, and he wants to raise everybody's taxes, and he wants to put new regulations on everything. He will kill it. If he gets in, you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen. Your 401ks will go to hell, and it'll be a very, very sad day for this country.
All right. Vice President Biden, same question to you. What will you say during your inaugural address to Americans who did not vote for you?
I will say, I'm an American president. I represent all of you, whether you voted for me or against me. And I'm going to make sure that you're represented. I'm going to give you hope. We're going to move. We're going to choose science over fiction. We're going to choose hope over fear. We're going to choose to move forward because we have enormous opportunities to make things better. We can grow this economy. We can deal with the systemic racism. And at the same time, we can make sure that our economy is being run and moved and motivated by clean energy, creating millions of new jobs. And that's the fact. That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to say, as I said at the beginning, what is on the ballot here is the character of this country. Decency, honor, respect, treating people with dignity, making sure that everyone has an even chance. And I'm going to make sure you get that. You haven't been getting it the last 4 years.
All right. I want to thank you both for a very robust hour and a half, a fantastic debate. Really appreciate it. President Trump, former Vice President Joe Biden, thank you to Belmont University for hosting us tonight. And most importantly, thank you to those watching tonight. Election Day is November 3rd. Don't forget to vote. Thank you, everyone, and have a great night.
Thank you.
I want to begin by thanking all of the incredible medical professionals, the doctors, the nurses, everybody at Walter Reed Medical Center. I think it's the finest in the world for the incredible job they've been doing. I came here, wasn't feeling so well. I feel much better now. We're working hard.
To finish with no interruptions.
Did he make a good speech? I saw him on the plane and I couldn't sort of. Did he make a good speech? He's great. I'll tell you.
Here's an easy way to get the purest tasting water. Zero Water's premium 5-stage filter removes virtually all dissolved solids, while Brita's 2-stage filter leaves about half behind in your drinking water. Use the water quality meter to measure the number of total dissolved solids. It's easy to see that Brita still leaves plenty of dissolved solids behind in your drinking water. Measure the remaining dissolved solids filtered through your Zero Water device. The 000 reading means there are virtually zero dissolved solids left behind. When the meter reading shows 006, it's time to change the filter. Zero Water is also the only NSF certified pour-through pitcher to reduce lead and chromium. You deserve the best. Choose Zero Water for the purest tasting water.
Hi, I'm Paulette Jordan, and I was raised here in De Smet. It's like a lot of Idaho towns, where good people have been left behind by the elites who control politics. Like my opponent, Jim Risch, who's been in office 44 years, he's somehow made himself a multimillionaire and become one of the richest members of the Senate. I'm going to fight to give every Idaho family a fair shot, and I'm a pretty good shot. I'm Paulette Jordan, and I approve this message.
I'll tell you what, it was close. It was close. If I had my choice between Mike and Kamala, I think it's a very close choice, but I think we'll take Mike. I think we'll stick with Mike and Karen. No. By the way, how badly did he beat her in that debate? Did you ever hear the expression, if that were a fight, they would have stopped it? But anyway, no, Mike's been great from day one, and I appreciate it. I also want to thank Don Jr., Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany. Words cannot express how proud you make me every single day. No matter what happens tomorrow, I'm very proud of you all. But if we don't win, I'll never speak to them again. They like him. They like them all. No, I'm very proud. We're very proud of you. Thank you. Look at these people. There's a lot of spirit here. No, it's funny though. I kept saying we have to finish off here. We have to do it. It's just we can be a little bit superstitious, right? But you people, you've been great. You've been great, and I think we're going to have a tremendous victory in Michigan. Don't forget, 4 years ago I said, why are so many car companies leaving? You know, you were losing everything to Mexico and to China and to, frankly, Canada, and you were losing everything. And we stopped it. And now you have many, many car plants that have already been built, are being built, renovation 17. You didn't have a deal in like 42 years or so. It was always going out. Now they're all coming in. I want to thank Prime Minister Abe of Japan. I said, Shinzo, you got to do me a favor, Shinzo. You got to build some plants. And he said, no, we are the government. We don't do that. That's up to the private sector. I said, no, Shinzo, you got to do it. You got to do it. It's not fair. You're sending too many cars and they're built in Japan. We wanted them built in Michigan. We want them built in Ohio. We want them built in South Carolina, North Carolina. We got to do it. He says, but I do not do that, Donald. And the next day they announced 5 companies are coming to Michigan. So, but he's a great guy. And he retired. He wasn't, had some difficulty with his health, but he was a great Prime Minister of Japan, and he did a great favor to Michigan and to us, to all of us. We have a lot of activity in Michigan. It would be nice if your governor would open up the state, however. You want to open up the state. Open up your schools, open up the state, go back, get back to business. The only one that's allowed to roam free is her husband. What's her husband like? Remember, that wasn't so long ago. He's allowed to do whatever he wants, but everybody else, you're not allowed to leave your house or your apartment. No, she's got to open it up. Well, they will. On November 4th, she'll announce, okay, now we're going to open. You know, they're doing that for political. They think it hurts us in the election. Actually, it helps us, okay? Who has voted so far? Has anyone voted? Okay, good. Because you're saving it, right? You're saving it for Tuesday, right? No, we do. We're going to have a red wave. They call it the Great Red Wave, like nobody's ever seen before. Like nobody's ever seen. So based on just, early results, though, Florida looks like it's phenomenal. Just phenomenal. North Carolina is looking great. I think they're all looking great. Ohio is looking fantastic. We won Ohio last time by 8 points, and I said, well, why are, these fake polls that they put out, they're called suppression polls. If they make them bad enough, they hope you don't want to waste your time and vote, right? We love our president, but if he's losing by 250 points, let's stay home and have dinner, darling. And it doesn't work because you people don't go for the bait, do you? It's really amazing. And I think we're winning. I think we're going to win everything. I think tomorrow's going to be one of the greatest wins in the history of politics. I want to give a very special thank you also to Jared Kushner, who is in the process of negotiating a little thing called peace in the Middle East. Great guy. Great guy. They like that. They like the sound. Peace in the Middle East without blood all over the sand. No blood in the sand and no cost, just peace. Already 3 countries, UAE, a great leader, Mohammed, great leader. And 3 countries have already signed. Bahrain, it's already signed. Sudan, and we have many, many countries. How many do we have lined up? Like, it'll be more than 10. Now, what would happen if Sleepy Joe Biden had to take over the deal? You know what happens? That's the end of that deal. You can forget that deal, the sleepy one. Lara Trump, thank you, Lara. What a job you do. What a job you do. Lara's a specialist on a place called North Carolina, I will tell you. She lived there and she grew up there and they love her there. And Pennsylvania, that extends to Pennsylvania next door. And you said that we're doing phenomenally there, right? So I think that's right. She said win. I think they're both wins, big wins. We've got to be careful, though, because the Pennsylvania deal with that decision, you can count the ballots later on and count them whenever you'd like. No, we have to be very, very careful with that. That causes a lot of problems. I want to thank Kimberly Guilfoyle. Kimberly is fantastic from day one. I'd watch her on the 5, and she always liked me right from the beginning, so I always liked her. If they don't like me, I never like them. It's funny the way that works. But she was their big star, and she did great, and thank you very much, Kimberly. I appreciate it very much. And Tiffany, thank you for the job you do. She goes around from place to place. She just graduated from law school. She just graduated from Georgetown. She did a great job. Thank you. Thank you very much. Great job. And Michael, thank you very much. Thank you very much. To all of our supporters here tonight, I really want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We've worked very hard in 4 years. We've been hit by fake investigations, fake scandals, fake impeachments. We've had so many things that the witch hunt, I call it the witch hunt, and it turned out to be a phony witch hunt, and they should have known it the first day. They did know it the first day, but it's the deep state, it's whatever you want to call it, but you know, it should have never happened. Think of it. They spied on our campaign. They got caught. They tried to take down a duly elected president of the United States. They got caught. And you know who knew all about it? Barack Hussein Obama and Sleepy Joe Biden. They knew all about it. They knew all about it. And then I watched the fake news back there. Look at all of them. Look at all of the fake news. Isn't that? It's a lot of fake news. Then I watched the fake news saying, you know, his attitude is a very tough attitude. He's not very nice. He's a very nasty person. No. We're defending ourselves. We're defending all of these people that voted for us with these fake. And then what happens? It turns out to be that it was them that were guilty of all of these horrible crimes, including the crime of treason. Because when you try and take down a duly elected president, you know, it's called treason. It's called big stuff. It's big stuff. So we're going to see how that all works out. We're going to see how that, but that's another reason we want to go for a long time, frankly, because you know what? We started something incredible. We built the greatest economy in the history of the world. We then had to close it down for a period of time. We saved millions of lives. Remember, the original estimate was 2.2 million people would die from the China plague, and they could have kept it in China. They didn't get infected in the rest of China after Wuhan province, but it came out to the world. It came out to Europe and the United States and 188 countries all over the world, and we can never forget that. We signed a great trade deal with China, but it doesn't mean so much. The ink wasn't dry, and all of a sudden this happened. But the job we've done, when you see the numbers, and you're going to hear the numbers because they're coming out very soon, the job we've done has been an incredible job. We had to close it up. We saved millions of lives. We now opened it up. You saw what happened. 33.1%, the fastest in the history of our country. The fastest growth, the biggest growth in the history of our country. But you've been there right from the beginning. We've all been together, and I'll tell you what, we very much appreciate it. And think of how it could have been different, except I think in a way, we would have been less popular. Somebody said, because they would have said, just another presidency. This time, you know we had to fight for you. We had to fight. You understood it. You understood the hoax better than anybody. It was a hoax, the Russian hoax. And after spending $48 million, 18 angry Democrats and smart people, vicious, they were smart, if they could find any little morsel, and they went over taxes, and they went over everything you can go over. They spent $48 million, 2.5 years, the Mueller investigation scam, and they come up, no collusion, there's no collusion after all of that, which makes me perhaps the most innocent man anywhere in the history of the United States. Now, a friend of mine called me up, very smart guy. He said, I can't imagine anybody could go through 2.5 years, $48 million, 18 killers, some of whom worked for Hillary Clinton, right? Crooked Hillary. And it turned out they're the ones dealing with Russia. What a disgrace. So let's see what happens. It's too bad it's going so slowly. There's plenty of info there, and I try and stay uninvolved. Someday I'm going to have to get involved, maybe. I try and stay uninvolved. Going too slowly. No, sir, we'd rather not do anything before the election. Well, they did it to me before. They did during, before, and after. These are bad people. Comey, the worst director in the history of the FBI, a crooked person. Did you leak, remember, Chuck Grassley? Did you leak the information to the newspapers? He choked when he heard Chuck Grassley from Iowa, great gentleman. He looked at that guy, he said, did you leak? And he said, yes, he choked. You know, the guy choked like a dog, Comey. He leaked, he lied, he did a lot of things. You saw the report by Inspector General Horowitz, who, by the way, did a great report. That was a great report, Inspector General Horowitz, and I appreciate it. But you saw that on Comey. Comey should hang his head in disgrace. But we had to go through all this stuff. Think if we didn't have any of it, we probably wouldn't have done as well. You know, it's true. We might not have done as well. And we might not have these massive crowds because you saw what was happening. You got it. We might not have had. So I just want to tell you, we appreciate you so much. We really do. We appreciate you so much. And now we have to build on what we've done. Nobody has done what we've done. No administration has done. Thank you. Wow, I love you too. I love you too. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's really nice. You know, in the history of politics, nobody's ever heard that expression before. It's true. Look, Ronald Reagan, we like Ronald Reagan, right? But nobody ever said, we love you, we love you. Nobody's ever heard it before. Nobody's ever heard it before. It's an expression, true. You know, they were covering it the other night. They're looking back, oh, they want to find it so badly. They want to find somebody so badly. But it's never been said before, to the best of anyone's knowledge, and we appreciate it. I'll tell you what, when you hear that, I had a nice life. I had the greatest life. But you know what? I'm so happy. This was the greatest decision I ever made because we have done so much good together. We've done it together. We couldn't have done it without you, and we've done so much, from the biggest tax cuts in history to regulation cuts, the biggest ever. We have cut regulations at a level that nobody believed. It would take 18 to 20 years to get a highway approved. We have it down to 2. It'll soon be down to 1, and it may not get approved. It may be an environmental problem. It may be a safety problem, but it shouldn't take 20 years. It shouldn't take 19 years, 21 years. And by the time you get it approved, it's, first of all, you start off as a young man on a highway project, and you end up in retirement, and then you get a rejection. We rejected 3-2, some board somewhere. No, we've done a great job, and we've rebuilt our military. We just got a 91% approval from our veterans. The veterans just gave us a 91% approval, highest we've ever got. With your vote, we will continue to cut your taxes, cut regulations, support our police, support our great military, protect your Second Amendment, which is gone if Sleepy Joe Biden gets, defend religious liberty, and ensure more products are proudly made with that beautiful, beautiful phrase, right? Made in the USA. Next year we will be, and I mean this, I think we have such a foundation. This group over here, they're an activist group. Thank you very much. Thank you, fellas. USA, 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 USA. This is a great group. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Next year will be the greatest economic year in the history of our country. So you had last year was the best year you ever had. Before that was the best year. You had 3 of them with me, and then we got hit with the plague, and then we went back to work. Under my leadership, our economy is now growing at the fastest rate ever recorded, 33.1% last week. And if you look at the auto business, I don't know what's going on. It's at a level that it's never been at. What is that all about? What is that all about? You wouldn't think, and this is during a pandemic. We're rounding the turn, by the way. They hate it when I say it, but we're rounding the turn. You know, they used to say, look at the way Europe's doing. Well, take a look at Europe, take a look. And what we've done in terms of the economy, we went down less than any major country in the world or any country. And now we've gone up far faster and far higher than any country in the world. It's not even close. And it should be tougher because of the size, because we're a big country. We created a record 11.4 million jobs in the last 5 months alone, which is another record. That's another big record. We've never hired that many people that fast. While foreign nations are in a free fall, we're creating an economic powerhouse unrivaled anywhere in the world. A recent Gallup poll found that 56% of Americans say they are better off today than they were 4 years ago under Obama and Biden. And if Biden and Kamala, you don't have to say it, Kamala. If Biden and Kamala Harris, who's further left by far than crazy Bernie Sanders, right? He's considered a strict conservative compared to her. How the hell did he ever pick her, Mike? Where's Mike? How did that ever happen? That turned out, I don't think that's going to be a good pick. You're going to find out tomorrow. By the way, she happens to be slightly against fracking. She's still against fracking, you know? Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? Biden goes like, I'm against for a year and a half. You know, he's running. Nobody gave him a chance because he never got more than 1% in prime time, right? 25 years ago, the guy never got 1%. And, you know, he never had what it took. He was a glad-hander. Not a smart guy, not a nice guy either. By the way, not a nice guy. But he was, I used to call him 1% Joe because he ran for president all the time and he never got more than 1%. Now he's got half the intelligence he had 20 years ago and he wins. Politics is a strange business, isn't it? Strange, very strange business. But if Biden and Harris and the radical left gain power, they will collapse our economy and send our nation into a very steep depression. That's what's going to happen. This is the only man that I've ever seen run for office on the fact that he wants to give you the largest tax increase in the history of our country. No, that's his speech. He doesn't. The good news is he has no idea what the hell he's saying. So he goes up. Here's his line. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to give you the biggest tax increase in the history of our country. It will be $4 trillion. They're going to increase your taxes by $4 trillion. $4 trillion tax increase. That's his campaign. And they're going to put the money in the Green New Deal, which is conceived and designated by AOC plus 3, right? AOC plus 3. This was their deal. I don't think they ever took an environmental course. Did they go to college, by the way? I don't think they ever took a course on the environment. But Biden wants to raise your taxes, $4 trillion, massively increase regulations. You know, the regulations may have been more important than even the big tax cuts that you got, the biggest ever. You got the biggest tax cuts ever, and you know it. You know it. You felt that in a very, very good place. You know where it is? Your wallet. You felt it in your wallet. They want to close down your factories, send your jobs overseas, destroy the suburbs. Women of the suburbs, please. Okay, please. I wiped out a regulation that would have destroyed your home, to put it mildly. Would have destroyed your American dream. And Ben Carson was a great guy. I said, sir, why don't we just do this? Why don't we just sort of ease it up? It's a horrible regulation. What it does is a horrible thing, and everybody knows it. It would have destroyed the suburbs. I said, Ben, let's just cut it out. Let's terminate it because there's no negotiating here. Let's just terminate it. And I terminated it. And you know, one thing I know about the women of the suburbs, they want two things. They want their home, they want their family life, but they want safety and they want security. And that's what we provide. And I think this will be like 4 years ago. Remember, Donald Trump will do very poorly with women at the end of the evening when they're all crying. You know, remember they were crying? Remember? Martha Raddatz, oh, she's very impartial. She was another one of my debate anchors. I had some real beauties, didn't I? She was crying, and they all said we're going to do badly with women. I'm going to do terribly with women. I said, why? What's so bad? Tell me what's so bad. And at the end of the evening, he's done very well with women. What happened? No. But this time we're going to do even better because we are providing safety and security. And for the suburban women, I mean, we're saving the suburbs. This regulation was so horrible. What it does to the suburbs, it would have destroyed the suburbs as we knew them. And you know, I got to say this, 31% of the people living and moving to the suburbs are minority groups, African American, Asian American, Hispanic American, and they have a great American dream also. And they want to live in the suburbs and they want to be proud. And they don't want to live next to a project that somebody puts in because they play games with your zoning and other things. And all I can say is for the women, I don't even talk about the men in the suburbs. I don't care about the men in the suburbs. I only care because they're all saying, he's going, no, what about us? I don't worry about you. But the women of the suburbs are going to vote for President Trump because we love you and we're saving you a horrible thing was going to happen, frankly. And it's been happening for years and it's been a very bad situation. So we solved it. We terminated it. It's gone. Now, if they get in, if they should get in, you can take that regulation and quadruple it, just like they want to quadruple your taxes. You can quadruple it. So I think that'll be good. I think we're going to have a great woman's. That's a pretty hard pitch, but that's the way it is, right? They want to dissolve your borders. You know, we complete the wall in a very short period of time. We're over 400 miles. Over 400 miles, and that's right, Mexico is paying for the wall. You know, they like to say Mexico's. But we will have the wall completed very shortly. We're over 400 miles right now, 400 miles. And we're building 10 miles a week. And we now have the strongest numbers and the strongest border, southern border that we've ever had. And you know what? We want people to come into our country, but they have to come in legally and they have to come in through merit. We want people that can help us. We want people that can help us. They want to terminate religious liberty, outlaw private health care. 400, think of this, private health care. You work so hard. You have 180 million people that have a great health care plan that love it, private plans, and they want to end it and put you on socialized medicine. I don't think so. I don't think you're going to be too happy. We have a cold. Let's go to the hospital and let's wait for 9 days to see a doctor. They want to confiscate your guns, Second Amendment, and indoctrinate your children with hateful anti-American lies. So you'll be happy that I just signed on the plane this beautiful Air Force One, and it is a beauty, I have to admit, an executive order to teach our nation's students pro-American values. It will be taught. Sleepy Joe Biden has vowed to abolish and eradicate the American oil and natural gas industries, and he's pledged to ban fracking. And you saw that for a year, more than that. He'd get on stage with all these crazy people, radical left people, and they were screaming, who could ban it faster? He would say, yes, I ban fracking. I am totally against fracking. For a year, I am against fracking. I could play 100 clips. See the board? Where's the board? I spent a lot of money for that today. He's going, for a year, I am against fracking. Then he lucks out because Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren doesn't get out. So she takes enough votes, she takes votes away from Crazy Bernie, right, on Super Tuesday. And he loses by a little bit on each state, and Bernie loses again. This poor guy, Crazy Bernie. But he's running again in 4 years. Don't worry about it. No, he's the best loser I've ever seen. He could lose. He lost with Hillary. They didn't treat him too well, and then he lost. But Elizabeth Warren lost it. If she would have gotten out, he would have had the votes. He would have won easily. So instead of Crazy Bernie, I'm running against a sleepy guy, right? I'm running against a very sleepy guy. We can't let the sleepy guy fool us, though, because he happens to be a corrupt politician, and they don't want to ride it. Biden's energy plan will send every state into a crushing poverty situation from Michigan to Minnesota. We're going to win Minnesota because of Omar and because we did a great job in stopping the riots in Minneapolis. The National Guard went in. They should have called them a lot sooner, like a week and a half. You wouldn't have had half of your city burnt down. But Arizona, Pennsylvania, we're doing great in Pennsylvania, by the way. I just got the word. We're doing great in Pennsylvania. It's looking good. It's actually, I think you're going to have a very exciting evening or day tomorrow, but evening in particular tomorrow. You know, when people see it, I walk in, we do polls, and they do a poll. We interviewed 73 people, and President Trump is down 57 points. This is a poll. See, this is a poll. When you draw crowds like this is not the crowd of somebody that's going to lose the state of Michigan. This is not, hey, look at this crowd. You can't even see the end of it. This is not the crowd of a second place finisher. Do you agree with that? No. This is our crowd all together. We're in this together, and we're doing it together. As long as I'm president, we will remain the #1 producer of oil and natural gas anywhere on this planet. And for the first time, we are energy independent. You never heard that term before. We're energy independent, and you know, we have very good relationships in different parts of the world, and some we help. We don't have to, though. Now we don't have to we do what we want. But we have some very good allies and partners that will help them. But we don't need their oil anymore. We have so much oil. We have more oil than anybody, okay? And it's an incredible thing that it's happened over the last few years, a lot of great things, and you're paying, what, $2 a gallon for your gasoline? That's okay. You know what that's like? That's like a tax cut. That's bigger than a tax cut. If Biden got in, you'd be paying $7, $8, $9. Then they say, get rid of your car. We're going to build some more windmills, kill all the birds. Joe Biden is a globalist who spent 47 years outsourcing your jobs, opening your borders, and sacrificing American blood and treasure in endless foreign wars in countries that most of you have never even heard of, okay? A vote for Biden is a vote to eradicate your auto industry. Somehow, I don't think you want to do that in your particular state. He was a cheerleader for NAFTA, one of the worst trade deals ever made. And now we have USMCA, which is a great deal. What a difference. No, you were sending all your jobs. You know, 12 years ago, I was honored, believe it or not, the Man of the Year, and I was never thinking about doing this, the Man of the Year in Michigan. I'm still trying to figure out how that happened, and I got up and I said, you know, you're losing all your car business to Mexico and Canada too, by the way. And what are you doing? Why are you doing it? And it was a whole big thing, became quite controversial as usual, but I was right. And it was probably the biggest reason that I ultimately ran for the presidency, because I saw how we were being ripped off, not only the auto business, how we were being ripped off by every country in the world, friend and foe, on trade. And it just was something that was terrible. Now with the USMCA, they said there's no way I'd ever pull it off. There's no way you get rid of NAFTA. You know why? Because Mexico and Canada loved it. I said, well, if they love it, that means it can't be any good, right? They said, we never thought of that one. So I wouldn't say they're exactly thrilled with USMCA, but we're fine with it. We like it. But he was sending your auto jobs, so many of them, to Mexico, and it was terrible. Joe Biden supported China's entry into the World Trade Organization, which was the beginning of a disaster. It was good for China, but it was sure as hell bad for us. But you know, we won $7.5 billion a little while ago. because we wouldn't win anything. They had no respect for this country whatsoever. And now they know that if they don't treat us right, we'll pull out of that deal so fast. Now all of a sudden we're winning all these cases, but we just won $7.5 billion, which would have been impossible with a different president. You are so lucky I've agreed to be your president. Go out and vote for Trump. $7.5 billion we won. That was nice. Michigan lost half of all of its auto manufacturing jobs because that was like a Biden and his friends. That was a betrayal to you and to many other states. He supported the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which would have eliminated your auto industry totally. I came in and immediately canceled it. I canceled it. I was so happy to cancel the TPP. I ended the NAFTA disaster, canceled that one too. I've been an activist. Despite the fact that every week I'm being hit on all different sides. Let's impeach him for having a perfect conversation with the president of Ukraine. They were the ones that had the bad conversations, including his son making $183,000 a month to sit on the board of a company. His son, where's Hunter? Where's Hunter? His first name is Where. Where's Hunter? Remember that? I brought that up. A T-shirt was made overnight. It was the hottest selling T-shirt of the year. Where's Hunter? You know where Hunter is? He's buying vacuum cleaners because he follows his father and he vacuums in money from every country that his father sees. No, seriously, Ukraine. His father was in charge of Russia, Ukraine, and China. President Obama entrusted him with those three countries. Those are three beauties, right? Russia, Ukraine. So Russia, Moscow, the mayor of Moscow's wife gives him $3.5 million. Hunter. Now he got, dismissed from the military, was unemployed. His father becomes vice president, and now all of a sudden he's raking in money like you never saw. Now you tell me, is that honest? And then they say, the big guy gets 10%. The big guy, in some cases, gets 50%. And then the last one is they asked China for $10 million a year. This is Biden. They asked for $10 million a year, $10 million for introductory purposes. That's what introductory purposes. In other words, he's going to introduce people to who? To his father, for which he gets $10 million a year. I never saw anything like this. And the fake news refuses to report it because they don't want it in there because it's not good for them. But how about the Moscow? $3.5 million from the wife of the mayor of Moscow. $3.5 million to Where's Hunter? You know where's Hunter? He's at the bank depositing his money. Now think of it. So he gets $1.5 billion from China. He goes with his father on Air Force Two, a plane that the great Vice President Mike Pence uses too. Mike, do your kids follow you to the various countries raking in money? No. He's got the greatest people, the greatest children, the greatest family. I don't think they have, right? Where they're flying airplanes for our military. No, they don't. They do it a little differently. They do it the old-fashioned way. No, Mike Pence, it's a whole different. I always compare. I say, can you imagine with Mike Pence how good we have it with Mike Pence compared to that? No, it's great. Now, how about the China, though? So the kid has no investment experience whatsoever. His father and him, they go into Air Force Two. In 10 minutes, like a 10-minute meeting, he walks out with $1.5 billion from China. They don't do this for the biggest investment firms. I spoke to a friend of mine, he's one of the biggest guys on Wall Street. He said, no, this is never done. They invest their own money. They don't need people that are much dumber than them to invest their money. They invest their own money. They don't do that. They said, wow, that's amazing. How long did it take them to get the money? About 10 minutes. Walks out with $1.5 billion to invest, which is millions of dollars a year. And the fake news and big tech, big tech is getting very dangerous. Very dangerous. But it's one of the reasons we have to win. They have me trending every day on Twitter, trending. They make up these stories, phony stories. They put up stories, or they'll take an old story, make it as bad. #1 trend, like some really boring story. Trending is got to be cool, right? To trend. I'm trending.
number one, number two, number three, everyone negative, negative, negative. How the hell did I ever win this thing? It's such a fix with these people. I'm always trending with these stories that are like, either they didn't happen or they make them different. And it's not, I don't want to act like a complainer, but it's a totally rigged deal. And everyone said 4 years ago, they said, sir, you can't win. Why? Because big tech is against you. I said, what's big tech? I didn't even know what the hell it was, right? I learned fast because I think we're number one in the world now on social. So we learned very well. We got a lot of people. You know what? If I didn't have, they say don't tweet, forget tweet. It's called social media. If we didn't have social media, I'd have no voice. We wouldn't be here. I have no choice. They say, gee, we wish he wouldn't do so much tweeting. I don't do tweeting. What I do is social media, and without it, I don't think we'd be here because we'd have no voice. There's no voice with these people. They're dishonest people, mostly, not in all cases. But Joe Biden is a corrupt politician who, what he's done is he's bled America dry. In 2016, Michigan voted to fire this corrupt political establishment, and you elected an outsider as president who is finally putting America first. And if I don't sound like a typical Washington politician, it's because, thank you, I'm not a politician, thank you. If I don't always play by the rules of Washington and the Washington establishment, it's because I was elected to fight for you, and I fight for you harder than anyone has ever fought for you before. Joe Biden is bought and paid for by big tech, big media, and powerful special interests. That's why he takes in $300 million. They take in millions and millions of dollars for his crazy campaign. And he's not going to win. I really don't believe he's going to win because of this. Take a look. This is going on all over the country. They have tractors, thousands of tractors. You ever see this? Thousands in Iowa. They have we're winning in Iowa, very big, by the way, just in case. Thousands of tractors in Iowa on big farms, thousands and thousands. They have thousands of boats, 6,000 boats out in the lake, out in the ocean. They have things, nobody's ever seen anything like it. So I think we're going to have a very big day. But they say you can't win without big tech. Well, we're going to find out tomorrow. Wouldn't that be wonderful? But they said the same thing. They said the same thing 4 years ago. I said, I thought, you know, the head of CNN said you can't win without CNN. I said, really? And we won. So now we have to do it again. They're totally crooked. They're fake news. CNN is fake. CNN and the others are fake news. They own Biden, they control him, and they know that he will always do their bidding. Every corrupt force in American life that betrayed you and hurt you is supporting Joe Biden. The failed establishment that started the disastrous foreign wars that hurt our country so badly and hurt our young people so badly, they support Sleepy Joe Biden. The career politicians that offshored your industries and decimated your factories and sent your jobs away, they support Biden. The open border lobbyists that killed our fellow citizens with illegal drugs and gangs and crime, they support Biden. The far left Democrats that ruined our public schools, depleted our inner cities, defunded our police, and demeaned your sacred faith and values, they support Biden. The anti-American radicals defaming our noble history, heritage, and heroes, they support Sleepy Joe Biden. Antifa and the rioters, looters, Marxists, and left-wing extremists, they all support Biden. This election comes down to a very simple choice. Do you want to be ruled by the corrupt and selfless political maniacs that you're dealing with, or do you want to be ruled by the American people? You're supposed to be ruled by the American people. Do you want to be represented by a career politician who hates you, by an outsider? I mean, just take a look. These people, what they do and what they get away with, and I guess that's the other reason. I mean, I was in politics and I see what's been happening to our country. Our country was going to hell, and we've turned it, and we got we got waylaid by this plague that came in, but we've done a job like nobody else has ever done a job, and you understand it. And that's why there's so many of you here tonight, and that's why all over the country this is happening, all over the country. And even they're just springing up by themselves. I'm not there. I don't do this. I mean, you look, they had something today I read where 100 miles of cars, all with the flag, the American flag, the Trump, the whole Trump thing. But you want to be represented by a career politician who actually doesn't like you, or by an outsider who will defend you like you have never been defended before. That's what I'm doing. And it's not easy, but there's nothing I've ever enjoyed more in my life, because we are making so much progress. We have to now finish the progress. A vote for Biden is a vote to hand the keys of government over to people who don't like you, don't respect you, and who want to rob your children of their American dream. We have a great American dream. We're not going to let it happen. We're not going to let that happen. We're going to keep our great American dream. A vote for Biden is a vote to give control of government over to the globalists and communists and socialists and wealthy, liberal hypocrites and all of those that want to silence, censor, cancel, and punish you. If you want your children to be safe, if you want your values to be honored, if you want your life to be treated with dignity and respect, then I am asking you to go to the poll tomorrow and vote, vote, vote. Remember what I said 4 years ago. I am your voice, and we will make America great again, and that's what we're doing. For the last 4 years, the depraved swamp has tried everything to stop me and to stop you, because they know I don't answer to them, I answer to you. That's why we're here. That's why we're here. Together we will defeat the corrupt establishment, we will dethrone the failed political class, and we will drain the Washington swamp, and we will save that American dream, that beautiful, beautiful American dream. This election is a choice between a deadly Biden lockdown, open up your state, governor, or a safe vaccine that ends the pandemic and leads to the greatest economy in the history of the world. That's where we're going. We were there, and we're going to get it back very quickly, and that's going to bring our whole country together, because success brings it together, and it was happening. Before that plague came in, it was happening. People were calling me that you would least suspect, and it was all happening. And then we had to close it down and now build it up, and it's building. It's not a V, it's a super V. It's a super V. We will mass distribute the vaccine in just a few short weeks. It will quickly eradicate the virus and wipe out the China plague once and for all. And whether we have the vaccine, great companies, Johnson & Johnson, Moderna, Pfizer, but with or without it, we are rounding the turn. Just remember that. You know, they don't like it. They hate it when I say that. We're rounding the turn. And they always use Europe. Oh, look at Europe, look at Europe. Well, take a look at Europe. Look at how they're doing. And their economy is in tatters, and they have a lot of problems. And we don't want that. We don't want that. And that should have never happened. Should have never happened. That should have never been allowed to happen. Joe Biden is promising to delay the vaccine and turn America into a prison state, He's looking you in the face, and he's locking you in your home while letting rioters, Antifa, the radical left, run down your streets, riot in your streets, burn down your stores, beat you over the head, and they're allowed to do that. But you can't go to your church, you can't have dinner with your family, but you're allowed to protest and riot. That's why I call all of these protests, because we're allowed to protest. You're not allowed to meet, and you're not allowed to pray together, but you're allowed to protest. So I call everything that we do a protest. The Biden lockdown will mean no school, no graduations, no weddings, no Thanksgivings, no Easters, no Christmas, no 4th of July, no future for the youth. Other than that, it's actually quite good. A vote for Sleepy Joe Biden is a vote for lockdowns, layoffs, and misery. If you want a vaccine to kill the virus, by the way, he would have been so far behind on a vaccine. He would have been so far behind. He did the swine flu. It was the joke of why they didn't know what the hell they were doing. Now he's saying he should have acted faster, except when I did the ban on China, he said I shouldn't do it. For 2.5 months, then he admitted he was wrong, and then he runs, and now he's saying I should have acted. I was so early in doing that ban, and we saved, and our biggest critic admits that we saved thousands and thousands of lives by doing it. Thousands of lives, and the ventilators that we made, and all of the things that we've done, and all of the medicines that are coming out, and here I am, right? Here I am. Now, I'm sure it had nothing to do with the medicine. I used to sort of give the medicine a little bit of credit. Now I give it none, because I'm a perfect physical specimen, and I'm a very young person. I'm a very young person. I said that, of course, a little bit sarcastically. I said it a couple of weeks ago. I said, no, I'm better, perfect. I mean, it was very quick, very easy, because I'm in perfect physical shape, and I'm a very young man. And CNN went crazy. He is not in great shape, and he is not a young man. They went totally crazy. They are definitely, seriously losers. Could you imagine if they had to cover Sleepy Joe for 4 years? Their ratings would tank. They have the highest, that's why football is not doing well. First of all, they're not going to do well. Basketball was down 71%, right? Their finals. You know why? Because our people want to see people that respect our country, respect our anthem, and respect our flag. And football's way down, but they're down for that reason, but they're also down because people would rather watch this stuff than watch football, because this is much tougher. They consider this to be much tougher, actually. But can you imagine if they covered Sleepy Joe? The ratings are phenomenal for all these things, and then they cover Sleepy Joe. Their ratings would tank. They would come to see me. Sir, I think it's really important that you run again. You're going to, because we are losing our networks. Our ratings are down the tubes. The failing New York Times will definitely be out of business very quickly. They used to write nothing about me. Now I average probably about 4 or 5 stories a day on the front page. Someday they're going to give me a good one. Watch. It might be tomorrow. We got to have a big win. We want a big win, not just a win. We want a big one. Secretary of Defense Robert Gates said about Biden that he was wrong on nearly every single major foreign policy and national security issue over the past 4 decades. He's been wrong on everything. But don't believe me, because you're Michigan, I spent all of this money on these beautiful, very large television sets. I call them beautiful large screens. They're large television sets. Let's see it for yourself, okay? Go ahead.
Joe Biden! Joe Biden!
Have you taken a cognitive
No, I haven't taken a test. Why the hell would I take a test? Come on, man. That's like saying before you got in this program, you take a test where you're taking cocaine or not. What do you think, huh? Are you a junkie?
By the way, this is my little sister, Valerie, and I'm Jill's husband. Oh, no, you switched on me. This is my wife. This is my sister. They switched on me.
But I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black. There is not a single solitary reason in the world why, as I said, we shouldn't be in a position that everybody, and that's my wife, Jill. Hey, Jilly, I'm Jill's husband, actually. And Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys. And I did, and back in those days, you show how things have changed. Play the radio. Make sure the make sure you have the record player on at night. The phone. Make sure the kids hear words. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by you know the thing. Because if you could take care, you were a quartermaster, you can sure and hell take care of running a department store thing, where and the second floor of the ladies' department, or whatever, you know what I mean?
Well, I'm sick and tired of smart guys.
You know, the rapidly rising I don't know. You ever been to a caucus? No, you haven't. You're a lying, dog-faced pony soldier.
Why attack Sanders? Why? Oh, you're getting nervous, man.
What kind of country we're going to be? 4 more years of George, he's going to find ourselves in a position where if Trump gets elected, we're going to be in a different world.
Lie after lie after lie after lie.
You know, we have to come together. That's why I'm running. I'm running as a proud Democrat for the Senate.
And by the way, you know, I sit on the stand, and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap. Barack and I think it's a right for people to have bad health care.
We have to do at least several things. One, we have to depend on what the president's going to do right now. And first of all, he has to wait till the cases before anything happens. Look, exacerbating the need for environmental justice. Sorry, as a bug.
Folks, we got a lot of work to do. I don't even need you to get me elected.
The case where we cannot let this, we've never allowed any crisis from the Civil War straight through to the pandemic of 17, all the way around 16. We have never let our democracy take second fiddle. We can both have a democracy and elections and at the same time correct the public health.
Everywhere I've been hearing all around the country. You're trying your best, but it never feels like enough. And here comes the train that he tried to make sure didn't continue to run. No, that's the commuter. All right. No, that's what. But folks, look.
Anyway, I am very willing to let the American public judge my physical and mental my physical as well as my mental fitness.
I'll need an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure.
Thank you very much. Look, you can't let this happen to our country, okay? We know what's going on. You can't let this. This was a total fluke. This was a total.
Biden spent one of his precious few trips out of Delaware on Friday to go to Minnesota. All right, so they're trying to make sure that they win Minnesota. Minnesota's very much in play. That'd be 10 votes right there. Boom, 270. President wins. Wisconsin's 10 votes. That's totally within the realm of him winning, certainly. Michigan, 16. Pennsylvania's 20. You even put Nevada and New Hampshire together, and you got 10 right there. Like, the presidents, and this is what I talk about the lamestream, right? They've made it seem as if president winning is like totally out of the realm of possibility. No, no, he doesn't have to do much, actually, to get to the 270. Wins Florida, Georgia, which we'll find out soon, North Carolina, Arizona, and then just one of those states that I mentioned. And that's it. So we'll be looking for that, and we should know that. Again, polls close in an hour here. We should know and have a really good idea coming up in about an hour. Let's take a quick initial break. We have a ton to do today. Actually, let's play one Trump clip. Can we play a Trump clip before we take a break here? The postmortem of this whole thing, there's going to be a bunch. But one of them is going to be Joe from the Democrats. The Democrats are going to say, Joe, what were you doing? What were you doing this last, I don't know, month of the campaign? What an absolutely bizarre and surreal thing to be living through, where the Biden campaign decided not to campaign and just to do nothing for the entire last few weeks. Like when people criticize Biden for being Basement Joe, I was like, well, maybe they'll really kick it into gear near the end of, the campaign. They didn't do anything. They never did anything. It's so bizarre. And you compare that, and you've seen these rallies with the president. Last night, the president was in Grand Rapids, Michigan. We played a picture on the TV show this morning of a line of cars waiting to get in at 10:30 at night. 10:30 at night, waiting to get in. He didn't start speaking until midnight. It went past 1 a.m. It was 40 degrees. The enthusiasm gap is unlike anything ever. And here's an example of that.
2 days from now, we are going to win the state of Michigan again. And we're very happy with Iowa. Thank you very much, Iowa. And we appreciate it. And we've had a great run together, and I've been working very hard with the farmers and making them hopefully very rich. Making them very rich and very successful. And hello to everyone here also from Wisconsin. We have a lot of people from Wisconsin. All right, let's see. Who's from Iowa? And who's from Wisconsin? All right, that's not terrible. That's not bad. We just left Wisconsin, and we're going back to Wisconsin. 2 days from now, we are going to win Iowa, and we are going to win Wisconsin. And we are going to win 4 more years in that very beautiful White House. This is a very big crowd. Wow, look at this. Hello, North Carolina. Hello. 2 days from now, we are going to win this great state just like we did last time. That was a big, you were the one, right? You were the one that put us over that hump. And we're going to win 4 more years in the White House. What a crowd this is. Wow. Well, thank you very much. Hello, Georgia. Hello, Georgia. 2 days, can you believe it? 2 days from now, we're going to win this state again. And we're going to win 4 more great years in the White House. We have done a lot, and we've done a lot together. It's been a great relationship with Georgia. Thank you very much. With your vote, we will continue to cut your taxes, cut regulations, support our police, support our great military, protect your Second Amendment, which is under siege, defend religious liberty, and ensure more products are proudly stamped with that beautiful phrase, made in the USA. That's happening. Wow, what a crowd. What a crowd. Hello, Florida. Hello, Florida. We love Florida. What a great victory we had. And we're going to have an even bigger victory. Get out there and vote. We're going to have a bigger victory. And I don't know if you found out, you've been here a long time. I hope the music was good. I hope life is good. Everything's good. That's a good-looking crowd. Good-looking people, I will say. No, we're going to have a big victory. I don't know if you know what's happening, but I don't know if you know what's happening, but they're very worried, the Democrats, about Florida. They're very concerned. The vote's not there. It's not there for them. They had to get out to that big early lead, and it could be that we're leading. That's a little problem. 2 days from now, we're going to win my home state of Florida.
We had some incredible rallies and incredible times, and I hear we're doing very well in Florida. We're doing very well in Arizona. We're doing incredibly well in Texas. I'm hearing we're doing well all over. I hear the lines are amazing. The lines have been amazing. And I think we're going to have a great night. We're going to have a great night. And we're going to have, much more importantly, we're going to have a great 4 years.
It's amazing. Just compare that to at best, if anything, the mumbling and bumbling his way through like a Zoom speech from Delaware of Biden. It's been wild. I just want to be clear, like, it wasn't like Biden had 5,000 person rallies and Trump had 7,000 person rallies. And like, oh, you can't learn too much from the rallies. It's like Biden does nothing and Trump has 30,000 person rallies. It's totally different planets. So, I mean, that's obviously going to be making a difference tonight, and we'll find out very soon. Trump did mention one thing there. He talked about the early lead. He said, he was in Florida. Democrats need to come out to an early lead. What does that mean? I got some numbers that I want to share when we get back about how much of a lead the Democrats needed to have, how much they had compared to 2016. I'll give you a hint, not as much as 2016. And then how much voter turnout Republicans need today. And the turnout has been huge, which is a huge benefit for the Republicans, obviously. Super grateful you're here. Again, we're going to be talking about the Senate races. We'll do that next as well. We're focusing here all night on the swing states, and we're going to find out with Florida and Georgia coming up here in, 45 minutes. And we're on that focus on 270, which I don't believe is too difficult for the president to get to. I love this tweet from Jesse Kelly, who I'm going to be passing it off to in about 2 hours here. He wrote this yesterday, because I know there's some anxiety right now. You feel the anxiety a little bit, a little sick to your stomach, like, all right, let's hurry up and just figure this out already. No need to have anxiety. It's going to be a good night. But anyway, either way, Jesse Kelly said, this is the best of times. Enjoy it. I'm having the time of my life. Who wants life to be boring? There's nothing boring about tonight. And I'm glad you're here, right here on The First. We'll be right back with the Senate breakdown next. Spread the word.
G'day friends and patriots, this is Nick Adams here on Election Day. And boy oh boy, what a big day this is. Voting's important, elections are always important, but I tell you what, they really don't get much more important than this. The whole trajectory of America relies on what happens today. And I want to give you a very unique perspective. As all of you know, I'm an immigrant from Australia. I chose to come to the United States. I came because America's the greatest country in the world, and I hope it stays that way. I'm not a citizen yet. I do have a green card. I am a permanent resident. Next year, in 2021, I will be eligible for my citizenship, and I can't wait for that. Which means, unfortunately, though, that I'm not able to vote today. But I'm doing everything else I can, everything else I possibly can, to make sure that the right outcome is affected here in the United States of America today, and that is that Donald Trump wins a resounding re-election. He deserves it, the country deserves it, the people of America deserve it. I want you to know how special America is. Not many people realize this, but the only country in the world that has primary elections is the United States of America. In every other society, in every other country, when you want to run for political office and represent one of the major political parties, it's a small group of men in a back room that decide whether or not it's your turn, whether or not you've, well, kissed enough backside, whether you've paid your dues. Here in America, the people get to decide. Here in America, the people are the ones that get a say in who represents the political party that they support. That's very, very special. In Australia, where I'm from, voting is compulsory. If you don't vote in a local, state or federal election, you get fined. Yes, fined, a financial penalty. Here in the United States of America, the way it should be, the ultimate freedom is the decision on whether or not to cast a ballot without any kind of retribution. So, just a couple of thoughts from an immigrant to the United States of America about how special this country is, about how important this day is. Never take your right to vote for granted. always participate in elections, always do your research on who stands for what. Because here in the United States of America, the pinnacle nation on this earth, if we're going to stay the way that we are, if we're going to stay the way that our founders had intended, then we need people that believe in America, that love America, that know what America is about, and they're prepared to defend America at any cost against all enemies, foreign and domestic. So this election day, watch the coverage, participate, vote, enjoy, and always remember that you are living in the greatest country in the history of the world. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Hold the Line with Buck Sexton premieres tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on The First.
You're watching The First.
Maine, Alabama, Georgia, Iowa, Maine, North Carolina, Montana, Arizona, Colorado.
All right, fingers crossed. Is it working?
I'm ready to go. And hey, Isabel, can you hear me, Mike Slater?
Shoot.
Slater Crusaders, how are you? Welcome to election night. This is it. We made it. So glad you're here. And tonight's going to be a great night. Let's look at polls closed, by the way, in Florida and Georgia. Those are the two most important states. And South Carolina. We'll look at the Senate race there in 40 minutes. So we'll know what's going on. We have a first taste of what's going on in just 40 minutes now. I want to talk about the Senate races here for a couple minutes. So right now, there are 53 Republican senators. Now, one of the Senate races that's on the ballot right now is Alabama, which is currently held by a Democrat, but it's Alabama. And the only reason the Democrat's in there is because of that bizarre Roy Moore fluke from a couple of years ago. So Doug Jones is there, right? So the Republican is definitely going to win this seat. He's up by like 20 points or whatever, right? So for the sake of our conversation here, we can assume that there's 54 Republican senators, which means that the Republicans can afford to lose 3 seats, we'll call it. They can afford to lose 3 seats and still keep their majority, right? Now, there's 23 Republicans who are up for election right now, and we can only afford to lose 3. All right, so let's talk about the ones that are close. Georgia. Now, oddly, both Senate seats are up for re-election in Georgia. So Davy Perdue is one of the incumbent Republicans. But Georgia is one of these states that's like turning purple or whatever reason. So we are going to find out. This will be a Trump wave, right? If it's a red wave, then David Perdue is going to be the winner. If it's a blue wave, then the Democrat is going to be the winner. It's that simple, especially in a more swing state like that. Now, there's another Georgia Senate race. Kelly Loeffler is there. She was appointed this seat like a year or so ago. So she's actually running against another Republican and a Democrat, which is annoying. So if no candidate gets above 50%, which none of them will, then the top 2 go off to a runoff on January 5th, which is super annoying. I don't know why the Republicans did that, but alas, that's the situation in Georgia. Go to Iowa. Joni Ernst. You've heard a lot from Joni Ernst lately. And Iowa is a state that goes back and forth, blue, red, and how they elect their state leaders as well. Joni Ernst has been behind a lot. But again, red wave will get her over the finish line in Iowa. Maine's been held by Susan Collins forever, 1997. You know Susan Collins, she's a rhino, but Maine's a weird state. Collins, she's got so much name recognition, and that unfortunately plays a huge role in if these people are elected or not. And Maine could be a state And Collins could be the candidate where even if there's a Biden wave in Maine, you could have someone vote for Biden and Susan Collins. She's that much of a centrist and that well-known in Maine, but she's behind by 4 with the latest polls. So that could be a tough one to hold on to the seat of Maine. North Carolina. North Carolina is the craziest Senate race of them all. I think it's the most money that's been spent anywhere in the country on a Senate race. Tom Tillis is the incumbent, but Cal Cunningham had these bizarre sexual allegations, cheated on his wife. He admitted to it. There were text messages that were sent to another mistress and whatever. So Cunningham's had a big lead, but he may not be able to keep it. We'll see. Montana, oddly, the Democratic governor is trying to knock off the Republican incumbent, but Trump won 55-35 in 2016, so I don't even know why people think the Montana race is going to be close. Arizona's bizarre. Martha McSally's a whole backstory here, which we'll talk about with our next guest coming up in the next hour or the next half hour. But Martha McSally's the incumbent there. Mark Kelly's the astronaut, Gabby Gifford's husband. Even if the state goes red with Trump, Mark Kelly still could be a senator that people vote for. He could maybe sort of transcend politics even as people vote for him. Colorado, I think, is the most likely to flip. Cory Gardner's a Republican, but Hickenlooper, bizarre guy, he ran for president for like a minute in the Democratic Party. He's up by 8, and that state will probably go blue, which will benefit Hickenlooper there. All right, so there's the big 7 that the Democrats want to flip. Georgia, I think Perdue holds it. Iowa, I think Ernst holds it. North Carolina, I think Tillis holds it. Montana, I think Daines holds it. Maine, that could flip. Arizona, that could flip. Colorado, that could flip. Oh, now we got 51 Republican senators. Keep it, but that's it. We lose 1 or 2 more, and it's no longer. So that's the lay of the land in the Senate right now. We'll find out, soon here. Again, Georgia, polls close in 34 minutes. Isabel Brown is here. She's a Turning Point USA contributor, also one of our great contributors here on The First. Isabel, how are you?
Doing great. How are you?
Good to talk to you. How are you really? Where's your anxiety level right now?
You know, honestly, surprisingly, I've been cool as a cucumber all day. I am not nervous whatsoever, even here in the supposedly battleground state of Arizona. The enthusiasm that I'm seeing out and about around town is exciting and contagious, and I really think that that's spreading all across the country as well, not just here.
All right, perfect. Let's talk about Arizona, because Arizona is one of the, I think, a must-win for the president, right? Was it 10 or 11, I think 11 electoral college votes, like huge thing he needs to win. And I was just talking to someone from Arizona yesterday, and they're like, oh, Slater, don't even worry about it. Arizona is going to go as red can be. What are you seeing?
I'm in complete agreement. We've already seen record voter turnout today in Scottsdale and record numbers across Maricopa County, which is our largest county here in Arizona and one of the largest counties in the United States of America. People are excited about going to the polls and voting in person, and you're overwhelmingly seeing that from the right side of the aisle. The same is true for the youth vote here in Arizona and across the country as well, by the way. As of October 29th, 6 million individuals aged 18 to 29 had already cast their ballots, and more than half of the voters who are voting for the first time under the age of 30 are surpassing our numbers from 2016. There is so much excitement within millennials and Gen Z for getting the vote out. And as I've said before on The First, Gen Z is one of the most conservative generations our country has ever seen. So I'm anticipating a big red wave here in Arizona.
All right, so you speak for Gen Z here. Why? Why are they conservative, right? Because we always hear the youth vote goes Democrat.
It is. It's a very big misconception, and typically we understand youth to be a euphemism for leftism in the United States. That's certainly true for millennial voters, but several national polls and surveys have actually found that Gen Z is the most conservative generation our country has seen since World War II. That million-dollar question is why? And I believe it has a lot to do with our experiences on college campuses. We watched millennials host major protests on campus and skip class after the 2016 election because of the emotional trauma. We've seen free speech shut down by campus administrators. We've had our social media accounts locked down because of pro-Trump sentiments or even just conservative sentiments. And we thought, you know, we want nothing to do with that millennial identity within our generation. We're excited about free speech, limited government, and personal responsibility.
Wow, I love that Gen Z is a conservative pushback to the crazy millennials. That's great. All right, my last question for you is about McSally in Arizona. Maybe we can go back a little bit, because it's so bizarre to me that even McSally lost to Kristen Sinema in 2018. Like, Sinema's like wacky left, like super far, like Green Party left. And McSally lost to her, and now she got put in by the governor to replace John Kyle, and now she's up for re-election, sort of. What are you seeing with her, and is she well-liked in Arizona, or can Mark Kelly, kind of the hometown guy, beat her?
Well, it's certainly one of the most contested races in the United States, and I think when it comes down to keeping the Senate, all eyes will be on Arizona this evening. The last election when McSally lost to Kyrsten Sinema is an important one because Sinema had a lot of built-in support here in Maricopa County, the Phoenix area, where she's been in public office for many, many terms. And so there was already that popularity piece there. But I think the important thing to remember is that the polls have suggested it's very, very close. It's neck and neck. But right now in Arizona, we're seeing more people show up wearing pro-America gear, wearing pro-Trump gear, and even more traditional establishment Republicans, the McCains, for example, in Arizona, and their supporters here are very excited about the most recent work from the president, including adding a new Supreme Court justice to our United States Supreme Court. That's going to drive turnout, and that's what's going to determine that Senate race here in Arizona.
Good. And she'll be riding that red wave. Isabel Brown from Turning Point, and right here of The First, of course. The Isabel B on Twitter. Thanks, Isabel. You're the best.
Thanks so much.
Have an awesome day. When I come back, we'll talk to one of my favorite guests from Red State, Scott Housel, about, this is like a numbers guy. You can even see he's got like this war room all set up. So he's going to give us all the numbers here, particularly on the Senate races too. But this is what we're doing here. We're focusing on, obviously, the swing states, how to get to 270. I don't think it's a difficult path for the president. I really don't. We'll find out here in 30 minutes with Florida and Georgia in particular, the first two states for polls to close. And then we'll talk about the Senate races as well. Super glad you're here. It's going to be a great day. Stick with us. Mike Slater, spread the word.
Hello, Right Side Broadcasting Network. I'm Mike Lindell, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow, and I've got some great news for you. Today, you can save up to 66% off all my products, from my MyPillows to my Giza Dream Sheets, my towels, my Roll and Go travel pillows, my mattress topper. I have over 100 products that you're going to save up to 66% using the promo code RSBN, Right Side Broadcast Network. RSBN, use that promo code at mypillow.com or call 800-836-7566. That's 800-836-7566. Remember to use the code RSBN, and here's the great news. Half the money is going to support Right Side Broadcast Network, one of the best networks I've ever seen. Thank you.
Been taken for granted by the Democratic Party for so long. So there are many, many reasons, and the list, of course, goes on. But the reality is that you have a choice between, a prosperous American future and more of the same. More of what we saw for 47 years with Joe Biden in Delaware. More of what we saw for many years with, both Republicans and Democrats in Congress who were elected, made all the promises, and didn't keep them. President Trump has been a man of his word, and today's going to be a crucial election for the future of our nation. Of course, what states should we really be looking out for when we're looking at that board, looking at that map tonight? Pennsylvania is going to be a huge and critical state in this election. It's going to be one, obviously, that the president definitely wants to maintain. He won that state in 2016 against, the odds. Many people said he wasn't going to win. They said Hillary Clinton was up in the polls. President Trump took Pennsylvania in 2016. I think he may take Pennsylvania again tonight. We're going to be looking at Michigan. We're going to be looking at Wisconsin. And of course, we're going to be looking at North Carolina. This is a state that many saw as a stronghold for the president. I think he will win North Carolina, but this is a closer and tighter race than expected. The president, I think, is sure to take Ohio. He's going to take Florida, and another toss-up state to look for is Arizona. So keep an eye on many of those swing states, and, happy Election Day, everybody.
Hold the Line with Buck Sexton premieres tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on The First. Bill O'Reilly is back on TV and only on The First. Watch Bill O'Reilly's No Spin News every weeknight at 8 p.m. Eastern. Now more than ever, you need real facts without the spin. Bill O'Reilly's No Spin News tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First. Looking for an email you actually want to read? We've got you covered. Sign up for the Up First newsletter only from The First. Every morning we deliver the day's essential headlines and prepare you for what everyone will be talking about. Plus, you'll also get instant analysis and real facts, helping you cut through the liberal mainstream media spin. Don't wait. Sign up for the Up First newsletter right now at thefirsttv.com.
I'm about to blow you away with something. There's something brand new out there. I just discovered it today. It's called social media. And did you know The First is all over this new thing called social media? Apparently they're great at it. They're on Twitter, Instagram, Parler. They're on YouTube. They're on Facebook. They're all over all of it. Go enjoy The First anywhere on all of your social media stuff. If you do that sort of thing, I'm not sure if it's going to catch on, but if it does, The First will be good.
Hey guys, it's Buck Sexton here, reminding you that my radio show can be seen right here on The First TV every day at 5 p.m. Eastern. We break down all the news and current events from across the country and around the world with deep analysis that you're just not going to find anywhere else. Plus, we always try to have a little fun while we go through all that stuff together. So don't miss the Buck Sexton Show every day at 5 p.m. Eastern right here on The First.
Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download the First TV app right now on Apple, Google Play, Roku, or Amazon Fire and start watching today.
Senator Crusaders, welcome back to our coverage here. This is it. It's election night. Super glad you're here. It's super exciting. It's going to be a great day. It's a great day to be alive. Let's go to Scott Hounslow. He's at Red State. He's their big polling guy over there and right here for my show, certainly. Scott, how are you, brother?
Right, how you doing, Mike?
Are you as in good a mood as I am? Don't harsh my mellow, man. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. I think that the returns that we're seeing thus far are suggesting that there isn't the turnout for Dems on election day that they were expecting.
Okay, let's talk about that. Give us the difference between early votes and day of voters and how we need to be thinking about that as the results come back.
So as far as early vote is concerned, we saw that there was they jumped out to a pretty big lead early in a few states. Let's just take a quick look at, for instance, Pennsylvania, one of the big ones that we're talking about constantly. Dems jumped out to a 43-point early lead, a 1 million vote lead essentially in Pennsylvania. Florida, they jumped out to a 2-point lead, 169,000 votes. North Carolina, a 223,000 vote lead, or 5%. So these were some pretty substantial leads. However, I mean, looking at things like Texas, 17-point lead for Republicans, Ohio, 10-point lead for Republicans. I really don't see there's a pathway there for Democrats. And again, also looking at the number of votes to still be cast. In Pennsylvania, 82% of Republicans still hadn't cast a ballot. Only 46% of Democrats had not yet cast a ballot.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is in these swing states, you're going to have Democrats have a big advantage, right? Pretty big advantage. And then for whatever reason, Republicans tend to vote day of. And obviously the hope for the Republicans are more of them and they overtake the lead throughout the day. Is there anything to lead you to believe that in, let's say, Florida or Pennsylvania, Republicans will take the lead today?
So again, going back to the fact of how many votes were left on the table, there was 82% of Republican votes that hadn't been counted or had not been cast as of last night. That's only 46% of Democrats. So Democrats had cast 65% of their vote as of last night, or 55% of their vote as of last night, and Republicans have only cast 19%. So
I know
it's
those of registered voters.
Yes. Well, no. That's based upon 2016 turnout.
Okay, so it could be even higher than 2016 turnout.
Yes, I don't think that we're necessarily going to see that from the Dems in Pennsylvania necessarily, because they were just so far behind on what they needed to turn out. But you look at Texas. Texas will go over their 2016 numbers. Florida will go over their 2016 numbers. I mean, early vote in Texas was like 92% of the 2016 numbers. So Georgia was 83. Yeah, no, for everyone. So
really.
Yeah, so 92% of the vote for Texas had been cast ahead of time. Republicans actually beat their 2016 numbers by 411,000 votes in Texas.
Okay, let's talk about Florida. Florida's coming up here in 20 minutes. So what do we need to know about Florida?
Democrats went into Florida with less. So the whole narrative that Democrats had going into the election was that they had to have as many as they possibly could turn out in early voting and mail voting to rack up the score high enough that Republican day of turnout wouldn't meet it. It doesn't seem to have it seemed to have fizzled out. They are only 2 points up, 169,000 votes as of last night. That left 1.4 million Republicans still to cast votes and 1.1 million Democrats. In some counties in Florida, we saw sometimes 3-1, even as many as 4-1 counties for Trump earlier this morning in election lines. So that's going to be a huge number for them. I just don't see how Dems hold off the swarm of Republican voters in Florida. And it should duplicate elsewhere, like in North Carolina.
Let me run through those numbers one more time because that's super important. I want to make sure I get that right. So you're saying Democrats, based on early voting, had 160,000 vote advantage in
almost
Florida.
170. Yeah.
Okay, so those numbers, by the way, we don't really know who they voted for. We just know that a Republican voted or a Democrat voted or an independent voted, right?
Correct. We don't know. They don't count the votes until tonight, but we know what ballot was returned, whether or not it was Republican or Democrat.
Okay. Interesting. So, and how do you and others calculate the independent vote?
Based upon, the way I looked at it is I thought that Democrats will do slightly better amongst independents, but I don't have them doing better enough based upon the polling data I've seen that would give them the edge enough to overcome their deficit against Republicans currently.
Okay. So about 170,000 vote Democrat advantage. You're saying there's still 1.4 million Republicans to go and 1.1 million Democrats. So there's a 300,000 vote difference. So that should be Republicans winning by 130,000 votes, which is about what happened in 2016.
That's just to meet 2016 turnout. Both sides could have a higher turnout, or Democrats could have a higher turnout. We're not seeing Democrats having a higher turnout than Republicans on Election Day. They're even getting to the point where they're now like fudging numbers in the media where it's like, well, if these things happen, you have green hair and you fly on Tuesdays, that these votes might turn out. And when you start seeing grasping at straws like that, where the data, like I've got data here, doesn't support it, I'm out. I just don't believe any of this exit polling or anything, any of the conjecture that goes on until we start counting votes now.
Yeah, never has so many storylines been made up based off of pictures of people standing in line, right? And I'm not going to ask you those questions about pictures of people standing in line when you have the data, right? You're the numbers guy here.
Right.
Let's go to North Carolina. So that's great news about Florida. Anything else about Florida? Do you have any insight as to like where the votes have yet to be cast or anything like that, or is that not important?
At this point, I don't really see it as a huge importance. There are some Democrat counties, and yes, some counties tend to sling a little bit more Democratic towards the end of the day as people get off work. But there's a window between 5 and 7, which right now is 6:43 p.m. in Florida, and the polls close in 17 minutes. I don't see them having made up that difference. I don't think that they're showing up. It does appear from the results that I've seen that both parties have beaten their 2016 averages, but not by much more than about 2.5%.
Okay. Are we going to know results in Florida pretty quickly, or do we have to wait a while because part of it's in Central Time Zone and Just it's slow.
Well, obviously, because there's 2 time zones in Florida, you got the Panhandle in one and the rest of the state in the other. I would suggest that we probably wait until polls close on the east or on the west coast to really have a solid number of what's going on in Florida.
Okay, cool. Let's give us, we got about a minute. Give us North Carolina. That's the next one we got to really be watching this next hour.
No problem. So going into Election Day, this is as of last night, Democrats had a 223,000 vote lead, or a 5% lead in polling, or in ballots returned, I should say, in North Carolina. According to my data here, there was still 40% of the total vote for Republicans to be cast for 2016 to meet the 2016 numbers, compared to only 24% of Democrat voters to still turn out, which means that Republicans have a 15% advantage in voters to turn out on Election Day. Again, that's only a 5-point lead currently. So it's 929,000 to 532,000. I don't see how North Carolina doesn't stay red.
Unbelievable. So I'm seeing, just based off my quick math, I'm seeing like a 400,000 vote, or I guess maybe like a 200,000 vote win or something.
Correct. Which is, again, this is just based upon what happened in 2016. But again, Democrats had to have turned out so much of their electorate in the early and mail voting. If North Carolina came back that they had a 12 or 15 point advantage going into Election Day, I would have called it. 5 points it's a little tough to suggest you're going to come back, especially when Republicans have 15% more voters to turn out just to meet their 2016 average.
Scott, I'm super grateful for your analysis. I've never heard this type of analysis in any election ever, to be honest. Like, I've never heard people talk about pre-vote, votes coming in versus average of coming, but I've never heard that analysis before. So I'm super grateful. We got to run.
Thank you for allowing me.
Yeah, totally. And are we going to find out a winner tonight, do you think?
That's a tough question. I think yes, because I don't think that Pennsylvania will matter. Pennsylvania is kind of the state that's like, oh, well, if that's the bellwether, I guess, or the canary in the coal mine of like what happens for one side or the other. But I think that one side, either Trump stomps so hardcore on Election Day voting that all the states there's nothing they can do, and that it ends up being Trump wins, or Democrats are just so far behind, or Democrats we're just so far ahead we couldn't catch up. I don't think that there's really much to talk about.
Scott Hounsell, Hounsell, Google it, follow him on Twitter. Scott from Red State. Appreciate you, bro.
Thank you, man. Have a good day.
Looking forward to talking to Scott afterwards as well and doing a full breakdown on what was, but love that prediction stuff. All right, you feeling good? Some of your anxiety kind of? It's going to be a great night tonight. I'm super glad we're here together. True story. This is The First. My name is Mike Slater. Glad you're here. More coming up. Spread the word.
In preparation for the 2020 election results, George Washington University in Washington, D.C. recently sent out a memo to all students urging them to stock up on necessary foods, supplies, and medications as if they would not be able to leave their individual dorm rooms for potentially even weeks. This memo was sent out in correlation with Washington, D.C. preparing for mass protests, riots, looting, and violence, assuming the fact that President Trump would win re-election here on Tuesday. Countless banks, businesses, and establishments in Washington, D.C. have been boarding up their doors and windows afraid for the extreme violence that may happen this week if the election were to tip in President Trump's favor. Other Democrat-controlled cities across America are taking the same precautions, not just Washington, D.C., but New York, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and even cities like Denver. The important thing to note here is that you don't see predominantly conservative cities taking these same precautions, which begs the question, is it really conservatives that people are worried about in terms of the aftermath of the 2020 election? Or is it the violent and radical left when it comes to groups like BLM Inc. and Antifa? The fact that college students need to be forewarned by their university administration to stay inside their dorms for days or even weeks with non-perishable food items and their medications just in case mass hysteria were to break out, resembling something like the purge in our country after the 2020 election, is so disheartening. College students have been through enough this year when it comes to this election, the extreme political polarization in our country, and the COVID-19 pandemic. The fact that more Americans can't get over the political divide between us and instead resort to tactics like burning down buildings, stealing from cash registers, and even point-blank shooting people they disagree with, as we've seen in Portland and Denver, is completely unacceptable. As we round the corner into Election Day, we're looking forward to receiving the results of this very monumental and crucial election in our country's history. But think about for a second what our country might look like if the President of the United States does not support law and order, if we have messaging from the top down in our country that encourages this type of violent behavior in America's cities, suburban, and rural areas alike. Consider what it would mean for groups like Antifa and BLM Inc. to continue this pattern of reckless behavior that we've seen in 2020, endangering the lives of not only college students, but all everyday Americans. Do you really want to receive an email like the one George Washington University sent out to their students? Do you really want to have to board up your small business and actually think about what it would mean for something to get burned down or stolen or looted? Do you really want to have to fear for your individual safety, the safety of your family, or maybe even your life when you're taking a stroll around your neighborhood? It's time for our country to come together as one and condemn this insane behavior so that emails like the one that just got sent out at George Washington University never have to get sent again.
Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download the First TV app right now on Apple, Google Play, Roku, or Amazon Fire and start watching today. Hold the Line with Buck Sexton premieres tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on The First.
You're watching The First.
Hey guys, Dana Lash here, reminding you to download the First TV app right now. With the First TV app, you can watch my show, The Dana Show, live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. The First TV app is available on iOS, Android, Amazon Fire, Roku, and now Apple TV. Just search for the First TV app in your favorite app store and download it today.
Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download it and get instant access to Bill O'Reilly, Dana Lash, Jesse Kelly, Buck Sexton, and Mike Slater on your phone, tablet, or smart TV. The best part, it's absolutely free. Watch your favorite programs live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Don't wait. Download the First TV app right now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Android, iOS, and Apple TV. Just search the First TV in your favorite app store and start watching today. Stay informed. Stay connected. Download the First TV app right now. It's free.
A wise man once said you should do something great every single day before you go to sleep at night, and I have great news for you. Now you can. What can you do? Well, you can watch me. Every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First. My show, I'm Right, blows you away with incredible wisdom, hilarity, and of course, stunning good looks. You can catch my show, I'm Right, every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll see you.
Replenish your inbox with an email that holds your values. Get the Up First email from The First, the daily newsletter that brings you the important stories from a Freedom First agenda. It's essential reading for those who are tired of the liberal media's talking points and progressive agenda-driven network news. Reclaim your inbox now with the Up First newsletter. Go to thefirsttv.com and sign up today.
finally going to know. And I hope it was comforting to hear a little bit from Scott Hounslow, who's been diving deep into the numbers, the real actual data, to let us know what's going to happen here in just a few minutes. That's the theme of the night. I know you're anxious. I know you're excited. I hope it's more excitement than anxious. But it's going to be a great night, I promise you. And it's more than a feeling. It's based on data. So here's what's going to happen. If Trump wins Florida, Georgia, which we're going to find out soon, and North Carolina, which we're going to have to wait about another hour, and then Arizona, all he needs is 10 more electoral college votes to win. That's Minnesota, 10. Boom, done. He's got his 270. Wisconsin, that's 10, 270. Michigan, 16. Pennsylvania's 20. Nevada and New Hampshire together is 10. Boom, he's got it. This is not a difficult path for the president, especially if we're going to see a red wave here. And we will know if we're going to have a red wave coming up real soon. We'll come back with the first results of the night so far. Again, I'm super grateful you're here. Listen, you can tune into the big guys who have been lying to you for 4 years and listen to Donna Brazile spout her thoughts on the election results, or we'll give you data that I've never heard any election coverage ever give. And we're going to focus on the most important things tonight. We'll keep it coming up. Next, more coming up right here on The First. Spread the word.
Hey everyone, it's Madison Gessiato. Happy Election Day. I know many of you have already voted. Many people are going out to vote right now as we speak. As crazy as it is, there are still some undecided voters out there. A lot of them that I've met on the campaign trail ask me, why should I vote for President Trump? And I really think there's a stark difference this year between the two candidates. We have a difference when it comes to energy policy. We have a difference when it comes to healthcare policy. We have a difference when it comes to economic policy. We've seen the past 4 years under President Trump, obviously the coronavirus having a hindrance on the economy, but we saw incredible economic growth. We saw America First policies when it came to the border, when it came to combating the opioid epidemic, when it came to combating human trafficking. We've seen proactive measures taken by the administration when it comes to criminal justice reform, when it comes to the funding of HBCUs, when it comes to really reaching out and supporting communities that have been taken for granted by the Democratic Party for so long. So there are many, many reasons, and the list, of course, goes on. But the reality is that you have a choice between, a prosperous American future and more of the same. More of what we saw for 47 years with Joe Biden in Delaware. More of what we saw for many years with, both Republicans and Democrats in Congress who were elected, made all the promises, and didn't keep them. President Trump has been a man of his word, and today's going to be a crucial election for the future of our nation. Of course, what states should we really be looking out for when we're looking at that board, looking at that map tonight? Pennsylvania is going to be a huge and critical state in this election. It's going to be one, obviously, that the president definitely wants to maintain. He won that state in 2016 against, the odds. Many people said he wasn't going to win. They said Hillary Clinton was up in the polls. President Trump took Pennsylvania in 2016. I think he may take Pennsylvania again tonight. We're going to be looking at Michigan. We're going to be looking at Wisconsin. And of course, we're going to be looking at North Carolina. This is a state that many saw as a stronghold for the president. I think he will win North Carolina, but this is a closer and tighter race than expected. The president, I think, is sure to take Ohio. He's going to take Florida, and another toss-up state to look for is Arizona. So keep an eye on many of those swing states, and, happy Election Day, everybody.
Hold the Line with Buck Sexton premieres tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on The First. Bill O'Reilly is back on TV and only on The First. Watch Bill O'Reilly's No Spin News every weeknight at 8 p.m. Eastern. Now more than ever, you need real facts without the spin. Bill O'Reilly's No Spin News tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First. Looking for an email you actually want to read? We've got you covered. Sign up for the Up First newsletter only from The First. Every morning we deliver the day's essential headlines and prepare you for what everyone will be talking about. Plus, you'll also get instant analysis and real facts, helping you cut through the liberal mainstream media spin. Don't wait. Sign up for the Up First newsletter right now at thefirsttv.com.
I'm about to blow you away with something. There's something brand new out there. I just discovered it today. It's called social media. And did you know The First is all over this new thing called social media? Apparently they're great at it. They're on Twitter, Instagram, Parler. They're on YouTube. They're on Facebook. They're all over all of it. Go enjoy The First anywhere on all of your social media stuff. If you do that sort of thing, I'm not sure if it's going to catch on, but if it does, The First will be good.
Hey guys, it's Buck Sexton here, reminding you that my radio show can be seen right here on The First TV every day at 5 p.m. Eastern. We break down all the news and current events from across the country and around the world with deep analysis that you're just not going to find anywhere else. Plus, we always try to have a little fun while we go through all that stuff together. So don't miss the Buck Sexton Show every day at 5 p.m. Eastern right here on The First.
Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download the First TV app right now on Apple, Google Play, Roku, or Amazon Fire and start watching today.
Part of the panhandles in the central time zone, all of Georgia and South Carolina, right? Trump needs to win Florida, which, as we talked about with Scott Hounsel, I have great confidence he will do that. Georgia, I don't think is any problem at all. It's going to be a huge red wave in Georgia. We'll find out here in minutes. And then North Carolina. We could talk a little bit more about North Carolina too. But South Carolina, results come out right now. And that's going to be good to look at the Senate race for Lindsey Graham. It's been close for a while. Hasn't been close maybe the last couple of days. But here's the point. If Biden wins Florida and Georgia, that's pretty much the end of the deal. If Trump crushes in these two states, get ready for a red wave across the rest of the country. We're not going to find out Florida for a little while, though. We're not going to find out right this minute, so stay tuned, and we will be sure to let you know as soon as that is confirmed. I want to talk about some Senate race. Oh, let me tell you this real quick. Sorry. To get to 270, it's not a difficult path for the president to get there. He wins Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, and Arizona, all states that he should win. All he needs is 10 more votes. That's it. He just picks up Minnesota. Boom, done. Picks up Michigan. Picks up Pennsylvania. Picks up Wisconsin. That's it. That's all he needs to get to 270. It's not a difficult path. And if he has a crushing win in Florida and Georgia, which we're going to find out very soon, then that's all she wrote. Let's talk about these Senate races. So 53 Republican senators right now. One of the races right now is the Alabama seat. And whole long weird backstory there. It's held by a Democrat right now. It shouldn't be. Remember the whole Roy Moore thing from a couple years ago? So we're just going to consider that a Republican seat. I think the Republican's up by like 20, right? So that's a done deal. So for the sake of this conversation, there's 54 Republican senators, which means the Republicans can afford to lose 3 and still keep their solid majority. Obviously, if they lost 4, it would be a 50-50 tie, and if the Republicans keep the presidency, if Trump wins, then Pence would break that tie. But let's assume, worst case scenario, president race. We want still to have the Republican Senate. So we need 51 seats. We can afford to lose 3. With me? So let's go through them real quick here. Georgia, both Senate seats are up. Long story, but David Perdue is the incumbent Republican. This is going to be a Trump wave state. If, as we'll find out here soon, if Trump wins if Trump wins Georgia, then David Perdue is going to win re-election. There's no doubt about that. There's another Senate seat that's up in Georgia. It's a special election. This one's annoying because the Republican incumbent, there's another Republican running against her and the Democrats. It's a 3-person race, which means the top 2 are going to go on to a January 5th runoff. Annoying. I don't know why the Republicans would do that, but alas. Let's go to Iowa now. Joni Ernst. Iowa is one of those states, kind of bounces back and forth, maybe a red state, but also have some blue representatives, et cetera. Joni Ernst is the Republican incumbent. She's been behind a lot lately, but now she's up in the lead, and she will probably save that seat just the same. Maine, this is a tricky one. Susan Collins, Rhino. But Maine's a weird state, right? She's been there since 1997, so she has huge name recognition. This is one of those states where even if Biden wins it, Susan Collins could still keep it, right? She has enough name recognition. She's been around long enough. She's a centrist enough. She could still keep that seat just the same. But for the sake of this conversation, we're going to assume that she loses it. She was down by the polls by four, the most recent polls. North Carolina. North Carolina is the craziest Senate race in the entire country. So Tom Tillis is the incumbent. North Carolina is not a very friendly race for Senate incumbent people for some reason. His challenger, Cal Cunningham, was in the lead by a lot. And then, because he's a great guy, elder in his local church, great family man, then he was caught sexting some woman and everyone admitted that she's cheating. And now who the heck knows what's going on. Most expensive Senate race in the country, right there in North Carolina. The Republican may hang on to that one as well because of all those controversies. Montana, I have no idea why people are even talking about Montana, right? It's as red as can be. Trump won 55-35 in the last election. But the governor, Steve Bullock, is the Democratic governor. So, maybe he's Republican-y enough of a guy that he could kind of win. I don't know. I doubt that. I think that's a safe Dane's seat. Arizona, wacky Arizona. Martha McSally, she's the Republican incumbent right now. She ran in 2018 against Kristen Sinema, who's Green Party, super far left person. And she lost in 2018. Martha McSally lost to Kristen Sinema by 50 to 47.6. It was weird that I can't get over Arizona like to Kristen Sinema. She's become a little more of a centrist now, but she wasn't when they elected her. Anyway, the governor put Martha McSally in to replace John Kyle when he resigned. So Martha McSally's held this seat for a year or so, but she was never elected. So this is her first election, really, her first real, right? I guess she lost her first election. This is her second election. We don't know how the people of Arizona are going to take to that. The fact that she was kind of hoisted in there, even though they voted against her just 2 years prior, especially because she's up against a beloved guy in Mark Kelly. Mark Kelly, the astronaut, the hero, the husband to Gabby Giffords. Remember her? She was shot in the head 12 years ago, right? The congresswoman. Support for Mark Kelly may transcend politics, right? It may be even a Trump state who still votes for Mark Kelly. He may be one of those guys who transcends even the party name. Don't know. He's up by 5.7 in the last polls. I don't know. We'll count that as a Republican loss, just for the sake of our conversation here. And then we have Colorado. Colorado, most likely for the Republican to lose. Cory Garner is the Republican incumbent. He's going against Hickenlooper. Remember, Hickenlooper ran for Democrat president for a minute, just to get his name recognition out there. He's up. Hickenlooper's up by 8. This is a state that's probably going to go blue. So Hickenlooper's probably going to ride the Biden wave to beat the Republican incumbent. Okay? So what do we got so far? We got Georgia. Republicans are going to hold those. Iowa, Joni Ernst, Republicans going to hold that. North Carolina, Tillis. Closer, but I think it's going to be enough of a red wave in North Carolina to win that. Remind me to get back to North Carolina because they had something weird happen today. Montana, Daines is going to hold that. Maine, could lose that one. Republicans could lose that. Arizona, Republicans could lose that. Colorado, Republicans are probably going to lose that seat. That means the Dems pick up 3. Do you remember how many they needed to pick up? They needed to pick up 4 or 5. So if Republicans lose 3, there's still a 51-49 Republican majority in the Senate. It would take a massive blue wave for someone like Tillis in North Carolina or Ernst in Iowa to lose. We'll see. We'll see really soon here. Let me tell you about North Carolina. North Carolina's polls were supposed to close in 22 minutes at 7:30 Eastern time. 4 voting precincts opened up late because of computer glitches. So the state decided to allow those precincts to be open for another 45 minutes, which means they're not going to release any of the votes until all the precincts are closed. So we're not going to see results in North Carolina, unfortunately, until 8:15 Eastern time, as opposed to the 7:30 when we were supposed to. So that is where we're at right now. Things look fantastic if you're a Republican right now. Trump is very, very excited. All of Trump's ground game people are very excited about what's happening because, as I said, they don't even need to win Pennsylvania or Michigan or Wisconsin or Minnesota. They just need to win really one of those. I mean, obviously, the more the better, right? But they really only need to win one. I don't even want to spend too much time on Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's polls close at 8 o'clock. But Pennsylvania's got a weird quirk. They're the slowest state to count their votes. So every other state, I got to say this too. Okay. So every other state, they count their early votes. So they got them ready. So when the polls close, boom, they're ready to release something. Now, those are mostly going to be Democrat votes. So you're going to see a lot of these early returns with Biden in the lead. But that's because they haven't counted the day of votes yet. And the day of votes are going to be, as we talked about with Scott Hounsel a second ago, vastly Republican. So you're going to see Biden come out to a lead, then Trump chip away at that lead, take the lead, and then as they count late ballots, right, late mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania, they can now accept them 3 days after the election. You're going to see Trump's lead kind of go a little lower. Hopefully he can still be able to hang on. All right, so that's important to note as the results come in. So don't be too worried if Biden's in the lead up front. But about Pennsylvania, every other state can count their votes beforehand and they got something to release when the polls close. Pennsylvania, they weren't allowed to start counting their early votes until 7 a.m. this morning. Some of the counties say they're not even going to try to count them until after today. So it'll probably be until Friday before the Pennsylvania polls results are released in full, which is annoying. But again, I don't even think it's going to be that big of a problem. But alas, we'll find out here in just a couple hours. This is awesome. I hope you're excited. I hope you don't have anxiety right now. It's going to be a wonderful night. And what a time to be alive. I can't wait to get to Jesse Kelly as well. Jesse Kelly is the king of happy warriors. Him and Trump these last few weeks. And I hope you're in high spirits right now as well. It's going to be a good night. Super glad you're here on The First. We got more coming up next. Spread the word.
Hey guys, Buck Sexton here. If you love watching my show on The First TV, then make sure you stay connected with us on social media. You can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Parler. You can even watch us on YouTube. Stay connected and stay informed with First TV anywhere and everywhere. We'll see you there.
Looking for an email you actually want to read? We've got you covered. Sign up for the Up First newsletter only from The First. Every morning we deliver the day's essential headlines and prepare you for what everyone will be talking about. Plus, you'll also get instant analysis and real facts, helping you cut through the liberal mainstream media spin. Don't wait. Sign up for the Up First newsletter right now at thefirsttv.com.
A wise man once said you should do something great every single day before you go to sleep at night, and I have great news for you. Now you can. What can you do? Well, you can watch me. Every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First. My show, I'm Right, blows you away with incredible wisdom, hilarity, and of course, stunning good looks. You can catch my show, I'm Right, every single night. 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll see you.
Bill O'Reilly is back on TV and only on The First. Watch Bill O'Reilly's No Spin News every weeknight at 8 p.m. Eastern. Now more than ever, you need real facts without the spin. Tune out the 24-hour news cycle and watch Bill O'Reilly on The First TV. It's a new kind of network with fresh ideas and bold opinions. Start watching the No Spin News and so much more at thefirsttv.com. No cost, no spin, no agenda. Don't miss Bill O'Reilly's No Spin News. Visit thefirsttv.com right now. Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download it and get instant access to Bill O'Reilly, Dana Lash, Jesse Kelly, Buck Sexton, and Mike Slater on your phone, tablet, or smart TV. The best part, it's absolutely free. Watch your favorite programs live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Don't wait. Download the First TV app right now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Android, iOS, and Apple TV. Just search the First TV in your favorite app store and start watching today. Stay informed. Stay connected. Download the First TV app right now. It's free. Hold the Line with Buck Sexton premieres tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on The First.
Fighter Crusaders, this is it. Polls have closed. couple states, we're getting the results trickling in. We can already confirm a couple, and I think we have some real nice fancy schmancy graphics here. What do we got? What's the first state that we are going to call here, ladies and gentlemen? That's a Kentucky victory for the one and only Donald Trump. I believe we have another state being called as well. Indiana for the president. No big surprises here. Guys, do we have any Biden signs, or do we just make Trump signs? So I think Biden got Virginia too, but whatever. We're not counting those, are we? We're just getting to 270, and I think the president's going to get there, no problem. Want to go to Dave Bratt? He's a former congressman out of Virginia. Congressman, how are you, sir?
It's good until I saw that Virginia stat. I was hoping.
Sorry about. I know. Alas, your home state.
Not enough juice.
But hey, that's okay. We still got some good states here. How are you really feeling about tonight so far, based on what you've seen?
Well, I'm feeling good. All of talking heads and experts were wrong last time. He's got to thread the needle, so it's not an easy lift, but he can do it. The same states are in play for the same reasons. You're going through Pennsylvania and Ohio and Wisconsin and Michigan when China still should be front and center in the news column. And then the economy and what the president's done. All these views are my own, by the way, because we're in pure politics land. But, as an economist and business person, if any of that matters, if people are just not triggered, then I think that path is viable. And I think we can have a win tonight.
Yeah. I know I'm a little early on the postmortem for the Biden campaign, but it has been so surreal this last month or so to watch his campaign do literally nothing while Trump has been just a happy warrior marching through 5 states yesterday. Can you speak to the importance of these rallies? Because some people say, oh, they're not that big of a deal. Are they a big deal?
Yeah, they're a huge deal. And those events help President Trump cut through the media cloud, right? They do everything they can. They've been on him with Ukraine-gate, Russian-gate, impeachment, just FBI directors corrupt, CIA corrupt. He's had to fight the entire deep state single-handedly. And so those, when he gets in front of, 50,000 people screaming and yelling, it's kind of irrefutable evidence. It's just great to see. And Biden today, I think he had 100 people up there in Scranton because he's the globalist from Delaware. He's not the Scranton blue collar guy anymore.
No, I can't wait for Trump to win. One of the main reasons is because I just want all the Democrats behind this to just start pointing fingers and throwing everyone under the bus and giving us the full backstory on what the heck they were thinking these last few weeks. It's so bizarre. I want to ask you a big picture about why you think, because we're going to see, and we've seen a huge Republican turnout. We were talking to one of our pollster guys in Florida and Texas and all these states, huge Republican turnout, more than 2016. The Democrats, these last 4 years, the media have not been able to shame or whatever the Republican voters.
Yeah.
Where have they missed the mark? Where could the media have done a better job in making their case as opposed to being hysterical all the time? Because clearly it didn't help their cause.
Yeah, well, I think they've been fairly effective. And like the New York Times headline tonight and tomorrow morning will be the tell, right? When you see that headline, if Trump's ahead and they still can't call it, it won't be Trump's ahead. It'll be Trump manages to suppress enough voters to, be in play still. And so they're pretty good. I think the one thing they're going to look back on is big tech. Big tech did not go all in, right? And so if we get a win tonight, it's all over. Republicans got to get their heads on straight, right? I mean, you got 70 million Catholics, 100 million Protestants who can't cut through basic logic and see what's going on in this country. You're going to have a totalitarian thought regime in place. Big Tech's made it very clear where they stand. They just didn't do enough. And so if we squeak by this one, that's number one target for me as an intellectual is we have to turn that around. This country was built on a majority premise that we're all equal and we're all equally rational and every voice should matter. And the new Marxist left has an opposite premise. It's group by group by group, and it's just a power play. It's not the common good. It's not we're all held together by reason and the higher good. And so we got some heavy lifting to do as Americans. We've become way too complacent and shallow, and we got to get back to the substance that made us great.
Yeah, and that's right. So it's so interesting what you say about the tech companies. So you're saying from a Democrat's perspective, they're going to complain if Trump wins. They're going to complain, oh, Google, like you let any Trump rallies be played on YouTube, or Twitter, you let Trump even have an account these last 4 years. Wow, that's amazing. Give me one more thing that you think the Democrats are going to do in response to a potential Trump victory here. And that could either be the Democratic Party, or it could be like riots on the streets, or anywhere in between. What do you see coming tomorrow?
Well, that's it. That's what's so stunning to me is, I just heard, Georgetown was lit up. All of D.C. is boarding up right now, not just the fancy shops. All of it's boarding up. New York City is boarding it up. And is this against conservatives in the streets in New York City and D.C.? And so, the conservatives, McCarthy, the leadership, Mitch McConnell in the Senate, they got to get their head on straight and get an information machine, right? Media is the new communication. And if we can't convey our truth, then develop an alternative system, get an email network where we light it up through all of the, Tocqueville had all of his, just the little regiments that need to fight through churches and community groups. Light that up so we can all share information somehow when big tech goes against us. But right now we're just sitting ducks. We don't have an alternative platform at all. Yeah. You guys are doing heroic work, and hopefully you grow like crazy for the good work you're doing.
Appreciate that, brother. And I hope, one of my analysis has been in 2016, the vote for Trump was this giant wrecking ball against the establishment, against the Republican establishment, against D.C., against the swamp, all that. And I think in 2020, a vote for Trump is a wrecking ball still, but this time against big media, big tech, like censorship, critical race theory, like all these other big pop culture aspects. So I hope the whole thing crumbles tomorrow. But something good has to rise from the ashes. One last question, Congressman. What is the one state you're looking forward to now?
I'm still looking at Pennsylvania, just symbolically. I don't think we're going to find out tonight where that goes, but that's just it, right? It's not conservatives or liberals. It's not Republicans, Democrats anymore. It's globalist elites versus the populace, the American worker, whose wages have been flat for 40 years. And they need to save the country. And that's why the Catholics and the Protestants, it's just common sense what's going on here, right? That both establishment parties can't wait to get back on the China gravy train. It's globalists versus the American people, the populace, just the people. And that's what I'm looking to see. Pennsylvania's going to tell us the tale, whether we can hold it together as a country.
You're so right. Come on, Western PA. I hope you show up today. Congressman, always good to talk to you, brother. Appreciate you.
Hey, God bless. Thanks, Mike.
Congressman Dave Brat, he's now the Dean of the Business School at Liberty University, among other things. Guys, I have some things to say. Do you want to take a break, or should I keep going here? What do you want to do? All right, take a quick break. I want to come back. I want to go over the flow of what we're going to see tonight, right? But what I mean by that is, let's go over the early vote tallies, compare that to 2016, and then what voters needed to do for Trump today. I think when we go over that, you'll be encouraged. So we'll do that coming up. Jesse Kelly's going to be here in 40 minutes. He's going to take over the next couple hours of coverage on the day. This is it. And I hope you're encouraged, and I hope you don't have a lot of anxiety right now. It's an exciting day. It's going to be a great night. Mike Slater, right here on The First. Spread the word.
First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download it and get instant access to Bill O'Reilly, Dana Lash, Jesse Kelly, Buck Sexton, and Mike Slater on your phone, tablet, or smart TV. The best part, it's absolutely free. Watch your favorite programs live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Don't wait. Download the First TV app right now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Android, iOS, and Apple TV. Just search the First TV in your favorite app store and start watching today. Stay informed. Stay connected. Download the First TV app right now. It's free.
Hey, it's Dana Lash, host of The Dana Show, 12 to 3 p.m. Eastern, which is also broadcast live right here on the First TV. Every day I'm here to keep you up to speed on the most important stories and information you need to know in your very, very busy life. And if you're always on the go and you just want to stay connected, download our daily podcast. Take it with you. It's a great way to get up to speed on what you need to know and stay informed on what legacy media may not tell you. Just visit danalash.com and click on that podcast link or subscribe on iTunes, Spotify, or wherever you get your favorite podcast.
Bill O'Reilly is back on TV and only on the First. Watch Bill O'Reilly's No Spin News every weeknight at 8 p.m. Eastern. Now more than ever, you need real facts without the spin. Tune out the 24-hour news cycle and watch Bill O'Reilly on the First TV. It's a new kind of network with fresh ideas and bold opinions. Start watching the No Spin News and so much more at thefirsttv.com. No cost, no spin, no agenda. Don't miss Bill O'Reilly's No Spin News. Visit thefirsttv.com right now.
Hey, Snyder Crusaders. On my show, we've been diving deep into the philosophy of what we're fighting against, from Hegel, Marx, the Frankfurt School, all the way today. And once you know all that stuff, everything we're seeing today makes a lot of sense. But we're also diving deep into the principles that we built this country on, right? And what we're fighting for. Our founding fathers didn't just fight against the British. They also fought for specific principles. And that's the same thing we need to be doing today. Oh, also, there's an election coming up soon, so we got lots to talk about. True story, Mike Slater, please join us every weekday, 11 o'clock Eastern, right here on The First.
There's a new email that prepares you every day to be smart, stay informed, and always be on the alert for liberal media spin. It's called Up First, and it's only on the First TV. Get essential daily headlines, instant reaction and analysis, and the tools you need to fight back against the progressive agenda. Don't wait. Get the same email First TV hosts use to stay informed every morning. Never miss an important story. Go to thefirsttv.com and sign up for the Up First newsletter today. Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download the First TV app right now on Apple, Google Play, Roku, or Amazon Fire and start watching today. Hold the Line with Buck Sexton premieres tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on The First.
Welcome. This is it. Coming up, we're going to talk to Chris Wilson. He was Ted Cruz's former number guy, so we're going to get into data here coming up in just a few minutes. I want to tell you something about the results that are coming back in. So if you look at the map right now, we have Florida and Georgia, and Biden is out to a lead. Let's just focus on Florida, even though not all the states in right now. But they say that Biden has, I lost it here, something like 50... I'm on a county bot right now. Here it is, 50.6 for Biden, 48.7 for Trump. And they're coloring it blue. So it's like, oh no, Biden's gonna win. Don't worry yet. What they do is they're releasing the early votes first. Conservatives, for whatever reason, Republicans, like to vote day of. So all these states are gonna announce the early Biden votes. He will be in the lead in almost all of them. Then they're gonna start counting the day of votes, which are going to be strongly Republican, and Trump will take the lead in all of these. Let me give you some examples of this. So let's do North Carolina. So at one point in the last few weeks of early voting, Democrats had a 32-point advantage in North Carolina when it came to ballots. Now, we couldn't tell who people voted for, but they could say, oh, we got a Democrat ballot and we got a Republican ballot. So we just got to assume that they voted for the Republican or the Democrats, right? So at one point in North Carolina, the Democrats had a 32-point advantage. But as we got closer to Election Day, Democrats only had a 5.8% advantage. Now you look at that, you're like, well, hold on. Democrats were up by 5.8%? That's a lot. How's Trump going to overcome that? Well, I'll tell you this. Back in 2016, Democrats did not have a 5.8 early vote advantage. They had a 9.7 early vote advantage. They had a twice as big advantage. And still, Trump won by 4 points. So if 4 years ago, the Democrats had a 10-point advantage and Trump won by 4, today Biden has a 6-point advantage right? You with me? But when you get North Carolina results in 45 minutes, oh, Biden's going to be in the lead. But that's just the early votes. Wait till the Republican votes, day of votes are counted. Let me give you one more here, and then we can go to our next guest. Let's do Arizona's a big one. So Arizona, at one point, now let's do Florida. Let me do Florida. Democrats at one point had an 18.8% vote advantage. Like, holy cow, like 2 weeks ago, Democrats were up 18.8%. On Monday, that was 1%. Democrats had a 1% advantage. And that's pretty much what you're seeing right now in these polls. On election day in 2016, Democrats had a 1.4% advantage. So an even bigger advantage. And Trump won by 1 percentage point. Right? So that's a little closer. But still, Biden is doing worse. Here's the bottom line. Biden is doing worse in early voting than Hillary did in 2016 in the states that Trump ultimately won. So the question is, did more Republicans show up for this election, or did fewer compared to 2016? I believe the answer will be more, and that's why I think Trump is going to win. I want to go to Madison Jasiato, who's here, one of our wonderful contributors here at the First. Jasiato, sorry, Madison. How are you, Madison?
Doing well. How are you?
Sorry, I'm frantic and excited, Madison. I apologize. Are you as encouraged as I am at the moment?
Absolutely. And I think one of the things that I'm looking at, we see these early results coming in, is that early voting number. And for two reasons. The first reason being that if I were the Biden campaign, I'd be concerned because I would be expecting a bigger difference in some of these numbers in these states in the early voting than what we're starting to see. So it'll be an interesting thing to keep tabs on. One of the other interesting points here, you talk about people who are Democrats requesting those ballots. And that's really all we have to go off of, coming into today. But when you look at a lot of the rallies and you look at who were ultimately the participants in these rallies for President Trump, 10 to 25% of them were actually either registered Democrats or people who didn't vote in 2016. So I think this could be one of the most unexpected, interesting elections. And of course, coronavirus throwing a whole, another difference in this compared to any other election. So some people who may not have voted early traditionally may have voted early this time, or some people may even be, more fired up to want to make sure they get to the polls on Election Day. So it's going to be an interesting night. But I do feel very confident that we will see a win for President Trump because there's really no comparison between these two candidates.
No, I loved watching a couple clips on MSNBC. They'd have a reporter go to some polling station in North Carolina, whatever, talk to some person, and they're like, oh, yeah, I voted for Trump because of these reasons, whatever. And then they'd find out that that person was a Democrat. And the interviewer was like, oh, wait, I think you're going to see a lot of that, as you just said. You're in Ohio, right? Is that your main focus this last election?
I am in Ohio. I was focused all across the country, but the state of Ohio, I think, will win even bigger for President Trump and go farther to the right than they did in 2016, because I talk a lot about the hesitant voters in 2016. Many Ohioans who are conservative didn't think the president was going to keep the promises he made on the campaign trail. He ultimately did that. He over-delivered on many, whether it's the Supreme Court, the judicial nominees, tax cuts, criminal justice reform. There's so many things that he said he was going to do. No one expected him to actually do them, and he did. And so I think he won a lot of voters that he didn't necessarily get in 2016. Some of them either didn't vote or maybe they voted third party, not necessarily Hillary voters, but people who I think came over and probably voted for him today. So when I'm talking to people all across the state, I think we may win by more than those 8 points for the president that we won in 2016. I think we have a strong showing in many other states as well. There are quite a few paths to victory, of course. Pennsylvania is going to be critically important tonight. But when you look at, what the Biden-Harris campaign has gone back and forth on when it comes to fracking and when it comes to, their lack of support for the American worker, I think that's going to kill them in Pennsylvania, a state that they maybe could have won otherwise.
Yeah, wow. And Ohio used to be a swing state, and now it seems solidly red. The people aren't even really talking about it that much, which is great news. And I think maybe that'll be the case, hopefully, with some of these other Midwestern states moving forward. Speak for another second here about the shy Trump voter, because that's going to be the big thing talked about afterwards. Who is this shy Trump voter? Why are they shy? And why do you think they're voting for Trump?
Well, I think there's actually many people that fall into the category of the shy Trump voter or the silent majority, as we like to call them. Some of these being women, some of these being minorities, Hispanic Americans, Black Americans, people who, don't feel respected by their peers, people at work, people in their church, friends, family members, etc. And so a lot of times they will go to the polls and they'll vote for President Trump, but, they'll maybe whisper it to someone like me or someone like you and not really want to say it too loud for fear of their job, for fear of retaliation in their communities. And I think, following this election, a lot of the mainstream media and the Democrats would be shocked to see the results coming out of the Black community, coming out of women, because they continue to push that narrative that women and Black Americans and Hispanic Americans hate the president. But the reality is many Americans, most Americans vote on policy. They vote on their pocketbooks. And so they're looking at, what is this candidate going to do for me versus what is the other candidate going to do for me? And when you have a Democratic Party and a Democratic candidate that have gone so far left that they're unrecognizable to Democrats even 10 years ago, you have a major problem. And I think the party has abandoned the Democratic worker and the typical Democratic voter. They feel disenfranchised, and that's why President Trump's message was so strong in 2016 and remains strong today.
Hey guys, Buck Sexton here. If you love watching my show on the First TV, then make sure you stay connected with us on social media. You can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Parler. You can even watch us on YouTube. Stay connected and stay informed with First TV anywhere and everywhere. We'll see you there.
Looking for an email you actually want to read? We've got you covered. Sign up for the Up First newsletter only from The First. Every morning we deliver the day's essential headlines and prepare you for what everyone will be talking about. Plus, you'll also get instant analysis and real facts, helping you cut through the liberal mainstream media spin. Don't wait. Sign up for the Up First newsletter right now at thefirsttv.com.
A wise man once said you should do something great every single day before you go to sleep at night, and I have great news for you. Now you can. What can you do? Well, you can watch me. Every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First. My show, I'm Right, blows you away with incredible wisdom, hilarity, and of course, stunning good looks. You can catch my show, I'm Right, every single night. 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll see you.
Bill O'Reilly is back on TV and only on The First. Watch Bill O'Reilly's No Spin News every weeknight at 8 p.m. Eastern. Now more than ever, you need real facts without the spin. Tune out the 24-hour news cycle and watch Bill O'Reilly on The First TV. It's a new kind of network with fresh ideas and bold opinions. Start watching the No Spin News and so much more at thefirsttv.com. No cost, no spin, no agenda. Don't miss Bill O'Reilly's No Spin News. Visit thefirsttv.com right now. Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download it and get instant access to Bill O'Reilly, Dana Lash, Jesse Kelly, Buck Sexton, and Mike Slater on your phone, tablet, or smart TV. The best part, it's absolutely free. Watch your favorite programs live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Don't wait. Download the First TV app right now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Android, iOS, and Apple TV. Just search the First TV in your favorite app store and start watching today. Stay informed. Stay connected. Download the First TV app right now. It's free. Hold the Line with Buck Sexton premieres tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on The First.
Slider Crusaders, welcome back to our coverage here on The First. It's going to be a great night tonight. I want to go to Chris Wilson from WPA Intelligence. He is what are you, Chris? You're like the numbers guy. You're our numbers guy, and I appreciate you every time you come on. You work for Ted Cruz. Yeah. What is it?
Polling, data analytics. I mean, you name it. Anything, with a number in it, I'm gonna geek out on it.
Well, you're the man tonight, and I'm glad you're here. Give us the latest with Florida. Can we start there? Is that okay? What are you seeing?
Yeah, Florida's interesting. Right now, the New York Times has it as a 94% chance that Trump wins it as of the moment that I came on your show. It may have ticked a little bit left or right since then. But I really think that the story here, Mike, is told by the Democrats' decline with Latinos. Now, in Florida, that's primarily Cubans, but it's not just Cubans. It's Puerto Ricans, it's Mexicans, it's anybody from who's immigrated in the state. And it is looking to be a real movement against Joe Biden. And I think it's because it's not just Biden, though. Looking at it in congressional races, there's a lot of Democrats who are in tighter races than they should be. And I think that comes from the embracing of the Democratic Party of a socialist agenda that many Latinos have had to live through in Latin America. And they're like, you know what, that's not why we came to America. We're going to vote against them. And it's really a very large puzzle in terms of the movement of suburban whites and Latinos in Florida. They're kind of crossing over each other. That could be a complete realignment of the party that has the potential to begin there and spread to Latinos in other places like Texas and Arizona. It's going to be really see what happens in those states.
Chris, that is such a huge potential shift. And we'll see if maybe Florida Hispanics are an outlier with that. But that could very well be the case in Florida. That is interesting. Wow. Okay. I saw here you retweeted that Trump in Miami-Dade, absentee early vote, got more votes than he got in all of 2016 by 120,000 votes. What? So tell me about Miami-Dade, and what does that sentence even mean, what I just read?
What it means is that's an area that Republicans have not been competitive for a long time. In fact, Ileana Ros-Lehtinen had that seat in that area for a while, and she was able to dominate it because of her ability to work the area. But she left, and we lost that seat immediately. And what this says to me is you see, again, what I just referenced is sort of a shifting of the dynamic with Latino voters down there. And the fact that Trump was able to exceed that overall is remarkable, particularly when you consider, now the exit polling I'm looking at is nationally. It's not specific to Florida. But when you look at it, based on the early vote and the absentee ballot vote, it breaks down nationally to about 50% Democrat, 21% Independent, 25% Republican. So that's kind of what we've known, Mike. I mean, there's no shock in that. Republicans have, in fact, I've talked to campaigns that were phone banking today, and a Republican voter would rather stay in line for 6 hours than mail an absentee ballot in and potentially have it rejected. I mean, they were just convinced that they were going to be rejected. I think the president kind of encouraged that to a certain extent. So what happens if you look at, and Florida's got a great election system, you could sign on almost like an hour-by-hour basis and see Republicans turn out and voting. And what you saw was that Republicans were exceeding their early vote margins in most counties. But in Miami-Dade, they exceeded their early vote margins from 2016, and they exceeded their entire vote margins in terms of what they were able to turn out in the initial vote total. So it's really, like I say, I hate to be repetitive, but it is a remarkable realignment of the voting structure that has dominated Florida really for about the last 2 decades.
Okay, so you're not worried about Florida at this moment going Republican?
No, it's again, I'll quote the New York Times numbers. At the moment that I said that I signed on with you, it had 94% chance likelihood of President Trump in Florida.
Okay, I want to move forward a little bit more. Let's just stay on Georgia for a quick second, right? Because I imagine if Florida is going to be so red as we're seeing, that got to be true in Georgia too, no?
Well, again, I was sort of checking the states off, and it had the New York Times had a 60% chance of Trump winning Georgia right now. Georgia is going to be an interesting dynamic. As you know, there are 2 Senate races up right now. There is, and you've got the urban areas will come in first, and then the rural areas will lag behind that. And so what we're going to see initially in Georgia, and that's why I was trying to gather as much information as I could before I came on the air with you. Yeah. But in Georgia, the fact that they already have Trump with a 60% chance of winning means that they have set some thresholds in Atlanta. That's, let's say hypothetically, Biden had to get 65%. He's only at 58. I'm making that up. It's something along those lines to be able to adjust those numbers down. And that doesn't just speak well for President Trump, but it speaks well for Tom Perdue. It's well for Senator Perdue.
David Perdue, yep.
Who are running for re-election to the United States Senate from Georgia, which is a big part of Republicans holding a majority in the United States Senate. So Georgia sort of has an outsized importance, not just on the presidential level, but also for Republicans holding the Senate. And right now, if these numbers hold true throughout the evening, the rural votes come in the way we expect them to, then that speaks very well for President Trump and both Loeffler and Perdue.
That's amazing, especially because one of these fantasies has been not only for Texas to turn blue, but before that, Georgia. And Biden spent a lot of time there, and it seems like maybe not going to work out for him. Big picture question, as we're watching results come in, is that going to be the flow of the results? So first we're going to see it kind of be blue with the urban districts, and then the country, rural districts kind of trickle in. Is that how that's going to look for every state or no?
It is. I'll give you another example out west where polls aren't closing yet is Nevada. And I do a lot of work in Nevada. I've watched it as it has evolved over time. And the absentee ballots at first, Democrats ran up a big margin. And then early voting started. And Republicans, for whatever reason, Republicans did not want to vote by mail this in 2020. And so they began turning out, and they brought it up to even in early voting numbers. And then now the election day numbers started where they were reporting it throughout the day, and Republicans throughout the day, and I haven't looked in about an hour, have led in Clark County, which is where Las Vegas is, a heavily Democratic area. Republicans have led consistently throughout the day in terms of overall voter turnout, and that is unprecedented. If that had happened in 2018, Senator Heller would still be a member of the United States Senate, and Adam Laxalt would be governor. And so you could see a situation there where you've got Dan Rodheimer, former World Wrestling Association. I think he was a champion, but he was at least a wrestler for a while. Originally, everything ties back to Florida. Played football at South Florida. Who is challenging Susie Lee in a seat that Republicans held until 2016, and he's got a real chance to win that back. And I think it also speaks to maybe a changing of what's going on in Nevada, where you've got a governor who's locked the state down and people revolting against that. And I think the Democrats are going to see a lot of pushback to their lockdown policies trickle down, not just at the presidential level, and they may not be able to take it out on Governor Steve Sisolak right now, but they're going to vote out Democrats down ballot potentially because of that.
Yes, and which I think brings us to Michigan. Chris, can you stick around for one more segment? Do you mind if we take a quick break and we can get a quick little update on some numbers, and then we'll come back?
Absolutely.
Because I want to jump a little bit ahead later in the night and talk about the Midwest states. Pennsylvania, but I think Michigan, Wisconsin, and even Minnesota, perhaps. We can do a quick run through of all that. All right, Chris Wilson, Ted Cruz's former data guy. Wilson WPA. Follow him on Twitter all night long to get the latest updates with Chris Wilson. All right, we're here on the first. We'll be right back with more of Chris. Spread the word.
Hey guys, Buck Sexton here. If you love watching my show on the First TV, then make sure you stay connected with us on social media. You can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Parler. You can even watch us on YouTube. Stay connected and stay informed with First TV anywhere and everywhere. We'll see you there.
Looking for an email you actually want to read? We've got you covered. Sign up for the Up First newsletter only from the First. Every morning we deliver the day's essential headlines and prepare you for what everyone will be talking about. Plus, you'll also get instant analysis and real facts, helping you cut through the liberal mainstream media spin. Don't wait. Sign up for the Up First newsletter right now at thefirsttv.com.
A wise man once said you should do something great every single day before you go to sleep at night, and I have great news for you. Now you can.
One, two, test 1, 2. Okay, just gonna take a minute here. Look at the results. Joe Biden, this is what it says, 16-13 so far. Let's look at this. Vermont, they're calling for Biden 3 electoral votes, and 7% in New Hampshire, Looks like Biden, only 2% in. Here's a weird one, though. Virginia, 13 electoral college votes, 13% in. Calling it for Biden, even though Biden has 246,000 and Trump has 348. So we'll see how that goes. It's pretty interesting. Kind of early to be calling any of this stuff, but 4% in West Virginia. 5 electoral college votes go to Trump. Same with Kentucky. 8 electoral college votes go to Trump. He's got 450,000. Biden has 244. Georgia, 6% in. Trump is leading that. All this can change at any time, at any second, too. South Carolina, 9 electoral college votes. Trump is leading there. 2% in, though. 1% in North Carolina, and Trump is leading there for now. Florida is going to be the close one, though. 79% in. That one's going to, wow, just changed right now. That is super close. 4 million, yeah, only about 60,000 difference. Trump is really gaining in Florida. That may not stay blue. But again, this is all early. Here's the map, the key here, so you can see whoever is in the lead and the win and then the flip. We might see some flips, but Georgia was blue a couple minutes ago. Now it's red. May see more of that. I'll be back. Biden wins Virginia, Trump wins West Virginia, Biden wins Vermont, even though he had less in there. Virginia, yeah, Virginia is that's a weird one, so we'll see how that goes, why it's being called for Biden when he has less. But I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that understand the Electoral College better than myself. It says Trump wins Kentucky, 34%. We'll keep you posted on that.
Big difference for him in a lot of areas. So he got up to like between 12 and 15% nationally. If he's able to push that another 3 points to 5 points to 17, 18, 20%, that is, again, devastating for Joe Biden in states like Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. It goes down the line. I mean, Arizona, Nevada. So it is an interesting realignment of a specific voting population that has been almost universally Democratic for the course of the last 2 decades.
So as I did the math, if Trump wins Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona, he's at 260. You only need 10 more. So he can just pick off Minnesota or Wisconsin, and boom, he's at 270, let alone Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Nevada. Nevada doesn't do it quite. But anyway, which of those states in the Midwest do you think he has the best chance in? I mean, you talked about how he's got a pretty big hurdle in Michigan. Any of the other states you think he has a better chance?
They're all big hurdles, to be candid. I think probably of those, Minnesota's the best opportunity. And I think that comes down to, again, the situation with an overzealous governor. I think the riots that have taken place there, all of that has made it more likely that Donald Trump would have a chance and to exceed his totals and exceed what he was able to achieve in 2016 there.
Okay, so I'm a little less encouraged, right? I'm a little fired up about Florida and Georgia seemingly going really well, but it seems like, hold on, wait, we got to wait for some results to come back in the Midwest.
We do, but at the same time, if we'd had this conversation an hour ago, I wouldn't have expected Florida to go the way that it is. So it's, that's why they hold the vote. They don't just hand out the awards based on polling.
Yeah, let me ask you about Arizona real quick, because Arizona is such a weird, quirky state. What do you think? Right, because Trump would love that one. I mean, I just kind of rattled that off as if like, oh, well, of course he's going to win Arizona. That could be tough. And then you got Martha McSally there, which is in a tough race too.
She is, but it's another situation where early votes started. Absentee ballot, Democrats ran up a big lead, and then Republicans were able to catch up in early voting to where there's only a 0.8% difference between Republican and Democrat turnout on election day. So then if you look at outstanding votes, there are 119,000 voters on election day in 2016 that have not voted yet. And of those, Republicans have a 29-point advantage among them. So it is that's a good place. I'd rather be a Republican right now in Arizona than a Democrat, looking at those numbers.
What do you know about Mark Kelly? Not to get too in the weeds here, but what do you know about Mark Kelly maybe like transcending the party because he's like a beloved astronaut? Is that not a thing? Do people kind of stick party line when it comes to voting?
You know, I will say McSally's been in two difficult situations where she has run against transformational Democrats, in that Kyrsten Sinema in 2018 and then Mark Kelly today are both not your typical liberal Democrat that are easy to run against. Now, I think she's probably done a better job from a campaign standpoint, painting Kelly into that Democrat corner. He's taken more stands. He's done a few more things that fit into the party line than Sinema did. She was a uniquely talented politician, remains one today. And so because of that, I think her chances in 2020 were better than they were in 2018.
30 seconds. Chris, I can't be with you all night. I wish I was in your living room and I could just like pick your brain all night long as the results are coming in. But what's the number one thing you're going to be looking for, like data-wise, as the results are coming in that you would like us to look at too?
Well, the key thing is going to be to ignore the first results that come back. I mean, we saw this a little bit in Kentucky where the initial results actually had McConnell down, and I think that race has already been called, or if not, it probably will be soon. So it's those. I wish that the media would state, hey, this is a state that only has absentee ballots. This is a state that hasn't counted their early voting yet. This is a state that is going to count absentee ballots for another week coming off. All these things are factoring into it. So I think it's key to look at when the vote was distributed. Is it something that counted from earlier today? Is it something that came in a week or so ago? Because the vote from today, everywhere I'm seeing, is not overwhelming. It is 60% above Republican. And if that maintains itself, the Republicans are in very good shape for tonight. If that's an anomaly to Florida, then it could be a long night.
All right. Chris Wilson, you're the man. Super grateful you're here. We'll be following you on Twitter all night, that's for sure. Chris Wilson, WPA. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Thanks for giving us so much time. And I want to, hopefully we can talk Chris after as well and do a good postmortem on it all. Okay, that's it for me hosting right now. We're going to pass it over to Jesse here in just a few minutes. But one thing, if I just may, let me say this first. God is in control. It's all good. No need to stress. My wife, in particular, is a very anxious person, right? All day, her stomach's been bothering her. Like, what's going to happen, man? The good news is, I think we'll know tonight. But either way, we'll know soon. I think it's going to go well for Republicans. I think it's going to go well for our country. Either way, and this is one thing I've loved about Jesse Kelly, is he is a happy warrior. He loves it. He loves this moment. He loves this time. Win or lose, he loves this. He loves the fight of it all. And that's a good thing. I got Abigail Adams' quote here, one of the best. She says, "These are the times in which a genius would wish to live. It's not in the still calm of life or in the Pacific station, like the repose, the rest of a Pacific station, that great characters are formed. Great necessities call out great virtues." This is a odd time, but also a great time to be alive. So let's be on the edge of our seats. Let's be excited. If Biden wins, Republicans are going to go to work tomorrow and live our life and hug our kids, and it's going to be just fine at the end of the day. If Trump wins, hunker down for a little bit, because there's going to be quite a negative reaction from the left. We'll put it like that. In 2016, when Trump won, there was a lot of shock. 2020, when Trump wins, in like a few hours here, I think, there's going to be a lot of rage, a real lot of anger. We have to deal with that. But the dust will settle. And then we won this victory. It's one of many that we have to win, because we need a great awakening in our country. The president can only do so much. We have to do the rest. I'm excited for tonight. I'm excited for that moving forward. Jesse Kelly's going to be here. We got everyone. We got the whole gang. Buck, Bill O'Reilly. I'll be in and out the whole rest of the night. You can follow me on Twitter, of course, Slater Radio, and the whole gang right here on the first. It's an honor to be here. It's a pleasure. And it's going to be a great night. I'm super glad you're here. More coming up. Spread the word.
Hey guys, Buck Sexton here. If you love watching my show on the First TV, then make sure you stay connected with us on social media. You can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Parler. You can even watch us on YouTube. Stay connected and stay informed with First TV anywhere and everywhere. We'll see you there.
Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download it and get instant access to Bill O'Reilly, Dana Lash, Jesse Kelly, Buck Sexton, and Mike Slater on your phone, tablet, or smart TV. The best part, it's absolutely free. Watch your favorite programs live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Don't wait. Download the First TV app right now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Android, iOS, and Apple TV. Just search the First TV in your favorite app store and start watching today. Stay informed. Stay connected. Download the First TV app right now. It's free.
A wise man once said you should do something great every single day before you go to sleep at night, and I have great news for you. Now you can. What can you do? Well, you can watch me. Every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First. My show, I'm Right, blows you away with incredible wisdom, hilarity, and of course, stunning good looks. You can catch my show, I'm Right, every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll see you.
Looking for an email you actually want to read? We've got you covered. Sign up for the Up First newsletter only from The First. Every morning we deliver the day's essential headlines and prepare you for what everyone will be talking about. Plus, you'll also get instant analysis and real facts, helping you cut through the liberal mainstream media spin. Don't wait. Sign up for the Up First newsletter right now at thefirsttv.com. Hold the Line with Buck Sexton premieres tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on The First.
Hello and welcome to the special coverage of election 2020 right here on The First. I know you have about 8 million options for how to watch your election coverage, so I'm glad you chose to spend it with us. Now, I don't have to exactly tell you we're probably going to do things a little differently than everyone else is. And look, maybe these things are your thing, but if you're looking for a 25-person panel where you're going to have someone breaking down how Pennsylvania voted just after the Civil War in this particular county, I swear on my life, I'm not going to do that for you tonight. Buck's not going to do that. We got Dana Lash on. We got all these guests. We're going to talk about only the things we view are important, and we're actually going to try to have a little fun and maybe keep it a little interesting. I understand what you're almost undoubtedly doing right now. You're sitting down and you want results, and you just want to know. You just want to know what's happening. Who's going to win? Is it Biden? Is it Trump? Should I pack up all my stuff and move to Zimbabwe? Believe me, we're going to focus on only the high points. 3 main things you're going to get out of us all night. All right? 3 things. 1, the Electoral College. Don't listen to any of this popular vote stuff. Oh, this should be a democracy. The Electoral College was put in by the founders on purpose, specifically so this would never be a democracy. You're not supposed to live in a democracy. Benjamin Franklin famously said a democracy is 2 wolves and a sheep voting on what to have for dinner. They didn't want that. The popular vote, they would have laughed in your face if you told the founders about that. So 1, Electoral College. 270. That's the only number that matters. We'll be tracking that number all night. Biden or Trump, whoever gets to 270 is the next president of the United States of America. Next, swing states. And I need to clarify. I love the United States of America. I love like 45, 46 states. I mean, everywhere besides, New Jersey. But the truth of the matter is this. Not every state matters tonight. I live, work, and worship here in the great state of Texas. In my opinion, the greatest state in America. We'll tell you when the results are in. Texas doesn't matter tonight. And I understand you have probably shared a couple electoral maps with your mom off of Facebook saying, I think California's going to go Trump. California is not going for Donald Trump either. This country's different now. All right, we're going to focus on the swing states tonight. Period. Swing states tonight. The states that actually will decide the election. That's no disrespect to the other states, but even my state doesn't matter tonight. Tonight is about Florida. Tonight's about North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Wisconsin, Michigan, Nevada, maybe Arizona. Outside of that, the night's not really about much. We know which way New York's going to go. We know which way South Carolina's going to go. In fact, I think as of right now, they just called South Carolina. I'm not making that up for Donald Trump. So we know these things. You're only getting the parts that matter tonight, swing states. And lastly, and you may love this, you may not, but it matters a lot. See, this is election night. And everybody and their brother knows this is about the presidency of the United States of America, right? It's Trump, Biden, Trump, Biden, Trump, Biden. You know who's been confirming all those judges for the last 4 years? It hasn't been Donald Trump. It's been the United States Senate in control by Republicans. And there are some critical and close Senate races happening tonight all over the country. Colorado, Arizona. There are several Senate races tonight. Republicans have got to hold the line. We lose 3 or 4 of those seats. I hope you enjoyed the last 4 years of judges, because even if Donald Trump goes back to being president of the United States of America, you ain't getting 4 more of them. It matters a lot. So again, 3 things you're going to get all night from us tonight. You're going to get electoral college numbers. You're going to get swing states, the ones that actually matter, and you're going to get these Senate seats. These Senate seats are huge, absolutely huge. Amy Coney Barrett is not currently residing in the Supreme Court without us in control of the United States Senate, and that's just a fact. Now, where do we stand right now before we go to Dana Lash here in a second? Here's where we looks like Virginia's going to go to Joe Biden. I don't know that for a fact, but here's what you're seeing. Now, let me clarify one of the things you're seeing out there a lot. What you're seeing is you'll see percentages and they don't make sense. Like you'll see, Florida is a great example right now. People are almost calling. In fact, I saw one person already call Florida for Trump. I'm not one of these experts. I'm not going to do that, but it looks like Florida is going to go for Trump. I'll explain why that's big here in a minute. But people are confused because they're looking and Joe Biden's up. Wait, Joe Biden has more votes right now. How could Florida go for Trump? Remember, this is all done by county. This is all done by county, and they know which counties have reported and which counties have not yet reported. What you're looking at right now are close numbers in Florida. Maybe Biden's, I don't have it up to the second. It changes every second. Maybe Biden's ahead, and you're wondering why. How can Trump win Florida? It's because that panhandle of Florida, that part way in the western part, that little skinny part, that part's all Republican. They haven't reported yet. But to talk about that and many other things, the great Dana Lash joins me now. Dana, I am so glad you were here because it looks like, in fact, you know what? Just pour cold water all over me right now, Dana. I'm excited. I feel like we're winning. Are we not winning?
I got some cool water right here. I got my big giant Texas, I don't say the Eddie word. We don't say that word in my house, but I have my big giant, you have to have this in Texas. It's full of ice water, and I have my straw. Every good Texas woman has one of these things. I am one of those people, Jesse, and it's going to be with you and everybody else. I'm one of those people that doesn't get excited until the ink is dry. Until the ink is dry and the check clears, although there's no check in this particular case. But I'm one of those people. I am a cynic. I'm a natural born cynic. And so I'm immediately suspicious of everything and everybody. But then, when there's a reason to celebrate, Jesse, I have my speakers ready to go in my backyard with some AC/DC Thunderstruck, and I'm going to run up and down my street. I'm not even joking.
That's the Dana Lash everybody knows and loves. I do have to push back on you on one thing though, the cup. Look, I appreciate you have an icy beverage in there. Those cups are so terribly overrated for hot coffee. It's still 9,000 degrees 3 hours after you pour it in there. For icy beverages is fine.
Why do you got your coffee in there for 3 hours? What decent American, Jesse, has their coffee in their cup for 3 hours? You know what? You drink it black
because it's too hot to drink,
and you gulp it down. Gulp it down like a man. That's how you got to do it.
All right, Dana. Now, Donald Trump is going to win Florida. Right now, even the New York Times is calling it like 94% for Florida.
Yes.
And I know everybody knows this who watches this show. Since 1964, the president has been the guy who won Florida, except for one time, only one time. You win Florida, you win. How did we screw this up from here, or how does this go bad from here? Donald Trump has Florida. Biden has the uphill battle. What are we worried about?
I mean, we're still looking, Jesse, too, at that Rust Belt. We're still, because remember, let's go back really quickly to 2016. And remember all the states that Trump took. He had Michigan, he had Wisconsin, he had Pennsylvania. These were states, he pierced that blue wall that had protected Democrats' electoral chances for so long. And I told people this for 4 years. I said, look, the reason that Trump won the election and that he was able to carry those states, it's not because he has all these newly minted Republican voters. It's because he was able to convince Democrats that he has the best plan going forward for the economy, for jobs, for national security, for trade, for immigration, and they flocked to him. I remember looking at all of the data as it was coming out in 2016, and these were people, they listed the top 3 reasons why they wanted Trump was immigration, it was jobs, and it was trade. Immigration, it was up there in the top 3 every single time. He was able to talk to people and articulate clearly and in soundbite form, ultimately, what his plans were. He's able to do the elevator pitch, and sometimes that's all the time people have for you because everybody's busy. Their attention spans are short, and he did it successfully in every single state. He's very good at retail politics, and so the way it can go sideways is if, and this is going to be the measure of the big tent. This is where the true test comes in, Jesse, because Republicans now have that big tent that we have talked about for so long. We have that big tent that we've always said we wanted to get, but we've always had these cowardly politicians that were unable to find that compromise on common ground with, maybe more classical liberals or libertarians. Everyone focused together, came together on common ground, came together on a free economy, open businesses, individual liberties, Second Amendment. And so Trump has to keep it these 4 years. He can still lose it. Again, I'm a cynic, but this year's making me an optimist. He can still lose it depending on how Pennsylvania turns out. And we're looking at that blue wall and we're looking at the Rust Belt. But winning Florida is huge. And by the last projection that I saw it was over 53% Hispanic vote. The Republicans Trump captured over 53% of the Hispanic vote so far that's been tabulated in Florida, which is, do you remember Republicans ever getting that huge of a support from the Hispanic community? I don't even know if Democrats even were able to get that. This is building that big tent. So that to me indicates that Trump has been able to expand and maintain that big tent going forward. So I'm becoming more optimistic as the night goes on, but Pennsylvania is going to be a true test. And everybody needs to look at Pennsylvania and see where the president comes down on that. Now, he took Pennsylvania in last election. It was very narrow. And that's a state that ultimately, I think there's still maybe a couple, the chances get reduced if he's not able to carry Pennsylvania. But having Florida and having Pennsylvania, I think after then I might pour myself a tipple and call it a night almost.
Dana, now I understand that I'm talking to the right person when I ask this question because you have more weapons than Fort Bragg. But is this an election about the Second Amendment at all? I understand gun sales have been way up, and I think those Antifa, Black Lives Matter scumbag protests probably ramped that up quite a bit. But I don't know about you. Down in my part of Texas, I haven't seen a single ad from congressional Republicans, Senate Republicans, or Democrats, or the president about guns. I've not seen guns mentioned one time. Is that issue dead right now?
I think that the fight, at least for maybe the next 5 years, has been ultimately put to bed, but that doesn't mean that people should be apathetic about it at all. It really did start out that way, didn't it? I mean, I think the election cycle, which really began last year, it really did focus a lot on firearms and the Second Amendment. And Joe Biden saying that Beto O'Rourke would be his gun czar, a guy who said, hell yes, I'm going to take your AR-15s. And we're all like, with what, magic? That didn't really help endear himself to a lot of voters, especially here you have a month later, he was talking about defunding the police by way of taking money from the police that we give and as a result of our property tax, giving money to police and taking it from them and giving it somewhere else, which is still defunding the police. When you talk about that as your neighborhood security and keeping businesses safe and people see writing on their televisions, yeah, the whole I'm going to go and take your AR-15s and we're going to crack down on quote unquote assault weapons, that doesn't really that doesn't really go over so well with voters when they're seeing the unrest in the street. And to that point, Jesse, you've had so far over half of this year, and I was looking at some of the numbers that were coming out on this, in 2020, we've already set a record in terms of the background checks. And you can have multiple firearm purchases per background check, but we've already beat the record, and we're only halfway through. We were only halfway through the year when we hit that number. And out of that, the percentage of individuals that are being estimated as new gun owners, it's about 5 million brand new gun owners that have been purchasing firearms and watching all of this unrest and everything else unfold on television. And also, gun owners are gun voters. They vote. People who go and purchase firearms go and vote. People who go and get their concealed carry licenses, they go and vote. And when you have a guy who's simultaneously telling everyone that we're going to defund the police and also say that he's going to ban the most commonly owned semi-automatic rifle, yeah, that really hurts him. It really hurts him in states where they're desperately looking to gain ground, states like Texas and states like Missouri and elsewhere.
All right. Well, by the way, I should note that we just got word Florida is officially called for Trump. So there you go. Everything Dana and I were just talking about came to fruition. Dana, not to nerd out on the details, but I did see Joe Biden put out a tweet today on the gun thing about gun manufacturers, I'm coming for you. And beyond the ominous threat portion of that, what does that mean? What can the president do, or does he need a Congress too? And what can they do? What can they do to these people?
Yeah, that's a really good question. What can he do? When he's talking about going after manufacturers, I mean, we're getting ready to come out. We're trying to come out of a pandemic lockdown and fully achieve and realize an economic recovery. When you have an individual who's running for president talking about going after American businesses that are employing people and creating perfectly legal products, that's incredibly concerning, especially when he would probably have to abuse his authority in order to get certain things to happen. I know that Democrats have been for so long trying to go after gun manufacturers by saying that you should be able to sue them if their products are used in commission of a crime. And that's not actually how that whole situation works. You can sue a manufacturer if a firearm is faulty and there's a defect and it is inoperable or it operates in a manner that causes injury to someone, apart from how it was advertised and intended to be used. But other than that, in order to go after businesses because their products are used unknowingly by them in commission of crimes, well, then you're opening a Pandora's box to go after every single business owner in the United States. I mean, we could talk about stabbings. We could talk about vehicular manslaughter. We could have a discussion about strangulation. I mean, that's ultimately when you get on that slippery slope, it ceases to become a slippery slope and it turns into reality.
Yeah. Dana Loesch, you are awesome. Hopefully you're tipping back that whiskey here shortly. Thank you, Dana.
Good to see you, Jesse. Thank you.
All right, we're going to be right back for an all-nighter of election coverage right here on The First. We'll see you in a minute.
Hey guys, Buck Sexton here. If you love watching my show on The First TV, then make sure you stay connected with us on social media. You can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Parler. You can even watch us on YouTube. Stay connected and stay informed with First TV anywhere and everywhere. We'll see you there.
Looking for an email you actually want to read? We've got you covered. Sign up for the Up First newsletter only from The First. Every morning we deliver the day's essential headlines and prepare you for what everyone will be talking about. Plus, you'll also get instant analysis and real facts, helping you cut through the liberal mainstream media spin. Don't wait. Sign up for the Up First newsletter right now at thefirsttv.com.
A wise man once said you should do something great every single day before you go to sleep at night, and I have great news for you. Now you can. What can you do? Well, you can watch me. Every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First. My show, I'm Right, blows you away with incredible wisdom, hilarity, and of course, stunning good looks. You can catch my show, I'm Right, every single night. 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll see you.
Bill O'Reilly is back on TV and only on the First. Watch Bill O'Reilly's No Spin News every weeknight at 8 p.m. Eastern. Now more than ever, you need real facts without the spin. Tune out the 24-hour news cycle and watch Bill O'Reilly on the First TV. It's a new kind of network with fresh ideas and bold opinions. Start watching the No Spin News and so much more at thefirsttv.com. No cost, no spin, no agenda. Don't miss Bill O'Reilly's No Spin News. Visit thefirsttv.com right now. Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download it and get instant access to Bill O'Reilly, Dana Lash, Jesse Kelly, Buck Sexton, and Mike Slater on your phone, tablet, or smart TV. The best part, it's absolutely free. Watch your favorite programs live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Don't wait. Download the First TV app right now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Android, iOS, and Apple TV. Just search the First TV in your favorite app store and start watching today. Stay informed. Stay connected. Download the First TV app right now. It's free. Hold the Line with Buck Sexton premieres tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on the First.
All right, let us begin with a little Senate talk, and let me clarify, as I'm going to clarify all night long. I understand that's not very sexy, is it? I don't want to talk about the Senate. You don't want to talk about the Senate. Talk to me about the big man. But honestly, the Senate might even be more important than the presidency of the United States of America. Having control of the Senate, and not only brings in the judges we talked about in the beginning, it's what stops so many of the insane things that have come out of Nancy Pelosi's House of Representatives this year. That stuff didn't get to Donald Trump before it was stopped. It was stopped in the Senate. Remember that. Now, let's go over these races briefly. I'm going to give you some names, people you can watch. Let me go through my handy cheat sheet here because I went to community college and I can't memorize all these freaking races. So, Doug Jones and Tommy Tuberville. That is out of Alabama. You remember Doug Jones is a Democrat. A Democrat elected in Alabama. I'm not going to go over why he was elected in Alabama. It was a big old mess last time. But this is a race the Republicans feel like they should have. However, polling's all over the place. Now, I know what you're saying. Well, isn't polling all over the place now? Yes, but you never know who to trust. Obviously, we would like Tommy Tuberville over Doug Jones, and we would like to hold a southern firewall out there. We don't need Democrat senators from the South. We have enough whack job senators from elsewhere, but keep your eyes on that. And another reason to keep your eyes on that, and there will be more of these, it's in the East, meaning you're going to know earlier. I know I didn't really go over this earlier, but here's the truth of the matter. I don't know if you've heard, but here in America, only in America, we have time zones. No, I'm not kidding. I'm kidding. There are time zones everywhere. We have time zones here. And obviously the polls close in general in the East first. So we get these results from East to West. Now, that's actually good when it comes to the presidency and the presidential vote because the eastern states are the ones really that matter the most. We don't have a ton of swing states in the West. We have Nevada. We have Arizona. I'll get to Arizona right about now. We have a whole situation in Arizona. Let's go over the Senate situation at first. We have Mark Kelly. He's a former NASA astronaut against Martha McSally. Martha McSally, who I actually personally ran against once in a primary a long time ago. I won, not to brag, right before I lost the general, but either way, that's another story. But Martha McSally, she's the one who lost to Sinema in the last Senate election. Then there was, a situation where the Arizona GOP had to appoint a senator to fill in. So they appointed the lady who just lost the last election. We're not going to go into that, but they put Martha McSally right back in there again. And now Martha McSally is going up against, again, an astronaut. Now, that may not blow you away. You may think to yourself, well, I don't care. Tell me about his stance on the issues. Astronaut is one of those things. People hear the word astronaut and there's automatically a certain level of respect and patriotism assigned to that word because of the great history of it. What I'm trying to say is I'm trying to prepare you for the possibility of a very, very, very disappointing Senate seat lost in Arizona. And as I talked to you about earlier, 3 or 4 seats. Democrats take 3 or 4 seats, and we've lost the Senate. If we lose any one of these, the others now become critically important. Now, here's something else you need to know about Arizona, and you'll need to know this because I have personal experience with it, and I know how Arizona works. All right, are you ready for some? I'll nerd out with you for just a second. You know what early voting is. Obviously, people, they get their ballot in the mail, they fill out their ballot, and you mail it in. It's not complicated. Early voting is. And then you have election day voting. In Arizona, I don't know why this is. I never looked into it. Maybe it's because people don't really stay there at certain times of year. I don't know. In Arizona, early voting is gigantic. And I mean, bigger than anywhere else I know of. I'm not going to say it's the biggest in the country because I'd be lying. I don't know the intricacies of all 50 states, but in Arizona, it's huge. There are places in Arizona where 2/3 of the people who voted early. Early voting in Arizona, in general, helps Democrats. I ran against Gabrielle Giffords. I'm the one who lost to her right before that horrible shooting. I crushed Gabrielle Giffords on Election Day. She beat me on early votes and won by 4,000 votes. You can win entire elections there if you win early voting. In general, I wouldn't bring up nerd stuff like that except for this. All this Trump momentum we've seen, especially over the past week or two, it's only been recent, right? Remember I just said past week or two? These people, these early voters, they were voting a lot earlier than that. So in a state that is kind of purple, I mean, I think we could officially call Arizona purple now because they have so many California transplants moving there. A state that's kind of purple, we might have a lot of early voting numbers that look really bad. And unlike other places where you'll get this just windfall of early votes right off the bat and you'll think, wow, okay, but obviously we're going to get all those points back on Election Day. Not always the case in Arizona. And in many places in Arizona, the early votes, they count them pretty much right away. Right away, you know, oh, wow. Yeah, that's a situation there. Colorado has Republican Cory Gardner against this idiot Hickenlooper. Hickenlooper, if you were paying attention at all in the Democrat primary, he's just an absolute nutball. But I don't have another way to put this. I love Colorado. I grew up mostly in Bozeman, Montana. I love the Rocky Mountains. I was just in Colorado last month. But there are a bunch of crazy people now. There are some individual congressional districts there. There are pieces of Colorado that are still wonderful, but the Denver area, places like that, these people are insane. There's a reason there's like a big legitimate movement to separate Colorado into multiple different states. Because these people were tired of living together. So I can't believe I'm saying this, but John Hickenlooper could easily win that race. Easily. Georgia. Raphael Warnock versus Kelly Loeffler. I believe her name's Loeffler, maybe Loeffler. I don't know. I went to community college. Georgia's interesting. Now, normally you and I would think, Georgia, it's the South. Georgia has gotten closer and closer and closer over time, meaning it's Atlanta's fault. In general, when something bad is happening in Georgia, you can blame Atlanta. And I'm only half kidding about that. Atlanta has become, I mean, every state has one. In Texas, we have Austin here, where it's just this sea of red in Texas, and then Austin is further left than the communist Chinese. That's just the way it is. In Georgia, it's the same thing. The out-of-town, big city liberals moved to Atlanta because Atlanta's basically Los Angeles now. It's basically New York City now, only without the gigantic rats. That's Atlanta. So Georgia, that Georgia Senate race, do not put that in the bank for Republicans. And again, I don't want to belabor this point. 3 or 4 seats. 3 or 4 seats lost in the Senate, and we are in trouble. Watch these Senate races. And remember this, I find this to be very weird because I, in general, just vote straight ticket Republican. If anything, I'll skip a Republican who ticked me off and write in my own name, but I don't vote Democrat. There's a good chance you're watching me right now, you probably vote straight ticket Republican. However, in race after race after race, every single election cycle, we see it is not uncommon for people to go in and vote Donald Trump for president and Ralph Warnock for Senate. That sounds insane to me. I can't imagine the thinking that goes into voting Republican president, Democrat senator, but it is fairly common. Just because Trump does well in some place does not mean the local congressman or state or senator is going to do well there. It doesn't mean that. Georgia, again, Jon Ossoff and David Perdue. This Jon Ossoff, you'll remember, he ran in like a special congressional election, and they threw like they threw more money at him than anybody had ever seen in a congressional election, and he still lost. We'll see how he can do against Dave Perdue. Teresa Greenfield and Joni Ernst of Iowa. With the way Iowa's going right now, even the poll numbers, which are all skewed Democratic, were all in Trump's corner. I have a hard time believing Joni Ernst loses that. Sarah Gideon and Susan Collins in Maine. Who cares? Susan Collins is worthless. You know what? That's probably not fair. The truth is that Susan Collins, in order to get elected in Maine, constantly has to be half a Democrat. But, I mean, I can say worthless all I want, but is that really true? You saw how she voted on ACB. She's always up in the air on things. You feel like, oh, please just wake up. But better than a Democrat who would have voted no on ACB. So we do need to be rooting for Susan Collins. Sorry, Lord. We need to root for Susan Collins. Montana, Steve Bullock versus Steve Daines. Steve Daines is the Republican up there. Montana's an interesting place. I grew up there. They're just, well, there aren't very many people. I mean, when I say there aren't very many people, I need you to wrap your mind around this. There's one congressman from Montana, and yet, like every other state, they have 2 United States senators. There just aren't a ton of people. It's a huge state. There aren't a ton of people. And it's not what you'd think. It is not blood red. Now, I would assume, having lived there, Montana is very red. It's a bunch of cattle ranchers. It's a bunch of hunters. It's a bunch of fishers. Everybody has a gun, and I mean everybody has a gun. I'm sure it's not like this anymore, but when I was in high school, my friends and I, everyone had a gun rack in their vehicle, parked in the high school parking lot with a weapon in it. I'm sure this was the pre-school shooting era, so I'm sure it's not like that anymore, but that was just how we grew up. And so when I left Montana, I wasn't really into politics at all yet. I naturally assumed Montana was going to be hardcore Republican. It's not. Montana's very, very, very purple, maybe even borderline blue. One thing you can't do there is gun grab. You gun grab, gone. But other than that, Now, North Carolina. Tom Tillis and Cal Cunningham. Who knows? But I do know this. North Carolina's a swing state. Keep your eyes all night long on North Carolina, and we'll give you updates as we go along on North Carolina. Finally, South Carolina. Jamie Harrison and Lindsey Graham. We know which way South Carolina is going to go. Every time they try to throw a contender up against Lindsey Graham, because he's on TV all the time and it's easy to hate him, and they'll throw a bunch of money behind him. But the truth of the matter is this: they're not going to elect a Democrat statewide in the state of South Carolina. Not right now. Not going to happen. All right, we will be back with more. Give me a minute.
Hey guys, Buck Sexton here. If you love watching my show on the First TV, then make sure you stay connected with us on social media. You can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Parler. You can even watch us on YouTube. Stay connected and stay informed with First TV anywhere and everywhere. We'll see you there.
Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download it and get instant access to Bill O'Reilly, Dana Lash, Jesse Kelly, Buck Sexton, and Mike Slater on your phone, tablet, or smart TV. The best part, it's absolutely free. Watch your favorite programs live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Don't wait. Download the First TV app right now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Android, iOS, and Apple TV. Just search the First TV in your favorite app store and start watching today. Stay informed. Stay connected. Download the First TV app right now. It's free.
A wise man once said you should do something great every single day before you go to sleep at night, and I have great news for you. Now you can. What can you do? Well, you can watch me. Every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First. My show, I'm Right, blows you away with incredible wisdom, hilarity, and of course, stunning good looks. You can catch my show, I'm Right, every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll see you.
Looking for an email you actually want to read? We've got you covered. Sign up for the Up First newsletter only from The First. Every morning we deliver the day's essential headlines and prepare you for what everyone will be talking about. Plus, you'll also get instant analysis and real facts, helping you cut through the liberal mainstream media spin. Don't wait. Sign up for the Up First newsletter right now at thefirsttv.com. Hold the Line with Buck Sexton premieres tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on The First.
Welcome back to special election coverage right here on The First. Now, I have a fancy graphic for you to put up on TV. This is showing you the polls that are closing in a half an hour. Now, there's a lot of them. Hang on here. Let me read them for you if you just prefer to listen to the sultry sounds of my voice. Alabama, Connecticut, Delaware, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Missouri, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Tennessee, and Washington, D.C. The only ones of those you really need to concern yourself with are Florida, New Hampshire, and Pennsylvania. But those are really important ones to concern yourself with. Also, it should be noted, my watch tells me it's just about 7:35 Central Time. That's the best time zone. That means it's 8:35 Eastern Time. That means North Carolina and Ohio, it's all over but the crying. They just have to count them up. In case you're wondering, there is one poll closure at 8:30. That is Arkansas, and there are a bunch of them at 9 o'clock that I will get to as soon as I can. But let us go to the great Buck Sexton, who will now be co-hosting with me for the rest of the night. I have been carrying this show on my shoulders. My back hurts, but I mean, let me tell you what, Buck, I think we can safely assume that's going to be the best half hour of TV all night here on The First.
I think that's no question, Jesse. Great to be joining you here from New York City, where we are preparing for the zombie apocalypse, also known as a Biden loss, and then the rioting that will ensue. And that's in New York, which is pretty funny, isn't it? I mean, how many Republicans are there even here? I think we're out registered about 8-1. I voted today. I got to tell you, didn't feel like a lot of Trump support in the room today with me in Hell's Kitchen in Manhattan. But if you look around, you've got all these boarded up windows and stores prepared for the apocalypse. So it feels right now like the apocalypse for Democrats, it's not nigh, but it's not too far off either, with a big Florida win called for Trump early on. So I'm happy about that.
Okay, but by the way, I should do a programming note for all the people out there watching right now. I was originally supposed to be nestled right in beside Buck in New York City. We were supposed to be doing this thing in person tonight. And just so you know, no, I didn't have too much whiskey and sleep in. I mean, I did, but that's another story entirely. I made my flight. I'm sitting on my plane ready to take off, and they said some fluid was leaking, like that's even important. They made us deplane, so now I have to do this remotely from Texas. I'm sorry, Buck, you don't get to be there and feel my aura.
He can't hear you. He cannot hear you.
Jesse, you're going to have to give me a sec here.
Therefore, that Buck just dropped out. Therefore, that incredible joke I just made just crashed and burned live on national television on election night. I have no doubt that is going to be a video that is going to be played time and time and time again. Now,
all right, Jesse, I'm back. Sorry about that. New York, Soros stuff here. They're trying to cut me off. The buck will not be denied. Sorry about that.
Oh, I was just saying, look, Buck, can you remember, and I don't like to be myopic. I like to be, full of garbage, but I don't like to be myopic.
Yeah.
Were businesses boarded up in any election you remember in this country?
Nope.
At least none I was alive for, right? Or have they been, and I just missed it?
No, it looks like they're getting ready for a hurricane, and I'm being completely serious. But only fancy high-end businesses, the kind of places where, let's say, you were to break in a spree of searching for justice, that you'd be able to quickly sell that stuff on eBay for a whole lot of money. Those are the stores that are boarding up, and also some CVS's, drugstores, things like that. But I mean, today on my block, the T-Mobile that was broken into, or maybe it was Verizon, one of those wireless cell phone stores, that was broken into on June 2nd, the night of the purge in New York City, where there was mass looting all throughout Midtown. They've boarded up again, and I feel like at this point they might as well put sandbags and pillboxes outside just in case, the German army rolls through, because that's what it looks like.
Buck, I know I'm about to ask the stupidest question in the world, but you are actually my good friend, and you will anticipate that anyway. In all seriousness, I'm sure the gun laws are terrible, but is it illegal for a business owner to have a weapon in his store to protect his things? Is that actually against the law in New York City? It just seems like such a no-brainer American thing. It's my store. I'm going to have a weapon. Don't break in here, or I'm going to handle it.
No, it's very hard to have a firearm in New York City. You can get a premise permit if you're willing to spend hundreds of dollars, dozens of hours, and wait about 6 months, although right now I think there's a backlog where it goes well beyond a year. That's for a premise permit, Jesse. If you're going to have that weapon, you need to have it under New York City law with a lockbox, a trigger guard, separate lockbox for the ammunition. So you got a trigger guard, a lockbox, and then ammunition separated by a lockbox. So the good news, Jesse, obviously, when the burglar comes in, you throw the lockboxes at him because you're going to give him a warning shot with the lockbox. That's how you do it. That's how we roll in New York City. It's how we keep ourselves safe.
All right, in all seriousness, it's going to sound like I'm kidding. I'm not. What about like axes and swords and stuff? Is that also a huge no-no? I mean, I'll be honest, Buck. I am going to be the proud owner of this sweet tomahawk soon, and I'm already getting the long face from the wife that I cannot approach someone with that if someone breaks in. I should stick with the gun. I don't know if I want to stick with the gun, Buck. I want to stick with the tomahawk.
Well, the tomahawk definitely sends a message, Jesse, right away. So that if you're going to brandish something, it's up there with like the katana sword and other. You can pull out some of the medieval implements, a mace perhaps. But look, the laws in New York for edged weapons. I can't believe we're talking about this at election night, but you asked, so I'll tell you. They just figured out in the last year that a gravity knife should not be illegal because the laws for that were written in like the 70s. So they were thinking switchblades and things like that. They forgot that a gravity knife is basically a knife. Oh, we got election stuff to talk about. Look at this. President Trump wins West Virginia. That's exciting.
Well, all right. So what do we have so far? We have Biden in Virginia. We have Trump winning West Virginia and Florida. And look, I talked to Dana about this earlier, but I really want to know your opinion on it. Everyone knows only one president has ever become president since 1964 without winning Florida. In general, Florida means the presidency. But I don't want to count my chickens, and times are made to change. What's Biden's path from here? Is there an easy path? Is it now very hard? Is it insurmountable? What is it?
Biden's path with Florida in the Trump column is going to require some major upsets and running the table in the Midwest. The upsets would be Arizona, which should be Republican, but you got that kind of former McCain contingent out there. There's some GOP out there that's not really helpful to Trump. But Arizona, I'm just saying, but Arizona would be a place they'd have to pick up, and they got to run the table with Minnesota, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If they do that and pick up Pennsylvania, which I think Pennsylvania is going to be the dogfight of the night, even if Trump wins by a decent margin, let's say 50 to 100,000 votes, he's going to have to win by far more than that, or else they won't call it tonight. So unless he's ahead by more than just Pennsylvania, Jesse, I don't know. Do you have like a sleeping bag? We might have to sit here at the decision desk of the First for a few days. We might have to just stay on air. It'll be like one of those experiments where they see how long it takes before people go crazy.
Buck, I'm going to tell you what I have here right now, okay? I have a cup of coffee. I have a cup of water to go with my cup of coffee, just so nobody thinks these are two different cups. I also have a cup of queso. This is no joke. This is actual queso. Whenever you want to see that, I eat chips and queso in the break, and I am just about ready to send my production assistant to the store to buy something good like Jim Beam or something like that in case Trump wins it tonight. I'll stay here all the rest of my life with coffee, water, queso, and Jim Beam. I'm ready for the long haul.
I'm pretty sure if you were stranded on a desert island and you just had that amount of queso there, based on the caloric content alone, you could last at least 30 to 60 days.
That's all I need. All I need is that and ammo, Buck. Oh, by the way, I don't want to nerd out for everybody again, but we have a long night. I can tell stories if we want to tell stories. Do you remember this? We were talking about the axes and swords, and it made me think of something. And I know I'm going to screw parts of this story up, but the part of the story I love was there was a dude out there. And when I described to you what he was into, everybody's going to know exactly what he looks like. He ended up being like a heavy-set guy with a beard and wears like beanie caps. And he had a roommate who was a woman. Only the dude, it turns out, was one of these guys who does actual medieval sword and axe fighting, like role-playing on the weekends as a hobby. He does only, these guys are hardcore. They pad up and they go at it. And some dude broke in his apartment when she was there to attack her, and he attacked the dude with an axe and sent him to the hospital. Do you remember this story at all? This was like 6 months ago. It's my favorite story ever.
I don't, but it sounds about right. So I got to defer to your knowledge of this particular news item. But I would tell you that there are medieval reenactors on the weekends, and then there are also people who are trying to bring back two-handed sword fighting as a sport, which is it's like fencing, but with more facial hair and testosterone. You know, it's bigger, more intense.
All right, this has been some high-level discussion. We are going to go to break, and we're going to find that story. Hang on.
Hey, let me tell you a secret, a shave secret. You don't need all the butters, creams, gels, and fancy products that crowd your bathroom and break your wallet. You need one product, one small bottle. It's called Shave Secret. It's a blend of natural oils that leaves your skin feeling smooth, smelling great, and looking better. No more razor burn, no more overpriced nonsense butters, creams, and blades. All it takes is a few drops of Shave Secret into a wet palm, massage into your skin, and have the best shave of your life. Trust me when I tell you, this is quality at its finest. I use Shave Secret, and I love it. Shave Secret works great for women, too. The best part, each bottle is less than $7. So improve your skin, smell great, save money, enjoy shaving. What else do you want to hear? Please order Shave Secret today. Available through Amazon, Walmart, ShaveSecret.com. And if you order directly, use discount code BILL. ShaveSecret.com, discount code BILL.
Hey guys, Dana Lash here reminding you to download the First TV app right now. With the First TV app, you can watch my show, The Dana Show, live or on demand anywhere, anytime. The First TV app is available on iOS, Android, Amazon, Fire, Roku, and now Apple TV. Just search for the First TV app in your favorite app store and download it today.
Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download it and get instant access to Bill O'Reilly, Dana Lash, Jesse Kelly, Buck Sexton, and Mike Slater on your phone, tablet, or smart TV. The best part, it's absolutely free. Watch your favorite programs live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Don't wait. Download the First TV app right now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Android, iOS, and Apple TV. Just search the First TV in your favorite app store and start watching today. Stay informed. Stay connected. Download the First TV app right now. It's free.
A wise man once said you should do something great every single day before you go to sleep at night, and I have great news for you. Now you can. What can you do? Well, you can watch me. Every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First. My show, I'm Right, blows you away with incredible wisdom, hilarity, and of course, stunning good looks. You can catch my show, I'm Right, every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll see you.
Hold the Line with Buck Sexton premieres tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on The First.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the election 2020. Are we going with that as a name? We always have to name these things. Decision 2020 or Election 2020. It has to be something that sounds extremely dramatic just to make sure all the viewers are as stressed out as humanly possible. And with that in mind, let us bring in Tiana Lowe on game night. I am having the time of my life. Tiana, you are on the air now with the great me and also Buck Sexton. Please tell me you're having fun.
Hello, Jesse, and hello, Buck. And yeah, I mean, this is a bit like our Super Bowl, right? So we should have a little bit of fun with it, no matter which way it goes. So yes, I'm enjoying myself.
Is that modern art behind your head, Tiana, supposed to like represent the inability of humanity to come to terms with its greatest demons, or is it just what Joe Biden finger painted last night and nobody wants to talk about it?
Yeah, I think it's something that he did. With the pudding cup after dinner.
With the blanket across his knees, feeding the ducks, indeed.
Yes, indeed.
Sorry, Jesse was asking you real election questions. But Tiana, I got a real election question for you. At this stage of the night, how are we feeling about Florida and Georgia going red-ish? Not yet determined for Georgia, but trending that way.
So we knew that the three states that we were going to get tonight that were true bellwethers, true nail biters, are going to be Georgia, North Carolina, and Florida. The fact that Florida is one of the first being called is pretty monumental. And especially if you look at the exit polling in Georgia, we know it's not just Cuban Americans making it so way. Biden vastly underperforms Miami-Dade County in comparison to Clinton. In Georgia, we see Trump gained 10 points among Latinos in comparison to 2016. That is a demographic shift.
Okay, why? That's going to be the question everybody asks because, look, I have my own theories on it. I actually think it has a lot to do with race and how, but I'll go into that in a minute. Why? Because the outsider in general would look at that and say, I thought Trump was Mr. Build the Wall, Mexicans are rapists type thing. How could he be gaining with Hispanics? So why is he gaining with Hispanics?
For starters, legal Hispanic immigrants don't have a problem with being tough on illegal immigration. I think that him dialing back the rhetoric about let's just, the Mexicans are not bringing their best, that was not very helpful. But, Trump was the one trying to say, I want to make a deal where we legalize all of the DACA recipients in exchange for a fairer immigration system that isn't so lottery-based. That was something that Trump wanted to do, and it was Pelosi that pulled the Lucy pulling the football from Charlie Brown time and time again whenever they came to the DACA legalization for the wall deal. But primarily, I think it just comes down to the economy. Prior to the pandemic, it was minorities and women who saw the greatest gains in their wages. You had the lowest Black unemployment in decades. And that was on top of the fact that you saw the lowest unemployment overall in half a century. And ultimately, voters vote with their pocketbooks. And it's not that minority voters have the privilege overwhelmingly of voting to virtue signal or to vice signal. And at the end of the day, Trump was the better president for Latinos. And that's what we're seeing right now in these exit polls. It's all the woke white women who are swinging to Biden who may wind up saving him. It is not minorities.
It's also, I would guess, Tiana, a pretty safe bet that folks who live in southern Florida who either themselves or have, they came to this country fleeing socialism in Cuba, or they have family members who did, same thing in Venezuela. All this talk about socialism, despite what AOC says about radicalizing millennials, if somebody or if their parents fled Cuba to get here and they're living in Miami-Dade and all of a sudden one political party is talking about putting people in charge to redistribute all the wealth and the Marxist utopia we're going to have, I can imagine that would motivate them to go to the polls.
Absolutely. I mean, Democrats are very lucky that Biden was the candidate, because as I was reiterating in February of this year, Biden is the only person who stood a chance against Trump. Simply because when you compared the Bernie versus Biden polling in Florida against Trump and head-to-head polling back in February, Biden was the only one who stood a chance. So it is remarkable that Biden is able to put Kamala Harris, who endorsed a Green New Deal that would effectively nationalize 40% of the American economy, on his ticket, and he still has a fighting chance. Really, I mean, if we look at this in a broader perspective, let's ignore the pandemic for just a second. Trump is the incumbent president who is presiding over a peacetime economy with the first real wage growth in a decade, with landmark unemployment and no new wars. That is a massive advantage. The fact that Biden did this well has in large part to do with, yes, media bias, but also a pandemic that highlighted Trump's temperament over his policy successes.
Yeah, I would put
But it still...
No, go ahead.
It still doesn't erase the fact that even if Biden is trying to hold the wall and say that he is a moderate, the rest of his party is not, and voters know that. And if you had a Cuban grandfather immigrant who described what communism was like, you will not vote for that again.
Certainly hope not.
Okay, so here's what I'm unclear on when it comes to the Hispanic thing, and I'm sorry to dwell on that. But look, I'm a border hawk, like border hawk freak. And I understand you guys may not be, I don't really care, but I am. And it sounds to me like Trump made, or in your opinion, Trump made, the devil's bargain, the same kind of thing George Bush used to do. The border hawks like me could never vote for somebody like Joe Biden because I know what he means. But Trump can kind of halfway at least attempt to hand out amnesty anyway and get the votes he needs. So it sounds like, once again, that's the smart play electorally, and you're not really ever going to get border hawk policies.
Well, one of the issues with the Gang of Eight deal back during the Obama administration and the fears about that Republicans like Marco Rubio were selling out, it was that what was the real concession? Could you depend on having a promise of enhanced border security 5 years down the line, where the wall presented a physical promise that you can't just uproot out of the ground, right? With Trump, I don't think anyone has a problem with the idea of legalizing existing DACA recipients who either are in the military or have a job, people have proven they aren't quote unquote rapists and murderers, if you get lasting change. And the best thing that Trump did for immigration, no one really talks about it. It was changing the rules that we have, not just with the southern border, but with the northern triangle, to ensure that the immigrants from El Salvador, the immigrants from Nicaragua, couldn't just come and claim amnesty status after they were already in Mexico. When you are a refugee, when you're claiming actual asylum, you do not get to pick and choose which country you claim asylum in. However, Mexico never abided by that. Instead, they allow these immigrants from the Northern Triangle to cruise through Mexico and then want to shack up in America. They get to America, they have their first hearing, and then they're let free, catch and release. Trump said no. And if we just maintain that, the wall isn't even what we need. We can legalize all the DACA immigrants and have them, as they already have sort of proven, they exist in the American framework. They have jobs, they pay taxes. The real key is making it so that way you can't just put a foot on American soil, claim refugee status, and go free. Because I'm from California, and I've seen what the result of that is.
Yeah, the result is it's a blue state. So how does that change? I guess we don't need to go off on a huge immigration debate. How does that change with these DACA numbers? I'm okay. Like you said, someone's in the military or something like that. That's fine. But how many people are we talking about here? Because the concern is always demographics. Because even though Trump is doing better with Hispanics, if Trump doesn't have 51%, then if we legalize a whole bunch of them, that in general is not going to look good for the future of Republican politics. California proved they're not going to get amnesty and go, well, I guess I'm a Republican now. That didn't work out very well.
So the key is making sure that you have the right incentive structure. The problem and the thing that Trump was right to hold the line on was not making it so that way you could say, oh, we'll legalize this round of 3 million. And then in a decade from now, we'll legalize the next round of 3 million, all just in the hopes that the concessions you get are crumbs. So Trump did a good job in ensuring that we didn't just hand the bill over to Nancy Pelosi and she got to write what we got in return. Yeah. The key there is to, first of all, the whole Hispanic voter bloc is vastly misunderstood. We're seeing this just tonight. But also, if you look at, for instance, the rates of Hispanics that are pro-life, Hispanics tend to be much more Catholic than the average American. They tend to be much more pro-life than the average American. This is something that comes up very frequently whenever people talk about, oh, if we just make D.C. and Puerto Rico a state, we'll get 4 Democratic senators. Yeah, you'll get 2 from D.C. You will not necessarily get 2 Democratic senators from Puerto Rico. A lot of these Latino cultures are but the governor of Puerto Rico is a Republican. Yeah. The one state, so it's not a state representative, it's like a state delegate in Congress, is a Republican. Because culturally, these are demographics, they will not abide to woke culture. They do not, where we see wokeness among Latinos tend to be among urban elites who have all been socialized into the university system.
But they do tend to like big government a whole lot. I mean, Puerto Rico, a third of the island is on Medicaid. So, I mean, the big government side of it, the Democrat Party, is where you're going to have a big problem with legalizing the... Jesse, how many do you think it is? The number I know officially is, I think, 11.7 million now, which Border Patrol, when I asked them on multiple trips to the border, says is laughably low. More like 15 to 20 million is the expectation that they have there'd be an actual all-out amnesty. DACA might be smaller. DAPA was supposed to be in addition to DACA. Remember the parents? That was the Obama administration's plan. That got to 5 million. And just remember that when Reagan gave an amnesty back in the 80s, I think it was 86, they were still challenging people who claimed they should have been covered under that amnesty into the 2000s. We're still going to court saying, I'm covered under the Reagan amnesty. So I worry a little bit about it. But remember the last time around we were told when Romney lost in 2012 that it was all because the Republican Party hadn't courted the Hispanic vote effectively and could never win again until they did. And then Trump won in 2016. So once again, the prognostications seem to change over time. Are you thinking, Tiana, this is going to be a game changer in, say, any of the states that are going to be decided later on tonight out west?
Absolutely. So this election, so long as seemingly safe-ish states like Georgia, North Carolina, those don't get thrown, this election has always come down to 2 states, Pennsylvania and Arizona. Pennsylvania, I'm not sure. But if we are now talking about Latinos saving Trump in Florida, the numbers in Arizona could be quite similar. You know, Arizona is a bit more of a dire situation. You have McSally, who's not exactly helping Trump on the ballot. But Latinos are a very sizable voting bloc. And if we're seeing, you know, Trump outperforming himself in 2016 by the double digits in Ohio, Georgia, and Florida, then that spells safety for him in Arizona in comparison to what I think everyone thought this morning. And if he wins Arizona and if he wins Pennsylvania, it's game over. And President Trump is a 2-term president.
Tiana, hello, everybody. We will be back with more election coverage 2020. We have Bill O'Reilly coming up next. Hang on. Mm-hmm.
Investors seeking steady cash flow, ready to diversify? Have you considered a proven real estate investment fund? NRIA has grown to be one of the nation's leading specialists and offers 10% annualized monthly payouts with bonuses targeted at 18 to 21%. That's right, you could receive steady 10% monthly payments with bonuses. As their slogan says, they specialize in realty investing done right. You can even use your 401k or IRA to invest. NRIA's 15-year track record and $1.2 billion in new construction development backs you. So, learn how you can invest in this hard asset real estate cash flow fund today and receive 10% annualized monthly payouts with bonuses. This is something savvy investors should research and consider. Please call now, 201-210-2727, 201-210-2727, or visit nria.net.
Offer to buy or sell any security is made by our private placement memorandum. Read it first. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. Results are annualized. National is a real estate development firm. See us at nria.net.
Hey guys, Dana Lash here, reminding you to download the First TV app right now. With the First TV app, you can watch my show, The Dana Show, live or on demand anywhere, anytime. The First TV app is available on iOS, Android, Amazon, Fire, Roku, and now Apple TV. Just search for the First TV app in your favorite app store and download it today.
Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download it and get instant access to Bill O'Reilly, Dana Lash, Jesse Kelly, Buck Sexton, and Mike Slater on your phone, tablet, or smart TV. The best part, it's absolutely free. Watch your favorite programs live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Don't wait. Download the First TV app right now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Android, iOS, and Apple TV. Just search the First TV in your favorite app store and start watching today. Stay informed. Stay connected. Download the First TV app right now. It's free.
A wise man once said you should do something great every single day before you go to sleep at night, and I have great news for you. Now you can. What can you do? Well, you can watch me. Every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First. My show, I'm Right, blows you away with incredible wisdom, hilarity, and of course, stunning good looks. You can catch my show, I'm Right, every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll see you.
Hold the Line with Buck Sexton premieres tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First.
I lied. I'm a huge liar. I said Virginia was going for Biden, and then I started getting word they might rescind it for Biden, and then I got word that that's not true, and now I'm getting word that it might be true. Buck, before we go to Dana Lash here, what is happening in Virginia? I thought Virginia was officially lost.
I mean, I lived in D.C., and D.C. feels like an appendage of Northern Virginia, or maybe Northern Virginia is an appendage of D.C., so my expectation is that that's a place that we wouldn't even be talking about tonight. It's really been flipped. I mean, it's solid blue now.
Okay, well, while everybody's busy being happy about Virginia, or at least being happy maybe we're going to overperform there, Texas, as of right now, there's a lot to go. Don't freak out, everybody. Texas is looking awfully blue at this point in time. Now, Buck, I'm in Texas. I've been hearing this for a long time. Texas is going to go blue. Too many Californians. Texas is going to go blue. And I'll be honest, I've always been pretty dismissive of it. You don't think that's tonight, do you? Tell me you don't think that's tonight.
No, and it would be really upsetting because Beto O'Rourke himself was out there stumping, saying that Texas was going to flip blue. And if that guy turns out to be the prophet of GOP doom, it'll be the one chapter of this story that nobody saw coming and that I think we just don't deserve. That's too much to bear. Look, if Texas flips blue, my friend, we're going to tell them they have to be their own country again. We're cutting them off from the rest of the union, because what's the point?
All right, joining us now, give us some quick updates and some wisdom, Dana Lash, really quickly. Dana, I'm looking. Texas isn't going blue. Dana, help.
Yeah, make us feel better.
Buck, I will physically fight you. I will come to New York and fight you. You can't kick us out. We will leave, but you can't kick us out. We have our own gold reserve. For crying out loud, we have the Rangers, the actual Texas Rangers. Anyway. No, Texas is not going to go red. It's not going to go red. I know that we have a lot of Californians that are moving in, but they have not fully succeeded and achieved the same blueprint that they were able to do in Colorado after 63 years of Republican administration. They flipped it in 2 election cycles. That's not going to happen in Texas. However, that doesn't mean people should be apathetic. The biggest thing that affects Republicans in Texas is Republicans in Texas. The biggest obstacle for Republicans in Texas is Republicans in Texas not going to vote. Texas always has low turnout, net record low turnout for the nation. It was like that in 2016 and the elections before that. Now, turnout has been incredibly high as it relates to early voting, Jesse, and I was one of those early voters, and even with some absentee voting. And today it was still pretty high, but I actually know there are some conservatives that we know of who didn't vote, and I think they should be publicly flogged. That being said, no, it is not going to go red, but it's going to be a lot closer than it has previously. But no, it's not going to go red.
What do you attribute that to, Dana, other than you said turnout, obviously, on the GOP side? But you mentioned the dynamic. I know from, I've got a brother who lives in Austin now, and he says that Austin has become well, he says the food's really good, but he says that Austin has become effectively a colony of LA.
The food's great in jail. Prisoners say that. The food can be good in jail. But yeah, I'm sorry, Buck. Finish your question.
No, the question was just what else is turning Texas blue? What are the factors that we're seeing that is making it even Dana, for a New Yorker? I mean, I stood in line today and voted in New York, which we all know is a giant waste of time for a Republican, but I do it anyway. When we start hearing that Texas is even threatened, then we really start wondering about buying some land in, I don't know, Newfoundland or Costa Rica or you name it.
No, and that's funny. God saw that you voted, Buck. He saw. I don't know why conservatives always think that maybe we should just go elsewhere. You stay and you dig your heels in and you register voters and you go door to door and you phone bank. I have a friend who's pulled like 1 trillion hours doing just this, and she's halfway out of her mind this evening, but she's still staying up to watch all of the election results come in. No, you stay and you put in the effort. Now, as it relates to why this is happening in Texas, it's for the same reason that you saw it happen in Colorado. You do have a significant number of people coming from blue states to the state of Texas and the Republic of Texas, excuse me. And this is true when you talk to real estate agents. They will even tell you that a lot of the new construction in Texas, they're trying to make it California modern. There are entire neighborhoods that have cropped up in our town that I live in, which are new construction California modern. And that's to please the California buyer. That is the thing that actually Texas real estate caters to. But still, registered Republicans outnumber Democrats that are moving into Texas. The problem is Republicans get apathetic. The problem is lower turnout. Even if you have record high turnout, there are still more Republicans that can still go out and vote. But then the other big thing is the way that campaigns are organized and spend money. I just look at a couple of races here in Texas. When I look at Chip Roy, he's down in Hill Country. When I look at Beth Van Dyne, the former mayor of Irving, you might remember the Clock Boy story. She was the mayor who stood by the Irving police when everyone was protesting because of the Clock Boy case. And they were being outspent 6 ways to Sunday. And a lot of it, the majority of it, was outstate money that was coming in that would fund all of their ad buys. They were all over YouTube, all over Facebook, radio airwaves, television, and Republicans do not put that kind of financing, nor do they create that kind of apparatus to fund the candidates the way Democrats do. Republicans are stingy with their money, and I'm going to tell all the Republicans out there, if you really want to make an impact, you're going to budget your dollars and you're going to put your money into saving the republic. The founders did it. Why should you be any different?
Dana, do we not have enough rich people? And I mean this because I hear this time and time again, and you're 100% right. I understand Democrats sink money into not just the presidential race. The presidential race is sexy. Everyone wants to spend money on that. No one wants to spend money on the local DA race. But that's what's making a big difference out there, these local races. Do we not have enough mega rich people, or do we have them and they're cheap? Because those are two different problems.
No, we have them, and not enough of them spend their money on the correct things. I'm so tired of hearing that there was more money given to another think tank. I could care less about a think tank. We have infinity times the number of think tanks that we should. What we don't have is funding for alternative media, or funding for tech startups, or funding for insurgent campaigns, or door-to-door. I'll tell you, one of the things that the Koch brothers got a lot of flack for, and I know that the Koch brothers and Trump were not exactly on the best of terms in 2016 and now, but back in 2010, when the Tea Party gave, and I will reemphasize this, the Tea Party gave the House to Republicans. It was the Tea Party that was out in the street going door-to-door, phone banking, pressing the flesh, doing everything that they could to touch hearts and minds and persuade people to support vote and to vote against nationalized health care. But you had Americans for Prosperity, which was people who were capitalists. They made money and they wanted to help other individuals and magnify and intensify their efforts and their votes. And they actually did some really, really good things. And it wasn't even to the extent that you see some of the Soros and the Tides and that foundation and the Act Blue and all of these other Democrat organizations and PACs that pop up. But I will say that for some reason, and I understand that Republicans are smarter with their money than Democrats are, and Democrats seem to think that it's incredibly easy to ask people for their money and all of that. But Republicans need to start spending their money in smarter places when it comes to campaigns and elections, and when it comes to the cultural battle. As we've always said, and as a dear friend of mine has said before, politics is downstream from culture, and so by the time it blows up in culture, it's only a matter of time before it becomes something policy-wise or introduced legislatively. And so people need to think about this when they're spending their dollars. I mean, for crying out loud, Jesse and Buck, you guys, we've all been talking about big tech, and we've been talking about Twitter and Facebook and the suppression and the in-kind contribution that their actions are essentially contributing to Democrat campaigns like Joe Biden's. But we don't spend enough time talking about, well, let's look at some alternatives, or what is the next phase of this, and how can we make that to where it's fairer and maybe not entirely one side funded by cultural Marxists. And that should be the conversation that we have after this election. And two quick things, if I can add, because I'm talking quickly because I'm full
You're
of
in
thoughts.
fuego, Dana. Let it rip. We want to hear it.
So two things that we need to discuss after tonight. First off, the Republican Party has changed irrevocably, and this is not going to get acknowledged by the New York Times, nor will it be acknowledged by CNN or MSNBC. The electorate has changed, and the Republican Party is the big tent. Jesse, you and I talked about this the last time I joined you just an hour ago. It is the big tent that we have fought for and have realized, and it's finally happening. When you have 53% of Hispanic Americans in Florida that are going Republican, when you have more Black Americans than ever that are going Republican, even leaving the Democrat Party, all ages, all faiths, coming from all walks of life, because we realize that our 80% friend is not our 20% enemy. Republicans need to work that to their advantage. No matter what happens tonight, we need to capitalize on that. That's first and foremost. And the second thing is, I hope that the polling industry goes out of business, and I hope all of those grifters lose their jobs.
Jesse, I don't know about you. Dana made me feel better.
Dana made me feel a lot better.
Yeah, I feel like the country's going to be okay all of a sudden. We're talking about Texas flipping, and Dana's like, actually, psych, not happening.
Dana Loesch, everybody.
Thanks, Dana.
Thank you so much, Dana. Appreciate you. We'll talk to you again soon. We are now going to the great Bill O'Reilly. Bill, please slap us around here and get us recentered. Are we winning? Are we losing? I saw Trump win Florida, and I automatically thought, oh, okay, well, we won it. It's over. Now I'm looking at a map that has Texas blue, and I'm freaking out. What's happening, Bill?
Well, Biden's outperforming Hillary Clinton. That's the headline at 9:20 Eastern Time. There's no doubt about that. The Republicans are having a hard time in North Carolina, Ohio. Pennsylvania, you don't know yet because of this crazy mail-in voting thing. All the mail-in votes were counted first in many states, and they were heavily weighted toward Biden. So that's what happened in Florida and other states. So in the beginning, it looked like a landslide for Biden. Then he winds up losing. The White House is tentative. I mean, there's no celebrating going on there. Ohio is big. Texas, in the end, will go for Trump. I believe. I haven't been wrong yet on my East Coast predictions. Every one of them that we did last night on the No Spin News has come to fruition. Although I did say that North Carolina would go to Trump, and it still may. But it's very, very close in that state. So I think the two headlines right now, and I'll be back in about an hour, and the headlines are going to change, are number one, that Biden's outperforming Hillary Clinton. There's no doubt about that. And number two, that liberalism in America has taken root. Because if you're going to vote for the Democratic ticket, you're basically throwing moderation away. They're not a moderate ticket. It's not a moderate party. Now, a lot of people don't know that. They don't pay attention. They're not smart enough to grasp it. But enough people are. And so they're basically saying, yeah, COVID, and that's the obvious thing that's changed everything this time around. If there were no COVID, Trump would have easily defeated Joe Biden just on economics. But there is COVID. And a lot of people particularly women, are scared of COVID, and they don't much like Trump anyway.
Bill,
is there one state?
Bill, is there one state you're looking at that if it were to go, clearly it wouldn't be the decider in the sense that he'd be at the 270 that Trump would need to win, but that you feel like that would, what do you view as the tipping point that's still out there right now? Is it Pennsylvania? Is it Ohio?
Well, Pennsylvania, let's put off because both candidates need that. But if the president loses North Carolina and or Ohio, it's over. We can all go to bed. Because those are the folks. And so the folks in Michigan and Wisconsin aren't any different than the folks in Ohio. North Carolina, a little bit of cultural difference. It's in the South, but not much. And so if Donald Trump loses Ohio with a Republican governor, a Republican establishment, and a pretty good margin of victory last time around, if he loses that state, I can't see how he's going to win Michigan, Wisconsin. And they were hoping for an upset in Minnesota, which I don't think is going to happen. So North Carolina and Ohio, their counts are well underway. Pennsylvania is coming up behind it. Pennsylvania, the western part of that state will be counted last, and I think they're going to go for Trump. So I'm more concerned right now if you're a Republican, and I did tell everybody I was voting for the Trump ticket because I believe that the Biden ticket's going to hurt every single American in this country. And sometimes people have to learn the hard way.
Do you think some pollsters
wins, we're all going to learn the hard way.
Do you think some pollsters, Bill, are going to have something to answer for here? Not with the most recent, the Titan polls of the last few days, but there was some stuff. I mean, I think last week Biden was up 17 points in Wisconsin. No one really thinks. Do you think that this is a moment of change in perception about whether in these kinds of contests people aren't using polling earlier in the process to try to shape perception? I mean, not to do voter suppression per se, but perception management.
Well, I said on the No Spin News that if the polls are that off, that watchdog groups should sue the polling companies for fraud. So the New York Times today said that Biden had a 90% chance of winning Florida. 90%. This is the New York Times today. And, you know, you're going, all right, well, look, we know you don't care about the truth. You don't care about facts. You just are in business to promote progressive causes. You have to know that. But to that kind of a level, it's embarrassing. But I think if Biden wins, the pollsters are going to get away with it again. They got away with it 4 years ago. I think most of them are going to get away with it again. And unfortunate, because I don't think most of them are honest. I think they take the money from the corporate masters. The universities do their polling to basically please the deans and the people in charge. And they're not telling you the truth.
Bill, what is North Carolina? I don't think people realize how huge North Carolina is. Pennsylvania is 20 electoral college votes. Ohio is 18, and these are viewed as the hugest states. North Carolina is 15. That's gigantic. What are they? Are they old people, young people, black, white, Hispanic? What is North Carolina?
Well, the problem in North Carolina is that everybody's fleeing New York and New Jersey and some of the New England states. They're either going to Florida or North Carolina. So you've had this enormous influx of liberal people down, and that's what happened to Arizona and Nevada from California. So North Carolina, the traditional people who live there are being overwhelmed by new people coming from the north and foreign nationals who go to North Carolina in the big cities like Charlotte and Durham to work in the service industries. So the combination has strengthened the Democratic Party. They control the state government there, Democrats. And I was hoping that Tillis would win the Senate seat there. He still might. It's close. But North Carolina is not what it used to be as far as the demographics are concerned. But the message in North Carolina is these are working people. And they're buying into the fact that the new Democratic administration isn't going to tax them up to here. I just don't understand that. Because you got to know what's coming. Your wallet's going to be a lot lighter if Biden wins tonight.
Now, Bill, I know this is kind of a secondary. Bill, sorry, but Jesse, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, I want you to psychologize that for me because it is about enough to make me want to strangle somebody. I mean, we're seeing it happen here in Texas. We see it happen over and over again of people leaving their state where Democrats have turned it into a hellhole and still voting for Democrats? Is this just a people don't take personal accountability ever thing? How do you flee California and go to Texas and think, oh, I'm going to vote for a Democrat again? Are you a moron? I don't understand that way of thinking at all.
Well, zealotry and ideology are very deeply ingrained in people. That's number one. And number two, people don't want to admit they made a mistake. All right, so they don't want to admit, well, my whole life I've been left, and left screwed up L.A., San Francisco, and the entire state of California, so I'm getting the hell out of here, go to Texas where I can make a lot more money. But I'm still a liberal. I still want the underdog to get, all the advantages, and that's what liberalism basically is, to elevate people who don't have as much as most Americans have. That's what liberalism is, getting the underdog a leg up, all right? So it's not a matter of thinking rationally. It's all emotion. That's what this election's all about. That's why I brought COVID in. So people are going, well, I don't really like Trump's style. He tweets, he's crude, and then COVID, he didn't do anything about it. And I'm going, well, look what's going on in Europe. Could anybody do anything about COVID? And the answer is no. But that's rational, right? And what you see is many, many people, perhaps most in America, voting on emotion. Both ways. Conservatives vote emotion, too.
Bill, I've seen a couple of stories that are playing out tonight, and I know this is a bit secondary because we're still waiting to see some of these big states, how they shake out, and also, obviously, who's going to win control of the Senate as well as the presidency. But money in politics. There's just two stories that jumped out early at me. I wanted your take on it. We always hear from the left about how money controls things. There's dark money in politics, outside money because of Citizens United. And then they throw tremendous amounts of money at things, like, for example, trying to beat Mitch McConnell, or as Jesse likes to call him, Cocaine Mitch, in Kentucky. I think they spent $75 million in that Senate race, and Mitch McConnell still won. Mike Bloomberg, just because he felt like it, it's a rounding error for him, I guess, spending $100 million in Florida, looks like Trump has got that one in the bag. Are we ever going to stop hearing about how somehow Republicans have secret money piles that win them elections and how that's all that matters? Or is this just a talking point that won't die?
Well, Lindsey Graham's going to win in South Carolina. So the money stuff is, it's important to get people recognition. If you have a lot of money, then people can find out who you are quicker. But I don't think that's the big story in this election tonight. I think the corrupt media does so much damage to the conservative movement in America by just lying about it. And I feel bad for Donald Trump. I mean, I wrote a history book on him, and I've known him for more than 30 years. And what he went through with them ginning up this Russian collusion bull and the impeachment thing was just disgraceful. I feel bad for the man, but I didn't think that he reacted in a way that helped him many times. That he was involved with petty feuds. He got too over the top. And women are going to be the ones that defeat Trump. If he loses tonight, he'll win the man vote, the male vote. But I know he's going to lose the women vote, but I don't know by how much. But that will tell the tale. And when I speak to the president, I always say, look, if you show a little vulnerability and you soften it up a little, that's going to help you. I know you're a warrior and you have to be. I understand that. But just once in a while. And he didn't do it.
Can he do it, Bill? I mean, I feel like Donald Trump he's at the point. Well, he's in his 70s. He's a billionaire. He's president of the United States of America. I mean, when you reach that level of success, maybe you don't even listen to Bill O'Reilly when he tells you to do something. Maybe you think, I'm fine.
He obviously doesn't. He obviously doesn't. I gave him the best line, and I would do this for any president, by the way. I've interviewed 7 of them, and when a president calls me up and asks me a question, I answer it. So before the first debate, and I'm saying this for the first time publicly on the first, he called me up. We were discussing the debate. I said, I'm going to give you a line. Write it down. If you use it, it's going to be a big thing. And the line was this. He turns to the former vice president on the stage and says, if you were a professional athlete, would you kneel during the national anthem? That was it. Now, Biden would not know how to answer that question. Okay?
He'd have a committee. He'd hold a committee, Bill.
It's a simple question, and that would have dominated. That question would have dominated that debate. Would have taken all the sting away from him, from Trump.
He'd hold a committee of experts to bring in to look at the constitutionality of kneeling, just like packing the Supreme Court. He'd avoid the answer in the silliest possible way. You're absolutely right. He wouldn't be able to give that answer, which is also why he wouldn't give a real answer on the Supreme Court. I don't know why he wouldn't take. By the way, this is much simpler than the Supreme Court. Yeah,
and everybody in the world would be leaning in to say. And if he says yes, I would kneel, all traditional vote goes. If he says no, I would not, then his far left base cracks.
Well, it seems pretty clear early on here, Bill, that the black vote specifically the black vote for Joe Biden is a huge force. I mean, Jesse was talking about North Carolina before. I mean, that's a state where the black vote carries a tremendous amount of weight. And if it goes to Biden, and it looks very tight right now, obviously, it's less than 1 percentage point difference between the two. There's no question you're going to see black vote and black turnout in North Carolina specifically as a difference maker there.
Well, listen, Donald Trump did a good job for minority people in the United States economically. There's no doubt he did. And if the African American community, you know, I don't know. I can't tell you why they vote. I know the propaganda and the peer pressure is enormous in African American communities, enormous. So if you're a black person and you say, I'm going to vote for Trump, you're going to get heat. You're going to get heat. All right? I don't know how much that enters into it. We'll see the final demographics tomorrow. But you're right, North Carolina is a sizable African-American population, and if they had gone for Trump to the tune of 15%, we wouldn't be struggling in that state right now.
Yeah.
Bill O'Reilly, everybody. He will be back to join us again in about an hour. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate you very much.
Thanks, Bill.
All right. We're taking a break. Be right back.
Hey everyone, it's Madison Jesse Otto. Happy Election Day. I know many of you have already voted. Many people are going out to vote right now as we speak. As crazy as it is, there are still some undecided voters out there. A lot of them that I've met on the campaign trail ask me, why should I vote for President Trump? And I really think there's a stark difference this year between the two candidates. We have a difference when it comes to energy policy. We have a difference when it comes to healthcare policy. We have a difference when it comes to economic policy. We've seen the past 4 years under President Trump, obviously the coronavirus having a hindrance on the economy, but we saw incredible economic growth. We saw America First policies when it came to the border, when it came to combating the opioid epidemic, when it came to combating human trafficking. We've seen proactive measures taken by the administration when it comes to criminal justice reform, when it comes to the funding of HBCUs, when it comes to really reaching out and supporting communities that have been taken for granted by the Democratic Party for so long. So there are many, many reasons, and the list, of course, goes on. But the reality is that you have a choice between, a prosperous American future and more of the same. More of what we saw for 47 years with Joe Biden in Delaware. More of what we saw for many years with, both Republicans and Democrats in Congress who were elected, made all the promises, and didn't keep them. President Trump has been a man of his word, and today is going to be a crucial election for the future of our nation. Of course, what states should we really be looking out for when we're looking at that board, looking at that map tonight? Pennsylvania is going to be a huge and critical state in this election. It's going to be one, obviously, that the president definitely wants to maintain. He won that state in 2016 against, the odds. Many people said he wasn't going to win. They said Hillary Clinton was up in the polls. President Trump took Pennsylvania in 2016. I think he may take Pennsylvania again tonight. We're going to be looking at Michigan. We're going to be looking at Wisconsin. And of course, we're going to be looking at North Carolina. This is a state that many saw as a stronghold for the president. I think he will win North Carolina, but this is a closer and tighter race than expected. The president, I think, is sure to take Ohio. He's going to take Florida, and another toss-up state to look for is Arizona. So keep an eye on many of those swing states, and happy Election Day, everybody.
Hold the Line with Buck Sexton premieres tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on The First. Bill O'Reilly is back on TV and only on The First. Watch Bill O'Reilly's No Spin News every weeknight at 8 p.m. Eastern. Now more than ever, you need real facts without the spin. Bill O'Reilly's No Spin News tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First. Looking for an email you actually want to read? We've got you covered. Sign up for the Up First newsletter only from The First. Every morning we deliver the day's essential headlines and prepare you for what everyone will be talking about. Plus, you'll also get instant analysis and real facts, helping you cut through the liberal mainstream media spin. Don't wait. Sign up for the Up First newsletter right now at thefirsttv.com.
I'm about to blow you away with something. There's something brand new out there. I just discovered it today. It's called social media. And did you know The First is all over this new thing called social media? Apparently they're great at it. They're on Twitter, Instagram, Parler. They're on YouTube. They're on Facebook. They're all over all of it. Go enjoy The First anywhere on all of your social media stuff. If you do that sort of thing, I'm not sure if it's going to catch on, but if it does, The First will be good.
Hey guys, it's Buck Sexton here, reminding you that my radio show can be seen right here on The First TV every day at 5 p.m. Eastern. We break down all the news and current events from across the country and around the world with deep analysis that you're just not going to find anywhere else. Plus, we always try to have a little fun while we go through all that stuff together. So don't miss The Buck Sexton Show every day at 5 p.m. Eastern right here on The First.
Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download the First TV app right now on Apple, Google Play, Roku, or Amazon Fire and start watching today.
Well, Buck, I'll be honest with you. Going into the night, obviously, you and I talked. I was excited. I was feeling strong for Trump, but I was feeling like, what if we're not going to get results? What if this whole thing's going to be a huge loser for us? We now have Virginia way too close to call. We have North Carolina very close. We have Texas very close. We have Ohio very close. I mean, man, if all those states break one direction, Biden, or one direction, Trump, it's over.
Yeah, that's all she wrote. I've been really thinking that Pennsylvania would be the nail biter all along, and that still could be the case. And in fact, I'm not sure that we're even going to know. You know, somebody might win the presidency tonight, but we still might not know how Pennsylvania shakes out for a few days. But yeah, I mean, Texas and Virginia at this stage, with as much as they've already had called in or tabulated in terms of voting. No, look, this is why it's so fun to make predictions in our business, Jesse, because everyone's so catastrophically wrong all the time that, you know, why not? You're like the guy standing up at the bar who's throwing a dart at the board, eyes closed, 50 feet away. You hit a bullseye, you're a hero. You hit some guy in the shoulder on the way into the bathroom, those are the breaks.
Well, I mean, people want, I'm sure, please tell me if I'm wrong, that I'm sure it's happened to you too, over the past, especially the past 2 or 3 days. Man, I'm surprised I haven't been cut off from my cell service. I have had more text messages and phone calls from family and friends. What's going to happen? Can you tell me what's going to happen? Is he going to win? Can you please tell me what's going to happen? I feel like people get so worked up going into the election that they just want somebody who they view as an expert, which everybody knows I am. Well, I think they just want someone to tell them everything's going to be okay. Have you been getting these?
Oh, yes, everyone. I'm going to get from people. I have friends who work in state politics in North Carolina and in Florida who are sending me text messages like, how do you think it's going to shake out? I'm saying, you're the one who's there on the ground, man. You're the one who's raising money and knocking on doors. What do you mean? You think the Buck crystal ball is going to bail you out, son? You gotta get back to work out there, buddy. Got to keep knocking on doors. So, look, man, this is a night that already it looks like it's having some big twists and turns. But I'm with you, by the way. Happy Warrior, man. This is what we wanted. We wanted a massive crazy election night, 160 million votes cast, people being wrong, and then wrong again on what they thought was going to happen. And, you know, when the dust settles and the Biden voters finally calm themselves, hopefully they want to burn down half of a major city. I think that's what we're looking at.
Buck, I had someone say something to me on the radio the other day. I forget who it was. Might have been a caller. I brought up that, you know, hey, we really don't, I mean, if you have to talk about a negative part of Trump winning, in my opinion, there would be two negative parts to it. One, I think it would give people on the right a sense of complacency to how far behind in this culture war we are. And two, I mean, I really don't want to see a bunch of people's businesses getting burned. You know someone's going to die and all that carnage. I don't want to see that. I don't like Americans hurting other Americans. And the guy brought up to me, he said, you have to understand, there's just as much of a likelihood these crazy leftists are going to riot if they win, let alone if they lose. And I never thought about that. He's right.
You know, I went to college right down the street from the University of Massachusetts, and it was always amazing to me that there would be these, in the police, you know, the local sort of police wire, there'd be, you know, riot control deployed when the Patriots won and riot control deployed when the Patriots lost. So there's a similar effect here with Biden voters. And I'm just going to say it, man, you don't negotiate with terrorists. So if Antifa, BLM, rioters, if they're going to, you know, respond in the way that so many businesses across America are preparing for, the only way to actually defeat that is to show that we're going to withstand it and we're going to keep winning. We're not tired of winning yet, Jesse.
We are going to go now to Inez Stepman of the Independent Women's Forum and the Federalist and friend of mine. Inez, I'm having the time of my life tonight. I know Buck is as well. We've got Florida. We're going to win Texas. I'm hearing we're going to come back in Ohio. Please, Lord, let that happen. What's the genius Inez thinking?
Well, I think I'm kind of the opposite of you guys in the sense that I had this sense of ironic detachment, you know, straight from the Slavic bloc country from which my family comes. I was like, you know, we're in decline no matter what. It doesn't really matter who wins the election that much. Like, yes, I'd prefer Trump to win, but you know, it's so I felt I had a certain detachment about the whole thing, and here I am on election night, like pacing my apartment, which is, by the way, not quite yet flame lit. We're hoping that that won't be the case here in Washington D.C., but no guarantees, as with anything else in this election, that we won't be watching the results with one eye out the window to watch the bonfires.
Inez, important safety tip: just make a banner that says "Silence is violence" and hang that out your window, and you're good to go. Then the violence will bypass you and go to the next door down. So I want to help you out with that one, and also want to ask you what we're seeing in some of these Senate races. We got a big one out in Colorado. I brought up before. Cocaine Mitch, I call him that too, Jesse, by the way. Cocaine Mitch successful. Oh, here we go. Trump wins Kansas. That's exciting. We knew Kansas was going to be good, but it's always nice. What do we think?
So some of these Senate races, I mean, just in general, I think the reason this has been so chaotic, and we've seen these walkbacks with Virginia, and we've seen like ridiculous sort of numbers that don't really make a lot of sense in terms of any of the narratives that any of us were going into this election with. Like, so for example, yes, we're seeing Joe Biden overperform in the suburbs, for example, in Florida, but not by the margins that people were expecting. We're seeing a huge swing in the Hispanic vote in Florida and Georgia that you know, I think this degree of swing was not being predicted. So just to say something up front, because of the early voting, because results coming in are sort of more of an art than a science anyway, predicting from not, you know, 100% results coming in, but they're especially more of an art than a science, and it's more like Jackson Pollock kind of art in terms of predicting where these states are going as results come in, because we don't know what the balance of these different types of voting that have been going on in some states for weeks is actually going to be. But that being said, I do think that swing I talked about in Florida and in Georgia is looking like, at least from the initial exit poll results among Hispanic voters, probably bodes well for the Senate race in Arizona. Obviously, it bodes well for the Senate race in Georgia itself, 2 Senate races in Georgia itself. But it bodes well also generally for Trump in Arizona and for the Senate race there. Those are all states that have pretty large suburban populations, right? And that was supposed to be good for Biden. and they also have large Hispanic populations, also supposed to be good for Biden. If both of those indicators are not as good as expected for Biden, then we might very well see something like a relative upset in Arizona, where polls have been tightening. So that's one point I'd make about the Senate races.
Inez, give me the stoic Soviet bloc mentality on if Trump loses tonight, and he still could. He still easily could. Everybody, I know we have Florida. Trump could easily still lose this race. If Trump loses, why did he lose?
Well, I interestingly, what we're seeing, and again, because of the early voting, what we're seeing is something that's a little bit worrying out of Ohio, but nobody really knows if those numbers are quote unquote real, or they have to do with the different ways in which we're counting the different types of votes this year. The Trump campaign is real confident about winning Ohio, which he won by, I believe, 9 points in 2016. But if it is a lot closer than that in Ohio, it could be a bad indicator for Trump in terms of those Rust Belt voters that all of us were going into this election thinking about and talking about nonstop, that are supposed to be his base. So I think that would be a negative thing. I do think the positive, if we're gonna go for the positives, as you like to do, Jesse, if Trump does lose this race, at least we get to hear all of the analysts on the various news networks say that this is a rebuke of Trump's white supremacy, when the voters that are going to deliver Biden this victory are actually white, suburban, educated, affluent women over a big swing in a minority votes like the Hispanic vote. And there are some indications that the black vote as well is moving up from the Republican baseline, that Trump is outperforming previous Republicans with minorities. So I'm really looking forward to seeing everybody talk about this great rebuke to white supremacy, when in fact it was affluent white women who, if Biden wins, will be delivering this election for him. So that's something either way.
Inez, as anyone can remember from the BLM protests over the summer, it is in fact overwhelmingly white liberals in places like Portland and Washington, D.C., who give the most strident lectures about the evils of white supremacy in the Republican Party all the time, especially when they're yelling and cursing in the faces of African-American law enforcement officers, as we saw on video, about white supremacy. So that would not be surprising if, in fact, there was some irony to look at all this there. And I think you're right. The overperformance among minorities for Trump, well, I still think Trump's going to win, but the overperformance is something that the media is going to have quite a hard time explaining. I'd like to hear them try that one. Why is it that after him being so bad, that's what happens? Do you have any last minute either trends or predictions you want to identify for us in any of these races that are coming up, still to be determined?
I mean, like I said, I think it now looks better given the results in Florida and Georgia. It looks better in the Senate race than in Arizona than I was going to say it did, because I think it's a pretty consensus thing to say that McSally is not the best candidate. And even though the polls were tightening, she definitely had a shot if the state Hispanic population has a significant swing towards Trump, that very well could carry her over the edge there in Arizona. And that would deny the Democrats a pickup there, which is really important. Same thing in Georgia. If the trends are good in Georgia, which they're looking like they are right now, that's 2 Senate seats that might be saved by those. I'd like to say one more thing so Cunningham in North Carolina is underperforming Biden by a little bit, which in a state like North Carolina is pretty important, because it's likely going to be a close margin. And if it's true that these sort of affluent white suburban women are delivering Biden higher margins than they have in the past, then something that seems sort of anachronistic to us, especially in the Trump post-Clinton era and post-Trump era, something as anachronistic as the affair and the sexting scandal that Cunningham had dropped in the last several weeks of the campaign. If those voters are coming out, those suburban women are coming out on quote unquote character issues, or they just can't stand Trump's personality, then we might see Cunningham continue to a little bit underperform, if those same voters might be splitting their tickets or refusing to vote for him on that ground. So right now it's looking pretty decent for Republicans in the Senate race, but we got a really long night ahead of us. And I think the big question overall with this election is that there are some really good trends for Trump right now, but what is worrying is that Rust Belt trend that all of us were sort of counting on right now isn't showing up necessarily, or is it showing up in a more muted way in the data. Again, early voting, it's more of a sort of mess predicting these things even than it normally is. But if that trend continues, then there's going to have to be a rethink in the Republican Party, I think, because a lot of us were sort of counting on this populist realignment in the Rust Belt. And if that doesn't happen, we got to either rethink the Trumpism formula, or alternatively, we maybe need to think about the fact that the Trump presidency actually delivered a very conventional Republican, in terms of actual policy, right? A very conventional Republican set of policies, even though Trump's rhetoric and the way he talks about the issues is quite different and very different from Republicans in the past. The actual delivery and policy deliveries have been quite conventional. So I could see both sides arguing that in the post-Trump Republican Party, right? Either we need more Trump or we need less Trump because that Rust Belt trend didn't actually deliver. But again, we don't know if it will or not.
And as you brought up Arizona and a candidate like McSally, and I mean, you said she might not be the best candidate. That is probably the all-time understatement I've ever heard. She has the personality of a honey badger that just stubbed its toe. But does a bad Senate candidate in Arizona bring down the presidential ticket, or does the presidential ticket bring her up? Who pulls who where?
I don't think there's a strong argument to be made that McSally is going to pull down Trump. I don't think that's a realistic proposition. Trump is going to determine, I think, the direction of the voting in Arizona. And if McSally gets over the finish line, it's because she's pulled over that finish line by Trump. And similarly with a lot of these Republican candidates, and again, it's going to spark a lot of discussion, right? Which ones were sort of distancing themselves from Trump, which ones were embracing Trump. One of the races that's still like completely a toss-up and we have no idea what's going on is Maine. Susan Collins in Maine. She's obviously one of the two most moderate Republicans in the Senate, and she has hung on there for a long time by essentially delivering exactly the moderate voice that the electorate in Maine wanted from her. Now, I think there are a lot of nationalized polarizing trends, and it'll be interesting to see whether or not she can actually continue to deliver that moderate brand in a time when it seems like there's almost no ideological overlap between Republicans and Democrats, and we agree on so little. That'll be one thing to watch, I think, in the Senate races.
Hard to find common ground with socialist, Ines, so it's the way it's going to be.
Ines Stepman, Buck Sexton. We will be back in just a few minutes. Thank you, Ines.
Investors seeking steady cash flow, ready to diversify? Have you considered a proven real estate investment fund? NRIA has grown to be one of the nation's leading specialists and offers 10% annualized monthly payouts with bonuses targeted at 18 to 21%. That's right, you could receive steady 10% monthly payments with bonuses. As their slogan says, they specialize in realty investing done right. You can even use your 401k or IRA to invest. NRIA's 15-year track record and $1.2 billion in new construction development backs you. So learn how you can invest in this hard asset real estate cash flow fund today and receive 10% annualized monthly payouts with bonuses. This is something savvy investors should research and consider. Please call now, 201-210-2727, 201-210-2727, or visit nria.net.
An offer to buy or sell any security is made by our private placement memorandum. Read it first. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. Results are annualized. National is a real estate development firm. See us at nria.net.
Hey guys, Buck Sexton here. If you love watching my show on the First TV, then make sure you stay connected with us on social media. You can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Parler. You can even watch us on YouTube. Stay connected and stay informed with First TV anywhere and everywhere. We'll see you there.
Looking for an email you actually want to read? We've got you covered. Sign up for the Up First newsletter only from The First. Every morning we deliver the day's essential headlines and prepare you for what everyone will be talking about. Plus, you'll also get instant analysis and real facts, helping you cut through the liberal mainstream media spin. Don't wait. Sign up for the Up First newsletter right now at thefirsttv.com.
A wise man once said you should do something great every single day before you go to sleep at night, and I have great news for you. Now you can. What can you do? Well, you can watch me. Every single night, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on The First. My show, I'm Right, blows you away with incredible wisdom, hilarity, and of course, stunning good looks. You can catch my show, I'm Right, every single night. 9 p.m. Eastern. I'll see you.
Bill O'Reilly is back on TV and only on The First. Watch Bill O'Reilly's No Spin News every weeknight at 8 p.m. Eastern. Now more than ever, you need real facts without the spin. Tune out the 24-hour news cycle and watch Bill O'Reilly on The First TV. It's a new kind of network with fresh ideas and bold opinions. Start watching the No Spin News and so much more at thefirsttv.com. No cost, no spin, no agenda. Don't miss Bill O'Reilly's No Spin News. Visit thefirsttv.com right now. Don't have the First TV app yet? What are you waiting for? Download it and get instant access to Bill O'Reilly, Dana Lash, Jesse Kelly, Buck Sexton, and Mike Slater on your phone, tablet, or smart TV. The best part, it's absolutely free. Watch your favorite programs live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Don't wait. Download the First TV app right now on Roku, Amazon Fire, Android, iOS, and Apple TV. Just search the First TV in your favorite app store and start watching today. Stay informed. Stay connected. Download the First TV app right now. It's free. Hold the Line with Buck Sexton premieres tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on The First.
Oh boy, Buck Sexton. It is not my job to be a journalist or have now 64.8% likely to win the presidency. It looks like he's likely going to win North Carolina. Ohio has shifted. Early numbers are coming in out of Wisconsin and Michigan. Uh-oh, Buck, this is not good for Democrats.
We're hitting that point in the night, Jesse, where it's important for us to make sure that we keep our game face on, because you can start to get a little ahead of yourself and feel like things are looking better than they are. But they're looking good so far. They're definitely looking good for Trump.
Yes.
We'll have to see, man. I mean, until I see Texas, red as the shiniest apple, I am not going to be happy tonight. So until that happens, I feel like I can't totally relax, even though I completely believe Texas is going to go red. And there are a few other places I'd like to see turn. We'll see, man. It's strong. But, Virginia, just a quick note on this one. Virginia has a couple of 100,000 plus vote lead right now for Trump of the counted votes. However, they're still counting votes that have come in. They still need to count Loudoun County, basically the big rich counties around D.C. that are 2-1 Democrat. They haven't been counted yet. So that's why people are saying, well, it's definitely gonna go blue when they add all that up. But for right now, Trump's actually got a bit of a healthy lead there. I think 260,000 votes was last I saw. So Virginia's probably still going blue, but it's more interesting than we anticipated.
All right, I want an update on Ohio. And if you want an update on Ohio, you might as well go to Miss Ohio, contributor here at The First, Madison Jessiotto. Madison, what is going on in Ohio? At first they were down. My phone is blowing up because all the family I have in Ohio. I'm trying to tell everybody, please calm down. It'll be fine. It looks like it's going to be fine now, but is it? What's happening?
Things are looking good in Ohio. There were a lot of people concerned because, as you know, when you get some of those early numbers in, a lot of it comes from early voting. It comes from bigger cities. You're looking at numbers coming in from Cleveland, from Cincinnati, from Columbus. The majority of the rest of the state is very red, hence why we've gone, more from a swing state to a red state over the recent years. And so things are looking good. I've talked to people across the state I'm talking to chairmen of, county parties and whatnot, and they're saying things are looking great. So I'm keeping track of those numbers on the Secretary of State website as they're coming in. And one of the things you look at is a lot of these rural counties had, under 50% reporting when those numbers were starting to even out. So as we see those rural counties get to, 80, 90% reporting, we're going to see that number significantly shift towards the president. I mean, the president, not just in Ohio, but in other places, is doing very well. He's overperforming among the Cuban American population. We see those great numbers in Miami-Dade. I think he's going to win Florida. I think he's going to win Texas. We're seeing good numbers come out of North Carolina, Georgia, and some interesting numbers like Buck mentions coming out of Virginia.
Madison, in Ohio, I've also seen some indications that the cities that would be the big blue surge areas, the turnout has been underwhelming. Is that confirmed? That was early on. Have you been hearing and seeing that? And because it feels like without what how much better what Columbus, Cincinnati, without some of those places coming out in very strong numbers for Biden, there's no way he's going to pull off an Ohio upset.
Right, and I don't think it's surprising to see underwhelming numbers even in those, farther left cities in the state of Ohio because of the fact that Biden largely ignored the state. There was very little, if any, presence from the Biden campaign across the state of Ohio. Biden himself barely visited here. He was here for the debate, then I think here one other time during the general election cycle, which is pretty much unheard of for the state of Ohio in a big presidential election like this. Most other candidates from the Democratic Party come to Ohio much more frequently. As you know, no Republican candidate has ever won the presidential election without winning the state of Ohio, and only 3 Democrats in history have won without winning Ohio. So it's a very, very important state. And actually, my home county of Stark County is a very important county because it typically tends to predict the state as well. So I'm looking at those numbers coming out of my county as well as the state, and it's looking good for Trump.
Can you give us any? Well, your county, how much of it counted so far? Where can you just give us a little more of a deep dive into it?
Sure. So I was looking at it about 15 minutes ago, and we had, I think, a 64%, 64% going for Trump at the time. So we're getting more of that in now. They didn't have over 50% of the vote counted quite yet. So probably within a half hour, we should have a much better number coming from Stark County and, of course, from many of the other counties of the 88 across the state.
Gotcha.
Madison, does Pennsylvania always go? Sorry, Buck. Does Pennsylvania always go the way Ohio goes? I mean, I grew up when I was a kid right on the Ohio-Pennsylvania border, and they seemed like the same place where I was. Is that pretty norm for the election, or do they ever go this way?
They don't always go the same. I think there's been other elections in which we've seen them, one go one way, one go the other. However, there are a lot of similar interests, especially right now when you see a large attack on the energy industry, on fracking, on oil, by the Democrats, by Kamala Harris herself, by Joe Biden, despite the fact that they wanted to lie about this to voters. President Trump and his campaign did an incredible job of getting that video up there on the internet, getting it up there on the big screens at many of the rallies over the past 2 weeks, showing those instances where the other candidates in the other party mentioned specifically, in multiple interviews during debates that they want to end fracking. They want to, go away from traditional energy. And that's a major problem for voters in these states because a lot of people's jobs and families depend on that.
Yeah, and it definitely didn't look good, Madison, when Biden, if you remember, during one of the debates, told Trump, roll the tape on that, or he challenged him to talk about fracking. That's right. Put it on the website. And then I think within 5 minutes at the end of that debate, there was that whole reel of Biden saying, "We're going to get rid of fracking. We're going to end the fracking practice." What fracking? That's when he's not speaking in utter gibberish as he has in the last few days, which we're all supposed to ignore. But Jesse and I will stay focused on.
See the video, but coming out, I think yesterday, where he literally is supposed to be walking off stage, takes his mask off and is trying to go to the mic, one more thing, and they're pulling him off saying, no more things, Joe Biden, let's go.
I don't want to get into why Biden.
Yeah, that's a presidential candidate, and they're dragging him off the stage. I've never seen anything like it.
It's too early from my perspective to get into the Democrat lessons learned. However, no matter what happens tonight, there's certainly a lot of space here to point out that Joe Biden has had. To call them gaffes is polite, and to say that some of the areas, to win this Democrat primary, he flatly had to cozy up to a radical left-wing Democrat